know.
Oh shit. Freedom ain't right. You ain't right for that.
Delaware.
Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind.
Unscramble minds. Unscramble minds.
Hello, everybody. Everybody tonight is what? Unscrambled Man's Unscrambled Minds Hot Topics. And I'm Sister Freedom. And we waiting on Judge Joe Brown to pop in.
Yes, he should be coming soon. But hello, everyone. Hope you're having a good Friday night. My name is Dulcinea.
I'm stuck for words. Shimon Hotep to everyone. How are we doing? Peace to the panel. I just want to say hi to everybody. Look, I said all of that. I'm Sister Sakina Ra.
And happy Friday. I am so happy today is Friday. I am Gemini the Goddess.
Hey y'all, I'm Nisha, and we appreciate y'all for tuning in.
Yes, and I don't know, Dot should be with us soon too. I think she's still joining tonight. But what did Judge Joe Brown say? Is he coming up?
When I called, I messed it up.
Oh.
Is that Chris? MVP Harrison.
Hey, MVP. Hey.
Barn Dog. Oh, wait,
Barn Dog, my brother.
Come on.
From another mother.
Barn Dog, peace. Chris MVP
Dominic.
Dominic. Is it Dominic or Dominic?
Dominic. Just like Dominic.
And tell us what's going down, because you know I got to ask him
some
questions.
So, since he's on his way and coming to you guys, want to start with this Who Cloned Tyrone and talk about, how we felt about it? I don't know. Should we? Okay, yeah. Let's start with Sister Freedom and then go around like normal. So
here we got abstract vision.
You know about Who Cloned Tyrone?
Well, I didn't see the whole thing, but I seen a lot of it, and it's it reminded me of a bunch of different movies. Like when the man went down in the thing and he looked at himself underneath the zip, and the zip and opened it up and was him. It reminded me of another movie I done seen. I know what it was. Tales in the Hood?
Yeah, the Tales of the Crib, the Tales in the Hood version. Yeah.
When they pulled the thing and it was all them laying there. That I'm just saying, it looked like a bunch of.
I forgot. Was it Mikhail? I want to say, or what? His character, and you're talking about when he was like, or maybe it wasn't him, but the character was in like a laboratory being experimented on, right? And he had just
no, I'm talking about. Remember the movie, y'all got to remember Tales in the Hood.
Yeah,
I remember Tales in the Hood.
It was like a point where at the end he realizes that he got shot. But he was like being experimented on by these doctors and trying to see his empathy. And he was like, I don't care, all this other stuff. Then he wakes up and it's two gang members over him. So
right. And that's when dude said, this is not a mortuary.
Oh yes. What
It
is
is not
Oh,
the Cosmos Hall there either. Right, that's when he said, "Welcome to hell."
That was the movie, girl. That was the movie. But
I love
anyway,
that movie.
I know it had a message behind it, like they cloning people and playing with the brains and all kinds of stuff. But I'd rather somebody else. I think LaShawn, or who's seen it? Who's seen the movie? Did you
I
see
me
it?
and Dulcinea.
I
Yeah, we
watched it
watched
too. Remember, y'all had to get me to watch.
Yeah, and I think Nisha watched it too. They just didn't
No.
like it, but we watched it.
Well, I need y'all to really tell to get down because see, when my boys start acting like he was a pimp and the other guy was, and when they went to the car and shot him, and he wasn't really. All I could think of was Tales of the Hood. But okay.
I'm waiting for my turn. Well, go ahead. Is it my turn? Because I will go there.
Go right there.
All right, let me go. Let me flow. Let me go.
Pop a soul in the head. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Do you, boo? Do you?
Let me start by saying, let me tell my child, you need to go to YouTube and go to Unscrambled Minds, and you will find us there because I can't send you the link because I'm finna start running my mouth. I can't do two things at one time like this.
What? Who was that? Yes, who was that Wednesday? They said told Sister Frida she
Anybody can
can't
tap
walk
their
and chew
head and
gum
rub
at
their
the same
stomach at one
time.
time. Can you do this? Anybody can do this? Pat the stomach and rub your head.
Oh, we got to tell these people.
Anyway, let me tell y'all how it go. Now, sometimes if I'm driving my kids to work and I'm talking, I will miss the stop sign. I'm like, turn the wrong way. We can do it.
How the movie went.
Anyway, let me go to the movie. I started not to watch this movie because I am sick of watching pimps, hoes, and drug dealers and that kind of stuff. I have seen enough of. I love my favorite movies, but I have seen enough of us being depicted this way. And I'm tired of us always ending up like we all have came from this part of the gutter. Now we have all may have seen our share of our side of poverty, but all of us have not struggled in this kind of way. We have all made it from something, but all of us ain't seen this hard kind of knock life. You see what I'm saying? And even then, it was it hadn't come on. I'm sick of that. I'm just gonna say it like that. So Jamie Foxx, I started to wonder when I seen him playing his part. I almost felt like he just made that movie when he came out the hospital because he almost look clone right now in that movie. That's one thing. And then I also know that hoes and pimps and drug dealers don't hang together. So that was also a problem for me to take in that movie at one time. But then Jamie was a washed up pimp, and she was a in between hoe from a new day hoe and an old day hoe, and then dude was a yesterday's pimp, a yesterday's drug dealer caught up in today. So all these three things at that time didn't match. As well as the old man sitting in front of the drugstore, in front of the liquor store drinking right now today. That liquor sign in front of that store that said drink, it said drink cigarettes or drink something. I forget what that sign said, but that liquor sign in front of that, it said smoke and drink. Those two things didn't match. If you look at that sign, if you go back and watch that movie, it said something about drinking and smoking or smoking and drinking all at the same time. So it was a lot of things that didn't go, just like when that ingredient in that chicken that was making everybody react the same way. This movie was deep like that. When they got to eating that chicken and that one man, the drug dealer that never laughed, and all of a sudden he started laughing. And then everybody started laughing because of the ingredient in that chicken. The same way that girl was able to use that chicken when she took him in that room, and that she just gave him the chicken and was able to manipulate him so that she could check out everything in the room to find everything on the cameras just by letting him eat the chicken, and he could just feel all over her and lose his mind just by eating the chicken. I mean, that was all there. And then from that point, just to be able for when they got in the room, for the Jamie Foxx to find out that he had been cloned too. It was only a matter of time for maybe they didn't even want her because she wasn't cloned. So she was no value. She was the only one that they wanted to pop off because she was no value. They never tried to shoot Jamie. They never tried to. Tyrone was value, and I'm about to land. Jamie was value, and Tyrone was value. But the crackhead lady, the hoe, she wasn't not of value because they had not cloned her yet. So it was more for them to shoot her so that they could take her body and then they could clone her, and then she would have been worth something. She's no good alive. It was only when they shot her or to be able to clone her. That was the good part. That's what made the whole movie go interesting. From that part when they left that club and they wanted to shoot her in the head. Go ahead.
Dulcinea, you got this, boo. Go on ahead and work that movie out.
It's your turn, Gemini. Here he come.
Who was that? The judge?
Yep.
Your link was not.
Saved by the bell.
Because I don't know what's the kingdom. What's the kingdom? Hey, Judge Joe, how you doing?
Hello there, ladies. How are
How have you been?
Blessings to you tonight.
Yes, yes.
all right?
It's so good to see you. What you been doing and all? I mean,
What have I been doing? I've been in Minneapolis, St. Paul at a grocer's wholesale convention this past week. Went by that George Floyd locale up there, and the residents are very displeased with what's been going on. They got no relief, and what happened, stuff got worse for them after George Floyd, not better. And anyway, I've been selling barbecue sauce.
Can you send us some?
sauce.
Doing
Yes,
service.
barbecue sauce.
It's good stuff. You ought to try it.
I know. You don't have it in Delaware.
You can order it online. Judge
Okay.
Joe Brown Barbecue, jjbbbq.com. Go there and order it.
Okay, but you're not going to try to put it in the stores?
Yeah, that's what we were doing, selling it to the wholesalers and stuff. We did pretty well, or got a lot of orders taken.
Oh, that's good.
People liked it. We were the hit of the show. Everybody was coming over to try to look at it, and we were the only black vendor there.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I was
So my business partner is Tiffany Haddish. She's in with this thing too. So
okay.
Can I ask a question about that? Have you been doing I know she's been going through a little hardship, it's not financial or anything, but like a little mental hardship or anguish. Has that been affecting y'all a little bit with your business?
No.
Okay.
Mental anguish and anxiety problems are always hyped by Hollywood.
Well, tell her she's in our prayers.
Okay. She's doing well.
All right.
Because she also is a comedian.
Yeah.
Yeah. She is. We did some commercials a while back that are still being edited by the same people. Well, not still be, but we're gonna time their release with the release. The stuff will be back in Delaware.
Oh, okay.
Can you give us that website one more time?
It's opening up Atlanta, Memphis, Kroger's Delta region, so it'll be back there shortly. But you can order it, in fact, before the summer's out, jjbbbq.com. We've even got chicken links, raw, smoked, mild, hot, and the meatpacking plant that puts them up is owned by a sister. She's the only black-owned meatpacking plant USDA certified in California.
You said, to make sure, LaShawn, you said jjbbbq.com.
Judge Joe Brown, JJB Barbecue, BBQ.com.
Okay. We got it. We just put it in. I know that's right. Well, why don't you
They
tell
go
us
ahead.
what you thought about the Alabama brawl?
I
What you
didn't.
think?
I didn't. It looked my reaction to it is it used to be ordinary until the youth got so punked out they can't have a fist fight. They have to pop a cap on somebody. But I grew up in Los Angeles. I played football at Dorsey High, but every time we played our rivals, about every other game there'd be a fight that would be a lot bigger than that.
Mm.
I mean, it's a brawl. And brawls start for all kinds of reasons, and you see them in the movies and on television. They're usually barroom brawls. That's how they're known, but it's a brawl. It's people fight for no reason. Other question that we need to ask ourselves before we get too happy about it. It was nice that the brothers and a few white folk tried to black up the black man on the wharf, but whose interest was he protecting?
Well, he had to do his job.
Yeah, but you see, that's just good citizen stuff. It has nothing to do with black because he was protecting the interest of a major corporation that owned the big cruise boat that was trying to dock, and the rednecks had been there several years running, causing problems. So it was nothing new. And by the way, brother needed to take some martial arts too. That was not a good performance, but
Oh,
it's
you know
what
what?
it is.
But it was all he could do, Judge Joe
You
Brown.
could
Come
have
on.
taken some martial arts. Prepare yourself. It's like, why do you go to school and learn your lessons to prepare yourself for life? You're going to be a man, take martial arts. He could have done a lot better, but I'm glad everybody came to his rescue. That's good citizenship. But the question goes, before we get too deep into it, it's just a brawl. Old time wise, these things used to happen all the time, and it wasn't a particularly big brawl. And by the way, you're getting worked by the national media who's trying to hype this so people will stay tuned and their commercial rating status will go up. But it was interesting enough. And there's another thing that is a little bit more concerning to me. In Alabama, like most states in the Union, a misdemeanor can only be subject to arrest if it occurs in an officer's presence or there's a warrant. And warrants have to be sworn out by witnesses. So, where is the witness? There are none. So now you have people issuing arrest warrants based on videos, and there's no guarantee they weren't photoshopped or anything else. And there's nobody to swear that these are accurate recordations of the events in question. So we got another thing here bigger than what you're talking about in media these days, and people are ignoring it. So question one, whose interest actually got protected by the events we witnessed, and then what are the side effects to this thing that might be of more interest to us than what we're paying attention to? So, I mean, yeah, brawls are brawl. Sometimes they're fascinating, but
Well, I just assumed, you know what I'm saying, that they were actually heroes. That's how I felt about it. Because when all of them just jumped on that man, because I mean, regardless to who he was trying, they was doing his job. He was doing his job, Judge Joe Brown.
he's doing his job.
And for him to get hit on just because he said no, or you have to move your boat. I mean, I didn't think it was no reason for the man to hit him.
No, and there's
Ridiculous.
no reason for folk to get shot at your typical rap concert or your entertainment venues or thugs running down the street either. See, it happens. It's a brawl.
He didn't
But
know the people was going to hit him.
well, most of the time it doesn't happen either. Have you ever been in a brawl or had a brawl?
Yes.
Okay. Did anybody know how it was going to break out?
Well,
He didn't even know from the beginning. He was just at his regular job
Yeah,
doing his job hours.
Stuff happens. You're
yeah,
bound
but
to
I mean,
work in
I
the
think
club.
that the men and the women, the people that helped him
Yeah, I
really
mean,
the
but
Samaritans.
in other words, my message is don't get too happy about it.
Oh, okay. Did anybody get arrested that you know about?
They've issued arrest warrants. That's what I'm saying is the bigger problem is in Alabama and elsewhere, you can only arrest for misdemeanors if the offense occurred in a cop's presence or there is a warrant that's been sworn out by a witness. There are no warrants sworn out by any witnesses, and it didn't happen in any cop's presence, but there are arrest warrants based on the cell phone footage. That's scary.
Well, also was he not a security guard?
What's that got to do with it? Private citizen. He's a rent-a-cop.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
But are you mad that they arrested those
I
people?
have problems with everybody coming to his defense. Just don't get too happy about it. It's just an old-time brawl. You don't see them these days because the youth are too punked out to get in a fist fight. They got to pop a cap on somebody because they think they're too pretty or they don't know how to fight.
Mhm.
In other words, hey, I played football at UCLA, not at UCLA, and at Dorsey High in LA back in the early 60s. So I'd say every year we'd have 3 or 4 or 5 brawls after the football game that were a lot bigger than this. Used to happen all the time. So it stopped because the youth are punked out and they shoot each other instead of having fist fights now. So,
But no one got shot.
no one got shot. No one got stabbed.
And so are we saying that that's good or bad? What are we saying here?
I'm saying that's a good thing, actually. Some guys
Okay.
fought it out. Some of them might be racist. Some of them might be on our side. But the point is, we didn't get anything out of it. We were good citizens. We came to the rescue of someone who was in the right, trying to lawfully revoke somebody's license to be there and say you're trespassing. So citizens are supposed to come to the assistance of others who are in need. They did.
So why won't we call it Black people came to the rescue of other Black people? What's wrong with
Black
that?
folk came to the rescue of a black person who was protecting some white people.
Mm. What white people
Wait.
was he?
The boat, see, is the dock. The whole issue starts off when this cruise boat pulls up and it can't dock because these rednecks are in their little fishing boat and they got drunk out on the water. So they didn't want to move. So when he attempted to clear it, the cause was my bosses want this place, or not my bosses, the people who rent this space on the dock want to be able to use it. So it's my job to clear it. So he attempted to do his job. He needed some assistance. But you have to understand, he wasn't working for a black interest. So black
Well, we don't.
Was
he
he
was
mad?
a security guard. Just like, okay, this truck is coming in here. Move out the way.
Right. But I don't think that was the point, right? I think the absolute point was, when is the last time we saw us as the people jump in and defend other people that you don't even know, right? That
Do I
was
get
more the point.
included in us?
Huh?
Say that
Do
again.
I get included in us?
Yes.
You wasn't out there.
No,
You went
but
out there
you asked me
fighting.
the last time, when has this happened? 7 weeks ago that I witnessed.
Oh goodness.
I'm
Did we?
saying,
Okay, but it didn't go viral. We missed that, but we
of
saw
course
this.
it didn't. See, all this viral nonsense is a slow news day and something gets put out there and they can get in commercial revenue, so they run it. I dealt with this kind of stuff as a defense lawyer, before that as a prosecutor, and then after all of that as a criminal court judge. This was common.
Well, maybe you
That's
should turn
already
your camera
gone.
on the next time so we can, then if you
I'm not
capture
gonna
yourself, we
Yeah.
can watch you too.
They're more
You know,
important.
because Judge Joe Brown can fight, so I definitely want to see
Yeah, I
that.
would have knocked all
Right.
5 of them out in maybe 1 or 2 blows apiece, and that would have been the end of it. It wouldn't
Girl,
have
I
been.
heard that. I heard that, Judge Joe Brown. I heard
That's
that.
I did that to somebody, believe it or not, was at a 5-star restaurant up in Aspen, Colorado. Some big New Zealand guy, 240 pounds, was running around snatching women's tops down. And when he got to my wife, I took him down, choked him out. But you know, you're not supposed to choke anybody out now. But I did, drug him outside the club.
Did anybody capture that on camera? Did anybody capture that?
No.
I wish they did.
Oh, shoot, then. That ain't no fun just telling us.
These are upscale people. They don't do bullshit like that.
Well, but we are into the
You
bullshit
keep
sometimes.
stuff confidential. And the owner of the club and I were friends. She said, well, Judge, you were up on the 3rd floor talking to me in my office when this went down. You want me to ask around and find out what happened?
But this is Love and Hip Hop Unscrambled Minds. We want to know, when we bougie as hell, but we want to know what happened.
I mean, it happens
Judge,
on-
you know they got a street cam, and you know their restaurant, since it was so high class, has cameras.
No,
Ask them for the footage. Tell them to leak it
No. Why would I want
so we
that?
can see it.
Why?
Because it's important that we see
It's
us people that look like us defend each other.
This is what men do all the time.
Okay.
Always have done. And we got the idea that what we relate to is that punked out mess we see all the time, where everybody is putting on dresses and doing crap like that, and everybody's so sweet, and a little bit of action happens and everybody goes freaky. And if you want to see what the happenstance is, take that and divide it by 360 million. And that's the percentage point of how frequently that will happen. It's it's a whole lot of zero dots.
He actually wasn't a security guard. He was the captain of the Tubman.
He was the co-captain.
Good. He's
the co-captain. Okay.
Job. Somebody helped the brother do the job. I'm sure he's appreciative.
That's
but I'm talking
glad
about
he is. I know he is.
We're appreciative.
Yeah, I know.
I am too.
Like I said, 7 weeks ago, I saw more people involved in something than happened in that. So it's nice, but that's ordinary man stuff, has been for years. It's called a brawl. And you see it in the movies, but it's usually in the context of being a barroom brawl.
So do you feel like
I'm
sorry. Do you feel like, Judge, that charges should be brought up against anybody? Or are you just looking at it with just a brawl and let it be?
Well, what my concern is, there are no eyewitnesses that are swearing out a warrant. There are no cops that were witnesses to it. So we're breaking new grounds. They're swearing out warrants based on somebody's recording, somebody's cell phone. Now, if it had been a felony, that's one thing, but misdemeanors, police can't make an arrest unless it occurs in their presence or there is an outstanding warrant. So,
okay, but police came later.
A witness to the event swears in front of an independent magistrate that certain facts occurred, and the magistrate, judge, whatever, can issue a warrant based on what crime those facts alleged would amount to if proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So now we don't have that. So we break.
Okay, but officers arrived later. There was a black police woman.
See it. They can't testify. Anything they say, unless it is an admission from one of the parties, and they can only introduce it as to the party that makes the admission. They haven't seen anything. It's misdemeanor.
Okay,
so
Judge.
it's not committed in their presence. They couldn't make an arrest.
But let me ask you this now. What are they swearing?
Somebody right there is saying, he hit me. And if the other guy says, well, he hit me too, they'll say, okay, either both of you go to jail or nobody goes to jail.
Now I'm agree with that, because what are they swearing on? They don't have Bibles in the court anymore.
They don't need a Bible. Bible
exactly.
is not the positive. It's just you're on notice that you are subject to penalties of perjury for making a material false statement that might impact or affect the outcome of the matter.
Exactly, because all the Bibles and tore up and fell apart with all the
You don't
lies.
have a lot of people aren't into that. You have
Exactly.
Assalamu alaikum. You have Buddhists who don't have a God. They have a system of philosophy. Uh, you've got Jewish people. You've got Islamic people. You've got Hindu. You've got a lot of people.
Subject.
See,
No, I
Okay, well,
just wanted to bring that
and by the way, the oath I
in.
gave
Only
was
whole hand up.
swear or affirm or attest that the evidence you give here today will be the truth. Yes,
well,
I
we
do.
clearly saw that man hit him first.
Yeah, but you
Right.
saw it. But how do you know you didn't see a doctor photoshopped or CGI computer generated imagery?
We is not
Photoshop of what?
Right.
What?
That's I brought Johnson there to show that we got the little news clip we were gonna do.
Yeah, but what's that? How do you know it's authentic? Who's going to swear? Do you have a witness to say, I swear that this was taken with the following methodology? And I
So
am
you want to create a reasonable doubt,
Um,
and for
not a
a
reasonable doubt.
situation
well, it
that
was
happened that didn't look exactly right
Reasonable
to
doubt.
you.
Reasonable doubt. That's just not anything that's admissible. You can't even get it in.
well, it was live footage that's according to.
How do you know that?
Okay, but before this, according to, it was the only footage, it was the only evidence that they had when the police did investigation. Because if it wasn't
And
for that,
so what? That's
if
the
it
point.
wasn't for that, all they had was good
That's
ass
the
whoopings,
point.
Judge. All
That's
they
the
had
point.
was white men with good ass whoopings. That's
That's
all
the
they had.
point. In other words, this should have been okay. Some guys got in a fist fight. Nobody got killed. Nobody got seriously injured. End the deal.
Other than that, oh, so there was just gonna be some black men going to white
No,
men
it happens all the
with
time.
good ass whoopings.
Your Honor, we move forward.
Dulcinea.
What do you
I'm
have
sorry.
here, State? Your Honor, we have a cell phone video. Who took it? Has it been authenticated so that we know that it's not CGI or it's not photoshopped?
But
You
isn't
have
that how people been
person
going to
in to
jail time
testify.
after time, decade after decade, dynasty after dynasty for stuff like that because we don't have authenticated? This would have been proof.
Yeah. You see, you don't look in our system, every crime is not supposed to be prosecuted because we have rights. Right to be free from self-incrimination. That's the Miranda rights. Anything you say can and will be used in evidence against you. You have a right to remain silent. Okay. You have a right to be free from unreasonable and inappropriate searches and seizures. You have a right under the Bill of Rights to reasonable bond, designed only to ensure your appearance for the resolution of the proceedings. But you see, we got all kinds of little nice stuff because we forget one thing. The country was set up white, black, brown, red, yellow, whoever is here. You're supposed to a great extent, rely upon your own resources to get things done or to ensure public peace, dignity, and safety.
So when that man swung off and hit him, he didn't have a right to hit him back. Are you
Yeah,
serious?
well, he had a right to not get hit again.
And that's why he balled up like a shellfish or a clam, and the rest of them had the right to go ahead and start kicking
No,
on.
they didn't have a right to do it. That's not appropriate. You have a right to defend yourself from being battered. But a battery, it's an unpermitted touching.
And that's when everybody else came in and felt like they had the right to jump in.
Look. Everything you do is not a crime. I'll give you this. How many of you have participated in a Super Bowl bet? You know how many points are going to be there after the second quarter? How many of you played poker, a friendly game of poker around the house? All that's illegal.
Yeah. Well, it is, but we do it in our family. We call it some kind of pyramid or whatever.
Yeah, but you committed a crime. But it's not a crime because it wasn't sufficiently egregious to break the public peace, dignity, and order. I put a guy unconscious in a 5-star restaurant in Aspen. It was 2013.
Now, I think what I'm hearing from you, Judge Bo Brown, is you wish you was there because you would have kicked all they behind. Now that's really what I'm
No,
I
don't
heard
have
that
to be
too.
there.
I'm sorry, I ain't even gonna lie.
you really wanted to get in there and do all them people
Not what I'm
dirty. Now that's what I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna
No,
give you that.
that's not what I'm
I'm gonna give you
saying.
that.
Been
Well, you
there,
was gonna
seen
sell some
that,
barbecue
done
sauce
that.
one.
Been there, seen that, done that. Most been my age have been there, seen that, done that. And well, okay, there's a certain somebody not in office now that's president of the United States. Years ago, we had a little thing where they invited me over to help out with this registration of voters, a thing that they had. Some rednecks were driving around in flatbed trucks. And this particular person held a state office at the time before he became president. He asked the preacher to hold his coat. I went and watched his back. He told his security to go in this synagogue. He walked across the street, knocked a bullhorn out of somebody's hand, snatched him, put him on a wall, reached in his pocket, got the ID out, memorized it, told the guy where he lived, and he was going to kick his behind if he saw him out there, punched him in the jaw, knocked him out, and walked down the sidewalk, snatched the shotgun away from somebody, butt stroked him, and knocked 3 or 4 people out. By the time he got to the end of the block, nobody got arrested.
Well,
I'm
we
just
was happy those 3 folks got arrested. I was happy when those 3 guys got arrested, and they wasn't
But,
us for the first time.
well,
They
it's
didn't.
not
We didn't. We
the
didn't.
first
We
time. Where'd you get that
no,
at?
but it's the first time that we've seen it look like this
Well,
online, and
what are
that's
we not
what we're
seeing?
judging it by.
What are we not seeing? It's happening all the time.
I don't see it all the time, even at my little low
I
life
mean,
spot.
I've been
I
doing it.
haven't seen no brawl not one time.
I've done this for 50 years officially.
what
In
getting the bras.
Tennessee, and I grew up in Los Angeles, and I was
I
late
did too.
20s before I left LA. I saw it all the time out there.
I don't know where you be at then. Where you be at? Make sure we don't go there because they be brawling at your
But I mean,
spot.
that's
Yes,
extraordinary. I mean, all this little punk play stuff you get now, everybody's got to go fire, pop a cap on somebody.
that's not what they was doing, Judge Joe Brown.
Yes,
They
it
was-
is what
yeah.
they were doing.
Brawling.
It was-
They're not
it was-
popping caps.
it was-
Yeah, they wasn't
Hey,
popping no caps.
They're not
Were you
popping
there?
caps.
Were you there? No, I was.
You was there?
You was
Yeah.
there and you
I'm
saw it
70
all.
Look, ladies, I'm 76 years old. And when I was growing up in my teens, in junior high and elementary school, the teachers and coaches would tell you, you know, son, you got to bust that bully right in his mouth or he's not going to leave you alone.
That's
And
my
then
mom.
walk over slowly while you kicked his butt. So
It
you
doesn't put a
learn
cap on
to
him?
get confidence in yourself.
Or
Back
did they
to the
play
future.
beat him to the
Everybody
future?
see Back to the Future, that 1986 movie. McFly goes back and
I love them
his
movies.
daddy busts Biff in the mouth. And when he comes back, instead of daddy being bullied by Biff, Biff is his flunky. That's the way it worked. It's a time-honored thing since people have been in caves.
I like what
All
happened.
the way up to now, you learn how to deal with a bully. You screwed up your nerve and you bust him in his mouth or his nose. And you might have got a behind whipping, but you screwed your nerve up. So now you had confidence that you have bravery. Nobody doing it.
He lived, Joe
See how
Brown. He
He a
lived.
little rowdy, Sakina.
Let's-
The judge is rowdy as heck.
Parents,
He is so rowdy. Oh my gosh.
have to protect the children. No, you don't need to do that. The children need to learn to stand up for themselves. And if you don't, hey, that's what every one of these clowns who has gone off in a hallway and shot up some kids has got in common. He never learned how to handle a bully.
Right.
Well,
That's
listen,
what-
we're going to play the clip, and we're going to see who agrees with Judge Joe Brown. Can we play the clip?
I love him.
The
Well,
clip,
this is
the clip
the
is-
press conference, right? We're playing the press
Oh,
conference. where they're
Joe
talking
Brown.
about
Yes, I love
arrest.
Brown.
So it's
But
not a clip of the actual brawl. This is the
you want to see them? I want to see what the Fissy fight was about.
well, what I have queued up is just the press conference for the arrest.
Wow.
Oh, well, we don't want to see the press conference. All right.
We
I
might
thought
want
she was
to
gonna
let me
show.
see. Let me see the
The
press
judge
conference.
can protect us, Dulcinea Judge.
Look. What you saw was a lightweight brawl. Some people got hit by some light folding chairs. They were women. And that was an unmanly thing for the guy to punk out and do and hit them. I don't care what. That was unmanly. So, all right, you saw all of this kind of no fighting nonsense, which had you been in the requisite number of fist fights, starting from first grade up until you graduated from high school, you would have known how to get down and deal with it better. So, I mean, I'm just looking at.
He's saying the black guy got beat up, basically. That's what he's saying.
Not so much he got beat up. I didn't see anybody in there that knew how to fight.
That's what I'm saying. That's Joe Brown saying that.
That's saying.
I'm telling you, he's saying that should have been me.
During the press conference, it looks like they show it. So let me.
Okay, but let's see the clip. Go ahead, Dulcie, play it.
Okay, and then we'll go, I guess, back and see what he says afterwards, and I'll go ahead and skip.
I've seen it several times, but go ahead, show it.
1 second.
Look at him.
He doesn't look like he's been in
We
this
will be
fight.
aggressive, and we will not allow this type of behavior in our city. That's the message to the community. And again, thank everyone. Thank the public. Please continue to send us those bits and pieces of video that you have out there. We're reviewing each and every one of them for content, and we will utilize those as best needed. Thank you very much.
You see,
we want to thank everyone in the community for their help and involvement in this. Many who have shared information with us via social media and other forms of communication. We also want to thank again our first responders for their reaction and work that they do each and every day to protect and serve this community. And we want to thank all of you for covering this incident and certainly making sure that it's thorough in the accounting of how the incidents took place and where we go from here. Again, as Chief mentioned, this investigation is ongoing, and as there are new developments, we'll make sure to inform you of those. So thank you so much, and I'll conclude this press conference. Thank you.
Speaking there was Montgomery Mayor Stephen Reed, as well as Police Chief Daryl Albert, actually fielding an incident that took place this past Saturday.
He hit him first. Working.
This brawl that broke out on the dock in Montgomery.
Right. He had to fight all it.
A brawl that
The judge is like, this is pitiful. He should have whooped their ass versus that little shit. I mean, Judge Joe Brown, he's shaking his head like that's so damn pitiful. He should have whooped all their ass if that was the case. Then
this afternoon.
No, he's saying that he would have whooped all their ass.
Addressing,
I know, but he's saying the black guy should have too. He should have whooped their ass.
He ain't do his karate lesson.
Saturday, with this
working.
brawl that broke out on the dock in Montgomery, and a brawl that led to.
He's swinging though.
Amount of chaos with other people getting involved. But again,
we're Aquaman at.
We have, as of now, 4 arrest warrants that were issued.
There you go. Here it comes. Here it comes.
Arrest warrants that are currently, police are currently hoping to have in custody soon.
There go Aquaman. Aquaman was swimming, boy.
One person.
That might have been his dad, girl. He going across there. Oh,
Alabama. I think it's worth stating, perhaps the most part of the press conference, Montgomery Police Chief Daryl Albert emphasizing that the co-captain was doing his job. That was doing stated.
Oh, he took his shirt off like, oh, this what y'all want? This
as
what y'all
far as
want?
the exchange that occurred here on the dock.
Working. That's right. And we doing it one-on-one.
To ask that the pontoon boat operators, those individuals that were on board the pontoon boat, that they move because they were in an area that was supposed to be reserved for the Harriet, the dinner cruise ship, and it led to an adversarial response by those who are now facing charges for assault 3 misdemeanor charges. I know that in particular was something that got our comment section's attention, talking about the misdemeanor charges that are being filed in Alabama.
I don't
But
see how
also
anybody
Daryl
can have
Albert
this
saying they are
crowd.
nowhere near finished, I think was his exact choice of words. They are not near finished with this investigation. And the individual who was swinging the folding chair,
off the boat,
folding chair wielding man,
they were
as well. He is asked to contact law enforcement to participate, of course, in the process, be interviewed, and so that law enforcement personnel, the investigators, can determine that person's role and whether or not charges are warranted, specifically with the folding chair component of this brawl. You haven't seen the folding chair video on social media. That, of course, has been making the rounds in addition to this particular angle coming from the Harriet Riverside or Riverfront.
Yeah, because she jumped in. She got the business too. That folding
also,
chair
I
was
did
like
not
black,
know
bebop.
that they were waiting
That
for
actually
this docking
was
position
technically
for
escalation of force. It was unmerited. And it was a woman who was hit with the folding chair. So if anybody committed any kind of cognizable offense, it would be him.
But she jumped in and tried to attack him before she got hit with that chair.
In other words, there's a disparate force situation.
Yeah,
women are not
a lot of questions, a lot of comments, a lot of ones that we just can't
when a man
answer at this stage in the investigation.
Bare-handed force, okay, as long as it's not unreasonable, all right, fine. He picked up something to try and use as a weapon. It became disparate force. So that becomes outside of the parameters of self-defense. Now, what they should have done is ask any people who are in here who want to do good citizen stuff to stop this from happening, to come forth and be interviewed and perhaps be subject to persuasion to going in and swearing out a warrant. Now, they didn't do that. So now the point is if now you charge the people and they say, I take the fifth. I have a right to be free from self-incrimination. You cannot make me say a damn thing, and I'm not going to give any evidence because anything I say might tend to incriminate me. Okay, well, we give you immunity. Put it in writing. Okay, then he might say something. But at this point, you see, they've started a prosecution, and they don't have any admissible evidence. You see,
okay, but isn't it true?
You want, but you have to authenticate it. Somebody has to raise their hand and swear to it. And see, you don't have that yet. So did they bring the person who took the video down as a friendly witness who's going to swear to what he saw and be the party that swears out the warrant that results in their arrest? Or did they go to a grand jury, and which would remove all of the other people from potential liability for false or malicious prosecution or reckless, etc., depending upon what state you're in? See, there are all kinds of things in here, and it just strikes me as some dumb idiots didn't know the law, which is typical.
It is typical because I don't know the law like that, right? All that you just said, I couldn't even I couldn't even listen to this video 12 times and repeat it.
Well, that's why they have experts, yours truly and other people that have devoted lifetimes to being learned and experienced in the law and wise in the ways of the world. Let me give you another.
Then that means we can't be idiots, right? Because if we are not the experts, then we are just, like you said, citizens, civilians.
But you're not a magistrate. You aren't pretending to be one. You aren't somebody that's charged with enforcing the law. You're not an officer of the state, and you're not pretending to be one. But I'll give you another example. All right, this idiot Bragg, who's DA in New York, he indicts Trump for essentially bribing Stormy Daniels to be quiet, and also bribe the corporate and one of the corporate entities involved for not giving a detailed recitation of why they paid Stormy Daniels money. Now, to show you how stupid what happened is, forget Trump. We have legal stuff. Oh, right to remain silent. That's called your Miranda rights. Miranda was not a good guy, but we know our rights through Miranda, who was not a good guy. Well, what happens if you have to bribe somebody not to embarrass you? What is that? What do you call it?
I don't know.
Blackmail.
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 Okay, there you
It's
go.
a
You smart
felony.
girl.
So this dumb crap idiot Bragg indicted the victim of felony blackmail for being blackmailed. Now, American law encourages settlement in lieu of trial, so it doesn't make any difference whether or not there's validity to it. The cost of defending it might be worth more than a payoff to settle it. So when you settle it, there's a gag order in place. So if the corporation that paid the money out disclosed fully what it was about, it would have violated the court's gag order. So it would have broken the law. So this damn fool Bragg indicts a corporate entity for following the law and the orders of a court. You see how stupid that looks when you get to looking at it and you say, what was wrong with this guy? He indicted, whether you like Trump or not, he indicted the victim of a blackmail attempt, a successful blackmail attempt, which in the amount concerned is a serious felony in the state of New York. Then he turns around and he indicts a corporate entity because they followed the law. See, it's dumb because he obviously sat there in the first year of law school and didn't pay attention. And if New York is like some states, that part of the law that deals with criminal law, you don't even have to pass that because there's no big money in that. Nobody gives a damn. But those are the things that establish your status as a citizen. So we didn't even get that. And by the way, on the thing about the declassified or classified papers, the case is the United States Department of Navy versus Egan. 1988 U.S. Supreme Court. There are a number of concurrent opinions, and essentially what they all say is the President of the United States has an unrestricted right to classify or declassify absolutely anything he chooses to classify or declassify. He can overrule the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He's the chief diplomat and he's the commander in chief. And if Congress passes a law saying he can't, the case is Marbury versus Madison, which is 220 years old. It says, guess what? That act is unconstitutional. So they can't. Doesn't say anything about President, Vice President Biden. He didn't have that. By the way, that's like they make an analogy to the same authority a president has to pardon or commute his federal sentence. It's unquestioned. Nobody can gainsay it. Nobody can go back behind and undo it. So the law is already there. So what are you getting? Ignorance of the law? Or are you getting somebody that's taking advantage of the situation, knowing what the negative outcome is going to be for their position, because that's not what they're trying to do. They're trying to do precisely what was anticipated by the Bill of Rights, which is they aren't criminal rights. They're to keep the power of the state or the government from being used to engage in political oppression. See, the idea is if you don't like somebody, vigorous and open debate in public will resolve the issue. Now, we don't have that because people are suppressing free speech, so they're trying to bend the rules. So instead of having to counter what's going on, they can restrict what's said. I'll give you one. Okay, this whole thing, California wants to make it a crime. If somebody says, hell no, you can't take my 9-year-old child and put them in some track without telling me that you're trying to get him to be a eunuch and cut his dick off. What the hell's wrong with you?
Ooh.
See, that's totally out of line. Or how about this one? the Bud guy, in the the blue panties and bra, he says he's celebrating 365 days of being a woman. He's not a woman. He doesn't do what any of you ladies can do. That's why we revere you.
We had that conversation the other day.
I know. Where was you at like two, 3, 4 conversations ago with that?
Yeah, we had that conversation the other day. You missed that.
They're trying to make that illegal to discuss it. That's like National Socialist Workers Party. You know what that stands for? You ever heard of it?
No, you tell us.
The National Socialist Workers Party. You've heard of it.
Oh, yeah. That was with Mao Zedong, right?
No.
What socialist party was that?
National Socialist Workers Party. The acronym in German is spelled Nazi, Nazi, as in Adolf and Eichmann and Goebbels and Goering and Heinrich Himmler and all that bunch of fools. That's Nazi stuff. It's fascism. I mean, if you want to see what it's about, it's pretty much matching it. Orwell wrote a book called Animal Farm. If you don't feel like reading it, Google it, and you can find Animal Farm, 1952. The CIA did it, and it's pretty much word for word what's in the book. The animals had a revolution. The animals had a revolution to take over this farm. They had a constitution. The animals had a constitution. It said all animals are equal. The pigs staged a little counter-revolution, and then they put up on the side of the barn a little cross, and it says all animals are equal, but pigs are more equal than others. That's what you're getting right now. It's interesting. So these clowns are counting on the fact that, well, let me say this. I had this show for 15 years. I was designated a qualified arbitrator under California law by the California Supreme Court. I'd been elected to 16 years worth of term as a criminal court judge, been a private defense lawyer, ran the public defender's office, trained their capital defense team, been the first black prosecutor in the history of the city of Memphis, worked for EEOC, all that crap for years, 50 years. And what do they want to do? They want to say, you don't know anything. This is stuff that is not real. You somehow or another is just like everybody else, but you made some wise decisions. But you want to know what the truth of the matter is? Most of what I did on that show, I didn't have to go to law school to do. You know where I got it? I learned it in the 5th and 6th grade in elementary school because it was that basic.
Wow.
But they don't teach it anymore. And I mean, really? When I went to school, they were saying, everybody, all of you colored people need to take all of the vocational classes because you'll be much happier working with your hands rather than troubling your minds trying to figure things out. So I went to school when they had that kind of mentality. So still in the 5th and 6th grade, we learned these things. What has happened now? They don't have to learn how to cursively write because we can put them on the cell phone. But what happens if your cell phone's battery runs dead? What happens? Cell service is down. You don't need to learn how to learn your multiplication tables. You walk in places, they can't do change. They got to press the pictures on the cash register.
Well, I want to ask you, do you think, I'm sorry, Niche, you was asking something. I wanted to know if he thought Trump was good at trying to win, or what's going on with Trump right now.
Well, I think,
I'm sorry.
I think the election in 2020 was not a legit election. Tell you why. January 2021, the Justice Department issued all that rigmarole about there was no cheating or impropriety on the election. They issued that on Tuesday. Thursday, they issued their latest update on Shelby County, where I live. And it said, once again, the corrupted election machines failed to deliver a fair election. They were hacked. And the vote was controlled rather than cast. So, which one is true? What the Justice Department says in a specific instance, or what they said 2 days before?
Let me ask you this question, Judge. So, since the brawl wasn't your thing, right? What do you think? Do you think we going backwards? Or do you think that we're trying to unify more? Or what do we need to do to unify also?
I don't want to unify with everybody. A lot of them
I know that's right.
I heard
that. Okay, go on ahead with your radical
I
self.
was a grown man. I graduated from UCLA 1969. And I know a whole lot of people died, got locked up, got jacked up because so many snitches, informants, and low-down hustlers and pimps tried to work the movement for their own purposes. See, I know some of these cowardly Negroes that were scared to death, wouldn't do anything, would piss their pants, literally. And then in later years, they became militant, experts on militancy. Yeah, really? Say, yeah, you. I remember you. You know I remember you. I promised you an ass whipping before you died, but he died on me of a heart attack. So and I remember when you had on those gray slacks and you kissed him, you got so scared.
That reminded me of that movie. I think it was "I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker" when he said everybody was militant, and then they started looking for jobs. Right, and then unemployment. Yeah, remember that.
Part of militancy was getting a job and getting an income and being self-sustaining. You couldn't have a revolution if you were broke.
Right. He was so militant, and then he came out with that white wife, and then that little boy said, Abraham Lincoln.
And you know
Sakina,
what? That thing where he had the goldfish in his shoes. People had those.
You went there with that.
He was casting sharp, but he's in the wrong era.
Yes.
Look, let me tell you when that stuff went wrong. 1968, they had Black Caesar starring Fred the Hammer Williams. He was a football player. And he was the hero of the movie. And everybody black wanted to go, but we walked out of there, man. What in the world was that? They made this drug dealer the hero. And he drove off into the sunrise in a limo smoking a big Churchill cigar with a whole bunch of dead bodies on a warehouse, all done in because he was becoming the drug lord in Los Angeles. This was out in Long Beach, man. No LAPD showed up, man. You know that's unreal. 18 months later, Rod O'Neal's playing Superfly. Now, prior to Superfly, everybody had afro, beard, dashiki.
I love that movie. Love that movie.
I hated it. We were actually going to find Rod O'Neal and beat his ass, but, it didn't happen. Why? Because brothers with power to the people, afros, beards, dashikis, fatigue jackets, jeans, stuff ready for the revolution. And then that movie came out, and I remember it was in LA first, and then I did this intern thing in DC in 72. And my roommate and I, we went down 14th Street and we passed this theater. It's not there now, but they came out the door of the theater to the end of the block, down the long side of the block, around the corner, the short side, up the long side and then back around, and the line went around the whole block. And all these colored folk out there to see that crazy ass movie where they were glorifying cocaine. Man, I want to give me some of that cocaine, man. That's deep, man. You know, hey. No. And see, after that movie, instead of afros, beards, dashikis, plain ones, not bright ones, so you could blend in to the stuff hit the fan. Fatigue jackets, jean jackets, you know, ready to get out. Everybody was wearing platforms and bell bottoms.
But that's not why we was glorifying it. We was glorifying it because they fought, right, when they actually pulled out their guns and had shootout with the cops. They actually beat some cops up. They actually did some stuff to fight back and empower the people. And they took sometimes the money from all their prostitution and everything and bought food for the community.
I believe what he's saying is that they misjudged them.
They should have been put on a wall and shot. See, a lot of us went out on patrol.
Right.
A lot of us went out on patrol. And what that was, we'd be riding 4 deep in one of those old cars with the wide seats. And we'd have cars.
Dig in the thing with the gangster thing.
That's in the 70s. This is in the 60s.
Right.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
So we're riding in the cars. We've got the carbines and shotguns, and when the police are acting crazy, we drive up behind them and they straighten up. But you see, it's legal to be armed. No problem. So they're looking at legally armed folks, so they treaded very lightly.
Right. I think it was a big misrepresentation of how they took a bad rep, and made it look like it was something that it wasn't. I really believe that how they were making like maybe Black Panthers look like they were thugged out when they were really doing a good thing, but they made it look like they were out here making the streets look like a bad thing, and they were out here tearing up and they were protesting. And
see, it depends on what Panther chapter you're talking about. We were asking the ones up in the Bay Area, man, do not do this. But we need the PR, man. We need the money. No, don't do this. So
but it had to go wrong somewhere before it. I mean, they were all on one accord. And
no, they were not on one accord.
It had to be, for every action, there's a reaction.
No, they were not on one accord. I recruited John Huggins, Bunchy Carter, chairman of the Panther Party in Southern California, Geronimo Pratt, the enforcer, G, Nathaniel Clark, Elaine Brown, etc., etc., etc.
Okay.
We all worked together. And bottom line was, we were having meeting after meeting with the folk up in the Bay Area. Man, don't do this. Well, they wanted the money and the PR. They wanted the grandstand. So we are out on patrols. Everybody's taking their turn. We had designated nights where you had to go out on patrol. And then as soon as they went in, Ronald Reagan, within 2 weeks, signed a new law saying it's illegal. So then LAPD, Oakland Police Department, San Diego Police Department, Orange County, the Highway Patrol. Now they have cars. It's not legal anymore. So they started pulling people over, and there were gunfights and people are dying left and right. I mean, I lost about 11 or 12 folk in 5 or 6 weeks behind what happened.
Right, but it's crazy anymore. So that means there was a reaction to something if they were not.
Yeah, it was a reaction to some grandstanding stupid Negroes that wanted to go floor show and act counter-revolutionary. We called it adventurism. Now, by 1968, 69, 70, the Panther Party was effectively dead because it was too heavily infiltrated. John Huggins and Bunchy Carter, I just got through talking to him, walked out of the cafeteria in Bunch Hall. It was 12:40 something p.m. right afternoon. And Elaine Brown and I were walking up the staircase. We heard some gunfire. We thought it was two places. We ran up to the third floor. Somebody had shot up my office. We run back down. Bunchy is propped up on one arm, groaning with blood dripping out his mouth. John's on his back, eyes wide open and blood bubbling out of his mouth. 4 folk from the US organization, that's Mild out around Karinga, the person that started Kwanzaa. We knew who they were. Hell, 2 of them were twins and the other 2, and everybody knew them by name. They had been up in there during this tense meeting. Karinga was trying to take over the Black Studies program at various colleges, and we were saying, hell no, we're not letting you pimp this out. So it went down. And, you know, that's the way stuff used to roll like that.
I was in college when I can remember us going out there to protest for Geronimo Pratt when he, you know, right before he touched down. That was, you know, quite the interesting thing, but I didn't understand it.
They tried to shoot him back in 1969. That's cool, you know, I guess restoration. And they're the reasons that H. Rap Brown went to jail. I was one of Brown's bodyguards for a week. He was in LA talking around. And we said, don't let these folk touch your stuff. He let them take their his luggage out to the LAX, the airport. They snuck a disassembled carbine in there, and he was under indictment from the feds. So that's what he went to jail off of. They set him up. Low down scoundrels. And he used to sit there and torture women. He wound up doing 1 year and 1 day in the California State Penitentiary for torturing 3 black women. He was paranoid. He thought they were trying to poison him. Well, guess what? 2 weeks after he got out, he was made a tenured professor for the state university system.
Wow.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff going on. See, and people don't even get it these days.
So wait, talk a little bit more about the dissension in the Black Party and the Black Panther Party. I want to hear a little bit more about what was the main reason of the dissension?
Because some folk wanted to they were getting notoriety. And they were becoming famous. And other folks said, man, we don't need to do that. Let the party become famous for what it does, but keep everything shadowy, because you've got the SIS unit from LAPD. That's the Special Investigative Services unit. They're down here setting people up to get killed. They got Ron Karinga and his US organization killing them all for them, killing us all for them. So we got to watch our step. We don't need that PR. Well, we got to get it. You see, they were raising money. They said money was necessary to operate. We said, get a job. You know? So there was a thing. There was a turnover. Shermont Banks was the chairman of the Black Panther Party, Southern California. He bailed because he just said this stuff is just adventuristic. It's crazy. This ain't even real anymore. We made it real again. Bunchy Carter, who had been president of the Slauson's gang, who was illiterate when he went in, started to do time, did what Malcolm did. He memorized Webster's dictionary and he started writing poetry. I recruited him to UCLA under a special admissions high potential program because I was impressed by his writing. So we brought him in. John Hudgens was from New England, and he was in there, and we brought him in because he was outstanding. Elaine Brown had been a secretary out at UCLA for a long time, so we recruited her. Nathaniel Clark was a young kid, had a lot of potential. We brought him in. Geronimo Pratt had done 4 tours in the NAM. He was a sergeant in the Green Berets, and he was real hardcore, so we brought him in, and we did our particular thing. And by the way, while this was going on, a friend of mine, 2 friends of mine, we were running a playground at Trinity Avenue Elementary School. You may have heard of 2 of our kids. One was a skinny little 12-year-old on the playground. He's dead now, but you know him as the singer Barry White with the deep voice. One of our 14-year-old volunteer on the playground was the last person executed on California's death row, Tookie Williams. Barry's mama listened, and we got him out of the swamp. Tookie's mama wanted that check. We couldn't get him out of the swamp, so he just became the baddest alligator in the swamp. We taught him, and he wrote 6 kids' books where he tried to regurgitate what we taught him. And the governor, Schwarzenegger, should have commuted his sentence, but Schwarzenegger used to work out with him at Gold's Gym, so I guess that was too deep a connection. So, I mean, stuff was going on. It wasn't like people were not doing anything. It's just you got all the glorification people that were just scoundrels and pimping.
Can we ask you something?
Go ahead.
Can I ask you something?
Go ahead.
Have you seen that movie, They Clone Tyrone, or do you watch modern movies, or do you watch certain type of
I
movie?
know about it.
What do you think about it?
Nice fantasy.
He's a young guy who wrote it too, really young.
It's nice.
Yeah, it's sci-fi.
Will you ever forgive the enemy for what they did to us during Jim Crow times and before that?
They're all dead. I don't know any of them, but what's going on right now is not good. Your real enemy is Hollywood. I was out there 15 years, #1 and #2 syndicated show in the country, not this Judge show. It was me, Judy, Oprah, and Phil in the same unit. I kicked Oprah's ass in the ratings for the last 4 years running. Phil just annihilated him, and me and Judy were going back and forth every time I started beating her. They gave her a new rating scheme so she could stay in front. Yeah, I know this. So, yeah.
Okay. No, I'm saying, Judge Joe Brown.
Racism.
With you knowing, the Black Panther Party members and things of this nature, and you in the 50s, 40s, and all that, I know it was bad, hard times.
It was in the 60s. And
okay, 60s. So 60s. What I'm saying to you is, how do you today you can look back at those times and say to yourself, like, that never's on your mind?
Well, it's like this. I know some guys. I grew up in California. I knew people that married Japanese wives who fought in World War II in the Pacific. I know people that married German wives that fought in Germany in World War II. I know people that had Korean wives. They fought in Korea in the Korean War in the early 50s. And I know some people brought back some Vietnamese wives. So you can forgive folk. I mean, it's like nothing personal. You run into them, they're just like you. So it's all about principle and why you're there. There's nothing necessarily wrong with the guy you're fighting, nothing to forgive. That's like being in a football game. I played football at Dorsey High and UCLA. The guy that you're opposing is trying to beat the crap out of you. You're trying to beat the crap out of you. My brother was Muhammad Ali's bodyguard when he fought Foreman. And Foreman and Ali became good friends. So did Frazier.
I mean, but actually living in those times as I did to myself, when we couldn't even walk on the same side of the street with the enemy. And I will never forget those times coming from Atlantic City. That's why I was born and raised in Atlantic City, New Jersey, where I met Marvin Gaye and everybody in my school because they wasn't allowed to get dressed in the hotels where they were actually performing. I don't think I'll ever forgive it or ever forget the times. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, what year are you talking about?
Well, I guess if I was born in 65, we talking about 69.
Oh, you're young.
Okay, well, I'm still saying what I remember, and I'm just saying during those times it was kind of hard in Atlantic City. I don't know how it was everywhere else.
I got to Atlantic City a lot in the 60s. I mean, I graduated from college in 1969, went back to law school. I mean, when you're talking about, I was a grown man. I graduated, had a law degree, practicing law.
Right.
1965.
In 69?
Yeah, I graduated from UCLA in 1969.
That was
Oh, well,
good.
you look good for your age then.
About
Dang.
I said I'm
um
76 years
you
old. I ain't young and tender like you.
How old are you?
76.
What? I would have never guessed it.
Me too.
That's why I'm telling you this. I'm not talking about
You look
your
really
age.
good.
I'm
but I'm
talking
trying
about
to ask him, during those times, Jackson 5, all of them, because we had the Still Pier and everything in Jersey. Those was some really, it's heartbreaking. They perform in one place, Diana Ross, all of them, but they had to come to our schools to get dressed for the performance.
Yeah.
It was some
hey,
weird times
it
back then.
wasn't that bad then. You should have seen it before that. I
It
mean,
was bad for
I,
me because I was still a child.
where this thing occurred, by the way, in Alabama, not too far from that very location. I was 5 years old. My mother and father were driving back from Tuskegee
That's right,
Institute,
Lolita.
Tennessee. We were going through one of those sundown areas, and my mother wanted to get something out of the glove compartment. Nobody had seatbelts, and they hadn't been invented. So she handed me this Coca-Cola that I had propped on my knee. I'm sitting in the back seat. We had a green DeSoto, and some rednecks fired 3 shots trying to hit my old man. They didn't lead him enough, so the bullet came through the rear passenger side, everybody's left rear passenger door, and it shattered the Coke bottle on my knee. I mean, I knew it was a gunshot. I heard it. And my old man had been in the war, and we used to talk about it. And I was more worried about my mother getting mad at me because her Coca-Cola got busted. But she was calm. She said, honey, get out on the floor. They're shooting. I said, I know. I just got excited because I thought it was thrilling that somebody's shooting at you. So, I mean, yeah, it was dangerous. I saw a
Very
whole lot.
Very dangerous. We couldn't even go out past certain times at night. And, that's
Yeah,
your grandmother.
you
Your
had
grandmother
to,
held you right close to her because she was afraid that somebody, would have did something to you.
watch Lovecraft Country. It's interesting.
I watched
They're
it.
talking about that green book.
Oh,
My
right.
old man used to buy one every time we traveled. It was put out by Sinclair Oil, and a brother that was a postman started it. And it had the addresses and phone numbers, if there was a phone, of places you could stay and the directions to various colored hotels. So the deal is you slept during the day and you drove at night so you didn't run into the state police. If you couldn't avoid it, you'd pull over and ask somebody working out in the fields, black, hey, where's a safe place to park? Well, you're going down that way about a mile. Pull off, and there'll be a little creek. You can pull up in there. Ain't nobody gonna find you. See, you didn't drive on the highway. So, I mean, that's the way they roll. Disneyland, I can remember one time in 1967, 2 acquaintances of mine, we all worked for this professor who was over doing a science lab thing. We had to go pick up some samples from a lab out in Anaheim, about 3 blocks from where the Disneyland parking lot was. So it turned out to be in an alley, and we were having a hard time finding it. So we were driving around trying to be confused. This cop turned his red lights on and said, oh, shit. But he pulled up and said, gentlemen, are you lost? I said, well, yes, sir. We're trying to find something. Oh, well, the reason you can't find it is it's in an alley. Follow me. I'll show you where it is. So we followed him, and he showed us where it was. He came back. He said, now, I'm being polite, and I'm saying yes, sir, now. But it's winter, and it'll be dark in about 35 minutes. Now, if you're still here when it's dark, it's not going to be sir. It's going to be nigger. Do you understand? Hurry up with your errand. Inglewood. You heard of Inglewood. That's famous now for black culture and life. You did not drive through Inglewood after dark. You avoided the place. It was not safe unless you just wanted not to be safe. So yeah, things change.
I'm sorry, Judge O'Brien. I just wanted to make sure the girls know, y'all remember that I am in Jamaica, and I hear the storm. If I go out, just Dulcinea,
Well,
continue. Here trying to.
after you go to Jamaica, be nice place. See, I look like I go for Queen Elizabeth. What is it? Saint Elizabeth Parish. All the white folk.
That's your Jamaican accent.
Hey, Doc.
Well, I had a chance to practice it in about 10, 12 years, but I've been there 35 times or so over the last 45 years. I like it.
Boy.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you think about? Go ahead, Doc. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I want to change gears a little bit along the lines of the Alabama. I guess following along the lines of the Alabama, with Aquaman and the Three Avengers. Thoroughly enjoyed that for what it's worth for the culture all day. But I want to change gears because I want to hear what would be your legal advice after watching this video. I don't know how many of you have watched this or if you've seen this already, but if you haven't, I shared it already. I don't know, Dulcinea, can you share that on the screen?
Yes, and then I can share it now, and then just tell me where you want me to fast forward it to. Let's see. Hold on.
Okay. So yeah, I'm interested to hear your legal recompense. If you've seen the video, if you ladies haven't seen it.
I was describing that you weren't on when I was telling you my thoughts.
Yeah, we talked about it.
No, not the Alabama brawl. It's another one. Another video I want to show.
One?
Yeah, something different.
Oh, good, Doc. I'm glad you said that. Oh my gosh.
Okay. Now I'm looking forward to that debate tomorrow.
Okay, it looks like it's coming up now. Hold on.
Okay.
1 second, so y'all can make sure y'all can hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
A white Greensboro, North Carolina woman is charged with assaulting 2 black kids in an apartment complex swimming pool. 62-year-old Kimberly Jennings, property manager of Sagefield Garden Apartments, is charged with 2 counts of simple assault on a child under 12. The incident was caught on the apartment complex's security camera. Jennings is seen here hitting and pouring drinks on the kids. What in the world? Roll the video. You see the two kids playing right there by the pool, and all of a sudden Jennings walks over and for some reason literally begins to pour drinks all over them. Joining me right now is the attorney representing the family, Jason L. Keith. He's joined by Jace Uri, one of the kids, 11-year-old Jace. Glad to have both of you here. So first, Jace, what happened? What were y'all doing? Why? What was the conversation? Why did this woman just come over and pour drinks on y'all?
Tell them what happened, Jace. Roland, first of all, we'd like to thank you for allowing us to be on the show to bring awareness to this. Jace, tell Roland what happened with that young lady, with the lady.
She had hit my sister over a month ago, and I had...
Speak up.
She had hit my sister over half a month ago, and it was like 2 weeks after that happened, and I had came back, well, not, like, it was the same day she had hit her. I had did something about it after I got her loose from her trapping her in there on that day. And then we went back after the day. Well,
Roland, let me help him. He's a little nervous.
Go ahead.
Jace was visiting the pool. It was a hot day. It was one of the hottest days in it was one of the heat streaks in the United States. And him and his sister were visiting the pool. And Kim Jennings is an apartment manager. And apparently she had an issue with him coming to the pool. It wasn't just Jace, there were other kids there as well. They had a prior run-in at some point with Miss Jennings, and it was alleged that she had assaulted his sister, Jayla, once before, and also used racial slurs in reference to Jayla and Jace. The second occasion that was videoed, which is why that's going viral, Jace simply visiting the pool, and something happened regarding his sister, and I think he addressed it regarding Miss Kim Jennings. And you see how she visibly assaulted him viciously, unprovoked, by throwing and pouring soda in his face multiple times and smacked him 2 times in the face with the soda can and the soda bottle. And if you look at the way Jace responded by doing nothing, because in terms of talking to Jace, he informed me that she's an adult and he's a kid, and that he didn't feel like he could do anything about it.
Jace and his sister, do they stay at that apartment?
They don't. They stay in an apartment directly across the street.
Okay, did you need to get the more information from that, Judge George Brown? Keep going. Okay.
No, I don't need it.
Okay.
And you know what really, I'm sorry, Judge, real quick, before you answered, what really like just up the ante of wanting to put my hands around that female's throat and stroke and strangle the entire life out of her body over and over and over again, is when I looked at how the life just came out of that little boy's body. He looked emasculated. He looked dehumanized. He looked like any bit of respect, courage, safety. I mean, just it was not this. Everything just dropped out of that little boy's body. That really bothered me. So anyway, I'm curious to hear like what would your legal, I guess, advice, recompense would be in regards to this.
It wouldn't be advice, just an observation. Again, assuming the children would give testimony and somebody acting as their best friend, aka parent, swore out an action on their behalf, they probably win some damages. If they wanted to go criminally, yeah. I'm not worried about the impact on the child's psyche. It should be motivation. It's walking through the jungle back home and a leopard comes out and claws you across your arm, but you escape. You're going to have a grudge against the leopard for being a leopard the rest of your life? Not likely. You know, life is dangerous on this planet. It's not safe. Mm-hmm. And we don't need to teach our children that it is. Even if it's not a human that's going after you, there's a lot of other stuff out there that'll take you out. So it's life.
Well, one thing I know about a leopard, respectfully, Judge, is that a leopard don't play when it comes to her love. That's the one thing I know about any feline, okay? Just in this natural environment, right? That it's and the reason why that protection and that fear is there is because it's not ready, right? Developmentally. So either way, you know, it's just an observation, you know, but that's what I heard. So yeah, I'm very concerned about the impact on his psyche.
But that's nothing that didn't happen to most Black children. You know? Not once, several times during their early years. When I came along, I mean, it's like you live a sheltered life these days. And then imagine being a French child when the Nazis are controlling France, or you're in Czech Republic, Czechoslovakia at the time, and you got to deal with the Nazis, or you have to deal with the Soviet hordes coming back the other way. Life could be very bad. You know.
So basically, Judge, let me just understand. So are you saying that shit happens?
Yeah. And basically is you don't do the children favors by trying to get them to think it doesn't. See, the child should be mad so that he becomes motivated to see that this doesn't happen again in life. That's what you do with that. I mean, what are you going to do? You do something against this woman. Yeah, what she did appears to be actionable. I can think of a number of things that could be done. Now, I'm not so worried about influencing the child's psyche because there's a lot more that could go wrong than that in life, and probably will if he grows up in the close proximity or under the influence of the hood. A lot of bad stuff happens. Now, I'm looking at a racist white woman. She probably say they were trespassing, but what she did transcended what you could do to revoke somebody's invitation for trespass. That was excessive. It was a child. It was no self-defense situation.
It was outright abusive, way more than excessive.
Well, yeah, but
Are you saying pass the ammo, praise the Lord? What are you saying?
Here's the thing: context. Anybody my age has a big reservoir of tales about getting slapped, spanked, switched, backhanded, smacked across the back of the head by the neighbors in the neighborhood for you getting out of line. So that was all the way home. If your neighbor saw you doing wrong, you caught hell, and then you got hell when you got home. But the point is that technically it's actionable, and the parents might take some action against the woman in question because there's no point doing that to a child who essentially hasn't done anything except perhaps trespass, and that could have been countered by saying, you got to go. Now, that was not necessary what this woman did.
What do you think makes them act like that? Do you think they in the 60s? Like what would you say? Is it mental illness? What is it that causes them to always want to put their hands on people?
I was in a super Walmart 3 days ago, and Minneapolis, Minnesota, and I saw a black mother, young, with 4 children. And she backhanded one of them because he was asking too many questions, and she was on the cell phone talking to somebody apparently she had a date with. And she used some very unsavory words to address him, the N-word and some other things.
Right, some black mama words. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that was totally out of hand, and she hit him because he was acting like a child.
But that was her own child. We're talking about what provokes white folk to put their hands on other people.
I know, but the fact of the matter is over the years trying to deal with the problems that arise out of that.
So you're saying it's on us.
Hold on. We don't know who she was on the phone with. We don't know what she was saying. If we can't use that defense.
No. I know.
Just like we can't put people on the deck. So my question is,
hold on. No, I'm a black man. It's my job to run stuff. So I went over to her and said, I talked to the woman. I said, what are you doing? And she was, my man's on the phone. I said, well, so you treat your child like that? I said, that's not good. You called him the N-word. By the way, that's how the use of the N-word got popular.
You out for getting on her business like that?
Yeah, I do.
You went up and asked her who was she on the phone with, why she's her kid.
Yeah, I did.
And she explained all that to you.
Yeah, I did. See, I'm the village chieftain type. When I walk in, stuff's got to be right. And somebody's got to say something.
B better have my money. Stop playing with me.
No, it's not about money.
Right.
I know. I'm just playing. I'm just messing with you.
But I'm just saying, her about all of that. To check her, I got raised. You see wrong, you go deal with it.
Down there brawling on the thing. It's all about the white man. But
I know. But I'm just saying.
Oh.
You see, but you can't expect your child to deal with the white world if you don't teach him how to deal with his situation. And children emulate, they copy. So you're angry and you go off on somebody showing anger. This child, by the way, kept his cool.
So it's okay for our sons to go get slapped and they
No,
done
it's not okay.
on them
It's
and we
not
just walk
okay.
away and just say, oh,
It's
Pastor,
not
I'm
okay.
praise the Lord and we're gonna be all right.
It's
Because
not
we
okay.
worse in our life. We done
It's
been
not
through
okay.
that.
Somebody's drawing down on you, hands up. Yeah, man. You know, like chill.
It's
Like,
okay, son. You're gonna be
bam, when you
one
get
day.
him and take the gun away from him, which I've done to some folk, but diffuse him. Somebody's trying to rob you.
When do
take the gun
we
and beat
win,
the crap
Judge?
out of
You
him.
don't say it's
But
okay, son. They can do
no,
this.
I didn't say it's okay.
And then when they get
I
18,
didn't say it's
okay, well, what are
okay.
you saying? Because you
I did
confused
not say
me.
it's okay. I said there are ways of dealing with it. And the way to deal with it, if you're in the martial arts, is keep your cool. You never let yourself get emotional about it. Stay level, under self-control. Somebody tried to hold myself and somebody up. I was chilled out, but I took the gun away from him. I took the liberty of beating him across his head, knocking him unconscious a time or two. And I called the police. So we prosecuted the guy for robbery. He wound up pleading guilty, but I was grossly insulted that he would even attempt to think about robbing me. So I took the opportunity to hurt him bad, but nobody would see that because I knew what I was doing. So bottom line is keep your cool. Don't sit up and do that. The young man he kept his cool. That was fine. What happened to him was wrong. There was nothing he could do about it. He was overmatched. So what I'm saying is that I'm putting it to you that was not good, but that's reality. And it's good that he learns early in his life that the world is not kumbaya bullshit. It's serious about dislikes, hatreds, and wrong treatment. And the sooner you understand that, the better you have a grip on life. Now, that kind of thing is actionable. Something ought to be done. But don't try to worry about the child becoming ruined for life. I mean, this is minor adversity in terms of the lives of a lot of children on this planet. So let us not think that we are overly delicate. Let's hope that this becomes motivational, and you have to toughen these boys up. You have to make them hard. You give them a purpose and principle, and they'll be hard in a good way. But we got enough soft creatures running around that ought to be hard. Now,
I think
boys, be motivated to say the rest of my life, I'm going to prepare myself so when I'm grown, this will never happen again.
I hear what you're saying. I get it. I guess, and this is why it's about an opinion. So I'm going to respectfully agree to disagree, because I think it teaches him to be docile. I think it teaches
him to be docile. That's the
exactly. And I'm going to explain. No, wait, hold on. I see what you're saying.
We don't want him docile.
We don't want him docile. And I get that from you. I understand that. And I
we
get
want a store, a reservoir of rage
absolutely.
that can be tapped into when it is appropriate, when it provides that little extra margin. We don't want him to be saying, oh, poor baby, you got done so wrong. We want him to stay pissed off.
And that's why I was saying, and it's not, and because he is a child, you know what I mean? This is why it's not his responsibility, right? Necessarily. It is the responsibility of the adults, right? To put the guns down and pick the chairs up and beat the holy hell out of that female. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on.
Okay, come on.
If you're gonna do that,
pick that chair up
don't
and
get yourself a
dog
case
out of her
or something.
You control. I can only control the controller.
Like that. You're not putting my grandson like that.
Something to his face
watch you and say that's okay, and
not.
I didn't say
it's gonna get later. And I'm not finna just no. I'm not gonna let him just say it's okay. And mom, you're not gonna do nothing, or grandma, you're not gonna do nothing, or no.
Yeah, it's not his responsibility.
What exactly?
Leopard, can't blame the leopard, right? But the leopard protects the cub.
What are you? No.
Period.
Hold on. What exactly would you do?
I'm gonna have one way or another. I'm gonna handle that. I'm gonna make her.
Well, no. Hold on.
I'm gonna confront her if I gotta do her the way she did him. I'm gonna handle that.
Are you prepared to get a murder case?
No, I'm not. I'm not trying to kill nothing, but I'm gonna make sure.
Well, what are you gonna do if you go in to do something about it and the woman pulls a gun on you and shoots you?
I'm willing to take that. For mine.
Okay. Well, are you gonna see? Here's the thing. My business, what I dealt with is some people say, okay, I'll take the case. I got somebody working in my campaign. He got angered. He killed somebody, got out on bond, went back and killed the other guy. So he did 30 years and 52 days in the penitentiary. Got out last year.
See, I'm not willing. I didn't tell you I was willing to kill. I said I'm going
to. No, what I'm trying to tell you
is. Willing to kill me for disrespect.
No, what I'm trying to tell you is.
I'm going to get my restitution.
Listen to me. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're talking about you're going to go put somebody in place and you're not willing to take the chance of having to kill them as a consequence of what you do, stay away. If you're willing to accept that risk of having to kill somebody, go for it. If you're not, somebody might kill you. See, you never know who you're messing with. She's an old lady, right?
Well, she's not about that mess.
No, wait a minute. What if she'd been in the army in Gulf War I and she'd taken somebody out, put the sight on somebody, squeezed the M4, watched them drop? So you going in there and you already dealing with somebody that's killed somebody. So you don't know it because they look old to you.
Well,
I walked in with a Tuskegee Airman one time.
I don't worry about that because when you mess with mine,
but you need to, because the bottom line is if you're gonna do something, be prepared.
I am.
Absolutely.
I am prepared. Once you mess with mine, I am a consequence.
Okay, what are you gonna deliver as consequence?
I do not know because once
that's the point.
I see it's
that's the point.
Red rum.
You'll know. Prepare yourself so you'll know.
Red rum. I don't know.
My business for years was dealing with the folk that had your position and they didn't know what they were going to do.
That's all I'm saying.
Caught off in something.
Murderers don't know what they're going to do unless they planned it. I don't plan on killing nobody, but when she messed with mines, I don't know.
Listen to me carefully. People are listening to you.
Okay.
When you say what you're going to do that, if you are not prepared to deal with most likely consequences, you're selling what we used to call wolf tickets.
No, I am not. Because
now, excuse me.
I am not meditating anything. All I am pre-doing is scribing and ass whooping.
Now, what if she's taking martial arts?
That is on her.
He's saying de-escalate, period. De-escalate the situation.
I'm not running from it. My mama told me to whoop ass, you better bring ass. So I'm going to be ready.
Are you? And then I just
said, you're gonna that's mine. I'm coming.
Are you ready to
I'm ready.
Die or kill somebody?
I am ready.
You're ready to
I
kill
just
somebody.
told you, when you mess with mines, I am coming.
Okay, so you're gonna cop yourself a case.
I am coming. I'm catching a case. I'm catching my face. I'm catching
Okay,
all.
well,
I am coming.
look.
I am
I
coming. You mess with
Especially if it's a man just down, you know what I would do, Judge? You know what I would do, honestly? Like, to be honest, I'm not looking at it at a purely just like, okay, from an emotional.
I'm talking about
I am
I'm
coming.
talking about adjudicating it. I'm talking about playing the game because see, you do know, like to what you're talking about. There's different ways to skin there's different ways to skin a cat. I'm very well versed in that. And so what I'm saying though is there are certain things in each of our lives, I would hope, right? That we would be willing to catch a case for. See, so when we're talking about, and I know this is why I was asking you in terms of like just because this is your specialty, right? And so I would defer to you in terms of like legality, you know what I mean? But I would definitely adjudicate it in court. It would have to go there. Absolutely. As I would definitely play it up on social media. Absolutely. I would be playing it up with the emotion. I would be playing it up in terms of the sensitivity around it, what it has done to my son, the embarrassing piece of it. I also definitely know that there's many ways, right, to make someone feel unsafe. It doesn't have to be necessarily physically, right? And people tend to kind of value employment, and they also tend to value their privacy. They also don't like, especially if they're over a certain age, they don't like their business out on Front Street. So like for me, I think of things a little bit different. I don't necessarily always attack things from a purely emotionally triggering thing because I'm always thinking of the end result, right? So what I'm saying is, like, I know if it was like my 11-year-old, you understand. Now you're talking you're talking about like the fruit of what I gave birth to. You understand that could be potentially bruised. It could be potentially interrupted, not by anything that I did, not by anything that my son did, but by something that another adult chose to do. And not just one time, but this has happened more than one time. So there's different ways to go about it, but I definitely would take it to the fullest extent in every way, shape, form, and fashion, and this is why it's important, I would say to anybody, the same way that you would want to save money and put money and have it in escrow, let's say if you're buying property, the same thing should happen in terms of having a good lawyer on your side. You need to have a lawyer, that needs to be on your speed dial.
Okay, now let me stop you.
You need to
I have a specialty of handling homicide cases. I tried 42 first-degree murder cases, death penalty demanded. Nobody's on death row that I represented. Whole bunch more where it was just first degree. Nobody is asking for the death penalty, and a whole bunch of homicides over the years.
Right.
The people that take care of business don't tell anybody. They don't put it on social media. They don't go brag about it. They don't make threats. They go deal with it.
That's
and
fine.
nobody knows they dealt with it. They keep quiet about it. Some of my clients were professional hitmen. And some of my friends were professional hitmen. One of whom's now no longer with us. He was a tenured professor with the California State University system, but he was a hitman. And what you do see is you let the one that's running off at the mouth that postures and wants everybody to know that one's going.
Exactly. And that's why I am a lover. I don't kill. That's exactly why I say
sometimes you might have to.
Sir, I'm a professional. Let me say this very quick. I love you, and I watch your shows all the time. When you understand me, so I always tell people. First of all, I'm a balanced person. I do not kill. I don't even have a criminal record. When I say I'm coming for mine, I do mean that. When I say that, I can tell you honestly, when she's my god granddaughter, she was with my nephew, and they got the same last name, but she had a different last name, and she was at school, and she was asked by a social worker, why don't she have the same last name as her siblings? She was asked this in front of her cousin on a Friday. Now, we all know why that happens. But when she was asked this question in front of her cousin, and then she went home on the weekend, I handled that. Why? Because this child goes home with her other siblings that have a different last name than her, and we know what that can make her do. That can make her feel different from her other siblings. That can make her feel some kind of way mentally. So when I went to the school on Monday, I handled that. What did I do? I held a press conference, a meeting with the school principal, the vice principal, the counselor that did that, as well as the secretary. And I asked them, I don't know, should I call the news or the Board of Education? Why? Because I'm a retired HR manager and a state manager of HR. So as that, I'm asking, what I made her do was have an apology with this 9-year-old, make her give her private consultation. Why? Because she knew. She didn't know that the little boy was her cousin. But when you asked her that in front of somebody else, that was not right. And she knew that as a psychiatrist. Why would you ask her that? Why wouldn't you ask her mother that when she filled out the application at school? You don't ask a 9-year-old that going to lunch on her way with other kids around. That could put all kind of things inside of her mind and make her feel some kind of way. So when I say I'm going to handle it, I'm going to handle it professionally.
Now, what would you have done if the person did not apologize?
Excuse me?
If the person had not apologized,
that was up to her. That was up to her boss as the principal, because I could have taken that to the Board of Education, like I said.
And so, what if you had done that?
Then she would have lost her job.
Why would she have lost her job?
The same reason they offered me a job.
Okay,
I got the results I wanted.
Let me put it to you this way: do you know?
Okay, but it doesn't matter because I got the results I wanted.
but you counted on something.
I didn't count on anything but what I got.
Something, but let me tell you what you just ran into.
What I run into?
For American law, truth is an absolute defense to a defamation action. So technically, if she'd stood on her principles, you wouldn't have won. You're lucky that she did. And again, I mentioned this earlier about our tendency to depend upon systemic imposition of situations that we can't handle directly or that are unenforceable. You see, in my day, the kids would have got on her. We would have asked her. Now, there are ways of preventing it. I mean, sometimes it gets funny. One woman I sentenced one time, I made a requirement of her. Within 2 weeks, she had to come back and prove to the court and me that she'd filed a petition to change the name of her child who was about to enroll in kindergarten.
There's no law for her, the parent, to do that.
I did. If she wanted to stay out of jail, she damn sure.
I would have fought.
Well, her ass would have served time.
Okay, well, I don't have to serve.
You know what she did? Well, you see, you're talking and you're not listening.
I'll listen.
Listen. Do you know what she named the child?
Whatever she could name it, Jehoshaphat on her back if she wants to.
That's shit to do with it. She named her child Vaginal Delive. So I said, that's what this means? That's what you're calling your child? I said, you got 2 weeks to come back with it. Do you know what that says? She named her child Vaginal Delivery. So where the hell did you get that name?
And that's her right.
Well, the delivery room nurse said it was so pretty. So you named your child. You got 2 weeks to go over to probate court, come back and prove to the court that you are got a petition to change name. The court is correcting your error. It would not be fair to your child to be enrolled in school with a name called Vaginal Delivery. Have you lost your mind?
That's you're going against her right. That's her constitutional right. Got nothing to do with her right. What she wants to. And she has a year to name that child whatever she wants to.
She pled guilty
her
to
child.
Look. She pled guilty to a felony. She lost the
on her then.
I could have sent her to the
nothing. I would have said nothing.
send
She
her
can
to the
name her.
penitentiary.
She can name her
So in
child. Why
return
do
for
you know Harry's
you're
back?
talking over me.
You
You're
want to?
talking over me. See, I'm trying to tell you about correction.
I'm
You're
sorry.
going on emotions. See, nobody can tell me. Well, yeah, people can. You commit the felony, you commit the crime, you cop out, you enter the plea of guilty, you lost a lot of your rights. You're no longer entitled to the full range of freedoms that other good citizens have. You just screwed up. So I can do a lot with you, and you're asking me for mercy. In return for the mercy, then you're going to do what you got ordered to do, or I will kick your butt and put you in jail.
Once I commit those, sir, right?
Well, that's the point. You do what you want to do until you transgress. So she's in there asking me for probation. I used to do another thing, which had a different effect. I said, you have an assignment. Go down and see Mrs. Thompson, Elaine Thompson at the main library on Peabody. And what I want you to do, what the court wants you to do is a condition of probation. In 3 weeks, you're to come back here with a report on the names for your 7 children. They're scared when they come back. Why? I know why they're going to be scared, because the court's making a point to them. What's your problem? Well, Judge, I tried, but I couldn't find the names for but 2 of my 7 children. That's what the court anticipated. Said humans have a historical thing about giving children names with meanings. You gave 5 of your 7 children names that had no meaning. What does that say about what you're doing to them in life? You didn't even know it, did you? Why did you do it? So at that point, what usually wound up happening is they get horribly embarrassed and they go do something about it. Now, you go come back and we want to have a situation where your children are not being shortchanged in life. And see, I did this long enough, so we're talking about a child who's 5 years old, and then I run into the child when they're 17 years old. And I see what happens as a consequence in the intervening 12 years, what went on. So I see cause and effect. So somebody sitting up here knows it all and they have no idea. And see, one time I had somebody, a crew of people, just put together all of the defendants I'd represented, all of the witnesses I'd interviewed and tracked down, people I had on that court show, which was actually official arbitration contractual. And I dealt with some 85,000 people in my career, and that was 15 years ago. So that's a whole lot of people. Most professionals never deal with that number of people, and what they do, they got a sample 1,600, and they're supposed to extrapolate for the 360 million. Hell, I dealt with almost probably, by the time I finished up, more than 100,000 people. You get some ideas as to cause and effect. So I privy to this. The court knows you, doesn't it? Well, yes, sir, you know me. Where do you know the court? Well, when you ran the public defender's office, all those white folk were scared to come down to my neighborhood and talk to us. You did. What did I tell you? Well, you told me this wasn't going to work out right. What are we here for? Well, Your Honor, I want you to reduce the bond on my son. Why? He's been a good boy. Lady, he's 19. He's got 37 felonies since he's been 15. He's been administratively adjudicated to be guilty on 21 counts of these. So this is your 4 bonds you posted for him in the last 11 months. Is that correct? Yes, sir. I can't afford to post another bond. So why would the court reduce the bond so he can get out and do some more hell raising? Well, he's been a good boy. 37 felonies, man. Well, he ain't never give me no problem. Whenever I need money, he give it to me. He dropped out of the 5th grade. He's never had a job. Where do you think he gets the money?
So let me ask you.
Lord, it's working mysterious ways. I don't ask. Don't you think it would have been good for you to raise this child, the one that you knew was going to be a little bit strange? Because, by the way, this isn't even your child, it's your grandchild, right? That's right.
Oh.
And the other child, the one the court was talking to you about in 1977, that one's dead in the penitentiary, isn't it? Well, yeah, he died in the penitentiary. So you're going to raise this one the same way you raised the other one. And 37 felonies? And you want the court to reduce the bond so he can go get more? See, you should have listened. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's all I'm doing is laying it out to you. See, if you can go for bad, more power to you. But I have heard so many people talking about what they're going to do, and then they wind up getting penitentiary time or dying because they couldn't handle what they brought themselves into. Right. And the point is if you're going to do something like that, the last thing you do is start trying to embarrass them on social media because you just put the case on you. And that's not how it works. They look for you. So you come in and you raise your hand too quickly, they gun you down, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this woman had been threatening me on social media. She's talking about what she was going to do to me. And when I saw her, she made a threatening move. And I thought under the circumstances, she was going to render bodily harm or death to my person. So I shot her.
Well, let me say this really quick, Nisha. I respect what you're saying, Judge, and I'm not the one that know it all. I just know what I know. And I'm not the one that goes for bad and all of this other thing. I just handle mine, but I do handle it differently. I'm just not the murderous person, but I do handle mine.
Well,
but I handle it for the best of an income.
Let me say this. I'm telling you something, but I'm not
saying what you're telling me.
No, listen.
I want a peaceful outcome, though. But
no. I didn't say that. I'm telling you something without being able to tell it to you directly.
I understand.
Get stubborn and read between the lines and figure out what I just told you.
No, I understand. I understand what you're telling me. I'm not cutting you off. I understand what you're telling me.
I'm not telling you, oh my God, you got to be a good, obey the law and all of that. I'll say that, but maybe I said something else to you. So one of the things we have to learn is I'll just be candid, what they call delivering consequences. You ever see the John Wick movie? Consequences. Consequences are delivered in a certain way. And we got a habit of we want everybody to know. Like one bunch, 5 of them, they did a drive-by. You know how they got caught? They Xeroxed the article in the newspaper, ran off 100 copies and autographed them when we're passing them out. Look what we did.
After Nisha go, can we pull down another video for us to talk about?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Go ahead, Nisha.
The only thing that I really wanted to say was, Judge, so basically what you're saying about our kids these days is we just raising them to go along to get along. You raising them to know how to maneuver and obey and behave.
I didn't say obey. Maneuver, yes. Okay. Now, it depends on what they're obeying. There is this thing, the military says it. You're not fit to give orders until you've learned how to take them. In that sense, yes. But I'm not trying to tell you to raise anybody's servile, obedient adult unless that person has submitted themselves to a situation where they've got a boss and they get a paycheck, or they're in the military or something, and that's something they put themselves in a position on, and they're trying to move up in the organization. Now, I mean, I've represented people that work for organizations where the people in the organization delivered some very nasty consequences, but they wanted to work their way up. Now,
So basically,
I'm
just
not
don't want to get
saying a servile, obedient slave, houseboy, house Negro.
Mm.
I'm saying obeys you, but thinks, understands what's going on, and as a man was taught growing up to be cool, calm, collected, under self-control so that they can be effective. I've taken martial arts for more than 55 years. I'm pretty good at it. But the bottom line is you can't get emotional. You have to be detached and rational. I've had occasion to actually use it. You have to be detached, remote, removed. You have to work the adrenaline into the equation so it helps you but not overwhelms you. You have to focus a hot feeling against your target, but you don't let yourself get too totally distracted so you become unaware of what's going on around you. Something may be coming up on your six you need to be well aware of. You don't want to get that tunnel vision thing where everything fades out except what's directly in front of you. You want to be able to manipulate the circumstances, not be manipulated by the circumstances. All I'm telling you is not to be a good Negro and accept this. I'm just saying when we start talking about what we're going to do, the truth of the matter is that's a good way of getting yourself a case. If you decide that you want to do something, keep your mouth shut.
Right.
And don't let your target know. Don't tell anybody what you're about to do. Now, I'm not giving you advice to do that. That wouldn't be appropriate, but I am telling you what will get you a case. Keep your mouth shut and you don't. I remember organized crime fashion. There were 6 first-degree murder cases, death penalty demanded that I had to try. And the people that went to trial were just employees, and the person that set the contract up said, I'm not saying crap, I want a lawyer, and put FU on the consent form. I do not waive my rights. The person that took the hit out did the same thing. We knew who they were, but we couldn't do anything about them. But the fools that had run off at the mouth, yeah, you can do something about them. Matter of fact, what happened in retaliation was the target didn't get hit. And the target wound up sent his mama, who was helping him out, and his dad, who were helping him launder money, big monies. What he did, he wouldn't cooperate with the police. He snatched 2 of the people who worked for the individual that took the hit out, kidnapped them, kidnapped their mamas, tied everybody up, and watched them as he slowly broke the mother's legs, starting with the toes, going up to the knees. And after they had the bones broken 8 or 9 or 10 or 10 or 12 times, slowly, inch by inch, going up, and they were in grave pain, he gagged them and buried one mama and one son, the second mama and one son alive under some caskets in a legitimate funeral. Now, see, that's how stuff rolls.
Well,
yeah, you get real cold-blooded.
Okay, so
and I'm just telling you this was routine for me. So when I see all this stuff on television, see, it's not like, and then there was Dracula.
You already know what it is.
See, and then there was Dracula. This is a case I worked on.
But Nisha was going to ask a question, right, Nish?
No, I was just asking if we was moving on to another question or something. I was
yeah, because I was gonna have Dulcinea pull down. Dulcinea, find the one where the guy. We have unique photos too. Pull down the one. Get the one ready. The one where the young man was in the truck. They pulled him over and they released the dogs on him.
All right.
The young man, they did what? He was in a truck, you said?
Yeah, he got pulled over for not having mud flaps. and he didn't stop right away. And when they pulled him over, they had the guns drawn, and the other cops were saying, don't release the dogs, don't release the dogs, and he was like, stick 'em. And of course, he got fired, but
Yeah.
just to
Let me
see.
take a look. Yeah.
And by the way, that's also an assault to say stick 'em and you turn the domesticated animals loose on somebody. That can get you prosecuted.
Hopefully so.
Well,
Hopefully so.
yeah, I mean, it's good, but you see, everybody that's dumb is not out of uniform.
God.
And let me tell you, problem you have with the cops today. I touched on it earlier when I said we don't teach the boys how to deal with bullies. Now, see, 40 years ago, if you had a cop, he's been in fights like everybody else had been in fights growing up, so it ain't no big thing. What you have now, you have cops who are out there expecting to be ready to fight, but they've never been in a fist fight or any other kind of non-lethal combat in their whole lives. It's a freak situation for them. They don't know what they're doing. Either the person that's going to be their victim or them. They've never been in a fight. I've broken stuff up around here in Memphis. Step between a cop and a citizen, like, hey, back off. You know who I am? Okay, listen to me. I'm reading your body language. You're both talking about you're going to kick each other's behind, and you really don't want that because you're trying to act out and cover. You've never been in a fight, have you? And I know you haven't because I know your mama. You don't remember? Your mama is the child of, I know your grandmama too. You have never been in a fist fight. She's been telling me about it. So you're going for bad and you've never had to punch it out with somebody. And over here, I'm willing to bet you. Say, you've never been in a fight either, have you? Now, what the hell are you acting like you Muhammad Ali dealing with Frazier and you know what time this is? Back the hell off before you both do the wrong thing and you get yourself in a mess. Plus, I'm going to be your boss in a few months and I'm kicking your ass.
Oh my goodness.
My God. What we gonna do with you?
Okay,
You
so
gonna
I
know.
found a short video. I don't know if this is the one you're talking about, but where they release the dogs and he has his hands up.
Judge,
Yeah.
right quick. We do have a guest on here before we move forward. And see if you have a question for the judge right fast before you move forward, Dulcinea.
Yeah.
Which is
Did
better
you
for
have a
political
question?
empowerment, Pan-Africanism or Moorish science?
Before we move forward, she's already on the panel. Don't you want to see, do she have a question before you move forward while she's...
Is this what I'm reading right here? Which is
Yeah,
better for
that's a
empowerment?
flyer for a debate that's coming up on Saturday or tomorrow. It's a debate about Pan-Africanism or more scientists. Sorry, no, that's what I was saying to Unique. She can go ahead and ask a question.
Well, thank you. Hello, everybody. So my question is, so the only thing I was thinking about was I have 4 boys. They're all grown now, but back in the day when when I was bringing them up, if someone as an adult approached them in a violent way or verbally violent, I tell them to not, I don't want them to argue back and forth with them. I want them to immediately come to me and bring it to my attention, because you never know when you're not around what this person might do to your child. So I don't want to put my kids in harm's way. However, when they do come back to tell me, I'm going to get to the matter, get to the adults, and we're going to see what happened here. You understand what I'm saying? Because if I'm not there, my kids threw something at her or said something to her and she did something. So I want to find out that my child wasn't wrong first, and then, dig deep into what happened. But if my kids was just innocent and then she says, oh, they didn't do anything, which I'm sure she probably wouldn't say that. But if in the case that she did, then I'm going to take matters into the law. I'm going to go that way. But I'm not. So I understand what Shakina is saying as far as I'm really, I can't say I'm not a hostile person. I'm really not. But I do protect my children. You see what I'm saying? But I'm not going to go in a manner of violence, because that don't solve everything. If I can't get it together legally, then I'm going, then I might go a different route, take law into my own hands.
Oh,
So
what come on.
So what I'm saying is, with 4 boys, I can't tell them to just let anybody just push them over. They do have to stand up for themselves. But when it comes to an adult, they have to like kind of back down and bring it to my attention. And so that's what I was, all I was thinking was, when you raising your children, you don't want to put them in harm's way by saying, yeah, don't let nobody do this. If they say this to you, better do this or pick up something and do. That's not really how I was bringing them up. But I do know if they come to me with a matter like that, I'm mad as I don't know what, and I'm going to that lady. I'm trying to be as calm as I can, but it's gonna be hard because But I understand what everybody's saying on here. But my whole opinion is, you can't put the kids in you can't put them in a situation where it's gonna be harmful to them. So that's that. So that little boy, he did a good job. He did good.
He did
that's all I
good.
can say. He did a good
He
job.
did do good. He did good.
Now let me ask you a question.
Because with mine, that lady would have been through them
Hold
bars.
on. Let me ask you a question. Let's flip the script a little bit. Now, these children apparently did not live at that apartment complex. Right?
Okay.
Right. We don't know that. That's an assumption. No, we don't know that.
Well,
That's not right.
That's what the stated facts were.
Okay,
That's
but
that's
they did not live.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me break it down for you. See, flip the script, take a look at it all kinds of ways. Not saying either one of them or any of the alternatives are right, but just consider what they are. Now, did anybody living in that apartment invite them to use the pool?
Yes.
We don't know.
Okay, that's a question. If nobody did, technically it might have been trespass. Now, what if the woman had decided to call juvenile authorities or the police and report?
And that's what she should have done.
That would have been better than what she did.
Hold on.
That part.
Now, let's supposing you were in one of these places like we have right here, or had up until last year in Shelby County. You had a privatized juvenile court that made a lot of money from wrecking the lives of children. And you had a situation like I'm right down the street. I live in a pretty good, one of the places I have is in a very good neighborhood, a real upscale. Another place isn't. But over here is real upscale. We had a black kid living next to a white kid. They both went to high school together. They played football. Black kid was made the honor roll and had all these scholarship opportunities to go to college and play football. All right. The white kid and the black kid decide to go out Friday night. The white kid's driving. They pick up another white kid. They go out and party. The black kid's asleep in the back seat. 2 white kids in the front. They have a portable ashtray. There are 3 roaches in there. One of them is high, the driver, and he doesn't make the signal when he's turned. The local police pull them over, which is for a municipality that's a suburb of Memphis, Germantown. Okay, the 2 Germantown cops involved are not the nicest. I've met them. And they take the 2 white kids to Germantown City Court, and they take the black one downtown juvenile court. 2 white kids show up with their parents. What happens? They get assessed $284 court costs, banked on the back of the wrist, lectured. That's the end of the matter. The black kid that they took downtown to juvenile court, they decided to make some money off of him. The parents paying almost $7,000 for online counseling, which was a ripoff. About $15,000 in attorney fees, and the thing drug on for a year and a half until the kid turned 18 years, 4 months, and somebody realized it was too late to do anything about him. He couldn't go to college. He had to stay out a year, and there were all kinds of things to get him restored. Now, that's what can happen when somebody decides to say, I'm going to put your child in juvenile court and deal with them as somebody that trespassed. You see, that young black kid, and I ran into him about 6, 7 months ago. He's older now. He's 24 years old, and he's got all kinds of problems. He lost out on the opportunity to play pro football and all of this because they took him to juvenile court. Now, somebody else is the new juvenile court judge. Matter of fact, the new judge used to be a part-time PD in my courtroom for 10 years. I mentored him. He's a nice guy. But you see, the previous one we had for 48 years was a 6th grade dropout. He only finished the 5th grade. He wasn't permitted to hear cases. And he set up a privatized situation to make money off of misfortune. Now, I'm not saying that's the situation here, but since we're talking about a generic situation, would you like your child caught up in that when you just say, call the police, he's a trespasser? Now,
Yeah.
all I'm doing is that when you start considering the possibilities, there are all kinds, and they don't always work out nice and friendly like. So just be aware of these kind of things.
Right. So I have one question for you, Judge Joe Brown. So if those children were trespassing, don't you think it was for an adult? Why wouldn't she look out for their best interest or concern? Like, they're at a pool, they're unattended. First of all, they could have drowned. What if the little girl would have fell in the water?
Exactly.
You know, so why wouldn't she say, okay, where's your parents at? Are y'all supposed to be here? Do y'all live here? She's supposed to try to find out where these children belong. She don't per se have to call Child Protective Service or juvenile. She could have called her property manager. She could have called the police, said, hey, these children are here. I don't see a parent here. The whole 9 yards. I'm concerned. Not to proceed to throw stuff on them, attack them. That wasn't. So if it was me,
it's inappropriate.
It very was.
I'm not saying what she did was appropriate at all. It was actionable what I saw.
Right. But
It
see,
was way out of line.
We give them so much leeway. The white people, they think that they just can do anything. If I would have did that same thing, Judge Joe Brown, if I would have seen 2 white kids on my property and started throwing stuff on them, assaulting them, saying things, I would be going to court right now with no problem whatsoever.
Maybe.
I would be.
Maybe.
I would be, because they would say, why didn't you call if these children look like they were long?
Maybe.
It would have been. There's no way I could have touched nobody's
Maybe.
kid.
It depends on where you are.
Well, I'm in Detroit, Michigan, so yeah, I would have been.
Detroit.
Brown pulls your hair out, put you in a chokehold.
Yep.
Your foot Nelson.
Knee would have been my neck. All of that.
Yeah.
I
Your head.
never got away, and it's on video too.
And put a knee in your back.
It's over. But we give these white people so much leeway. And what I said,
Wait a minute. Let's put it this way. Yes and no. What this woman did to this child was inappropriate. She happened to be white, they were black. I've had situations where somebody black did this to black children. I've seen situations where somebody black did this to white children. And by the way, there is a myth about this whole thing about what it means to be black in a system. Now, I, amongst my accomplishments, got the youngest person in the world on death row, off death row, and got a day of execution 23 minutes before they were going to execute him. At that point, he was 15 years, 2 weeks old. He was convicted of supposedly some homicides that allegedly occurred when he was 13 years old. Now, they were going to execute him. I got the conviction set aside, amongst other things. One of the grounds was he had an all-white jury. Now, you see, I'm a smart lawyer. I was good. I went to UCLA, pretty much top of the class, so he was lucky he had me. I didn't even charge him a fee. I did it pro bono, spent $50,000 out of my own pocket. The brief was hardbound in a book. Looked like one of these huge unabridged dictionaries. It was 12,483 pages long in print. Now, I paid for all of that. Most people wouldn't. They were talking about $100,000 a representative. So I'll do it for free, no problem, just because it's the right thing to do. But you don't always run into that, and most of the lawyers are not smart as I was. So you would have a disaster. But you see, these are some of the things that occur. So take into consideration, there are a lot of things that happen, but this was a black client, a black lawyer. And by the way, the judge wanted to know if I thought I was too young. So I told him, I said, well, I saw your date of birth on your papers in your office, Your Honor. And since I was born 2 years before you, if I'm too young, what does that make you to be the judge? You know, black don't crack, even if it's high yellow. But anyway, you know, bottom line is what it is. Now, when I went in front of the Arkansas Supreme Court, it was kind of funny. The prosecution was all upset, objecting, and the Supreme Court Chief Justice said, will you sit your clown behind down? Who is going to find the Supreme Court in contempt? We're talking to Attorney Brown about the up-and-coming UCLA Arkansas State football game. That's more relevant because he's already won this appeal. We've read the brief. Outstanding, by the way. So that was 40 years ago. So what's going on? I've won cases where the defendant was black and the victim of the homicide was white and got acquittals. I've presided over cases where the victim was white and the defendant was black and the defendant got acquitted. And the truth of the matter is, just a little more than 2% of the people in American penitentiaries got found guilty by a jury. Did you know that?
Oh, no.
Just 2.3% got found guilty by a jury. 97+% pled guilty. And on those 97%, 84 to 87% confessed. And then they convert coerced to confession. Look, gentlemen, are we ready to proceed on the motion to suppress the alleged confession of the defendant? Yes, sir, we are. Madam Court Reporter, can you get everything set up in the court's chambers? And let's say, do you need 10 minutes, 15 minutes, longer? Well, Your Honor, we can do this in 10 minutes. Okay, fine, we'll see there. And the guy's in my courtroom, and he's playing OG, and all his homies are there. And, you know, I call a recess, and I'm talking to a couple of lawyers who got some brief matters, and I'm telling them what to do. And I'm listening. Yeah, man, I'm down with the posse, man. You know, I'm holding strong, man. They done tried to put this case on me, man. I ain't done nothing, man. You know, I'm hoping. Okay, we go back and we look at the confession.
I have
The
a question real
lawyer,
quick.
the cop is advised him 6 times he needs to get a lawyer. Young man, these are very serious charges. Frankly, you need to tell us to stop and get a lawyer. You know what this dude's doing? I don't want no lawyer. I just want to talk about mama. You let me talk about mama. I'll tell you everything, sir. Your mama is not a licensed attorney. She can't be back. Let me talk about mama. Sir, you have a tissue. Wipe your face. I just want to talk about mama. I'm looking at OG bawling his eyes out, snot running all down his face, and he going, it was stomped up, and they made me do it.
That is hilarious.
I didn't do nothing. So I walk back in there, you know, and I'm looking at this, you know, and the dude perpetrating. Yeah, man, down for the cause. This just, you know, they called the court to order. I said, let's say you've been identified as Stomp Dog, Little Earl, and JJ, and so on. Okay, take them all into custody. What the defendant on in the docket has identified all of these individuals as the ones that put him up to it. He was crying, and I think he went through a whole fresh box of Kleenex with the snot running out of his nose, and he was crying for his mama.
Yeah,
They advised him 11 times he needed to get a lawyer and he should remain silent. Now, with that said, take him into custody, no bond. You know, and it's like, this is what would be going on. But see, telling mama they put a case on me, I didn't say nothing, I didn't confess. Oh yeah, really? You know,
I have a quick question before we go. I know we can ready to play another video, and I'm looking at the time, and I know I
Oh
see
no,
some
we're
people
not. Yeah, we don't have time because we
we're
talked
good.
all
Okay.
the
No, I'm
video
saying
out.
respectfully with the judge. You know, I don't know how much time he has with us right now. So
well, you're by, what is it, Friday night dates, lady.
Friday night is Friday night. Just real
Oh, so
quick.
he hanging with all of us tonight. Then it's
Hanging
only
out,
popping
Hey
yo.
man,
then.
you should have seen it, man. I had a whole bunch of ladies, man.
We appreciate it.
We going out. Grinning, they got me grinning, man. You know, you should have been there, man.
You know what?
I know that's right. Just real quickly though, I'm. What are your thoughts around the decriminalization of like with marijuana? I know, especially, you know, I know that a lot of people, you know, had misdemeanors or court felonies over the past decades because of, you know, drugs, marijuana, or whatever the case may be, and now with the decriminalization of it. So I'm curious to hear, like, you know, your thoughts about that.
Let's put it this way. Some drugs are like alcohol. It didn't do much good when they declared prohibition. People kept drinking and it just funded organized crime. Marijuana is not so bad, but there's some other things that if you've dealt with them, you call them vampire drugs. You know, when Dracula bites somebody, they come back from the dead and they want to bite somebody, and that somebody, some drugs are like that. They're really nasty. Others, they need to make a total reassessment of why they have criminalized them. So it, for the most part, would be a good thing to decriminalize certain drugs. Other ones are absolutely nasty. And the other point too is I tell folk, man, you are lazy any damn way. Your granddaddy and your grandmama and two of your great uncles, I know, they've been trying to get you to do a day's work since you've been born, and you won't. So why you want to get yourself spaced out high and get lazier than your dumb behind is any damn way? But, you know, it is what it is. Now, the bad one today, in terms of violence out in the street, even though I think they need to decriminalize it, is marijuana. Right now, around here, the 14, 15-year-olds, I was talking to one last week. He said, hey, Judge, why I want to go deal with being law-abiding. I made $14,000 for June and $13,500 for July. I am but 15 years old. Why, you know, hey, that's just 2 months. So they're making money off of reefer, for goodness sakes. What, you know, and they got power plays out there because the people that are supposed to be running the cities don't have power. They sit in offices and they administer, and nobody knows how to go lead. So they're killing each other for power plays, and they don't even understand what they're doing. Now, marijuana, decriminalize it. Fentanyl, oh, that is awful. Now, I had cancer 3 years ago. Throat cancer, never smoked. Radiation every day for 8 weeks, chemotherapy every week, 3rd-degree burns around the outside of my neck and inside of my throat. It was a miserable mess. But they gave me fentanyl. It worked. Biggest day on the outside of the label in bright red. It says, warning, severely suppresses respiratory functions. Do not engage in strenuous physical activity after taking this drug. Be cautious. if you do not have extreme pain, you may become addicted in as little as 2 to 3 doses. Now, is it a high? Worst damn thing going. It's just like everybody I knew was taking the stuff because they had cancer or burns or stuff like that. It's sit your ass down, try to go to sleep as soon as you can because it ain't a good high. You know what a 30-day supply of stuff cost me? Take a guess.
About 50, all right, $100.
No, 30-day supply was $1.62.
That's why I said $10. Like it had to be like worth running back and forth for.
$1.62, and something the size of fingernail, stick-on patch, work for 72 hours. It killed the pain, but you know, like it's like you feel like a zombie. So somebody's going around getting spaced off of this stuff when they don't have to. Wow. And
wow.
They have all this stuff in these emergency rooms for these burn victims, gunshot wounds, people that got really mutilated in a car wreck and extreme pain. They've got them. They just come in packets. I still have some in the refrigerator because I refuse to take the stuff.
Mm-hmm. And then they give it, and they get you hooked on it.
They grab packets of the stuff, stuff them in their pockets, and they can sell them for $20 to $100 a hit. You know, they need to pay the rent, so the stuff was cheap. Now it's coming across the border, and it is some really wicked stuff. Now that stuff they do not need to make legal, but they need better control over it. And the other thing is too, something's wrong with this whole equation. Let's take crack. I talked to some DEA agents. I lectured to them almost 30 years ago, and I told them what my suspicions were. I said, one of the problems you're going to find is that you're not going to have imported crack. You're going to have it made from powder. Now, the powder is very expensive. And what you're dealing with right here is the equivalent of selling a 55-gallon drum of 93 octane fuel for less than a 55-gallon drum of crude oil. And 30-some years later, a lot of these guys are retired now. I run into them and say, Judge, you were right. We never did bust what we were thinking about on that. None of it came in is crack. So who was subsidizing turning the powder into crack back when? And by the way, that's where the guns come in. The kilos of drugs that the war on drugs can't stop. They have crates of AKs and American military arms that was sent south that get smuggled in with the drugs. So somebody is not really trying on the war on drugs. And part of the problem is that they're financing black ops. We get Kalashnikovs, that's AK stuff, seized from the Arabs back over the last 50 years, along with opiates and heroin coming in from Israel, and the U.S. government turns a blind eye so they can finance the operation to deal with terrorism, so-called. You get stuff coming in from South America that's basically American arms along with cocaine. Again, that's supposedly to generate the money to finance black ops. You get stuff coming in from Iraq and Afghanistan, Kalashnikov stuff with opiates. And again, that's to finance these operations against so-called terrorists. And from South Korea, they've got a company called Daewoo, and they're building arms now, but they've got a huge supply of military arms that the U.S. gave to them over the last 70-some years, and they're selling opiates and these American arms on the black market, again, to raise money, supposedly, to conduct black ops against North Korea. So a lot of what we get in here is because the U.S. government turns a blind eye to it. So war on drugs is not successful because it never was intended to be a war on drugs. That was a sham. It was a front for something else. But certain things, certain vampire drugs, we call them, because there's some long-term, very negative consequences. That really needs to be controlled. But other stuff like marijuana, that's just useless. That's a waste of time. And if anything, they ought to tax it.
Can we give a quick shout out to I'm sorry, hold on, MVP. Can we give a quick shout out to Ashe Tanisha's granddaughter? Is that Chasey? Are we saying it's Chasey? She said she watching the show. She think it's a great show, and she wanted us to give her a shout out.
Shout out.
Hey, grandma. Is there a grandma or a granddaughter?
That's her granddaughter, Ashe Tanisha.
Oh, young lady, way to go.
Hi, to the granddaughter, Ashe Tanisha.
Shout out, shout out.
Yes.
Shout out Chase. Hey, Chase, girl.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. So, OTK, you was up here. Go ahead and
Oh, that was MVP who was saying something.
All right. Peace, MVP. How are you?
Hey,
what's going on? How you guys doing? Hey, ladies, how y'all doing?
Hi.
Yeah. First of all, I want to say hello to Judge Joe Brown. It's not every day you get a chance to meet someone with this type of stature. So I just want to say hello to you, and I just want to ask you a couple of questions, not challenge you on anything, but just to ask you some questions. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
All right. Judge Joe Brown, in the early to mid 80s, crack cocaine flooded the inner city communities in Detroit. We also found out that the United States government was also using drug dealers in America, in these inner cities, to fund the Contra Wars or Nicaraguan rebels to fight a war over there in South America. How come the Rampart divisions, such as the LAPD Rampart divisions, who literally flooded the urban neighborhoods with crack cocaine, and the stress unit in Detroit, how come those weren't shut down to the mid 90s and they were able to operate with impunity? Why was that allowed?
Well, you still have the SIS unit out there that is behind a lot of that. You had some very corrupt individuals in the Ramparts unit. There was the Rampart scandal. They had to let 128 people out of the penitentiary.
I remember that.
By the way, 4 of the chief detectives in the OJ case wound up going to the penitentiary themselves for planting evidence and fixing cases that resulted in the 128 people being let out. So nobody ever made a connection between them and what happened with the OJ situation. Now, back to the problem with Los Angeles. Los Angeles historically had some of the most corrupt police in America. They wound up bringing in Chief Parker and giving him a lifetime appointment, supposedly to deal with corruption on the department. What happened is something totally different. In the 50s, when you had a lot of people coming out of the South from Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, North Carolina, etc., they moved to the San Fernando Valley, which is still in metropolitan Los Angeles and still have the same mayor. So they wound up supporting LAPD. So what wound up happening was very peculiar. Los Angeles was run by the police department, not the mayor's office. LA Confidential, there's a scene in there where 2 detectives take the elected DA in there in the City Hall building that we used to call the Superman building. And they hung the DA out by his ankles on the 17th floor and threatened to drop him. That actually happened. And that's how firm a hold LAPD had on things. So the corruption is notorious and widespread. I knew Johnny Cochran pretty well. We had each other's phone numbers and we talked sometimes. I met him in 1966. He went to UCLA too. Now, one of the things he did was he trapped them. And although Nancy Grace screwed this up the way she reported it, so the public's got a completely erroneous idea what happened during the trial, one of the problems was that in the security cam footage, which they take when they are investigating crimes at rich folks' homes, they completely video the scene before a crime scene gets there to see what's actually in there. So if LAPD steals anything, they can say, yeah, that was in there. So yeah, give it back. Well, interestingly enough, caught on video, you can actually see Furman plant the bloody socks at the foot of the bed. But of course, the public didn't hear about that unless you watched it. You can also see a lot of other evidence being planted on these security tapes, and that was before the crime scene came in. Now, Nancy Grace, with her sleazy ass, did not report that. She talked about she was down there the whole time, and my sources that I talked to tell me she showed up at the end of the day and wanted to know what's happening. So that's a lot of hype, but there is a lot to be said about crime committed by LAPD. Now, Johnny and I talked, and I asked him about his strategy. He said it was simple. I got it changed to a venue in the LA County area where there were significant numbers of black people, mostly 45 and over, who had experience with how much LAPD did in terms of corruption, thievery, and lying, and falsification of evidence. So they didn't have any problem until they lied. So that happens. And that's
well, excuse me, Judge Joe Brown. Excuse me, Judge Joe Brown. 1 second. My next question would be to you, sir, is when it comes to the violation of civil rights by people when it comes to by the police, is there a charge, is there a crime, or is there a crime called police brutality? Because when I look on the law books, I can't find police brutality anywhere.
There's no such crime as police brutality. It is assault, aggravated assault, the same ones that apply to the civilian.
Well, do you think that the public should start rallying for laws? Do you think that the public should start rallying for laws against corrupt police? No, Mr. Joe, excuse me, Judge Joe Brown, 1 second. Do you think that the public should start rallying for laws such as police brutality that holds them in direct contempt of our civil rights?
You already have. Look, you already have every law in the books you need to straighten things up. If your district attorney chose to do so.
Well, but when we look at the percentages, police officers are generally not, police officers are not charged with assault. It's hard to charge a police officer with assault in the United States of America, sir.
It's not hard if you have the right district attorney. I've tried some in my courtroom for murder, assault, aggravated assault, all sorts of things. Some of them were in the penitentiary, and that was starting 5 years ago. Now, what I'm trying to tell you is you have the laws on the books. You need to clean the thing up, because if you do something to somebody with a hard object, a weapon, that's aggravated assault, if you don't need assault by an officer, you can convict them of aggravated assault. You can convict them of assault if it is a hand-on battery type situation. You can convict them of assault to commit murder. You don't need a special category. All you need is somebody who go after them. They don't.
But exactly. That's what I'm talking about, Mr. Joe Brown, Judge Joe Brown. I'm with you.
Look. If you can call it police brutality, But if they won't go after the cop for assault or aggravated assault, they're not going after him for police brutality either.
Well, don't you see that there's a problem with that? Because we should have laws implemented in today's society that hold police officers to a certain standard when they are in contempt or violate. Excuse me, Judge Brown, respectively, if they can hold the police officers to a certain standard when they are in contempt of our civil rights. Why is this whenever I ask a judge this question, you guys get defensive?
Hold on, let him explain.
It's bullshit because you have.
But why do you all get so defensive? Because now we have a law holding the law.
Because it's, let me put, you want me to be basic about it, is because they are fools that get impressed by trivia. The name of the damn thing is trivial. It's in substance. What does it do? Do you have a law available? Yes, already. It's been on the books for ages. It's just not enforced. So
I agree that it's not enforced.
Add another page to an already overly complicated criminal code that gets done nothing, does nothing because it's still not enforced.
But respectively, Mr. Judge Joe Brown, when you have a police force or police forces across America who are violating the civil rights of taxpaying citizens in this country, there needs to be laws set up that directly implicate the police officers for these crimes.
Look, excuse me. Why do you need murder by cop is an offense?
Because the laws are old, just like the Constitution, and they need to be updated. That's why.
Look, son, go study it. You're talking ignorant.
I do study. I'm a member of Alpha. I'm a member, Mr. Judge Joe Brown, respectively. I am a member of the same fraternity you are, and you will respect me.
What fraternity? Alpha Phi Alpha? Okay, fine. But the bottom line is you're talking ignorance. Now,
no, I'm talking about new laws that need to be structured in order to protect United States citizens from these crooked cops out here that you are protecting. I know I know your stance on that, Joe Brown. I know your stance on that. We are not protected by the law because we're not protected by the law.
What do you mean?
We are not protected by the law. Those who swore to uphold the law violate the law every single time. And every time I ask this question to you all get mad defensive when it comes to the prosecution of police officers. You cannot charge a police officer with aggravated assault. The percentages are low.
Chris, calm down. Calm down. Retired. He can't do nothing.
What the hell do you mean you can't?
Yes, please.
The grand jury.
He's not going to say it any different. Be respectful.
Yeah, you can.
Well, I'm not the one cussing. It's just Judge Joe Brown. I'm not the one cussing.
Almost 80. You can't do nothing.
So, bro,
it's not bullshit, Judge Joe Brown.
Name on something is not going to change the result. It's about substance. Quit getting hung up on appearances.
Judge Joe Brown, the appearance of a police officers beating on people on camera and they walk is not being hung up on substance.
You don't have a good district attorney in LA. A district attorney in LA ought to be prosecuting. He has every goddamn tool he needs to do what he needs to do or she needs to do. They aren't using it.
But respectfully, don't the district attorneys work hand in hand with these police forces and police officers?
They might.
So that's why I'm sitting up there saying if we implement laws and hold these police officers or law enforcement officials to a certain standard, it's like medical malpractice. When a doctor messes up, there's a medical malpractice suit. That's the category it goes under. When a police officer gets in trouble, they charge him with aggravated assault, in which the district attorney is not going to charge him on because of the police unions, because of the police code, because of the thin blue line. But if we start creating codes such as police codes when they violate the Constitution of the United States, such as create laws surrounding police brutality, the prosecution rate will be a lot higher, because now they are in violation of protecting the citizens. They are in direct violation of those who they swore to protect. That's why it's important to create different law codes for different civil servants in this country.
So Southmoric, son, and unsophisticated. Rodney King got acquitted of state charges. His lawyer.
I'm sorry, Rodney King is 1990. It's 2023, Mr. Judge Joe Brown.
Quiet a second, you might learn something. 1990.
I'm going to listen. Go ahead.
Okay, just be quiet and learn. I've done this for 50 years. I graduated at the top of the class from UCLA Law, out there where you are. I went to Dorsey High School, John Muir Junior High School, Budlong Avenue Elementary School. I grew up on 58th Place in Normandy. Now,
what?
All right.
Oh, you from?
I don't live. Excuse me, Judge Brown. I don't live in Los Angeles.
I lived in LA, but the point of the exercise is this: you're talking about something that is a federal law. It's up to the feds to prosecute, not the state authorities. In 1992, after Rodney King's assailants got acquitted because his lawyers were smart enough to get the case set in an area that had 24% of its population either actually who are living with retired LAPD cops, 24%, they got an acquittal. Now, the feds turned around and prosecuted the cops for violation of Rodney King's civil rights. They got conviction, but that was after they had the uprising in 1992. So they did get that, and the law has been on the books. Guess what? 31 years. Well, actually longer than that, back in the 80s. So it'd be about 35, 37 years. So the laws are there on the books. If the feds decide to prosecute somebody for violation of somebody's constitutional rights, their civil rights, then so be it. They have had the mechanism to do it. If the U.S. attorney decides to exercise his prosecutorial discretion and do that. Aggravated assault, yes, that can result in convictions if you get the prosecution getting a venue that would be good for that, but you don't have that. You saw, let's go back to the AOJ case. One of the most incompetent performances I've ever witnessed was what you saw Marcia Clark and Joe Darden do on behalf of the state of California.
Yeah, very sloppy.
Tapes of that as how not to do it to law students when I was an adjunct professor at a certain law school. Now,
well, real quick, Mr. Judge Brown, how do you feel about Governor Ron DeSantis here in the state of Florida doling out $13.5 million to lure cops with excessive violent records into his police program here in the state of Florida?
Let me give you another feed out. This last week, 3 days ago, I met with the community people who lived around and about the cupcake shop where George Floyd got killed. Well, we listened to them detail how bad Black Lives Matter came in, the white folk came in, and they wanted the police to be defunded and such like, and the police were defunded, and what all of the radical protesters were talking about happened. But they were telling us the horror of all of the women that got raped and how you could hear them screaming forlornly in the middle of the night as they were raped because there were no police. They had 10 or 12 murders in the next 2 weeks after George Floyd died because there was no law and presence, but the police got defunded, which was what everybody wanted, wasn't it? And how they wound up finding that law and order depended upon the community. So what they wound up doing was acquiring some fluorescent vest, and they got people off of the streets in the neighborhood to patrol the streets, direct the traffic, and organize crews. So when somebody got hurt or shot, they could get stretcher crews to take them to the periphery outside of the neighborhood where the police would show up and the ambulance would show up so people could get treated. It's a real mess. See, maybe what's going on is when you get down to the nuts and bolts of what actually happens on the streets, a lot of what we hear is not the reality that is needed for the streets. So I listened for about 2.5 hours to them talk about the problems they had because all of these people came in to save them from a situation that wasn't the real one, and how they got cast into a real live mess as a result, and what were they going to do to get out of it. So you see, there are all kinds of things that go on that people don't pay attention to because your leadership can't do what I did, which is go down and get these folks together and say, talk to me. I've been talking to people all over the country. Maybe we can organize a response. See, when I'm talking to you, I'm not giving you a philosophy. I'm giving you an analysis that has absolutely nothing to do or very little to do with what you see mainstream media, social media, in the press, or wherever it is, because the people that write this, put it out, are very seldom actually in touch with what's going on in the real world. So real world stuff says one thing, and also we'll lapse back to the technical. You don't need new laws. You have enough on the books if you just enforce them. And besides, if you're going to break the law, do you think it makes a difference for you? If you got a new law, you either follow the law and the spirit of the law as well as the letter of it, or you don't.
Right.
And if you don't,
Well, how do you feel about Governor Ron DeSantis?
Hold on, Chris.
Ron DeSantis, what I'm saying to you is maybe what he's doing, and this was kind of long-winded, but maybe what he's doing isn't necessarily politically correct in some fields, but does it work? No. In other words, the point of it is for every somebody talking about police brutality, you've got people that live in the neighborhood talking about kill his ass. We're tired of him doing what he does in the neighborhood. Take him out.
Yeah.
By the way, I've had it happen just to show you the point. Newspapers hollering the bloody murder about the man needs the death penalty, and you got 12 jurors that appears of the defendant. Yeah, that's a good question. You know what the question is? Your Honor, if we feel that the victim deserved killing, do we have to convict the defendant? Quite frankly, we as jurors say the defendant, if he actually did it, did the community a favor.
Now, I'm sorry, did y'all have anyone else have a question? Because I wanted to ask about another topic. Nisha, did you want to, or Sakina, or Dulcie, Robin?
I didn't know how long the judge was going to be on here. I just thought that, he done been on here like almost 3 hours. So I didn't know if,
Yeah.
How long he was going to stay. Yeah.
That's what I was saying before.
I know we didn't realize you were going to hang with us the whole Friday night. Otherwise, we'd have been got this party started. We were behaving and everything for company.
Did you want me to share the screen, the domestic terrorism?
No, I want to be respectful of time for sure, but I mean, we can end. That could be my last question in regards to the judge.
I'm out for the night. Ain't nothing happening otherwise.
Well, you can stay. We don't want you to leave.
On the head.
Legendary in the building. Y'all want to see if you want to come up and drop
salute top. Salute. All right, so yeah, let's go. All right, so can you share that then?
Congratulations on your birthday.
Hanging out with the ladies. Thank you. I appreciate the conversation. So I wanted my next question. The next line I wanted to go into was about the FBI, the domestic terrorism, extremist groups, right? Don't. So I wanted to pull this up first, so just so that I'm using like the right language about how they were defining domestic terrorism, right? Because I think that's important. Right. So just real quickly, you guys.
Enlarge it more.
Do you want to just quickly read that for me, Dulcie?
Sure.
If you can see it.
So here we go. I can start right here with the requirements. It says the domestic terrorism definitions, terminology, and methodology. Requirements: develop standardized definitions of the terminology relating to domestic terrorism, DT, and uniform methodologies for tracking incidents of DT. And this is requested to be done jointly by the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security in consultation with the Director of National Intelligence. So it says the definition domestic terrorism, for FBI purposes, is referenced in U.S. Code 18 U.S.C. 2331.5 and defined as activities involving acts dangerous to human life that are a violation of criminal laws of the United States or any state, appearing to be intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, influence the policy of the government by intimidation or coercion, or affect the conduct of the government by mass destruction, assassination, or kidnapping, and occurring primarily within the territorial jurisdiction of the United States.
Right. Okay. So are you familiar with just real quickly before I into my question? Are you familiar with that language at all, Judge?
Yes, I am. And it's,
okay. I'm sure you know where I'm going with this. I'm pretty sure you know where I'm going to go with this, right?
Let me say this. The biggest terrorist organization we have right now is probably the FBI.
Okay.
Let me say why I'm saying that. The FBI was created to get Jack Johnson, the first black world heavyweight champion. He had a white wife, and this was before World War I, 15 years ago almost. And he thumbed his nose at the entire white power structure. So they came up with the Mann Act, and that's what they went after R. Kelly with and got him convicted of. So it's still in effect, but they came up with it so they could get Jack Johnson. They finally got him, convicted him. He escaped. His mother convinced him to come back and visit her. He tried to. He got caught, served his time, died in 1946. So the FBI was created for anti-black purposes. Now, fast forward to something that they are not yet held to account for. They are responsible for Dr. Martin Luther King's death. James Earl Ray did not kill King, and I was the last judge on that case. I kept an open mind, and I got a lot of investigative work done on that. And what happened is the FBI recruited a two-man sniper team from the Marine Corps Sniper School at Quantico, Virginia, where the FBI has a training academy. They supplied the weapon, which was an experimental XM21. They got 5 of them on invoice, late December 1967. King was killed the first part of April 1968. The Defense Department wanted the experimental weapons back. The Justice Department ordered the FBI to return them. They did an inventory search and claimed they lost one. I know what the serial number was of the lost weapon. That's the one that killed King. The ammunition was very peculiar, and the bullet they pulled out of King's body was part of that ammunition lot. The ballistics of the rifle that was used to kill King were very peculiar, but the weapons they got 5 of in late December matched the ballistic characteristics precisely. So the FBI killed Dr. King, and the memoranda that we secured showed that they were having an internal discussion as to whether he would be more dangerous as a dead martyr or as somebody, not a civil rights icon, but as somebody who would galvanize the anti-war movement and revitalize labor. So you have the FBI right now having a discussion this way, and what it is its pablum of self-regulation. It's BS, and what they're trying to do is say, hey, we are not going to do that, but yet they are. And I think what needs to happen right now is they need to be criminally prosecuted for violating a lot of people's First Amendment rights, because things that for ages have been acceptable to say are now being suppressed because they don't match somebody's agenda. That's very poisonous. So the scoundrels are trying to sit there and act like they're trying to do something about what they do to be the worst offenders. They're not. And they lie. I've caught them in federal trials where I was the defense lawyer, and lie after lie, even including instances where their own former employees said, this is why I quit. I couldn't be part of this. Testified to the lie. So you are trusting a snake pit.
Yeah. So, okay. So, to that, so I think around, like, I want to say maybe like 2019 or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me on that, right? May be able to give me more facts on that. But I think like around 2019 when they had came out with this sort of domestic terrorism list, right? And they were saying that the reason why is because they want to make sure that they want to keep wraps on domestic terrorism, quote unquote. And around that time, we know that a lot of white supremacy was on the rise. But we also know, based on what you were just talking about, the history of the FBI and just in terms of their history with Black people, Black demographic, Black neighborhoods. We already know the history in terms of that. So my question to you, I know that there's a federal lawsuit out. I believe it was filed by the ACLU, if I'm not mistaken. Because the FBI, of course, they won't share anything that's redacted. They're not turning over the list of the names that they had of people that they were following or groups that they alleged that they were targeting. And of course, they're filing a lawsuit saying that it was disproportionately there was too much of a focus, right? That there was a lot of underhanded things and a lot of underhanded tactics that was taking place in regards to how the FBI was now acting this thing out. So my question to you is, seeing from where it first started out, right, in terms of, okay, this is the legal definition of what domestic terrorism is, to what we know have been the impact of just law enforcement generally, right? Coming into Black neighborhoods to where it is now, right? Where the ACLU is now filing a federal lawsuit against the FBI saying that obviously there was racism involved, and that, this idea of targeting Black people and blah, 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 blah. What is your thoughts about all of that? I just want to hear, what do you think about that? Do you think that the lawsuit would be successful? What do you think about the domestic terrorism watch list?
It depends on where the lawsuit winds up. And as far as the domestic terrorism goes, I think the most offensive set of circumstances when it comes to domestic terrorism you can find in those 3-letter organizations that are under the federal shield. So FBI is one of them. They've never been a friend of Black folk. They have repeatedly and flagrantly violated the law. They have oppressed people, and I'm still angry 55 years after the fact when anytime you said something, practically, you get called in, picked up, and yanked downtown by the FBI within 2 or 3 weeks. and they would interrogate you, and you'd have to say, go to hell, go to hell. I refuse to make a statement. Go to hell, go to hell. You're full of it. Go to hell. See, by the way, for anybody's listening, you can tell the police departments you don't know anything about anything, and you're all right. Don't say that with the FBI. Just take the Fifth Amendment and decline to make a statement. Why? I can recall all of the times I would be defending federal defendants, and I'd get not guilty verdicts on all counts except the one that said making a knowing, false, or misleading statement to a federal official or federal agency. How did that come about? They had no case, but they'd come in and they'd bring the person along with them, and they'd say, we're here because we have you under suspicion of having furnished a way of laundering money for certain interest. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, that's what they convicted of, because technically they just told him why he was there, and when he said, I don't know what you're talking about, that's a knowingly false statement as far as anybody was concerned. So you'd get 17 counts not guilty, and the 18th count making the false statement would be guilt. Happened over and over again. So if you're ever talking to the feds, don't ever say, I don't know anything about it. Just say, I take the Fifth Amendment, or I refuse to make a statement. So they're scoundrels, and they most assuredly set King up to be killed. They manipulated it. They provided the weapon, provided the ammunition, and they've been doing that for a long, long time. And by the way, interestingly enough, have you been keeping up with the Smithsonian Channel and the American History Channel? Turns out, guess what J. Edgar Hoover was?
Where?
Guess what he was?
A Negro.
What he what?
A Negro.
Well, quite literally it was. He always hated the Klan because his parents got run out of Louisiana for trying to pass for white.
Whoa.
Hold on. You just dropped
Whoa.
the bomb, OG.
Declared.
What did you say? You say that last piece again, Clark? I missed it.
Well,
What did you
J.
say?
Hoover was a black man, light-skinned black man passing for white. So the Smithsonian Institution has basically traced all of that in his ancestry. So you had a Negro persecuting Negroes.
Yeah, okay, let's
Say that
go.
one more time for the people.
Wow.
Smithsonian Channel, the History Channel, history books, they've got the lineage laid out, and J. Edgar Hoover was black.
But did they
wow.
Or whatever, and he had a real problem with him. By the way, if you see early pictures of him, you will recognize him for some of the high yellow black folk that look
bright white, can pass white.
No, he doesn't even pass for too much for white back in his youthful days. You think of him as this liver spotted old man with a very wrinkled face. And he was quite a little fop with his lover Colson.
Uh-oh. Tell him about Colson, OG.
Yeah, Colson was the deputy director of the FBI and was also Hoover's lover.
Damn.
Bars.
Yeah, and if you want to see it, Clint Eastwood made a movie about it. The title of the movie is J. Edgar.
That's mighty white of them.
Well, that's some craziness.
Judge, the ladies had Jane Elliott on a couple weeks ago, and she dropped the bomb and said that Abraham Lincoln was also a Negro.
See, let me tell you something.
I've never heard that confirmed, though. Who can confirm that? Where's the source? People got the source up on that one.
Maybe not. But I tell you who I think our first black president was, Ike Eisenhower. Take a look, Google Eisenhower's mother. and take a look at her and tell me you don't know some black women that she looks blacker than. Now, interesting. Other thing too, I'm gonna tell you something very few people in the country know. We think it that one drop means you're black, right?
Come on.
That was recent. You see, after the Civil War, a whole lot of these very rich Southern plantation owners had lost all of their sons in the Civil War, but they had some children by favorite slave mistresses. So what they wanted to do is keep the property and their wealth from going back to the state. They call it escheat from the state to the state, ESCHEAT. Now, every single state that had been a member of the Confederacy, every single one had a set of laws on the book until the late 1920s, early 1930s that read something like this. If a person with no more than, say, 1/8 known colored ancestry chooses to do so, he or she may apply to a court of this state for a declaration of official Caucasian status upon testimony by 2 witnesses as to the person's character, and if the individual appears to all intents and purposes to be reasonably white to the satisfaction of the judge, said person shall be entitled to a declaration of Caucasian status. Now, in the early 1930s, all of these southern states started putting codes on their books that said any person not heretofore declared to be Caucasian who has any known colored ancestry shall be considered colored for purposes of this statute. And then they changed it to any person with any known colored ancestry, but they couldn't undo a declaration. So every single one of the former Confederate states had a provision where a person could be converted from being black or Negro or colored to white. In Alabama and Arkansas, it was 1/4. Tennessee, it was 1/8. Louisiana was 1/16. And it varied from place to place. So that's one of the little dirty secrets. So there are a lot of white people around that used to be considered, well, they're dead now, but their grandparent, great-grandparent was once considered colored, but now considered white because they had an official declaration.
Judge, let me ask you a question, Judge. Are you familiar with Daniel Murray, who spoke about that topic of a lot of these so-called Negro or colored families actually breeding off white? You had a story of Colonel John McKee, who his Minton, the one who formed the Boule, was his grandson. His son ended up passing as white, and had to confirm that he was of Negro colored family in order to keep the wealth that his family had in his name. But his wife and kids were white. All of his friends on Wall Street were white. Are you familiar with Daniel Murray? That story, Daniel Murray?
I have heard the name, and I'm circumstance, but I'm 76 years old, and I know growing up, you saw people in families where you maybe had 11 people in the family. One of them looked like they just got off the boat, extremely dark. They all have the same mom and dad, and one of them on the other extreme was blonde-haired, blue-eyed, with very keen features, lips looking white. You see, there was a lot of mixture. My maternal grandfather was born in 1850. He was dark. But, you know, some other folks that came in to the family, they might have been the exact opposite. And there were these mixtures that were in that when it was second generation, the mixtures would be producing some really weird results. So you'd have people in families that could pass. I had a great uncle, Booker, who joined the 10th Cavalry Buffalo Soldiers in 1881, and he got up to be sergeant, first sergeant for the regiment. And he retired early 19th century. He couldn't make it outside, so since he could pass for white, he joined up with what became the Alabama Big Red One, which was totally segregated, and he wound up a sergeant major in World War I. And most of those white guys would have died and rolled over and croaked if they'd realized that Sarge was from a black family. So some of his siblings were very dark and some were looking white. It just happened. So there's a lot of that.
Okay, when you say Judge, when you say there's a lot of that, are you familiar with George Washington? His wife, George Washington Curtis, the son who he gave the land to, who his daughter actually married Robert E. Lee. And on Robert E. Lee, his records when he went to military school, they say that he also was a colored person, Robert E. Lee. Their family land ended up becoming a freedman village after the Civil War. You also had Alexander Hamilton, his son William Hamilton, Jefferson. Also,
Hamilton was
yes.
Jewish, by the way.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Hamilton was Jewish, by the way. He was born in Jamaica and he was raised as a Jew. They wanted to send him to Oxford, but they couldn't afford it, so they sent him to the American University, Harvard, and he just stayed. So, yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. Washington is one thing, and by the way, Lee, his father had a nickname, Light Horse Harry
Light Horse,
Lee,
right?
who was a famous general in the Revolutionary War. So Robert E. Lee actually was against slavery, but what happened to the family property? We all see it quite frequently. It's now Arlington Cemetery for the military.
Right.
So interestingly, things happened. Robert E. Lee did a lot to open up. There was one famous incident. He was in his church and some colored folk who had formerly been slaves, who had been sitting in the back, walked up front to pray. Nobody would come up, so Lee got up out of the pew he was sitting in and walked up, got down on the knees next to the man, and then everybody came up. But all kinds of crazy things happen. I'll give you another little trivial detail. The co-owner of the largest slave trading business in America before the Civil War, Nathan Bedford Forrest.
Judge, I was just about to ask you about Nathan Bedford.
Well,
turn up, and you in Tennessee too.
Yeah, but he's from Memphis, and some black folk committed some crimes of embezzlement by coming up with a scam to sell the park so they could get rid of the statue, and they profited by it greatly. But anyway, here's the thing. The Freedmen's Bureau, after the Civil War, did a study on the wages that were being paid to ex-slaves. And surprisingly, guess who the highest paying employer in the South was to ex-slaves? It was Nathan Bedford Forrest. Now, he's a crazy somebody. He went to trial for 3 murders, 3 separate occasions, and got acquitted. And guess what? He wasn't charged with killing somebody black. He was charged with killing 3 white men on separate occasions. And they were Southern white men. He beat one of them to death with a caulk of wood. He was a crazy somebody.
Tell us about his army as well. You know how successful they were.
Yeah, the Ku Klux Klan. He was one of the founding members of the Ku Klux Klan. They had the first grand rally at Stone Mountain, Georgia. He also was a congressional representative.
I read something about the pole bearers. They were speaking about him receiving roses from a colored woman, and they were upset about that. He was supposed to been trying to get them to come over to the Democrat party or something like that. And the pole bearers wrote about him. You familiar with the pole bearers?
We dealt with Nathan Bedford all the time in Memphis. They have a plaque right across from the civil courthouse. It says, on this location, Forrest and Maples, his business partner, operated the largest slave trading business in America prior, and they gave the dates. Interesting little story. I have a good friend who has a whole lot of degrees. I had to get him out of jail one time because he pulled a pistol on the president of the Police Patrolmen's Association. And that person was the great grandson of Nathan Bedford Forrest's partner, Maple. His name was Ray Maples. Little interesting hookup. I also have somebody that is technically a nephew of mine who actually has Nathan Bedford Forrest as an ancestor. He's a comedian.
Okay,
Okay.
okay, I'm sorry.
I know. Stop. Just let me ask him a question too. I've
Yes,
been
ma'am.
waiting
Yes,
all
ma'am.
the time. Okay, it ain't got nothing to do with what y'all talking about, so you're gonna have to bring it back around. But so do you believe in climate change and or global warming?
Well, let's put it this way. When I got to Memphis, there was snow on the ground from late December all the way through March. Now there's a frosting of snow maybe 3 or 4 days out of the winter and everything breaks down. I made a lot of
Right.
money one time and I used to like to ski and I took a file and I put a marker in one of the lift poles, and this was where the snow was a couple of weeks after I first got there. 12 years later, the snow was nowhere near as high as that original mark. I go look every season.
Yep.
Something's changing.
Here in the Midwest too, it only snowed 2 days for the whole entire winter. That was so unusual in a place that gets snow up to its thighs.
Well, we're in what they call an interstitial. Technically, we're still in an ice age, but an interstitial is a break in it. So I think what's going on is whether it is a natural occurrence or aggravated by what we do burning fossil fuel, it is what it is. Now, let me say something about this. When I was in elementary school in Los Angeles, we had bad smog. It was so bad that it looked like heavy brown fog, where you know how long a typical city block is, right? Standing on one end of that block, you couldn't see the red light at the other end of the block. The smog was so thick. And we would get sent home, and the teachers would take all of us kids into the bathroom and show us how to fold up these paper towels and wet them and hold them over your mouth. You could not take a deep breath because you would get sharp chest pains, and you were 6, 7, 8 years old, 9 years old. And people who were visiting LA who had had previous heart attacks would check themselves into emergency rooms because they thought they were having a heart attack. They would have these SIG alerts, and everybody would get off work at 1 o'clock in the afternoon instead of 5. I mean, it was
So do
really
you think
hard.
that when they're sounding the alarms, do you think that's something for us to be paying attention to?
I'd say it would be. Now, seriously, my initial major at UCLA was physics, not political science. Thanks to some mess Ronald Reagan did, I had to wound up I didn't want to
changing
go.
it out. Yeah.
Yeah, my advisor said, well, you could declare political science as a major. I said, what the hell am I going to do with that? Well, I don't want to teach political science. Somebody said, well, try going to law school. I don't want to be any damn lawyer, but that's what I wound up doing. So,
And
yeah.
becoming a judge. Take it a step further.
Well, that was a long way in the future. That was decades in the future. But no, the science is real. The math is real. And there is a problem. And if you look closely, you can see it. Like right out here, I'm in Memphis, but I wasn't too far out of Memphis and I saw an alligator. And wow, they're coming this far north. What time is that? We've got armadillo that, we didn't see armadillo in Memphis, but now you do. Problem, same one you have in Florida with leprosy, because the armadillo, apparently, some of them were hanging around the refuse pit in a leprosy colony down in Texas, and they've spread all the way up to Tennessee now. So you have.
Is that what happened? Wait a minute, go back to that. Run that back, because we were talking about that. Run that back.
Okay, there was a leper colony in Texas, and a lot of armadillos got infected. Now, some of the good old boys used to like to eat armadillo. I was told it was a delicacy.
Right, I've heard that
Not
too.
my thing, but you can catch leprosy from eating an infected armadillo. So there's a couple that hide in my front yard. You see them at night. The dog goes crazy about them, over them. So they've caught some and they are infected with leprosy. So Memphis is a long way from the panhandle of Texas, but they're spreading.
Wow.
Right now, I don't even try to grow flowers in the backyard because the deer eat them up. I mean, I can go out late evening and there are 5, 6, 7 deer wandering around in my backyard. And that wasn't the case a while back.
Peace,
Wow.
family. How y'all doing?
Hey, Commission, how are you?
I'm doing all right. All is well. I just want to say peace and love to the brother Judge Brown.
There you go. Well, you got him. He's all yours.
Yeah, I just want to ask
And then
him.
Top Cat had a question too, but Top Cat, since Commission kind of been waiting, and you got a couple questions in. Let him kind of ask
Oh,
them.
hey brother Commission, how you doing tonight? And he can build with him.
Oh, all is well. I ain't got but a few questions because I'm looking more into the future of things. I just want to give honors to the elder again, honors for your work you put in, and being on the manifest now to see things as they unfold. And a lot of the history I heard you give about the 60s, I had a brother give me that history 30 years ago, about how we made certain transitions from being a people that loved each other that went into the streets. But I'm looking at the future in the likes of dealing with the concept of this AI thing. And I want to see what your opinion is on that, Judge. Where this is leading and the automation, how it may affect people dealing with, different situations.
AI is inevitable. What I would suggest is get yourself prepared to be dead in the middle of the 21st century and learn to manipulate it. Now, other thing too, this country has a bad problem. It is the only industrialized country that does not deal with workers who were made obsolete by industrial technology and computerization. That's got a lot to do with the criminal justice system no longer being principally concerned with crime, but with control of surplus labor. Labor is a commodity like wheat, corn, or cotton. When you get a glut in a commodity, the price drops. Price drops for labor. And if it drops too far, you get tempted into they buying fertilizer and blowing up a courthouse, another courthouse in Oklahoma City. So you don't want that. So you do the same thing you do for wheat, corn, or cotton. three things. One, cut back production. Two, subsidize the producer. Three, store the surplus. The criminal justice system puts surplus labor in a jail cell instead of a grain silo. The subsidy is the permanent check. And the cutting back of production is hip hop, all the rest of the stuff that people don't get right, and dysfunction, get knocked up too early, too often, not wanting to get married, not wanting to have a family, getting stuck on stupid, dressing the wrong way, acting the wrong way, not developing any vocational skill sets, not having any educational or academic prowess or something, making where you live an island of chaos so the people who live there cannot engage in cohesive political self-help. And when you get the first felony, you definitely become very much more difficult to employ, and that keeps you out of the market. Now, one of the problems is they're not trying to really achieve rehabilitation, because if you rehabilitate, you just reglut the job market. And yeah, they get your labor down in the penitentiaries, but that's not because they really want it. That's just to keep you from being idle and out of mischief. So it's a bad thing. Now, that's one problem we need to deal with, but we aren't. And it's got some very negative consequences to the whole country, and particularly to us. So one thing I'd point out is the kitchen table that may be nearby. White supremacy is what it is, but there's no white man sitting on the other side of the kitchen table. So what we need to do is make sure that our kids and grandkids, nieces and nephews do their homework so they get prepared to deal with the technology of the 21st century. Now, we can create a whole new market where it's not dominated by deep pockets that are already well entrenched. And it can be something new, and we can start on the ground floor where everybody's on the ground floor. So perhaps we need to do something about taking advantage of that.
Right. I agree. And so basically you saying that self-determination is the order of the day.
Yes, it is.
And stop having a welfare recipient like mentality waiting for people to do for you what you can do.
Yes, it is. One of the worst things I've observed over the last half century is this expectation that your enemy is going to suddenly be worried about the hereafter or something like that, and is going to start doing for you what they have never done for you. Some miraculous transition will occur. It's not happened. It won't happen. And the only way to deal with it is to do it yourself. Now, if you get reparations, that'd be great. But one of the problems is coming up with a legal mechanism for reparations. Without making a long story, let's just say that what with American law being what it is, about the only way you're going to get it is for there to be an Appropriations and Enablement Act by some legislative body that has the money. And that won't be California, because they have ballot initiatives where you get 2,500 signatures and it's on the ballot. And since California is 54% Hispanic, I don't think they're going to go along with the proposition of awarding reparations to a group they don't like too much. So it is what it is, and California's broke. They can't even keep the courts open 5 days out of the week. They only have money for 3, but the judges donate part of their salaries back, so the civil courts can stay open 4 out of the 5. It's bad.
Yeah, that was a lot. So so this pairs with affirmative action, right?
Yeah.
When you're saying no handout?
Let me say something about that. Actually, this opinion that Roberts wrote about affirmative action is very close to what the original idea was. What we said when we started it, and yours truly participated in it, because in 1967, I helped write up a prospectus for UCLA on setting this up. And I wound up running recruitment and admissions uh, for a couple of years on. We said we don't want affirmative action. We want fair admission. And what we want is exactly what it said in the catalog. Admission shall be based on a competitive assessment of grade point average, aptitude test, and or other factors that indicate an ability to succeed. The California Constitution said that one of the purposes of the University of California was to develop leadership, community leadership specifically. And it even mentioned the colored who had just gotten free from slavery or escaped since it was still legal. This was in 1851, the Chinese and the Mexicans, and how gangs and other folk would control them, so they needed to develop a leadership. Well, we said you've been using these other factors to bring in athletes. We wanted to spread to ordinary non-athlete students. So it wound up being something of a political test. In other words, we want to maximize the fallout to the impacted community by who you let in here. And it was quite successful. Now, let's fast forward. Berkeley Medical School. There was some handkerchief-head, boule Negro bitches, excuse my language, ladies. And they had penises, but I used the B word on them. So they selfishly came up with the idea that you need to just let the highest scoring black folk in here and we'll help you, because they wanted to set up Baki. And Baki was collaborating with the white faculty, and the colored folk were collaborating with the white faculty. And what they were going to do is let the colored in if they helped them set up a reverse discrimination thing, which they did. And at law school at UCLA, we were saying, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. It was the year of the 19th. There were 19 dental students in the whole state of California who were black, 119 medical students, and 219 law students. And we said, we don't want this. We want that test, other factors that indicate an ability to succeed. And it worked. But they cut that and they put something in place that we said was not going to work, and it didn't. And now Roberts, when he wrote his opinion, he doesn't realize what he did, I'm sure, but he almost exactly stated damn near word for word with what we had in our prospectus. Now, critical race theory, Professor Crenshaw at UCLA, she plagiarized us. When we wrote a thing for Black history in 1967, our objective was to make what happened known to Black students so they would get motivated to make change. It was not supposed to be woe is me. It wasn't a thing about blaming white folk. It was for our use, our understanding of you study history to learn its lessons so you can apply them to your today, so your tomorrow becomes what you want it to be. Well, they bastardized what we came up with in 1967, and what Crenshaw has was almost word for word with some very important omissions about you are guilty, please help us out and do us this favor. We didn't want any favors. We said, get the hell out the way, we'll do it ourselves. So yeah, I had a part in how this thing went down. And at one point for UCLA Law School, I was head man for the student admissions part of the law school application process, and we were applying that test of other factors that indicate an ability to succeed. And our purpose was to make sure that the people who took advantage of these opportunities would give back to their communities. And for the most part, the people we brought in did. They have, over the last half century, had an exemplary record. Most of them are dead or infirm, the long retired now, except crazy folk like me who still want to do something on a daily basis. Maybe
Ooh-wee.
Friday night instead of having a date, you know, but it is what it is.
Judge
Yeah,
Joe,
so
I
we
got
1 second. So we've had
okay.
some people trying to get in. So I just wanted to have unique photos. If you could ask your last question, and then I'm just gonna have you drop down, sis, and then some other people can get on.
Oh, I can drop down, Sister Dose.
I don't have any more questions, but thank y'all for having me on here, and thank you, Judge Joe Brown, and everybody else. Have a great
Thank
night.
you for coming, Unique
Thank
Photo.
you.
Yes, thank
You
y'all.
come back again. You need to catch the show more often.
I
You need to
know,
get on
I
there.
know.
Yeah.
I'm
I
trying. I be
know.
traveling so much.
She
Hey,
looks
Well, you
familiar.
know
Your
what?
face looks really familiar.
Yeah, we
thank
have
you
that
for
late
the
night
date.
tomorrow night. And ooh, stay tuned for that.
Oh, nice.
Thank
Let
you
me
for
know.
the date.
You're welcome. Have a good night, y'all.
You
Thank you,
too.
Eugene.
Bye bye.
And thank you
1,
so
2,
much for
3,
showing up.
4,
Yes, yes.
5, 6, 7 of y'all.
All right, get out of here.
I had to do 7, man. I'm spoke, man. You know, hey.
Hey,
Judge Joe, you doing good
Just say
hanging
he
out here
still
with us
got it.
tonight.
I
Yeah,
mean, you my
I wanna.
dates for the night.
Yes,
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
y'all
sir.
your
right. We're on
dates
your
for the
date.
night.
Yes, sir. I want to ask the brother one more
Exactly.
question before I get off the panel. Brother Judge Joe, I want to ask you a question because I know you're familiar with law and terminology.
A little
Uh,
bit.
what is the influence, the overlap between the 1685 Black Code laws and the 1865 Black Code laws, and how they affected our people in this time?
1685 and 1800. There's 200 years. There's a
Yes,
big,
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
yeah, there's a big change. And what's going on in the first one? They just started instituting this peculiar form of slavery known as chattel slavery.
That's right.
At that point, they were using the models of the plantations that they'd set up in Ireland to design the ones over here in the American colony.
That's right.
Sir Francis Drake and Sir Walter Raleigh, they were screwing Queen Elizabeth back when, and they had letters of marque so they could be legal pirates. They were raiding Spanish shipments of Negroes who were African slaves they were bringing over. They'd steal the ships full of the cargoes of people, and they'd sell them at a discount in Spanish ports. And then they started bringing them to, say, 1619 to Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
And they'd advertise, we have a shipload of requisitioned Spanish Negroes. And that's how the term got to be applied to us from the Spanish Portuguese connection. So they bootlegged these slaves that they had hijacked. And that's how the stuff got started, and you got some codes that came in. Next thing, by the time you get 200 some years in the future, slavery had morphed from its typical status. It was almost ubiquitous in every country in the world, and it became chattel slavery. Now, chattel stands for cattle in French. And the difference is typical slavery was some unfortunate people who got their asses kicked and enslaved and sold for the profit of the conquering armies or raiders. And they might arise above their station, but chattel slavery, we were considered two-legged animals. And that's the difference. And when that started being implemented, you got to be a real live mess. One of the ways it made it so easy is it had not been so long ago that the Norman lords had invaded England under William the Conqueror and enslaved practically the Saxons. And a lot of
1056.
people, a lot of these people, at Hastings, and a lot of these people were very familiar with their second-class status and when they got the chance, they imposed those conditions on these new Negroes that Drake and Raleigh had hijacked. So we get a real poisonous situation that comes downstream from that. And then when you get to the 1800s, that's just reflective of how the white folk were dealing with something they thought of as two-legged animals. I suppose we were glorified chimps or gorillas.
1865, 3/5 of a human being, huh?
No, that's not quite what it said. That's Article 1 of the Constitution. Article 1 says that every 10 years, a census shall be conducted, the primary purpose of which will be to determine representation in the House of Representatives.
That's right.
For purposes of this apportionment, 3/5 of all persons held in slavery or involuntary servitude shall be counted toward that number. It doesn't say 3/5 of a human, it says 3/5 of the number will be counted.
Right.
By the way, that's a lot to do with the illegal alien thing. It's not to get people who are illegal to vote. It's simply to be counted so you don't have to worry about them voting. See, California wants to keep the congressman it has, and New York wants to pick up one or two, and so does Illinois. Now, in my
When you talking about
age,
the Homestead Act, when you meant the immigration,
no, I'm talking about
the previous colonies.
Illegal. No, I'm talking about the illegal immigration going on right now. What it's
Right.
about.
Okay.
Right.
See,
Citizen, non-citizenship.
Yeah. Well, see, this is the 5th census I have had to fill out as an adult. And it's the first and only one where I was not asked my citizenship status. Why? Because when they conduct the census, if they do not make a distinction between citizen and non-citizen, everybody is counted. So California has a lot of people, a lot of whom may be illegal. They get counted, and that means that California gets proportionately more people representing in them in the House. But you see, the people that this representation are based on can't vote. So the far left gets more influence in the House of Representatives, but they don't have to worry about the people who are represented being able to vote. They don't want you to get into this thing they do in New York where they say they want illegals and non-citizens to be able to vote in local elections. They just want the bodies to be counted.
That's right.
And by the way, speaking of this 3/5 thing, Sam Hinckley. Anybody ever heard of Sam Hinckley?
I think I heard the name before going through a little literature.
Right.
Dealing with the subject matter.
Not familiar.
Sam Hinckley was one of these 3/5 people. He was an indentured servant. He was French, a Huguenot Protestant who felt he was being discriminated against by the Catholics. So he indentured himself to come to the New World. Now, he was an indentured servant / voluntary or contract slave, which is basically what it was. He was one of those 3/5 people. But interestingly enough, he has a great historical significance. You know what it is? He is the direct ancestor of 7 U.S. presidents, 1 U.S. vice president, several actors who are still around now, and a few billionaires. Warren Buffett is one of his descendants. George Herbert Walker Bush is one of his descendants. George Walker Bush is one of his descendants. And Dick, vice president, is one of his descendants. And another one of his descendants is Barry, a.k.a. Barack Obama. Barack Obama's grandfather was George Herbert Walker Bush's first cousin.
Read that,
Judge. Or the Huguenot line.
Break it down for us. Break it down.
So the bottom line is Bush, Cheney and Obama are all cousins.
You're right.
Yeah, I read that.
I read that.
There's only one. There's only one president that's not related, that have no relation or descendants to owning slaves. Do you know who that is? Guess who's the only president? There's only one president to not have any relation to owning slaves or being a descendant of slave owners. Guess who that would be, y'all?
What was that?
Lyndon Baines
Guess, y'all. Take a guess.
Trump, Donald Trump.
Ding dong.
Yep.
Donald Trump. Crazy.
Okay.
Let me ask one
Well,
more.
I think that came more recent. More recent.
Yeah.
Hinckley.
No, well, let me say something about him.
Some kind of
Let me say something about him, and it's not bad. I had some clients back in the 80s that were businessmen. This is before I got elected to the bench long time ago, almost 35 years ago. And they were trying to get financing, and they were having a hard time. So when I got elected, I couldn't represent them anymore, so they went about their business. Well, I have re-encountered them in the last decade, and they all are prosperous businessmen, but they didn't get the money from banks. They got it from Donald Trump, and they each tell an interesting story about how he required that they show up and give him the check for the term loan and the interest and hand it to him personally. Well, they said he had the contract on his desk. He talked to them about the business and what they were doing, asked them if they were happy with the way things worked out. They said yes. So he said, well, guess what? He tore the contract up, tore the checks up, said, my gift to you. You have a good life.
Judge Joe Brown, didn't Hinckley's own railroads or bank, or Hinckley's was connected to some?
No, Hinckley was not a wealthy man. He never really got beyond being an indentured servant.
They weren't connected to no kind of wealth?
Not Hinckley.
Okay.
Oh, he died in Cape Cod, but you know when he died? 1690 something. A long time ago.
Judge, I have a question on you speaking about UCLA. Can you tell us about the Special Defense Education Act that happened back in the 50s?
Oh.
With African studies? Right.
Well, there may have been something at UCLA in the 50s, but I helped write the perspective for Blacks history, 1967. My roommate, Carrie, John Johnson, Clifford Stewart, Dr. Stewart, most recently before he died, and several professors. We did that. So I can tell you about that. And my former roommate, Carrie, he a couple of years ago said, take a look at this. I said, I remember that. That's that thing we wrote up, isn't it? He said, yeah, take a look at this. I said, what the hell is that? I said, that's Crenshaw's critical race theory thing. I said, well, damn, it's almost identical. I said, yeah, but you notice the critical differences? I said, I sure as hell do. Instead of a motivational thing, it's a whine thing. In other words, whining about, oh, woe is us, instead of getting pissed off, I'm going to go kick some ass after studying this.
Okay. My last question for you. Can you tell us about what's your thoughts on HR 4321?
What is that? I don't remember all of the names. What's the title?
It's actually new. It's the No Bailouts for Reparation Act. HR 4321. It's a No Bailout for Reparations Act, which they're trying to say they won't support any state that puts out any reparations.
No, you're talking about that one down in Texas. Well, that's one of the obstacles. It's to be expected. See, those good old boys down there in Alabama that got upset and didn't want to move their pontoon fishing craft from the wharf, they feel set upon. They're going to get upset if they award reparations. So somebody's going to file lawsuits. You'll probably have 16 or 17 states that'll file against it. In California, you'll have a referendum on the ballot to attack it. So it has to survive that. Survive getting through the House, getting through the Senate. Whatever president is in will have to sign it. Then it'll have to survive the attacks by the state attorney generals who will be filing against it. And it's going to be interesting.
Very interesting. Very.
This is the third time in my life that it has come up. And if I recall what my parents told me, it came up twice in their lives. And my grandfather, on my mother's side, he talked about twice in his life, at least in the writings he left.
What you mean for his reparations?
Yeah. See, we had
the conversation at least.
Well, we actually had reparations. January 14, 1865, General William Tecumseh Sherman, as commander of the military district he was over, issued an order directing that for every slave family that had been freed, they get 40 acres of confiscated rebel land and one army mule. General Grant approved that. President Abraham Lincoln approved that. The Republican House and Senate agreed with it and financed it and agreed to pay for more mules and an agency to set up and make this happen. It started working all the way through July of 1865, and that was after the war was over in April and May 65. Unfortunately, Lincoln had chosen a Democrat, Johnson from Tennessee, to be his running mate to set up reconciliation. And when Johnson became president, he decided that since the South was still a military district subject to his control as commander-in-chief, he issued a military order and edict rescinding what Sherman had issued and what Lincoln had approved, because he didn't want his homies to be deprived of their 40 acres. So that got messed up. Never did come back, but they did set up the Freedmen's Bureau under General Howard.
Oh, Howard, right. Are you familiar with the Ebenezer Creek Massacre? The reason why they sat down in Savannah and Tecumseh, General Sherman, actually came out with that field order. It was off the back of the 1864 Ebenezer Creek Massacre.
The creek, that was a lot of black folk wound up having to swim across, and a lot of them drowned, and some of them got stuck and reinserted in slavery.
And so that was kind of like a way to make it up, right? That's what they sat down in Savannah about, right? About the Ebenezer Creek killing off. They called contraband.
Also considered the secessionists treasonous, and he wanted to punish them, so he was confiscating the land. I thought it was a good idea, frankly.
Right. Tunis Campbell actually went and built the Tunis Campbell. You familiar with him? He came down and actually built it. He had to get that land up in the Sea Islands. We have a brother on the panel from the Sea Islands. Are you familiar with the Picnics out of South Carolina?
I
am. We lost him. Okay, there you go. All right, we lost you for a second. We didn't hear your answer.
Okay.
Can you hear us, Judge? Mic check. Can you hear us, Judge?
Yeah, I think he muted.
Yeah.
He's not here. I don't think he's hearing the volume.
Yeah, whatever have knocked it knocked your sound out, Judge. You may need to unmute.
Back in.
Yeah.
I need to leave and come back. Okay, because my question is, I need to ask one of y'all. Is about this Richard Hinckley legacy of the British slavery. Is this not what we're talking about?
Sakina, I think he's saying he can't hear.
Right. Go out and come back in.
Yeah, he probably can't
Just
hear.
go back out and come back in.
Okay, well, Tomcat, is that not what you're talking about?
Yeah, he gonna have to go to his settings.
Or is what, Mom?
The British Hinckleys, and the British slavery Hinckleys. Is that not the same Hinckleys?
Oh, no. I was saying pygmies, the pygmies. Now, like you said, the Higney, they were more indentured servants coming from the Huguenots, the French. After the Edict of Nantes was overturned, a lot of them left, came to different parts of Europe, and also colonies here, Protestant colonies, such as the Dutch West Indies, since in the 1600s. So he would have had to go up to the Dutch West Indies, or maybe through Charleston, because 1607 they started allowing Protestants to come through there. So
Oh my!
would have been cool to come through there.
Oh, the sound went back. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you. You back. You back.
Can you hear
Well,
us?
your call just restored the audio.
Okay.
Oh, no, I think Sakina was talking about that the guy that Richard Hinckley. Is that what's his name, y'all? The one that
it was Hickney. I was asking about
Hinkley.
about Pink.
Oh, Hinkley.
Right. That were two different people. Judge, did you know
Pink knees.
Okay.
Did you know Al Elwoods?
I don't know.
He was the Texas representative, Mr. Juneteenth.
I don't know him.
Okay, no problem.
OTK, did you have a question?
Go ahead.
He's muted.
Yeah, now you're muted.
I think we're all gonna have to meet up while he.
How you doing, Judge
How
are you?
All right, man. I really appreciate you, man. You have a bunch of knowledge, man, and for you to be going through all the stuff that you went through all your lifetime and to still be on point like that, man, that's remarkable to me. And I want you to keep doing what you do, no matter what. You know what I mean? He was asking you about the Pinckneys, South Carolina.
Yeah, I heard the name.
Yeah, that's my bloodline. That's what my bloodline is.
Your kinfolk.
I'm sorry, Honorable. I didn't hear you.
Okay, I can hear you now. You went out. I said I may know one or two of your kinfolk.
Yeah, that was some of my kinfolks that got murdered in the Charleston church in the AME.
You know, if you're doing something, it's always a hazard. This place is one where people will take you out. By the way, there was a uprising where, been more than 100 years ago, where strangely enough, more white people got killed by the black people than the other way around. Anybody know where that was?
One was Tulsa, Oklahoma, and the other was actually Rosewood, Florida.
Well, Rosewood maybe, but not Tulsa, Oklahoma. It was Washington, D.C.
What?
1919. Some racists decided they were going to go descend on the black quarters where they had a lot of servants and hired help living there. And they were going to do them in. Well, they had a lot of discharged black veterans there, and they used some guns smuggled into the city by the Pullman car porters from Baltimore. So the black folk were on the roofs of the tenements, sniping on the white folk trying to burn the tenements. And after 5 days, Woodrow Wilson literally called in the cavalry to stop things. But this was one of the few instances where black folk killed more white people than white people killed black folk. So it was, and there were 123 situations between 1918 and 1922 or 3, including Tulsa, Oklahoma, and we tend to focus on that one and not the rest of them. But that one, DC, we came out on top on that one.
That's why it was hid.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
But it's not hid now.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Hey, Judge Joe Brown, do you know a lot about South Carolina history?
I know some.
Okay. Where I'm from is a place called Goose Creek, where the Lord Proprietors came at. The Goose Creek men. Familiar with that?
That's by the coast, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. Right off the water. Yes. I try to tell people that it's places in South Carolina that's never been colonized and never been touched by men, and that the people that was there might have mixed in with other people and stuff like that, but these people still hold their lands. So a lot of people always ask me, well, what is the culture? I tell them, well, how we know that the culture that we living in now is not the culture that we've been had. So like my family, them came from the Siwi and the Edawans people, and then we went on into the Yochi people, and then eventually after the 5 civilized tribes, they went into the Cherokee and the Catawbas. But my people's them, we still have all our old cemeteries. In fact, it just came out like 2 weeks ago that they found this Cherokee cemetery in Latson, South Carolina. Latson, South Carolina was part of Goose Creek before Stevenson, a black slave owner, they got him in the book as a black slave owner, founded Latson, South Carolina. It's a Cherokee burial site there. And how they found it, because there were squatters there in the woods. And apparently they must be been doing something in there, and they found some remains. So they ran all of them out of there. And now it's a burial site. I'm going there tomorrow, actually. And that's like 5 to 7 minutes away from where I'm at. So when I tell people, like, yo, it's darker skinned people on the southeast coast. Now, are we the same as the first peoples that here? No, ain't nobody the same as no first people that was here. But that doesn't give me the right not to claim my ancestry. So what is your ancestry, Judge Joe Brown, if you don't mind me asking?
You may know my Native American. My maternal grandmother was Choctaw, so okay. She used to rib the colored side of the family. Yeah, all of you colored folk, you get mad when the white folk do you wrong. We used to take a scalp and nail it to the lodge pole and smile. What is worth?
So do you believe that when the census came out that a bunch of Indians got misclassified as Negro?
Depending on whether you're claiming to be on a reservation, whether you're registered, and how you look at yourself. And whether or not technically under the Constitution you're taxed. So let's see, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Cherokee, Creek, and Seminole, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Catawba. It's the Catawba. The Seminoles the Seminoles came on later with the Yamasee. Well, it came before the 5 civilized, but and after too.
Yeah. And then the War Department records don't show the Indian War. They call it the Colored War. And that assholes, Andrew Jackson, used to like to take the women and children, put them in a stockade and burn them alive. Psycho. Besides, it's not safe. I can tell you a story. In fact, I'm going to. It's interesting. You know, I was the last judge on that James Earl Ray case. And it was my conclusion that Ray was not the gunman. the FBI set the hit up. They recruited a 2-man hit team from the Marine Corps Sniper School in Quantico, Virginia, right next to the FBI Training Academy. They supplied the weapon, which was an XM-21, experimental device using some fine-tuned M14s with a special barrel, which, by the way, precisely matched the ballistic characteristics of what would have been required to have fired the bullet that killed King. Also, they received 5,000 rounds of the ammo that were the type used to kill King. The shot came from the fire station by the 2-man team, not the flop house nor the bushes. And they've never answered for that. And it's dangerous. Now, when I had that Ray case, I was working on the charges for a murder trial. Midnight. I came home, still had on suit, sat down at the kitchen table, had a beer, fell asleep. About 3:30 in the morning, something caused me to wake up. I looked out the front. There were 2 shadows out front. Looked out the back. I could see them from the kitchen, front and back, the way the house was situated. There were 3 out back. I watched in fascination. They had on black balaclavas or ski masks. They had on the microphone up here and mic packed down, and they had sidearms on, and it looked like they had Kevlar on. They took this thing that had a suction cup on it, stuck it on the plate glass window after they had jimmied the screens out. Had an arm on it. They ran it around, and the cutter was on the arm. It cut a circle out, and they lifted the circle off with the suction cup. They clicked twice on their communications and reached in, opened the window, slid it open, and they started coming in. So I'm thinking, what the hell? Well, these are police. Why are they trying to raid a judge's home? I said, this ain't got shit to do with the police. So I already had my SIG 226 that I had some very hot ammo loaded up for, and a SIG 220 or 45 that I had reached in the drawer and got. Now, it was 45. I waited until the first one got in the front, back 2 getting in, and when the third one was halfway in and the last one in the front was halfway in, I opened up on them. I could hear the 45 hitting the Kevlar. It wasn't getting through. I put that down and got the 9, and it started going through the Kevlar, and I started shooting for here. And there were about 30, 35 shots exchanged. I didn't get hit, but when I had the director, a guy named Winfrey, who had been a friend, come over of Sunrise with another detective who had been a client, we checked. There were 2 heavy blood trails out back and 1 light one, and 2 heavy ones out front, and half of a guy's earlobe was on the front window sill. So we checked, and they had turned the recording devices off on dispatch for about 30 minutes before this happened and 45 after, and we couldn't find any call or any information where they'd gone to an emergency room for medical care. So I hope I killed them. But anyway, life can get exciting. My reaction was, oh, what the hell am I going to do to explain this mess? Then the more I thought about it, I said, the hell, they got no damn business coming off in here. I'm a judge, criminal court judge, and nuh-uh, not police. What the hell was it? So, obvious conclusion, they picked the wrong person to mess with. So, I had a good time. I mean, it was better than sex. Shit. But you know, it is what it is. Damn.
All right, man. I'm
that part.
gonna jump
Sakina,
down.
you got a brother
Judge
on
Joe
here.
Brown.
That's your brother. That's your brother.
Yeah, Judge Joe Brown,
That's your
thank
brother.
you. I hope to talk to you again. Thank you, Unscrambled Minds. Hey, sisters, y'all keep doing what y'all do. Peace to Top Cats. Congrats on the book. I don't order mine. Peace to Commission, man. You know, all of y'all keep doing what y'all do, man. Peace.
You enjoy that
Oh, Sakina, it's late. Can we do are we doing our closeout? Or are we talking a little bit more?
I was thinking, should we just go around and close out and everyone get their last questions, of course, to Judge Joe Brown?
Yep, sounds good.
All right, where are we gonna start?
Freedom, if she was woke.
Well, yeah, I think she's gone. So we starting with you, Sakina.
Oh. Well, I want to say peace to Judge Joe Brown, hot sauce. Give it to you sauce, make it sauce. Judge Joe Brown, you are the, can I call you the ish? That's what you
yes,
are.
He is.
Yes, you
Boss.
are. You are the ish.
That guy.
Yes. Have you thought about making chili sauce?
I've done it.
Listen, don't put no hot sauce in it for me. I like mine mild.
Oh, come on.
No. See, I'm spicy enough. You mean to tell me that you sit there and let that boy? I love that. But I need it mild. You know, they say you straight with no chaser. Yeah, I need a chaser. I can't. I need you to make it a little mild for me, with a little snap to it, just a little snap to it.
Or order some of the original recipe barbecue sauce. You'll like it. It made a big hit at this grocery convention. Try it. JJB 2023. I would suggest the 3-pack because I guarantee you'll like it. And the shipping costs are more reasonable with a 3-pack than what they charge for shipping for just one.
Well, I'm sure we're going to do that, but I really want you to try to get into that chili sauce because I know anytime somebody make barbecue sauce, chili sauce is right behind it.
Okay, yeah, we have a chili too. Actually, we do. It's a collaboration. I've been working on this for 45 years, and it's a collaboration with Chef Damon, who is Beyonce's personal chef. So he worked on cleaning it up so it's health food stuff, and they can sell it at Sprouts, Whole Foods, and all that. The way I fixed it up was old time nasty stuff, you know. It had all of the suspect stuff in it. But it's cleaned up now, so it'll pass muster if you're worried about healthy stuff. You don't even have to put it on meat. And by the way, we have chicken links, hot and mild, smoked and raw, and they are packed by the only Black-owned meat packing plant in California. Actually, it's a sister that owns it.
I know that's right.
We do that, and Tiffany Haddish is my business partner in this. So,
well, I'm gonna get the sauce. Don't worry about that.
Now, we do have a chili thing. I have tasted it. It just isn't out right now, but we will be coming up with that. And here's the other thing. For those who are vegan, we just acquired a source of that Beyond Meat, Beyond Beef stuff. So we're going to make some links with that. We have powder, hot and mild. We have sauce, spicy and OG, original. And we have the chicken links, and we will have the other stuff, and we will have the chili eventually.
Come on, that's what I'm gonna do. Well, I just want to tell you, it's been a pleasure. It's been an honor. And each time you come, you not only show up, you always show out. And I appreciate it each and every time. And I look forward to the next time. And next time, about that sauce.
Thank you, and I apologize for being so opinionated or forceful, but I am fearless leader, at least to be from Memphis, to take charge of that bad boy. But here's my thing: I'm getting old, and I ain't dead yet, but I won't. I got very little extra time left, so you can take what I say and throw it in the trash can, or you can experiment with it or try it. But let me get it out because. Actually, nobody said anything that I haven't thought at least at one point in life, but you haven't been where I've been. So I'll throw it at you and you can throw it out or put it in your head.
I understand, and I absolutely respect that. So I appreciate that from you because I'm never too old to learn, right? And I'm never going to disrespect anything that you can tell me because I have to learn one way or another.
Well, I may be full of it. You know, I may be full of mess. I'm not saying I'm necessarily correct. It's just I've had an opportunity to try this stuff and see whether it works out more so than most people. So I'm just giving advantage of all of the folk that I kept from going to the penitentiary or getting out of a mess.
I understand that.
And it may be totally wrong, but, you know, try it, you might like it.
There it is. There it is. And I appreciate that. And to the chat.
I didn't mean to be too with you, but that's just me. You know, I kind of.
Well, you go ahead and do you. Do you.
There it is. Because you said I might have a little snapback, but I don't go that far. But I will step out there.
I know I don't have a problem with strong, aggressive women.
Right, so it's never too wrong.
My date for Friday night, so you know what the hell, you know. See, you got sweet on me, you grinning at me, and first you and now I said, baby, smile again. That JB waking, you know, his thing, you know. Hey,
there you go. I know my lane. I always want to drive. I just want to drive a little bit. I know how to drive. So
you gotta stay in your lane.
Yeah, it is.
You don't need to stay in your lane.
Just ask me. I know how to scoot over.
Beep beep.
Gemini.
Darvis, you see how you do that, Darvis?
I see it's a love connection. That's what we did this Friday night. Gemini, what's going on?
Dad, I want to say, Hotep, I love everybody for being here. Thank y'all as always for hanging out with us. Y'all didn't have to do it, but you did, and we appreciate you as always. Commission, thank you as always. I know it's an exercise when you leave one lesson and come over here and hang out with us. I appreciate that because you be putting in that over triple time, and we appreciate that. So thank you again, King, and for everybody that came in and Chris Harris, OTK, who else?
Unique photos.
Somebody else came in here. I forgot who it was. If I forgot you, I didn't forget
Top Cat.
I just remember Top Cats. Congratulations on that book again. You're gonna have to let us know how we can obtain that book so we can read it, and at least we can purchase it so we can read it. And just anybody else that showed up, I just want to give a shout out and thank y'all all for showing up for us again tonight. And I'm gonna pass it on. Thank you.
And yeah, I can put the link to that book in the chat so everybody who wants to get it, they can.
Okay, yeah, that'll work. Well, thank you, Judge Joe Brown, for stopping through. I really appreciate it. I know the ladies have spoken with you before, but this is my first time speaking with you, and you are quite the something. You are pretty amazing, and it is so. I'm kind of honored to meet a living legend, right? You're a living legend. And so, yeah, to get all that, for you to drop those jewels and those gems tonight, I appreciated that. I was here for it.
And mayor of Memphis, Tennessee right now. I'm campaigning. Our slogan is JJB in 2023 for mayor.
Hey. Well, you need to look, come get us. We'll pass out flyers.
Round downtown, take back your town. It's a chant. JJB in 2023.
Come on.
JJB in 2023.
What?
Brown downtown, send Brown downtown, take back your town. Boom.
Hey, that works for me. That sounds real good. But thank you so much. It has definitely been an honor, and I appreciate you stopping through. Have a wonderful night. Well, it's the morning now, so we say grand rising, and have a wonderful day tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am. Now.
All right. I'm gonna do my little quick closing. Thank you so much again. I'm not, not to reiterate what my sisters already said. The chat definitely was engaged with the whole conversation. It was wonderful. You were very patient. You had lots of energy. We definitely appreciate you. My little personality is getting ready to shine through though, because I don't know if you are aware or not, you probably don't, but we hit 1,000 subscribers, and I really want to just shout us out on that, y'all. Thank you to the chat. Thank you guys. You guys have been rocking with us for a while now. We are so thankful and grateful to you guys. Y'all always show up, show out, and we hope that you guys just really understand that we appreciate that. So we got that going on. Then we got our sister Dulcinea getting ready to knock the brakes off. Okay, this debate that she's getting ready to have with Lex. Okay, we're gonna be in there hard body, root and fly girl. And so just to real quickly, just to switch it up, give it a little bit of flavor. I can only be myself. I just want to quickly, brother La, I know he's still in the chat, probably, I'm not sure, but he stayed trying me on my DJ, abilities, Judge Joe Brown. You understand? So I know you love Jamaica. Maybe you know this song. I don't know, but I'm just going to quickly, if that's okay, after Kamisha say goodnight, Nisha say goodnight, I just want to close out with one song, because he stayed trying to battle. So I just want to throw that out there, y'all.
Okay, Docs, do your thing, boo. I know that's right.
Well,
Kamisha, I didn't say goodnight to you, but I appreciate you always for being a support to us. You are a brother, and we love you.
Oh yeah, the love is mutual. Love is mutual. I keep telling people we need this energy, and I just wanted to say to our brother Judge Joe Brown, want to give flowers to you while you're here, Elder, because we got a lot that fell along the way, so to speak. But you're an example that come from where we come from, the rose that grew from the concrete. We can see you where you're at right now. And I also want to say honors to you for being here in this era and time, and ask just one more room of advice, so to speak, that you would give to our people dealing with this social media. What do you think that we can do to better our communication here?
Okay, just tell the truth. Keep telling it. Don't get discouraged. You tell a lie long enough and loud enough, you can get anybody to believe it, including the liar. But the direct enemy of the lie is the truth. Keep telling the truth and keep finding out what it is.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, Elder. Yes, sir.
I have one other thing I want to bring to everybody's attention. It's a request. The Tuskegee Airmen have the same training program available that trained the original ones. It's civilians. You have to be a high school graduate between 18 and 21, at least a C average, vision correctable to 20/40. Doesn't have to be perfect, and that's corrected. You have to have good character, and it is a 9-month full-time program. It'll be operating up in the New York area. It's funded by the Smithsonian Institution. The value of the scholarship is more than $100,000 for the 9 months. You get full room and board, you get a stipend for spending change, and when you come out, you will be possessed of a commercial airline pilot's license for multi-engine instrument flying. You will be hireable immediately as second seat for FedEx, Delta, American, United. the military will accept it as basic flight training for the Air Force, Navy, and Marine Corps and Army. There will be 20 students per class every 10 months. The class is 9 months. We have a problem. You know what it is? Instead of 20 students times 3 for the last 3 classes, we've only had 3 applicants for the 20 positions for the last 3 classes, and all of the applicants have been white. We can't get anybody black who wants to even apply. Now, I've been told I want to play basketball. I'm not interested. The sisters aren't interested. Nobody's interested. And it would be a damn shame for this almost 80-year program to be cut off for lack of interest. Now, I have a former brother-in-law from the first wife I had, and he's getting ready to retire, and he makes more than 7 figures a year, sometimes 8 a year. And he's been doing this for 35 years. So I don't know how much you think he makes basketball, but starting at 23, you make a minimum of 6 figures, and you quickly will move up to 7, and that will be for 35, 40 years of career. You can have a lot of investment money and capital and retire a very, very rich person. So that's male and female, man and woman, please. And if somebody contacts me, I will get the contact person hooked up with you. The individual, no relation, is named Dolores Brown. She is a widow of one of the Tuskegee Airmen, a combat pilot. Now, to tell you where you can go with this, he got into the program in 1943 at 17 years old. He had not graduated from college, but when he turned 18, they made him an officer so he could be a fighter pilot. Well, he took the GI Bill afterwards, went to college, and he retired as CEO for Kaiser Permanente Hospitals. So he had all 19 of them under him out in California. He passed on about 4.5 years ago. He was in his 90s. So that's what you can do with it. So we're trying to save this program, and we need some students, man and woman, young people, please. This is something you ought to do, and I just don't understand, because in my day, everybody wanted to be a pilot, but it is a full-fledged program. So please.
Well, we didn't know much about it. I'm glad you are bringing that. Is there a website or anything like that people can go and apply for?
The Tuskegee Airmen's Institute, but I don't want to say it right now. But
okay, got it.
You contact, I'll give you Miss Dolores Brown's number. She's a widow, no relationship to me. I met her and her husband about 30-some years ago. Late husband. But that was something that just dawned on me, and I said, I better say this, because I'm trying to exhaust every possible avenue of getting some students in this thing. It's just no reason for this thing that's been going on for 80 years to just die because nobody's interested in becoming a pilot.
What was the age requirement again?
18 to 21. At least a C average in high school, good character, meaning no felony arrest, anything like that. And your vision must be correctable to 20/40. Doesn't have to be 20/20, just 20/40. And I guess not ready to drop dead of a heart attack. So that will be a $100,000 scholarship. That's a full ride, full room and board, and spending change in your pocket, clothing allowance, and I think there's even a slight case of a uniform or two being dispensed. But you can go back to college. It's only 9 months, and if you want, when you get out, you can get immediately into a senior ROTC program, and you will be one of those unique cadets who is already flight qualified. But
so when
that's
can
an
we drop
awesome
that
opportunity.
information? How would we be able to spread that information on our channel? Would you
yes,
email
I'll
us the
hook you up
information?
I'll hook you up with the lady. She's a fine and very fascinating lady. Not only is she a widow of an airman, she knew most of them. She organizes things, and at one point, she was Chappie James' executive secretary. Chappie James was a Tuskegee airman. He rose up to be a 4-star general in the Air Force, and he commanded NORAD, that's North American Air Defense Command, back at the height of the Cold War. So she's a pretty sharp lady.
Okay, no, that's awesome.
I
That's
think the
awesome.
ladies will like her a lot. She's very personable.
All right.
Nice,
Well,
nice. Thank you.
Nisha?
Okay.
yeah, I just wanted to say appreciate the show. Appreciate you, Judge. You did your thing tonight. We really appreciate that. Appreciate the chat and appreciate my sisters. That's it.
Yes, thank you so much, Judge Joe Brown, for coming through. We always appreciate your perspective and you really giving us the breakdown on how the actual laws work. I did have a question, and for you, Commission, before you go, you were reading the title of my debate tomorrow. So I just wanted you to go over just before you go. What do you find the importance of law in our like political empowerment and when we're trying to gain back power as Black Americans here?
Okay, let me say this very briefly. It takes less time to read the Constitution completely, not necessarily the amendments, but it takes less time to read the Constitution than it does to read the rules of the road if you're trying to get a driver's license. Fairly simple. If you got a high school education, you should be able to finish the thing up in about 15, 20 minutes. So learn the rules of the road. One other point, the NBA used to be one of the most racist organizations in America back when. Now it's certainly not. You look outside of management, damn near everybody of consequence who's a player is black. That wasn't always the case. The rules are essentially the same. It's just we learned how to play the game and we took advantage of some breaks to get in. So it's the same thing with this system here. The rules are neutral. It's all about who's playing the game. So let's learn the rules to the game and life becomes a lot simpler and you learn how to manipulate it. And that's the good part. So that's what law does. The other thing is this, I don't care whether you're talking about Africa, North, South America, Asia, Europe, Australia, the Pacific Islands. Whenever human beings occupy a place, the first thing they do is set up a code. They set up law, they set up order, and they get some way of administering it and seeing that it applies. So we need to get interested in the rules and learn how to drive down the highways of life in this republic. That said, I guess that's my last comment on it, but enjoy your debate.
Thank you so much for that. And Commission, do you have any advice for me before going into the debate tomorrow?
Oh yeah. I give honors to the judge, and I caught that alley hoop too, by the way. And yeah, tomorrow, the main thing is, I see the title, which is better to empower our people, Pan-Africanism or more science. And the thing is that we've seen many different measures that have been brought forth as far as experiment when it comes to our people. We done been some of everything you can call us under the sun. But what I will say is, when it come down to it, at the end of the day, whatever attach you to this land, let's say from an organic standpoint, that's what makes more sense. When it comes to that conversation with that brother Zion Lex that you're gonna have tomorrow, and unfortunately, his methodology can't be attached to the land. And so once you're able to show that, it should be self-evident what we should be accepting. The key is us accepting it together. Because I tell people all the time, they say, well, it's a lack of finances and money. That's the reason why we can't. No, we got everybody, 1 million people with $1 bill. That's $1 million easy. So that lets you know money ain't the issue. It's a lack of unity, a lack of oneness, having the same thought, being able to sit in the same room at the same table and break bread together. So I know your intent is to unite, Sister Dulcinea. I know your intent is to unify and bring our people together, until we all come to that special point. It's like we beating a dead horse. I mean, what you even talking about? If we don't want to come together. So, that's just my thought on that. And I know you're going to do what you're supposed to do, Goddess. All I say is keep the scimitar in order tonight. And when you get done, it's all right if you let a little blood drip. That brother there, you're going to have to cut him down a few notches.
May I make a suggestion to you?
Honest to you,
you're going to get in this debate, go to the dictionary and look up more.
I sound like Todd Street Bay.
Look it up.
Yes, in the Black Laws Dictionary or just Webster's?
I would take Webster or Oxford. Look it up. Doesn't make any difference. Just look up what it means. And then think El Andalus. El Andalus is also known as Spain.
Uh-oh.
And you might consider classic Spanish Moorish architecture.
Uh-oh.
You might consider Shakespeare, Othello, or of Venice.
Yeah, they're going crazy about that Othello. I just did a post on that one on my Facebook, and it got Lawrence Fishburne, right? And they actually got a more.
He did pretty bad.
I remember Othello. I remember Lawrence Fishburne playing Othello.
I actually have a Moorish painting where they got the ones that look just like you from the past, and it's like they're spot on. So people I got like 200 people almost loving the post. But we got to look at our history and stop denying it, no matter where it come from. Because fact is, we indigenous to the planet. Truth be told, I'm gonna just leave with that one right there.
Okay.
Ooh, yeah. Okay, this has been juicy. And
all right, y'all. All right, I'm gonna close out with the song.
Go ahead, Dots, do your thing, boo.
1,000 subscribers and more. Thank you, guys. Please remember to like, share. Please. Thank you again, Judge. Here we go. Good night, y'all. After this, let's get it.
We get to hear
yes. Let me know if y'all hear it. Let me know if y'all hear it without all the back chat. Since you like Jamaica so much, here we go. Hold on, y'all. Can y'all hear?
Yes, we can hear.
Good night, y'all. Capleton.
Hey.
Them have their feelings, them a carry. Them done power ready and them can't say them sorry, yeah. Them have their feelings, them a carry. You know, and them something again. When you want to win them, them a could have had them a try. Them got this king say I feel what you all of them, yeah. Them a make up with them with this well. Them did some money when them so gonna tell ya. Them a could have with them Marcus. Them beef Marcus, I know them body girls, yeah. Them a make up tell them this part. Them can't this mama hurt. You know, see a dead man them. Happy man them. I don't know with them if I happy burn them. Them don't come them out there. Dead man them. Them don't like me. Them not like them. So look. We not see a dead man them. No be man them in a no with them. The fire be burn them. Them don't condemn a dead man them. Them don't strike me. I'm not like them.
Hello.
Tell them something that.
All right, y'all. Y'all can close it out when it's point.
All right.
Come on.
Sister Freedom, you late. You late. We closing out. You want to say anything?
No, I've been listening to the whole thing. That's why I was just letting y'all know when listening to Dr. was trying to let her know that's where I'm at in Jamaica.
That's what woke her up.
I'm listening.
All day.
I've been listening to everything.
All right.
All right, ladies. I'm leaving first. Good night.
Good
I'm
night,
outta here.
y'all.
Bye.
So Joe Brown, thank you so much for coming
Thank
on.
you again.
Peace and love.
Thank
Peace
you.
more now. I'm out here. I'm hitting in my ride and I'm gonna roll. Now you're all in the door. Ciao. How by God, Otis has been Judge Joe. Next time, call me when you can, because I'm the one that ran.
Okay. All right.
Night,
Oh,
night.
man.
Oh no.
Michelle. That's your Brown goes in, girl.
Mm-hmm.
Always in, girl.
Thank you again so much, Commission.
All right. Good night, y'all. I'm gonna drop down. Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Okay.
Peace to the queens. Peace to all of y'all, man.
Yes, peace to
Hey,
everyone.
Commission, golly, man. I wanted the show to go on. The show went the way it went, but I had some more questions to ask you.
I know.
All is
We
well.
always got time to do that, but since Dulcie was got her debate tomorrow, I thought it was smart to have you on. So, some questions can be
Did you
asked.
want to ask him a question before he goes, Sister Freedom? Go ahead.
I'm just saying, you see what the title is for the debate, right? And I really want to know, because see, to me, as far as I'm concerned, as far as me knowing anything about more science, there's always a plan. My mom always said what we all need to do, whether we believe that we are Moors or not, which really, my mom says, is a very stupid thing because being called color black or a Negro is no different than being a Moor.
That's
It's just
right.
it's just another word for saying, like we say black now,
That's
we
right.
just more than.
That's right.
People all over the world that are melanated descent don't realize that that's what you are. You damn it, Moors. You know what I'm saying? That's just what the oldest of what they can, come across calling us,
Yes, ma'am. That's what attach us to the land, and I keep telling them that.
Not just the land, to the earth.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm talking about like we indigenous to the planet, and so
Yes.
so the key is what they don't know.
That's the reason, and Topcats was on here. That's
Mm-hmm.
the reason why I say what I say about the situation with Top Cats. We are people that's been all over the world from the beginning of time. There is no time frame
That's right.
for who we are, but there's a time frame for every other race except ours.
That's right.
Because the title is the way it is, and the Moors have a plan for the future with law and everything else. Why wouldn't what does plan does Africans have that you've ever heard of?
That's a good question, and I'm gonna be honest with you, sis. It's Africans that's over there that's actually trying to tell our people that we Moors right now.
But no, not even being a Moor, not that. What
Go
plan
ahead.
we have for the future for us winning, for
Well, they don't
becoming a business building.
Africa is more right now worried about Africa, as they should be. But the
I
thing
mean,
is,
ever. What plan do they have? Have you ever heard that they had? It's
They
always
just-
us that's saying we want to come together.
yeah, they just recently starting to get on the board of trying to do something, and they working with other nations, but we haven't seen. I seen a few brothers saying, "Come on back home, repatriate," and all this here. It was written in the book. This part of the prophets. I seen a few like that. But they haven't really had to worry about the things to the extent that we have over here. That's why you hear them say when we go over to Africa, most of our people, we ain't got to worry about looking over our shoulder. We ain't got to worry. So they don't comprehend the plight that we have over here, you see, unless they came over here. So they never really had a reason to try to work toward what we trying to do. You mean I'm talking about our way out of shackles like we do? They've been good over there as far as they've been as ever. You know, outside of the little wars they may be having with each different people or each other. So they really haven't been trying to build things to the extent that we have over here. Because think about it, you already in the land that belong to you. You already have the opportunity of what we call self-determination. Who you got to fight against? Who trying to stop you? You know what I mean? And so no, they haven't really been building to the extent that we've been trying to build over here. You know what I mean? And so actually they done got a little ahead of the game too, sis, because they tapping into the European system. You know, taking all their stuff over there to Africa right now and enriching themselves, which is something we got to start doing. I don't know if you was here when I asked the question about AI earlier, because this is going to affect us in a grand scale. And they talking about the next 15 years, everything being automated. So
are you saying that the only reason why Africa is growing is because of them tapping in and coming together with Europeans, but not with their own people?
I'm saying the only movement I seen is most recently in this time. Yep, them coming together with them Europeans. But outside of that, we hadn't heard nothing from them. Yeah, we hadn't heard nothing about Africa really. We heard people fighting, doing certain things here, people becoming independent here, but they never really was able to. I mean, look, they took your boy out. You know, Gaddafi, when he was trying to demonstrate the United States of Africa. You know, we heard that little noise they made, but they shut that down real quick. And so I think they trying to pull on whatever straw they can. And it's almost like the enemy of my basically, you know, the friend of my friend is my friend, and the enemy of my enemy is my enemy. And that's what I think going on between them and Russia. You know, like I say, which is it's gonna be a power move if it go like they trying to make it. But I believe that it's gonna be some real conflict that come out of that.
Okay, can I ask a question?
Haven't seen it yet.
That's one more question, and then you got it. Just let me ask this one more question out. Why I got him on the road? I'm sorry, Commission.
No, you're all right.
The plan that you see that the community of Moors have that can benefit our people today?
Self-government,
yes,
self-determination, and being serious about it, like people get serious about going out there in the Walmart parking lot with them clipboards, talking about you want to vote. I think we need to come together and sit down and say, all right, let's deal with self-determination. Let's start building our own schools. Let's start, building institutions with these funds that we have, and moving forth, because it don't take a whole lot of finances to take more unity. But that's what I see us doing. We really got to separate, decolonize, so to speak, mentally first, and then we can sit down together and build an institution, that actually deal with nation building. That's what I see, and that's what we're doing in our own way.
And let's not forget law.
Oh, that's that you can't establish no a nation without law. And that's why you hear us talking about unfoldment into what we call supreme law, as opposed to being on the general laws of a little group over here, a little organization over there. We need supreme law to govern all of our events, as one people, and not based on what Rome said or the Europeans say, because you'll never find a government going into the courts of another government, challenging jurisdiction, because they don't have to. They're a nation. You see what I'm saying?
Right, and if we all stood together on law and the laws of the Constitution, I mean, make them abide.
That's right.
By the laws of the Constitution, and
that's right.
Not whenever they get good and ready to change things to suit and fit them. You know what I mean? Because we can go backwards and find that what they trying to put in into fruition, it wasn't that way. And because you want to change things, you want to force our people to do it too. You know what I'm saying? But we only could do that if we stood together on law. A lot of our brothers and sisters wouldn't be in these institutions that you call prisons and jails. And a lot of people, we if we knew these laws, we'd be able to stand together. But because we fight against each other so much,
yep, distraction.
We can't win. We can't win because we blinded by a facade of hate.
That's right.
And we don't even realize that we're hating our own selves. Jealousy, so much envy, so much just against each other.
Mm-hmm. Self-sabotage. Self-sabotage.
You're right. I'm gonna let Sakina go ahead and take it. She shares some questions.
Okay. I want to start with first of all, the Constitution was never written for us because we were not the people.
That's right.
Okay, so we can't keep saying we want somebody else to uphold a law that was not included for us because we were not the people. We can't be the people of a law that was not for us. Let's start with that. Then
but it was for them, so we can make them abide by the rules that they wrote for them. If that's what you want to say,
not us. So we can't have them uphold a standard. Let's go here. Most of the American citizens don't even know the citizenship and those laws and those kind of civics. But any other person that owns a green card, they have to know every president, every citizen law, every civic law there is. But anybody that's 30 or anybody that's 35, between 35 and 50, don't know how to make a bill, that don't know that a bill has to be passed to make a law. They don't know anything about civics or the presidents or anything else. Why? Because they took that out of the curriculum, and in 2002, 2003, they put it back. Now, ask me how I know, because I moved from Michigan to Wisconsin, and I had these credits, and they took them away because they were not credits or in that time, and they took them away, but then they had to put them back because of that reason. So that's why a lot of people don't know these things, and now they put them back, and that's what made that a fact. So I know this thing. So
what's the question?
All of these people, all of these, I'm gonna get to my question if I can. Otherwise, I'll shut up and then I'll leave.
I'm messing with you.
I'm going with this. So for a lot of people that's not citizens, I also had to teach English as a second language to a lot of Spaniards doing a volunteer service. All I'm saying is for that part. So with commission, my question was going into with Moors, and it has something to do with the Moors, and because you didn't threw me off. It was about the Moors and the Constitution, and damn it, freedom, you threw me off. It has something to do with the Moors. It had something to do with the Constitution and what Dawson L was talking about.
I want to ask you a question when you get done.
Okay, well, go ahead, because it might take me back, because it has something to do with the Moors, it has something to do with the Constitution, and what he was talking about in the beginning.
I want to agree with you when you say we're not actually citizens, that we are, what is it? I can't think of the name of it.
We are citizens. We were not included in that totem. That's why they took everything that they put us through to make sure we were not.
I know. I wanted to ask you, did they, and Commission can answer too, did they write the Constitution before we were here? Did they start the nonprofit organization of the United States of America before the adding of the slaves or the people that was the indigenous people that was already on these lands?
Yeah, when they wrote the Constitution, we definitely was considered slaves. In fact, that's when the prophet had referred to the time. That's why he said 1779 to 1865, the time of slavery. But even prior to that, dealing with the term as it we relate to dealing with slavery and the law. When they said we the people, you know, they wasn't including us in that particular statement. What they called us was all other persons.
We were beasts.
And the word person
That's what
means
I'm saying.
property.
Why would we make them abide by the Constitution that they wrote for themselves?
Right. You saying basically make them abide by what they claim. Because see, they called us property. They was calling us persons as property, right? And so to them, they abiding by that law, but the way they make it look as if they making it equal for everybody. And I see you, Sister Freedom, are saying, why not make them stand on what they stand on?
For them, what they can and cannot do.
Yeah, what they
you know,
claim.
they come, you know, like when they, for instance, I'm saying like when they say that with freedom of speech.
Yeah,
I know somebody got freedom of speech, and as soon as I say something,
but watch what you say.
Watch what you say and stuff like that.
I know what you're saying.
You don't get to do that.
Well, you know the United States,
but it works for them because we don't stick together.
Yeah, it's a loophole. It's a loophole constitution. So they make it sound like that's how the Europeans sell everything. Think about it. When they want to sell you some cable,
they do everything.
They want to sell you, you know, lights. They gonna make it sound real good. But when you get in that contract, and that contract binding, then they get real crazy, mask off. And so what it is, that's what we in a mask off situation. Like, yeah, I say freedom of speech, but you ain't got it. Yeah, I say you got a right to bear on, but you ain't got it. Yeah, I say, and that's why it's necessary for us, like I said, to come together on the supreme law. You know, and because we already have it, we just have to sit down, you know, and build upon that. You know, they already had their run. In fact, the European Constitution right now is definitely in limbo. It's like powerless, so they can't even enforce it with their own selves, so to speak, right? And let's know trying to make them do it. I know where you're coming from. The only way we can make them do it is we come together under our own nation.
I mean,
melanated
Constitution from all over the world should make the United States.
Yeah, the United Nations. That's what they
do exactly what their Constitution state. Don't add stuff, twist it up, make it look. Oh no, this was said. No, that's what it said. You're not going to twist it around now to suit and fit you just because it's time for you to put that blue suit on, that black cape on. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? No,
it's called designer law.
Yes,
that's why I'm gonna give you something. That's why Prophet Noble Ali told the Moors. He say, Moors, I'm gonna lead a European here long enough just to teach you Moors how to run a government. That show you what his intention was. You know what I mean? In other words, he was saying that basically we're gonna learn what not to do by watching this European. We're gonna learn how to better our condition by what we went through under them. You see what I'm saying? So once we learn what's the right way and what we need to do, we're gonna do it. Meaning the ones that got like minds, you know, like the sister Sakina was getting into as well. So I see the views where both of y'all are coming from. The main thing is self-determination. We got to come together on one accord. Like you said, the power is in the people. You know, and unity is strength. You know, and division and demarcation is where our weakness lies. And the European know that. Go ahead, sis.
Okay, so my question I remember was they were saying that in Africa that they were trying to join forces with us as one in unification because of the resources that were over there, and that the French, the Russians, and the Brazilians and America were trying to tap into their resources because all these years they were trying to keep taking the resources and taking them from them. And with them having all these resources, they're not making no money because they're stealing their resources. And this is where they're getting tired of it. So much so that we do know that part of Trump's his presidency, he made a deal with Russians, so much so that a lot of Russians own a lot of property in the Americas, especially during COVID. And we know this. So and now, especially in North Dakota, a lot of Russians are being brought here to work in the oil industry. They're taking a lot of apartments. They're being brought in. I think they said 200,000 or so. They're being brought in to work the oil industry.
Right.
And we all know that where is this oil coming from? If it's not coming from Africa to work this oil industry, and we know right now during this time, where's oil? And they're fighting for this oil. And the Russians are coming from where? And we know that they were coming here from Canada, and we know they're coming here now. Unique Photos just left here. And she knows not maybe 10 years ago when I went to Michigan, it maybe been longer than that, but Russians were smuggling into Michigan around that time because they were so hungry. Russia, they come through Canada. Canada is about an hour from Detroit. They were smuggling through there because they were so hungry. We're not going to play the game. We know the truth. They were coming through Canada because they were so hungry in Russia. So they was coming through the Canadian border. And I'm in North Dakota now. So Russia's probably about 2 hours from here. So now they bringing them in to help with that. Now, just 3 years ago, they were bringing in Africans to do all of the work for the housing because North Dakota, Fargo was a new city being developed. You can look this up. That's why my daughter now came here because LPN program or LPNs wasn't making no money. And so they made more money here. It's so freezing cold here. People was freezing to death in cars and stuff. That's why I left and went to North Carolina. And then I end up coming back because being flooded out my apartment, I couldn't do them 3 years, 4 years.
Yeah, to thaw out. That's why you had to thaw out from
exactly. So you know what I'm saying? So now with the Russians being here and my godson live in Ghana, there's no way y'all not finna tell me that these two things do not connect without what everything I just told you, everything we just now hearing, and from what we know about from Trump leaving office, right? And that the Russians are already here, and we already know they was taking up all the apartments, and then how property value went up just like that, right? Apartments went from $900 to what, 15, 20, $22,000, $2,200, and all this other stuff. And now they bringing them in to get these high-powered, good jobs. It's already people here. Why are they bringing in Russians to work these oil rigs or whatever they're doing to drill for oil, for all this other stuff? And I'm telling you. So if I'm telling you this right now, come to North Dakota and get a job to work on oil because they hiring right now.
Oh, yeah, they're doing the same thing down here in Florida. They had a big spill, out here, and it's for years. It'll be going on for years.
Come on. So if they specifically saying Russians, am I wrong?
That's right.
Come on with it. So if it's
93% of Russian people.
What does that? I'm trying to figure out how does Russians coming in, help us.
Okay, if you can't understand that, what are we not saying here? Why are they hiring?
I'm trying to put it together. I'm trying to put together with the title of Dulcinea's debate tomorrow, right? The plan for us. The plan, because Russians can come in, ain't nothing we can do about it.
That's how
I'm talking about what plan does the African have different or better than the plan that the Moors have for us to come together? Not saying that because I think it's been the Americans saying mostly, that we all got to come together so we can, do what we going to do.
That's
we
right.
stop our own selves from winning.
That's right.
we're allowing them, you know, any Russians, Chinese people, all that, white people, any other race that go in Africa, they only there because we allow it.
Right, and we allow the time. We allowed
own America. We don't own America no more. We
right.
did it at one time as a people. Just like I was just telling Rambo today, with all that I see here in Jamaica, if we put our money in a black place, a place where there's mainly blacks, with all the different, he said it's not just Jamaica. He was naming all the different places because, you know, he's in the Caribbeans and he goes to work in the different parts of the Caribbeans, that he sees so many parts that are just mainly black. Damn it, the money is black people. The money got Marcus Garvey and all kind of black leaders on the money. We put all and focus. I know we live in America, but since we're not winning in America, we need to focus on putting our money in places where they are mainly blacks, and we need to come together. So all the Caribbean places, excuse me, seem like they're mainly black. Do you see where I'm going with this at all, Kamisha?
Yeah, I see you saying we need to start reaching out and patronizing places that deal with what look like us.
Some damn people take our stuff over. We allow them to do it in America. Yeah. All that stuff that Top Cats got to talk about, that we was here first. The melanated man and woman was here first. We allowed them to take over. Just like in Africa, we allow, because we don't stick together. We allowing them to take over. In Jamaica, we're gonna allow them to take over. We allow them to take over in every place that belongs to us.
That's right. Well, you know, Sister
Africa, but nobody wants to go to Africa. Everybody wants to stay in America. Nobody wants to claim being African. Nobody wants to be Jamaican. Nobody wants to be Dominican. Nobody wants to be
know that they Africans. They know that they are, you know, because the Maroons, the Ewok in the he said the Ewok Indians and all these different, but see, he don't realize that the word Indian is a misnomer.
Yeah, it's a misnomer.
It's a whole misnomer that came from Europe.
Use it, and I'm gonna get into some of the stuff. But Sakina, the thing about it is, people where they are know that they're those things. It's not no one wants to be African. People in Africa know they're African. They know their nationality. The Ghanaians are not like, oh, woe is me that I'm from Ghana. No, they're proud that they're from Ghana. People from the Dominican Republic, they're proud to be from the Dominican Republic. That's where their beef is with Haiti. When Haitians are saying, hey, we're all the same people, come together with us. They're saying, no, we are the Dominican Republic. Everyone is proud of their nationality, and we have every right to say, this is our land, and it's nothing to go against being African or saying we're uniting with African people, but our land is not in Africa. Their land is in Africa, depending on where they're at. Our land is here in America.
Well, fact of the matter too, sisters, is that you got Europeans out here writing books about us basically being the rulers of this land right now. You know what I mean? I'm talking about you got Europeans out here telling you, you know, who the people were, you know, that we was the original indigenous people to this land. They writing books on this stuff. These people that ain't even of our culture that embrace that more than we do. And you wonder why that's a problem. You know what I mean?
What I'm saying. No matter how we want to make it sound wonderful at the end, we do not embrace us as a whole.
That's the problem.
We descend wonderful. Jamaicans are Africans too.
That's right. See all what it is.
Countries. We need to say we descendants of the earth, not just Africa.
So we are making it sound wonderful. We do it here. But at the end of the day, we can't say we are one people.
All one.
And that's
I see what she's saying, Sister Freedom, is you right? We should be saying we indigenous to the planet, right? But she's saying that every other people want to say that I'm the people, you ain't the people. And that's what our problem is, you see, and that is. You know, we this people over here, y'all that people over there, they that people over there when we all one people.
We're all one people.
And we can't get our people to agree with that.
Our problem is us.
Yep, our problem is us and accepting that. That's right. That's right. You know, and the problem is like, for example, I'm gonna give you a prime example. I can say, right, I ain't got no problem with the Elbow brothers being who they are. I can look at them as Moors, even though they don't accept being called that. But they wouldn't look at us. Some of our brothers, I ain't gonna say all of them, some of them won't look at us as being us without us calling ourselves what they are. You know, same thing with some of our Hebrew family. I can look at our Hebrew family and see the connection and know I can prove to you that we connected. But some of them, if they in the Hebrew minds, they ain't gonna accept what I'm saying. I can say the same thing about some of our brothers that think, you know, that they, you know, just Christian. You know, and they say, well, I'm a black. Okay, brother, I understand that, but I see you as part and part. You know, so it's basically some people not willing to compromise.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? And I call it religious gang banging, political gang banging, and it ain't gonna get our people nowhere because I don't have to tell my brothers down.
I tell this man, how you gonna tell? I wish Top Cats was still on here.
He just came back. Just came through them, and I wanted to say that
I'm just how you tell us that we wasn't on these lands. What? No. How you gonna say that we wasn't? How can you prove that we wasn't? Not you, Sakina.
Okay, I just want to say this right quick to explain this to Gemini, and I'm gonna be quiet. The reason she said our problem is we want to be many things. I want to say this in this retrospect.
All many things.
Exactly. My dad has 6 sisters and 2 brothers. All of them last name was Matthews, except for the 6 sisters when they got married. So I got cousins by 6 sisters that got married. Their husbands had different names. So some of my cousins' last names is Reed. Some of them last name is Walker. Some of them last name is Daniels. So you see what I'm saying? All of them are still Matthews by one name, but the other names are different because they are married by their dad. So that's why we are different things, but we are still related by one last name, which is our granddaddy's last name. Because my dad has a different last name, that means that his name stayed the same, but them daughters, once they got married, like when you got married, your last name changed, but your brother's name did not.
That's a good example.
I don't think that's what Gemini was saying. She said we want to be
Gemini. That's why the Hebrews
different nationalities. She's talking about different. Sorry.
No, that's why the Hebrews have a problem, because the Hebrews, the Hebrewites and the Nazarites came from the same religion, but they broke off. Am I right, Kamisha?
Yeah, they were all really Canaanites, to be honest.
You do have to understand that when you're talking about these things about Moorish sciences, that's what Moorish people teach. That's what Noble Drew Ali taught.
Right.
If you look at the maps, which I will show tomorrow,
right,
and when you see a Mexim, it is all over the planet. We're just Western. Right. We're just the Westerners, then they're the Easterners, but there was no separation.
And that's the first.
Don't teach separation.
That's right, and that's the
they
first.
They just teach we're the Father and the East is the Son.
That's right, and that's the first teaching our people ever got. But all these groups really spent off from that first movement, and so when you look at all the differences, what we see, like that was a good example you gave, Sister Sakina. But like when we go into the essence of that, right, they're looking at what we are now. Problem is our people don't understand that these different names that they're using coming from different time periods. So we would call these things at different time periods when you have like the European putting the title, you know, Indian on some people, or they put the title Native American on some people. These are at different time periods. But one name that stood common amongst the people is that name Moor. And I don't say it because I am Moor. I say it because I can trace that all the way back. We ain't talking about just the religious aspect, but we saying we can go in every direction with that name and see our people being called that in every civilization at some point in time. I can prove that, you know, and so even here, you know, the main key is.
Wait a minute, I'm gonna look at this. This is pissing me off. Noble, what are you talking about? Noble Brown. Moors and Hebrews are Canaanites. See, I don't bull crap.
Well, you know, that's basically in the original root of what he talking about is referring to the people that inhabited the land originally. I get what he's saying because that's what
I don't.
What the brother said.
Hebrews are Canaan. Ain't that some
Well, I'm gonna give you examples. I'm gonna give you example of that, Sister Freedom. I'm gonna give you example of what he's saying. Out of the area that they call Canaan today, or what they call that particular region, they migrated into the north coast of Africa, right? And they were people that came out of there known as Moabites, which were also of the Puttite lineage, or what they like to call the Libu or Libyans, or the Meshwesh. So these particular people, you know, Carthaginian, all these different names they gave people, were the people that settled in Northwest Africa. And they were, if I can pull it up on certain records, I can show you that they use that terminology.
But do you agree with Top Cat? Excuse me.
Say that again.
Do Top Cats agree with that? I mean,
Top Cat, me and him had a conversation, but our brother have his belief as far as coming from a native, not native aspect, you know, but you know, he's a more Aboriginal aspect, and we honor Aboriginals. It's just they don't accept the Moorish. They don't accept the Moorish moniker.
Right.
They don't accept the word Moor.
But wait, let Top Cats he can answer. Are the Moors and Hebrews Canaanites? Big Chief Top Cats.
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't have the information. I wouldn't speak on it because I'm an Indian. So
right.
Sound right to me because the
Canaanites were the Palestinians.
Yeah, that's what it is, though. That's what I'm saying. These are just names that were used at different time periods.
I thought religiously, that's all I see. But what I'm saying is, even they call themselves Maroons here. They said that Maroons were here, which are the Moors.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You know, but see, like when we get into the history, we trace ourselves back all the way over the land. For example, in that land they call Canaan, right? Biblically, that land they call the Arabian Peninsula or the Middle East. See, these are all different names referring to the same area, right? But when you go at different times, so what happens is people like the Amaru were there. You see, and the Amaru were also known, if you go through the history, as being the people that actually gave the name that we call Mahurim, of the people of the furthest west. And this is where the Maru come from. So that root is what I'm getting at, Sister Freedom. The M and R is very important because you can trace that all the way back to these places referring to a people. It also referred to the land. It also referred to the ocean. So this is what I try to get people to see when I talk about it. Not just the people alone, but this name, you know, with the root has been traced to the land, the people, and the ocean itself. You know, but you can't trace, like you said earlier, you can't trace a name like black, colored. We know these are constructs that were created later.
You can trace them for now time, but you just can't trace them for ancient times.
That's what I'm talking about, right? And so once you understand that, and then you say, well, what is the name that attach us? And it's important when I say attach us to the land, because that means it's written in law. And so if it's written in law, then once we come together and embrace that, they have to adhere to it. You see how Top Cat and them say, all right, we got our records as being natives, right? If they say they got their records, not natives, but being Aboriginal. We have to be able to show that, you know, and go to that and stand on that. Because if everybody ain't standing on it, it can exist and be as true as I don't know what. It don't have no power, like you said, Sister Freedom, until we come together on it. And that's the problem, getting our people to embrace it as a whole. Then you can go back and say, I'm the Choctaw tribe, I'm the Cherokee tribe, I'm this tribe, and you'll really have power outside of being up under corporate governance. Because I can say, okay, I'm Cherokee because my grandma full-blooded Cherokee, Pocahontas Agnes Jackson. I can say that, right? Right? But I still would be under corporate governance because that's under a federal charter. You see what I'm saying? Meaning that all of the reservations, they still under federal charter. Anybody will tell you that. Now they have a little bit more leeway being able to create certain things, right? But you know, that's just like a religious corporation. It's under a state charter. So if your status doesn't take you outside of somebody else's law, you still are subject to their jurisdiction somewhat.
And let me ask you a question on that. Where would the was okay, since you said it's a legal matter, we know that treaties are the highest
law of the land.
And then followed by the Constitution.
That's right.
But we don't see any treaties from American tribes of the people who are on the land who are identified as Moors on the treaties. We also don't see the word Moor in the Constitution. I asked what's the OG Moore y'all had?
Brother Taj Tariq Bey.
I asked Taj Tariq Bey about that, and he said you're not gonna find the word Moor inside the Constitution.
Not in the Constitution, but it's actually found in the laws of the 1740. It's found in the 1740 Negro Act, and I demonstrated this many times.
He's telling us about that because I took the form up to the mayor because when my mom has been in science forever, ever. And I took the forms myself to the mayor here in Delaware for them to sign. I will have to go through my papers and stuff to give us rights as Moors. You can't give us rights as Black people. Even the term African American is a new term. It's not a term that's older than the name Moors.
The U.S. Constitution, because that's what they go by.
Yeah, but see the thing is,
that is true what he's saying on that part. You got to give him that's true what he's saying though.
Right.
That we are African. That's a name that they can use to make us not own part of this land, to call us all African American like that. Once we claim we are African American, that we have no more, we don't own this land no more.
That's what make you property.
Saying that we not,
I agree with that.
We don't have a little bit of African in us, or a big even part of African in us. But to me, it's a trick, and that's my opinion.
African wouldn't be able to own land in America until a certain point.
No, because we say African. Because the word African,
we won't even see African on the census.
Yeah, just like we won't see the name
African on the census.
Yeah, that's just like we won't see the name Aboriginal in the Constitution either.
Right, that's why I don't go by Aboriginal.
So the thing is, when they say all other persons, they was talking about our people as property. You see what I'm saying? People don't know that, and so the thing is that, but
no
one
accepted.
But hold on, you guys. He goes by Indian, so Indian would be in the Constitution. But I think what we would be questioning is the acceptance of the different Indian tribes. But hold on, I do have a question for him. 1 second, because I'm going to bring this history up in the debate, and it's about the Indians. So I think the question. The Lenape Indians. We'll call them that for now, even though the law acknowledged them as the Moors.
That's right.
Well, the Iroquois Indians. They actually teamed up with the Dutch against the Lenape for the port.
That's right.
What do you I guess see that history as, being that they call them the Moors, the Lenape?
Yes, sir. They call the Lenape the Moors, and they call a couple of more of the Moors. It was a term that they used before they started using the term Indian. Actually, I can prove that.
Couple more. Who is the couple more?
Say that again, Top Cat.
When you say there were a couple more tribes that were named it, can you name those for us?
Yeah, I can actually pull it up. You know what I mean? Certain people that are being referred to as Indians, period, were being called by the name Moor before they used the name Indian. And these were different tribes. Now, I'm going to tell you why. Because some of the chiefs of the tribes, and I pulled this up before when we were supposed to have our discussion, some of the chiefs of the tribes were Muslim. And what it was, even though they were, of our descent, most of them was from out of Messina, like Angelo Solomon, Brother Ibrahim, Sokoto, all these different people, they were chiefs in certain areas too, according to certain history. But they called them Moor because Moor even meant Muslim in general. Just by them being Muslim, they was called Moors. So it's the context by which these things were being used, even though some of our people were actually of the Fula, or they had Wolof blood, and these people were considered Moors. We have like Arabic writing over here. You know, we got one brother that wrote a whole tafsir, you know, on Quran. You know, that was a part of tribes that would have been considered Indian. You know, and I know if you dig enough, you know, deep enough, you know where I'm coming from.
We'll let us see that.
Yes, sir.
The question you asked about the Delaware Moors. So when we go into who the Delaware Moors are, they're not actually from the Americas. All right. So right here, you can go to the so-called Delaware Moors, 1895 article of them. You can go to the Netticoke community of Delaware, which explains that these people were not Moors. All right, they styled them Netticotes, Moors, and Indians, and it talks about how they actually came over and shipwrecked and came to live with the Netticoke or the Lenape Moors. Later on in history, they were asked for their own basically identity.
Hey,
so,
Top Cat, go back to what you were just showing a few minutes ago. That one you were just reading.
This one right here, or the one before?
The one before that.
Okay.
Now,
right here.
what about that last two lines at the bottom right there?
Interesting tradition current among the members of the bands is that they are descended from a crew of Moorish sailors who were shipwrecked near Indian River.
Okay.
Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. And they intermarried with the Indians who were living there.
Okay.
The story is well known in the region, is repeated with several variations. So this is just to show that they went from there. Here's another book right here, Delaware Forgotten Folk. And they talk about these people, again, actually not being from the Americas, but shipwrecked and came here. So they actually came from Liberia.
Yeah, well, some were present and some came later. I'm gonna show you something. What is the year they give you for Christopher Columbus being here? The one that we normally have, 1492, right?
Correct.
Now, do you know that there were those who were here in 1453 that was called Moors? And I learned this just by doing my research on my my DNA.
Wait a minute. Before y'all go any further, I didn't want to forget to say this. I'm going to interrupt you. Top Cats. I just was talking to Rambo when he said that Christopher Columbus came over here and killed all the Ewok Indians, Arawak Indians, and that I was trying to figure out when did this place become Jamaica, because we got to tie in stuff so far back. I just didn't want to forget to say that, so you can elaborate on that in Dulcinea making. But
that's true history too.
Oh,
and
nah,
Columbus killed
now because I was
so many.
The Taino Indians, the Arawak, and he said Namaroons. They were here. He said before Christopher Columbus came over and killed them all.
Yeah, he killed a lot of them. He used to tie.
I didn't even know Christopher Columbus came over here.
He used to tie their hands around their neck when he cut them off, sis, as a sign of instilling fear. All them tactics they deal with in slavery, cutting people's legs off. Christopher Columbus was doing that to people that was a part of them tribes. He was the chief, and that came from the Catholic Church. They the ones started that type of brutality, and they said that he killed off the majority of the population. Now, people in their records may say some survived or some got away, but the majority of them, they say he killed off like 100,000. I want to say a 30-year time period or something like that. But he killed a lot of people.
I just want to ask them, and they know their history. I'm in Jamaica right now.
He was a murder man. He was definitely a murder man.
As far as Columbus and the Columbus did not kill off the Taínos or the Arawak. And the Taínos are still here today.
The ones in Jamaica.
Right. The ones in Jamaica. So
it's records that say that.
He's right here in Jamaican. I'm in Jamaica right now. I was just talking.
I'm not sure. He getting his history from school, from institutions. It's impossible because it's people still.
He said you can Google it.
It's people. Yeah, he want me to. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Google will say that. But today, if you ask the people in Jamaican, a lot of them will tell you that they're of Arawak descent today. or they'll tell you they're of Taino descent today or Caribs descent. So a lot of those the people are still here today. So it'll be impossible for somebody to come over. Columbus didn't even have 100,000 soldiers with him. So it's impossible to
I don't know how you gonna tell him, and he is Jamaican. I'm right here in Jamaica.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of people. It's people live in America and they get American history wrong. So
and that's I gotta give you that.
That'll be a part of Columbia.
I'm going to study it, but
okay. I'm gonna read a piece for y'all on this right here from this is actually from the book Old World One America, the Tartans and Moors. It's a European saying this now. He said, the Spanish explorers forced their way into native settlements, slaughtering everyone they found there, including small children, old men, pregnant women, and even women who had just given birth. They hacked them into pieces, slicing open their bellies with swords, as though there were so many sheep herded into a pen. They even laid wagers on whether they could slice a man in two at a stroke, meaning they wanted to see could they cut you in half. And they cut individuals' heads from their body, disemboweled them with their single blow of their axes. They grabbed suckling infants by their feet and ripping them from their mother's breasts and dashed them headlong against rocks. Others, laughing and joking all the while, threw them over their shoulders, shouting, "Ringo, you little perisher." And when Las Calles wrote 1542, he said there were only 200 Taino left in Hispaniola. Across the Caribbean, he claimed the Spanish were responsible for the deaths of 12 to 15 million. Indigenous people. The Spanish Empire maintained two key objectives in conquered territories: extract material wealth and convert the indigenous people to Christianity. Under the category of resources the Spanish saw it fit to exploit, it came to the labor of any local people in that area. Encomitia was the feudal term which derived from the very encomitter, which means to entrust. So it's a last but not least, in medieval Spain, encomitia referred to the relationship between the landowner and those who had worked the land. And in a reciprocal relationship, the former received labor while the latter received permission. And the concept was applied to all land taken back from the Moors during the received protection. This concept was applied to land taken back from the Moors during the Reconquista and the colonization of the Canary Islands. Encomitia was extended to the Americas colonies from 1502, first Hispaniola, as a way to justify what amounted to more than a little in slavery. In 1503, and this is where it stopped at, the policy received a royal approval and it spread to the Caribbean, to the Mexico, and that would have covered, Jamaica and all of that, Central America, and then to South America, as the conquistadors or conquerors used it as means to extract resources as a reward for their folly. So now this is in a...
Well, wait a minute. It says here the island remained a possession of Spain until 1655 under the name Santiago, when England, later Great Britain, conquered it and named it Jamaica. And that was in 1655.
Right.
So was slavery happening during that time?
In the 1600s?
I'm asking Top Cats.
Okay.
Wasn't the slave trade happening during that time? Because that's what I was just asking him, and here it is right here. Now I'm not gonna say that that Google is all that.
Well,
right.
So if we go into Columbus journals, he actually wrote down how many people that he took. So when we go in, he speak about them. I found very islands filled with people without number. I have taken possession. He said, as soon as I arrived in the Indies, took some captives to show him the way or whatever. Down here, 1493, he took 6 Taino captives, cargo, Paris, plants, and gold. So, and we'll see him in Haiti and these other ports. So, as far as the Taino slave trade, or that
no, you're right about the Arawak, because it says the island name Jamaica is derived from the Arawak word I can't pronounce this. Xaymaca.
That's right. That's right.
What's
Yeah.
that? Mecca?
So when this is another way we know that the Arawak wasn't gone, because when the British came to the Isles, so you had Penn and Vulnerable, they helped the British get control of it by defeating the Spanish. Now the Spanish went into the mountains with the Arawak Indians. These are the people that became known as Maroons. After the war, they were sent over to Nova Scotia, which was in British possession at that time. And after that, they went and created the colony of Sierra Leone, which a lot of those people with the Mi'kmaq Indians were taken over to Sierra Leone. But far as so we still see them fight after Columbus, after the Spanish doesn't have control over Jamaica anymore, and the British moves in. Well, some of the Spanish joined the Arawaks, and so now the Arawaks went over to fight in the war. I had a Arawak and brother on my channel, older guy, who's a Maroon chieftain lineage, who's come off the island. So, Sister Freedom, I'd love for you to build with him. He can tell you from every last name, every rock, every mountain, everything in there. He come from the Maroons, and now now we know the Arawaks were still there because we see them fighting against the British when they came, and these are the people that basically made treaties, so-called treaties with the people.
Can I ask a question?
Man,
where did y'all start from? If y'all didn't start from Canaan, where did y'all start from?
Who was y'all when you say y'all?
I'm saying where did the indigenous or the Indians, or what you want to call them, Palestinians? Y'all started from Lebanon, right? Because they say the Palestinians started from Lebanon, and they called themselves the Canaanites. And so the Canaanites were the Palestinians, and they came from Lebanon. And so, and then you started mixing with the Lebanese, and they were Canaanites. And then they started with the Palestinians. Y'all had the longest run in Egypt. And then you started moving out. So y'all took the edge. Y'all didn't actually cross the sea. Y'all went around on the edge of the sea. The indigenous or Indians or whatever, they rode around on the coastline. So you went on the coastline going back and forth. And that's why they found them on, if I had a map, which I do, but it's a map. So if you take a map and you ride around the coastline, then that's how you went from this place to that place to this place to that place. And you went through Spain and Spaniard and this and that and around the coastline. So that's why when Columbus could say he saw these people here through the coastline, and all those wars and fights were along the edges, because if they saw the people and the people saw them, they wouldn't let them get inside of the land or the areas, because they fought them around when they came to shore, just like the war of Troy. So when they saw them come on shore, those battles happened on the shore. And then they didn't get to go inside of the colony or whatever, because they fought on the shore. As soon as they saw them pull those boats up, like we would say on the dock or on the shore, they fought on the shore. They didn't get a chance to, and then they would haul off from the shore. And then they would move on to the next shoreline, to the next area. And that's how they got to wherever they got. So
it's not so much of the shoreline. We have to think about is ports where commercial trade is going.
Call it that too, but I'm saying again, where would you have started from? Because again, you were here first.
You talking to commission, right?
No, I'm actually talking to you, because again, I said my mom.
I didn't identify with none of the biblical characters.
Okay, I'm not saying biblical, because again, if you say you were here first, I could go with that, because my mom was Cherokee. So I'm only trying to rock with saying that we were indigenous to a degree, but we were African to a degree too. I'm not trying to really rock one way or another. I'm saying I'm going to be both.
Well, Sister Sakina,
say about
Top Cat, let me answer a question on the Canaan.
I'm gonna land like 8 seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, no problem. So far as Africans,
no, I don't want you to answer African. I want you to tell me about where us as Indians, where would we have started from?
Okay, well, in American Indian cultures, every culture, every nation, a people, a tribe of people have their origin stories. So the people in America is only one tribe here that says that they didn't originate in the Americas. But as far as the other nations here, like my nation, they all origin stories start here in the Americas. That's why I say I wouldn't be able to identify with biblical character names because my nation, they wouldn't mention my nation. So my nation, we have our own origin story coming from.
Okay, so the 5 civilized tribes, right? Mine is one of the 5 civilized tribes, but again, the 5 civilized tribes started from Lebanese.
And then 5 civilized tribes started in 1791.
And they came from Lebanese, which was
they was out. It started here in the Americas, 1791, under the civilization plan of George Washington. That's why they called the 5 civilized tribes.
The way I'm reading it, it came out
of the South, though. They were in Tennessee. They were in Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi. Louisiana, they were the Mississippi River. Those were the nations, because again, it was about the trade line. So that's where they were trying to get to the port areas to control the monopoly on the international trade.
Okay, that's through a slave trade, correct?
No, ma'am. Commercial trade, international commercial trade.
See, the problem is she giving a history, a tradition that you may have not have heard, Brother Top Cat. You may not subscribe to it, but it's definitely out there. Because even in this particular work that I got here, it's talking along the same lines. It's a book called Old Canaan in the New World, right? Which is dealing with the Americas, but it said the Phoenicians are Canaanites, which were what they call the sea people, right? And they were the ones that moved on the fringe of the coast of the earth that she was talking about. It says they were Washita Moors with Hebrew Israelite customs. And so that's that Lebanon connection that
it's not such thing as a Washita
Moor, though, yeah, check this out. Check this out, right?
From Monroe, Louisiana.
Check this out. Check this out. There's another root that the word Washita come from. Washita is the modern name that's used. But what I'm saying is that when we deal with this group, they have certain teaching that connect what they call Indians to Israel. That's what she getting on, that Lebanese history.
Their history.
Tradition out there that do that, and that's why you got certain people calling themselves Moorish indigenous Israelites.
Started in 1991 though. So
no, I'm talking about this is coming from old sources right here. No, Old Canaan in the New World. That book was written.
A source on Washita Moor before the 90s.
That's what I'm saying. Washita in its original name, bro, it's a different name. It goes back to Washington, but it goes into another aspect of it.
I know Top Cats is right, because even right here, it says that Christopher Columbus, I listened to this. It says Christopher Columbus, who needed to demonstrate the wealth of the New World, after finding no gold, loads his ship with enslaved Taino people. During the next 4 decades, slavery contributes to the death of 7 million Tainos.
That's what I was saying, and that's what I just read earlier.
1593.
All the Indians. They also said all the Indian tribes here died, but my family was Indian chiefs in the 20th century. At the turn.
See, that's what Top Cat said.
What I'm Top Cats is right, because listen, even to this, it says that this was 1593 in the Taino culture on.
We're talking about in the 14s before Columbus.
It even got it on here with the other one, the Arawak Indians and all that. Some of them came over here too, though. Top Cats.
There were different in
Florida. Well, the area of Florida, they ran Florida, Cuba, and the people from the island. So they had trade with the Yucatan. They had trade up through the Mississippi and also with Ohio. So UNESCO went and did archaeology research on the mounds in Ohio, which would be called the Hopewell era, and they found ancient trade routes coming from there to directly to Jamaica. So yeah, the people down there in Florida, they also were. You also had Taínos.
Yeah, but there were different inquisitions at different times. You
Right.
know, some
So
that
you gotta give us
happened.
a date on that.
And,
But
and
if I
that's
can,
what people don't know. It wasn't just one.
I do want to say something about Columbus.
Huh?
No, I said I want to say something about Columbus.
Yeah, no, it ain't a debate, you know, at all. Not from my
Nah,
end.
it ain't.
Yeah, we just discussing information, but I'm
It
saying
would be a good conversation, though. I really, it would be. I'm gonna speak with Elsene about it at another time, though. But
yeah,
and I just were all them names before they got these European and all these different names on them. But I gotta say that the name Jamaica came from. They said the word Arawak and that other word.
That's right.
And it was prior to be called Jamaica.
Right. And what I was trying to
Jamaica,
what I was trying to give you, Sister Freedom.
Yes.
From this work right here, when it was speaking on the people of the Canaan region.
There you go.
And it was talking about the Amorites being a branch of the Libyans and a race of the Semitic origin, inhabited in Canaan before the arrival of the Israelites from Egypt. And it says that the Canaanites, one of the main branches of the Semitic family inhabiting Palestine, like the sister was just saying, Mauritania and the sea coast in ancient times, the Moabites, Amorites, Numidians, and Philistines. And it goes into saying that these were the same people that were settled and they were known as Moors. Now, this is coming from the book, The History of the World. And this book pretty much go back to the 1600s. So like you got different people out there teaching, and what it is that, for example, Top Cat have a history that come through his tradition. So, you know, I wouldn't go against the brother for what he demonstrating because that's his tradition. You know, he may say, well, we correcting the records. You know, that's a false narrative. He got a right to say that. But when it comes down to dealing with records that are written in other books, like when you hear this being brought to you, you know, it's in the record. You see what I'm saying? Just coming from a different aspect. You know, just like certain people write certain things about the Moors. And I have to come back and correct it. I get what you're saying. You know, but like I read off a few minutes ago how Christopher Columbus did kill some Taínos.
Oh, a whole bunch of millions.
You see what I'm saying? He killed some Taínos. It
said
said like 17 million.
And they did not fight back. And according to what it's saying, that they just
Well, let him show what he's showing right here with Christopher.
I say there's propaganda. One way we can prove that if we look up slavevoyages.com, slave voyages, and we'll see how many slaves or how many people were taken from each spot. They've done a research on all of the slave ports, all of the the places that were said to be involved. And the numbers don't add up with the narratives that are being put out since the 60s, the late 60s. But I say this here, for Columbus, what a lot of people is getting wrong is his name is not Columbus. I see a brother in the chat saying Cristobal Colon. His name is not Cristobal Colon. This guy was not an Italian. He did not get lost. I see the brother say that he got lost and thought he was in the Indies. But the truth of the matter is Columbus comes from a royal blood. He was a Sephardic Jew. His grandfather was his great grandfather was the king, the first king of England. Hold on. Let me see if it's gonna scoop me back up. All right, so this is the real Columbus. Let me go. Let me see if I do it. I do it slow. All right, my bad, y'all. Stream y'all been tripping for me.
These concepts, Noble was before the New World.
Okay, so Columbus right here is his mother and father, and right here on their genealogy, it also says it right here It lets you know, damn, man, it's jumping on me. But basically, Columbus' name is Salvador Ferdinand Zarco. Anybody can go look this information up right now. His dad was Ferdinand first and second Duke of Beja, Cuba, in Portugal. His brother was King Alfonso the Fourth, the one who fought the Moors, and the one who got the dumb diverse of Papal in 1452 to go into West Africa. They come directly from his uncle was um, the the Grand Master of the Order of Christ, which was the Templar, a division of the Templars that was given land by Pope Dennis in Portugal. Columbus, the Templars had the maps, so Columbus knew exactly where he was going. You don't end up in one of the richest trade ports in that time on accident. You feel me? So Columbus actually speaks about meeting American Indian while he was in Europe. They have a historical marker up of it, and they're saying that this guy, when he met this guy, he changed his life. Why did they say that? Because Queen Isabella didn't put up the money for Columbus expedition. It was put up by Sephardic Jews that were there, and Louis de Santiago will be one of them. Y'all look up Louis de Santiago. And so, because they signed, when the Moors had to leave, they also had the Alhambra Decree, which expelled the Jews too, who had been in the area since 711 with the Moors. So these were the Sephardians in the Iberian Peninsula that were there when the when the Moors came 711 and defeated the Visigoths, took it over from the Roman province. So Columbus knew who he was. Columbus was a Moreno, which means he would have been black, Negro, or colored today. They were Sephardic Jews who came over. How do we know that? Because when they went to Haiti, these same Jews in the 1680s, brother, I think you asked about it earlier. The 1680, the black codes that was put out,
right.
They were in Haiti, and it dispelled the Jews there.
Code Noir.
The Protestants, they didn't want the Protestants there. They wanted Haiti to be Catholic. So the Jews left under the black codes there. 1685, I think that was. So that's how we know that these was niggas. But yeah, I say that that's the misconception. That's how we know the story not true. They also said all the Indians died off. But in 1830, you have something called the Indian Removal Act. They say the Indians died off, but the United States Constitution, Declaration of Independence, so on, form of government was set up by the Indian with the Indians' help. But see, I end on this. One of the greatest colonizers through all of this here is going to be the American Indian. And he was able to not even be a suspect in the crime because in history they wrote him not even being on the scene of the crime. But when we go through it and we really look through it, we'll see that the domestic slave trade here was ran by the Indians. We'll also see the international trade because the Indians would get a European's jurisdiction to trade here in commerce when they went and during the Revolutionary War. That's what the uprising was about, because they couldn't cross the proclamation line of Treaty of Paris that the crown had gave them, which they were under the crown when they came, because they got charters under them. So the Indians created a system, since they were from the land, that would bring jurisdiction to these immigrants that were coming and order them to run commerce. So it's deeper than that, but I land on that right there.
Can I ask you a question before you end? So with Salvador Fernandez Sarco, he was part of the Reconquista that went against the Moors and led to the expulsion of the Moors. So I guess, how do you see that history, or is that supposedly false history that he was part of the fall of the Spanish Moors of
Well,
1422?
I just told you that his grandfather was Giles Zarco. Giles Zarco was a knight under Henry the Navigator. who nephew was Alfonso. They call him Alfonso the African because he fought against the Moors. So and he defeated the Moors. So that's why so he do have lineage. His family lineage did fight against the Moors.
Let me say this right here real quick, Sister Dulcinea to our brother Top Cat. I want to share the screen slightly real quick because we was mentioning the Washita, and you were saying they started that in the 1900s or whatever, right? 1990s or whatever. I want to show you who they really was outside of the modern concept. This is the real name and the origin of the name Washita, where it come from. It's Wichita people, you see, and they the Native American tribe that lived in northeastern Louisiana, you know, on the Wichita River, and their name has been pronounced as Washita by English speakers, and this is where Washita actually come from. You see it there? And it says, and it came by result of the French settlers and their influence, and many landscape features and places have been named for them since colonization on the region by the European Americans. I just wanted you to see right here on the Black River, they've been there since around 1690. Although you hear the term normally Washita, it comes from this word of Wichita. So this is a real people.
Yeah, my family from that area.
Hold up real quick. I'm about to land the plane. You know, I just want to let you know it went back further than the 1990s, and this is where I land the plane at. In this book I have dealing with the one world, it said the Washita Moors were direct descendants of the Olmec Moors and were from the Americas since they were survivors of the Atlantis disaster. It said there have been no Olmec heads found in Africa. So the Olmecs were native to the Americas. We can agree with that. The name Washita comes, it says, from the Wichita River, what I just read to you, which flows along the northwest of Texas and Oklahoma to the Red River. It says where the Cayenne Native Americans live with Kawasha, meaning the raccoon people. Coon people. Washoe were a tribe of Moors who lived above New Orleans, the bayou, which is bay, and were of Tunisian internal linguistic stock. So the name Washita is a derivative term, or Wichita, the same word I just said to you earlier, but what is now called Wichita. It says the term is Choctaw term, which means big arbor, or which represented the grass thatch armor homes that the people lived in. So I just wanted to get that insight, brother.
Yes, sir. No problem. Before you pull that source down,
I was reading this from the book, just giving you that so you can see.
No problem. I'm saying the source that's on the screen right now.
Yeah.
Can you help me out? Is the word more anywhere in this source? Because
you say is the word more anywhere in this source?
Given the history of the different names of which they'll be known from, it's showing that it's coming from a Choctaw. It has a Choctaw origin.
Yes, sir. It got a Choctaw origin.
Actually from the area, Monroe, Louisiana, and also Natchez, Mississippi. So which those communities connect in the ancient times. So on this source right here where they get them different variations of names, do we find the word more?
In this source?
Yes,
this is just the name, the origin of the name Washita. But if I show you the Washitas that now listen to me now. This is a seat that they are given under this same name at the UN. And the seat number for this name acknowledge them as Moors as well.
Yes, sir. But that'll be
by the United Nations.
That would
so
be
this,
after
this
the
is what they are.
1990s, though, correct?
Say that again.
That would be after the 1990s, correct?
Talking about when they receive their recognition, sister.
Yes, sir.
The Empress.
Correct.
The Empress reclaimed her Washita ancestry around, definitely in the centuries that we living in. But that don't change who the Washita people are, though.
Correct. Well, it changed once she went to school with the Moors. So I know two Moors who she personally, Ismail Bey, Sharif Bey. She went.
Nah, them brothers came later, good brother.
Hold on, family.
Yeah, I know them brother, but they came way after the Empress. The Empress, she was. Yeah, but listen, I'm just straightening you on that because
hold on. You can't straighten me on that because I got proof.
Listen to me, good brother. Listen, Ishmael and Sharif Bey, they from this era. She was the cousin. Listen to me. Listen to me.
You don't know what the school was at, bro.
Top Cat. Listen to what I'm saying though. The Empress was Prophet Noble Drew Ali cousin.
Stop it, man.
I mean, her niece. His niece.
It's not.
Yes, it is, brother. That's the Noble Drew Ali niece, brother.
Hold on, man. Let me.
The Empress is Noble Drew Ali's niece. Them brothers didn't go to school with her. She was raised.
No
by the time they came around, she had died.
Hold on, brother. Let me
I'm just giving you the history, not to argue. I'm not trying to argue with you, brother. I'm just straightening you on the history.
Let me just.
She was dead by the time Sharif Bey and Ishmael.
That's absolutely not true, brother.
So she couldn't have went to school with them.
Hold on, fam. Okay, now we heard what you had to say. Now I'll say this, y'all. I'm not talking about grade school. That she went to grade school with them. She went to a school where they learned Moorish teachings.
No, sir. She taught them.
Come on, man.
She taught them Moorish teachings.
Let me say what I have to say, brother.
Go ahead, brother, and I'll straighten it out after you finish.
Yes, sir.
I'm just trying to help you out.
Yes, sir,
That's
brother.
wrong history, bro.
Okay, so what school was it? What was the name of the school?
She didn't have a school, brother. She didn't have a school that they was part of.
She was a student. Okay.
No, she wasn't no student of that school,
All right,
brother.
so
She's the niece of Prophet Noble Drew Ali, good brother.
Understand what I'm saying? So in 1991, the Moors started running with the whole sovereign UCC joint. They went to a Moorish school, and where they met the Empress. She was in their class. She teamed up with some Moors who were on that new sovereign program, and they went into that. She did not use indigenous records to reclaim the land. She used her French ancestor, a Frenchman. She used her French ancestor to reclaim it. She did not do it.
I see what a confusion coming in at.
There's no confusion.
Yeah. Listen to me talk, cat. Listen,
You
bro.
ain't listen to me.
Listen, hear with wisdom.
Hear with
wisdom, good brother. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm trying to show you something. It was another sister that was
the name of the school, bro.
It was another sister called Empress after her, bro.
No, bro, I know who.
She would be the only one that went to that school with them.
No problem, family.
But the original Empress, man, that lady was so old, brother. She was like 80 years old.
It's not true, brother.
They didn't go to school with her. I got her right here, Emperor Tamaya, brother, right here. Listen, brother. Listen. She look. I'm gonna show you when she look.
What year did she transition?
Watch this. Hold up. Listen to me. I'm finna give you the number, and I want you to look this up. Washita's number at the UN was 215. Listen to me. It became effective. They became effective at the United Nations by 1993.
Where the Washita today, brother?
No school.
Where's the Washita tribe today?
This wasn't no school, brother.
Where is the Washita tribe today?
What do you mean? Where they at?
Where are the people saying they're Washita today, brother?
They all over the place. The Sister Freedom Mama was Sister Freedom. Hey, brother, Sister Freedom Mama raised her brother. Sister Freedom Mama raised her. Her mama Washita, brother.
Listen to me, family. If you go is her mother from Louisiana?
My mother from King William County, Virginia.
See what I'm saying? Washitas are from right outside of Monroe, Louisiana.
I just read that to you, though, brother. You ain't saying nothing different than what I said.
So that's what I'm saying, brother. You had people at that time. You also had Dr. York talked about
the history wrong, brother.
Talked about Yamasi Moors. It's tapes on YouTube.
Yeah, that's different there. Yamasi is a whole different thing. That's yours.
Washington.
Y'all can have a nice discussion. One person speaking at a time.
Right. They came from Dr. York. Washita from means Washington. They took that name. I can play the clip of Dr. York, who freestyled that, which is absolutely false.
Yeah, Malachi York was wrong for that. A lot of stuff Malachi York wasn't proper.
The Yamasi Moors. He also talked about the Washita.
Yeah, but Yamasi Moors and Washita are two different people, good brother. I'm telling you, that's misinformation. I understand where you're coming from, but whoever told you that was wrong.
Well, I agree that it's misinformation, but I also agree that the Washita is misinformation and was a construct of the Moors.
But the Washita got to see that the United Nations.
Yeah,
your nation don't have a seat at the United Nations, good brother.
Family, they're not there.
Your seat don't have a your
okay. You heard that now.
Listen, they're not there. They're not operate as a nation there, bro. They're an organization. They're
now,
not
brother, you still
as a nation.
You know what? I'm gonna have to respectfully disagree with you because I see you gonna stay there where you at. But I gave you the proper history, and that's all I'm commended to do.
Okay.
But as far as going back and forth with you on it,
giving them the proper.
So if I can show a picture of them in school
show it to
together in
them.
class together, if I can show a picture of them in class together, then what you gonna say, brother?
who? Ishmael Bey and Sharif Bey?
With the Empress. Yes, sir.
I'm saying you saying that they went to school with her, brother, and that sister
not
was
high school, brother, or nothing, not college.
I already know not a high school.
All right.
But what I'm trying to tell you is this sister like the grandmama to these
Why
brothers.
did she use her
Let me show you something. Let me show you something.
Okay, that could be a mistake, but
You're
that's not
asking me a question, brother, but you won't let me answer you.
Sister, brother.
Let me answer the question before you cut me off.
I might be talking about two different people.
That's what I told him. It's another sister called Empress that's around them brothers' age that he may be getting confused.
Brother, I'm not confused.
You know, because I'm gonna show you. Let me say something, Top Cat.
Let Top Cat show it so y'all won't fuss about it.
Yeah, well, we ain't fussing about it. I'm just saying, let me say this right here because every time I say something, you cut me off.
Anymore. So now you can go ahead and say your piece.
Yeah, what I want to say is my chairman, good brother, is almost 80 years old. And he was young under the Empress of Washington. And he 80 years old right now. He was a young man standing in the press. That's Noble Drew Ali niece, brother.
Absolutely false, brother.
See, that's why I know you're talking about a total different sister than the one I'm talking about. Now I'm gonna show you the Empress I'm talking about. Show me what you talking about. I'm gonna show you the one I'm talking about.
There's only one Empress of the Washington.
No, it's a sister that was calling herself an Empress too.
Well, we're not talking about her. We talking about.
I'm finna show you the sister that I'm talking about right now.
But you know for a fact, I got family from where you are, from Louisiana, the Quarleses. You know they from over there too. You know my family, Top Cats.
Right.
Yeah. So I want to show. Is my screen showing right now?
Yes, sir.
This the Empress of the Washita right here, good
brother. What I'm talking about.
This Ishmael Bey and them didn't go to no school with her. She would have been. Listen to me. She would have been their teacher. She wouldn't have been in no school with them. See how old that sister was, brother?
She was a student in there.
87. She wasn't in no Ishmael and them school, brother. You know how long this sister been living? She was living, brother.
1991. What was she doing?
Good brother. This sister right here ain't been in no school under no Sharif Bey. Sharif Bey them lied to you.
They were no
Ishmael.
They were students too.
Ishmael Bey them,
bro. They were not the teacher. They were students.
That's what I'm telling you. She wasn't in no class with these brothers. Good brother.
There's no way you'll be able to prove it.
Yeah, I gave it to you. I'm telling you, they wrong for saying
you
that.
didn't even know that she used her French, white French ancestor, land patch, brother, to get that land.
Brother,
nothing had anything.
Brother, I just gave you all the information right here. I read it to you before you started talking about it. You just didn't hear what I said. But what I will say is this.
You say is this though. You on this source right here, when it's giving the names of the Washita, none of those say more. None of those.
That wasn't the key to this particular thing here. The key to this. Listen to me, Top Cat. I read from this book over here that went more in depth. I was showing you this on screen to show you the origin of the name.
Then why is not saying more?
I'm showing it don't have to say the name more.
I mean, if it's going in debt,
it don't have to, but I can pull up a source showing you that.
Even names,
I can pull up sources, plenty of sources showing you that.
And it'll be after the 1990s.
No, not at all. But what I'm saying is this right here. Listen, because this is where I was going. This is where I was going. And if you would like to have a discussion on this, we can have an open discussion on this.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm really not interested.
Okay, well, if you don't want to have an open discussion on this, is what I wanted.
Our family.
Okay, this is what I wanted to point out right here, because I ain't beefing with you, good brother. I ain't never do that. Let me show you something here. And this is what I found after dealing with my DNA. You see this right here, Sister Freedom?
Uh-huh.
This is speaking on the people that arrive with the EM2 gene, right? Now, if you come up here, the EM2 gene, which also has a connection to the EV38, which is connected to Ramesses. If you notice, it's speaking of West Africa, Central Africa, Southern Africa, and all that there, right? But when you come down here into those
dealing with us over here in the West. Look at what it says. It says at San Jose de los Naturales Royal Hospital burial site in Morocco, right? I'm in Mexico, pardon self. It says 3 enslaved West Africans of West African and Southern African ancestry dated between 1453. That's before Columbus ever got here. It's speaking of people with this connection, right?
So are you trying to say that the people that were here came from Africa?
That's right. It's saying that, watch this.
I'm not going to agree with that.
Some of them.
The reason I'm not going to agree with that.
Not all of them. They don't have to,
let
but
him
they
finish,
don't
let him
have to.
finish, Sister
They
Frida.
don't have to. This is DNA right here saying this.
Okay.
It says 1453
DNA
CE. That's before Columbus, right? So it
Mhm.
tell you about the E1B1A and so forth and so on. It tell you about them being of sub-Saharan origin, right? Then it speaks in Portugal. And it talks about Cabago. It says the Almoreira in Portugal, an enslaved West African man who may have been from Senegambia coastal region, Gambia, Mauritania. These my DNA markers right here. Exactly what they say. My West 85%, E1B1A, L3. This is my bloodline. Portugal, right? Here, West African blood. Now then it says Spain in Granada, Muslim, Moor, Cordoba Caliphate, whose haplogroups E1B1A, and then it goes into them. It's talk about the Moriscos, 900 CE and 1000 CE in Spain, right? Of the same descent, West African and Gambian Iberian descent. Same thing my DNA say, right? So now USA, United States of America, watch this. Since he want to know about the Moors that come over here as Indians.
But that don't mean people wasn't over here.
It says average Reds, Chesapeake, Delaware, and these are those Moors that the sister was talking about earlier, the Lenape. 3 out of 11 individuals who were African Americans who were dated between 1675 and 1725 CE. One was of West African ancestry and carried haplogroups E1B1A as well, L3, same thing. Also was of West African, East African ancestry, which is the same as my DNA.
Sister Freedom, they own the port here, so it means they actually mixed with people that were here. And it's not saying that people weren't already here.
Right.
It's saying that Africans arrived here earlier and they mixed with people that were already here, which they call Indian, but they misnomer them as Moors because Moors are a Phoenician term, but we'll get into that later.
Right.
But anyways, like they're the Moors that were already here, and then there's some that came from Africa, and they mixed in with the people and were able to mate with the people, become spouses, have children, and own the port that was in America.
Right. And so now getting on that same note, this is where I land my plane.
It would be impossible to prove it.
And some of them
it'd be impossible to prove that. Didn't you bring up the exact primary source that said that the Moors were from a shipwrecked African people that came and mixed in with the Indians of the area?
Well, no.
Right.
Okay, so what
That's
I said
right.
was, okay, so the sources that I gave you on that, when we look at them, the people in the 1930s when they went in there and wrote about them in Connecticut, those people are
Well, it was 1895, right?
Yeah.
Your source.
Well, one source, but it was I showed 3 different ones. But yeah, the Moors were not those Moors in the 20th century were not black people; those were white people. So today, the people that are called Connecticut Moors are actually white people.
No, that's incorrect again,
Okay,
good brother.
so, all right, so
You know what the problem is, good brother?
Bro, just let me close.
Go ahead.
Listen. In the book,
Go ahead.
the 1930s, they have pictures of these people. You can even Google them in right now and
I
see.
got pictures of them too.
So they would be what they call a Melungeon race of these different mixed races. They have like 4 or 5 different breeds.
And you're saying the Melungeon people are white, just to be clear?
No, the Melungeon, I wouldn't say they white. You had different colors of Melungeons. So some, yeah, you had different colors. So when you go into Tennessee, Kentucky, these areas, you had different color Melungeons there. Some of them had blue eyes and different things like this. So there are different descriptions of them. So right here, I wanted to show real quick for us the Empress. Let me see, man. Don't trip on me right now, computer. All right, so I wanted to get down here. So this case right here, under Turner's, June 19, 1848, heirs of Henry Turner versus the United States find the land once under special French land grant to Joseph Root to be the rightful property. This is who she's going to use to get that land back, brother. She's not going to go through the Washita Indians, had anything to do with Indians. She's going to use her French ancestor. All right, so right there we can prove that. But far as the Moors coming over, there's a time frame on what history says the Moors are coming over, and that's after 1492. If you're gonna use,
I just showed you in the DNA record it was Moors here in 1453. Good brother, the DNA don't lie, brother.
All right, so let me say this, brother. The Human Genome Project was created from 1990 to 2011. So that's very recent history, brother.
Yeah, but that don't debunk DNA though.
What
I hear you though.
Debunks DNA.
No, sir. I'm evidence because that same marker that is given, that's the same DNA. That's the same direction it gave as being me.
DNA debunks itself.
How when my cousin on there that I ain't never met, my father's nephew is on there, bro, and he took the test and it pulled him up.
Okay, I have family.
If that ain't accuracy, bro, I don't know what it is. But I ain't never met my cousin before. I know him, and it pulled him up in DNA.
So why
then it pulled a couple of more of my cousins up that I didn't know I was related to.
For those people back in the 1600s, why the DNA not giving us names to those people?
They just gave the names. You didn't see me read all them names up there, bro. I know you ain't gonna sit here and deny all them names I just read. Bro.
Those people have to be recent.
No, brother, I just showed you the brother. Y'all, sister, did y'all? Sister Dulcinea, did you see me not read the brother that was here from 14?
I wouldn't say that you didn't read it, brother. But what I'm saying is I must have been looking for that source.
Yeah, you didn't hear it right.
So now let's talk about this source. Now we just proved that she went
to prove nothing. Then how's we owning and obtaining land if we can't just go off of our word and say that? We taking DNA to prove our if we're Indian or not in order to obtain our land.
We can't. That's not no tribe except DNA test here.
Bro, I got a
tribe and we can just say we Indian and go get a land and what?
That's not gonna happen. So what you'll have to do? What you'll have to do is you're gonna have to prove ancestry through records. So you're gonna have to, even if you're doing.
No, sir, bro. I got scientific sources that say otherwise.
Come on, man. This is not. It's not a scientific case when you're going in there with them.
Yeah, but I got scientific sources that say DNA is used to establish your genealogy, bro.
Let me finish talking, brother, because you have to understand this DNA.
Yeah, but if you say something that's in error, I got to correct it, good brother. I ain't trying to be or nothing like that.
I haven't said anything in error.
I ain't trying to overpower your knowledge.
Unless you're gonna tell me a tribe here that accepts DNA tests, I haven't said anything.
I heard that we had to take tests to prove
they don't use DNA.
There's certain people that accept.
Brother, you gonna let me talk?
Okay. You ask the question, then we answer it, brother.
Hold on, man. So what you would have to do to prove, you would have to prove it through lineage, and they're gonna make you do a paper trail on it. And you in a lot of those nations, you're gonna have to have direct lineage, meaning it's gonna have to come through one of your grandparents or one of your parents or your grandparents. You have to prove direct lineage through paperwork, birth certificate, death certificate, so on. And so you would have to prove those things. They don't accept DNA tests. That's another indication that why, if these institutions are pushing it so hard, why can't we just take a DNA test in there? Because the DNA test doesn't answer the questions. They want to see the paperwork. Even if you're transferring land over, which my family had to do because it hadn't been done in 100 years, they had to prove 6 generations. State of Louisiana made them go back 6 generation paper trail. They couldn't walk in there with a DNA test. They would have took the land. So since we already had it, luckily my aunt had it. Her grandma made her do our genealogy and write down the names in the family cemetery since she was 17. She was rich, she was equipped, so she was able to bring it in, get the records from all of her Catholic records from our great grandparents and all of this, and they're not taking DNA tests in the court of law. That's another indication that that method is tainted.
Good brother, let me ask you a question. You said they ain't taking DNA tests in the court of law. But if you get your mouth, hold up, if you get your mouth, hold up, brother, I just listened to you, brother. That's the thing. You keep cutting into me, and then when I try to talk, you say I'm cutting you off. I listen to you, but when I talk, you cut into my conversation. So you got to listen to me like I'm listening to you without cutting you off.
Not listen to me, but I'm listening.
Okay. So basically, bro, in DNA, they actually use DNA to solve crimes with. You say they don't use it in the court of law. If they didn't use it in the court of law, you couldn't use it to solve crimes with. Brother, DNA is a very big factor that they use in the court of law, good brother. Now listen to me now. Now listen to me now. Remember we had this conversation before? Good brother? And I showed you the ethnicity, and I showed you the term more and more right there in the CDC considered a race, and it referred to it in Lincoln with all the Native American tribes. Remember I showed you that? You need me to pull that up again and show you the Indians being referred to as Moors?
What's happening in conversation and what happened to that source?
Now you know I got it. You didn't do nothing to that source. You didn't disprove it. You disagreed with it. See, you think that because you disagree with something make it wrong, but that ain't the case. You just disagree with it. I respect what you're saying in your information because I ain't here to attack you. But you got to stop looking at it like I'm trying to attack you.
I'm not, brother. I'm not offended by anything.
So what I'm saying is, if you challenge the information, then expect me to come back with what it is I know. You see, but I'm going to show you what I'm saying, just like I showed you in the records. And I will pull that up. Remember, because we were supposed to have that debate, but you never came to it. And then I showed it on the channel. Hold up, brother Top Cat. See, you still talking over me. You need to talk. I'll stand down and let you talk. Please let me talk.
Yeah, please stand down and let me talk. Then.
Okay, and then can I talk after you without you cutting over me?
Go ahead, brother.
Okay. So, and this is all I'm saying. So I have the proof dealing with the ethnicity from the CDC because I was going to use that against Unc before I even came into contact with you. You know, so CDC.
I'll probably save your life.
Now the Unc can't do nothing with me. Him and all of them running. Sarnetta know that. You trying to set one up with me and Tahuti right now. So check this out. The CDC, you say you wasn't gonna talk over me though. But CDC is an authentic source. And so being that this, I'm saying this, listen, I'm saying when it comes to recording, brother, you gonna let me talk or you gonna cut in over me every time?
All right, go ahead.
I can't even finish my statement before you cut me off. Okay, I'm gonna try again. So the CDC records data, and my only measure dealing with that, and I still got it in my records because I still got the presentation. I got the link to it where it shows that the word more that is in the groups on the net ethnicity are connected to all of these Native American tribes. That's big facts. You can deny it if you want to, but you just denying it. But that ain't gonna change that I have this information over here. Choctaw, Washita, they even say Black, African American, all of that. The word more under that code and ethnicity is connected to all of them, bro.
So why we never seen it on the census, brother? Why we don't find it in any?
That's why they recorded it there.
Brother. We don't.
Why
see
you
it
don't see what on census? More?
2012, brother.
Why you don't see more? Because they don't use the word more in 2012. They use an African American. Some of them using African descendants of slavery.
You referenced the 1740 Negro Act, which they showed Moor in there, but they were speaking of Moors being not from America, brother. They were basically immigrants. And then speaking of that, the people that they listen, do you even know the reason of the 1740 Negro Act?
I know the whole reason behind it. I quote it all the time.
Behind it, brother.
I quote it all the time. You want me to pull it up for you right now?
One
second.
Can I get in here?
Go ahead, Sister Dulcinea.
Because I do have a question, and I want to bring back up this source that you guys were talking about with the Empress.
Mm-hmm.
But so when it's giving us and saying that, you know, they accepted after they went back through the claims and they found that the ancient ones of Washita did build those mounds and they did approve her to be be a part of that empire of Washita. Are we saying that the French guy is not a part or didn't show ancestry related to that ancient American site?
Nah, he's saying that's who she claimed it through, and he say she didn't go through Washita, she went through the French. But what the brother failed to realize as well is that
I didn't say she go through the French. She went through a French ancestor.
yeah, that's what you're saying, a French ancestor. That's what I'm saying. I just didn't go.
But I'm saying is that French ancestor not related at all to the Washita people that built the mounds in America?
That's a question for Top Hat.
Well, I say this here. Even if he was, that wasn't the discussion in the court case. So it's plenty of people on YouTube who go in greater detail than it, like going through the court case and the exact language that was used there. This is a source from the Washita. That's why I pulled it up. I just wanted to show that they were acknowledging the fact that they did use French records. Anything else that they're saying, and again, this was 1992. So like I said, in 1991 is when she picked it up, because that's when the Moors started using this, picked up this sovereignty movement at that time. And these are the people that helped to formulate this play to go back and get this land. So today, there's no Washita Moors here. The whole plan came down crashing. They broke in the house. They stole from her. People talk about the guy that she married or whatever. I don't, you know, that ain't none of my business.
Good brother, Aline Bay is the one that's pretty much that's still attaching, pushing the Washita concept right now.
Right, and who
you know what I mean? Him and even Ali Muhammad started off dealing with them teachers.
Yeah, no, I remember that too. You're right about that.
He was at the United Nations when we got recognized as a government. I got the pictures of it.
And he also would tell you that that was a fake tribe. I got him on tape saying it. So
fake what?
That it was a fake tribe.
What was a fake tribe? Washita?
Right, I got him on tape.
After he was part and partial of it.
Now he said the same thing about all the other organizations he was a part of.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You know, I ain't gonna go there behind the brother bite, but me and Ali Muhammad done had our run-ins throughout the years as well.
Yeah, I didn't
you know, so we ain't never beef with each other directly. It was respectful when we was on the panel on Sarnetta. But I ran Ali Muhammad off social media a while back. I'm the reason why Ali Muhammad got quiet and just came back to the surface.
You know, he might.
I just won't say that. You know what I mean? Because he know who I am. You know, I'm the one that showed that the stuff that he was doing didn't work. When the Lizard Toy interview and all, and you know who gave me that? Some of the same people that he was dealing with gave me that information. I ain't gonna divulge who it was that gave it to me, but they wanted to expose the brother. And after he got exposed like that right there, he laid low, and now he just coming back up with a different demonstration. I respect the brother, but he know who I am. That's why he kind of took little hits at me, but I didn't feed into it. You see, because I got pictures of Ali Muhammad up there when we got recognized as a government. He was there. Aline Bay was there. Our sister from Dr. York community was there. You know,
all of these are groups that were coming together to
so it's a talk. And when it comes to this Moorish history, bro,
so that's why out of the Aboriginal history, that's why the Moors try to claim, you know.
Now, bro, we've been doing this. We don't try to claim Aboriginal. We talk about being indigenous to the planet.
Now they're saying it's to America. They're not even claiming Noble Dryly no more. They're not even claiming North Africa. None of the ancient.
Well, a lot of the Moors didn't claim Prophet Noble Dryly anyway. Some of the brothers went with the Empress, and they stopped talking about
that's after the 90s.
And Noble Drew Ali never taught that only North Africa was the Moors. Like I was explaining earlier, he has us learn about Amexem, which he shows it all over the planet.
All over the planet.
Big Top Cats, can you answer a question?
Or are you an Indian not taxed, or one that would be proclaimed as far as not a citizen of the United States corporation and under your own jurisdiction?
No, I'm not an Indian, not taxed.
Okay. So when it comes to saying things or sources from the 90s or even 2023, if it's a source that you can claim and you're acknowledged under your Indian status, why would you deny it just because it's in the 90s?
Why would I deny what?
To be under your own tribal status of an Indian.
I don't deny to be under it, but my
But
grand.
I mean, Moors are a way that in, like you're saying, in the
Also the church. You
in the
also can.
1990s and the 2000s and
Yeah,
present day, you can claim your Moor status, and that will include your tribal Indian status and make you an Indian not taxed.
Well, I'll tell you why that's impossible, right? Because
Okay.
it's only two forms of governments here, and that's indigenous in the U.S. So that's why the treaties are the highest form of the land. Now, my family are attached to the treaties. So, like I said, my family were chiefs of the tribe all the way to the 20th century. I talk about in the Texas Revolution, but all the way to the 20th century. So, the turn of the 20th century. So, I can go back and claim my indigenous because the nation, they kind of reorganized it through the Reorganization Act. And so I can go back and claim because they even use a different name today, the Kashada, that we was never called the Kashada. That's some shit they made up. So I can take the original name, the Khoisan, and I can show my family lineage, and I can do it through that way. I don't have to use more, and I can still be tied to the same laws of the treaty, agreements of the treaties. So I wouldn't have to do it through that because I have real bloodline that ties me back to the land and to the treaties.
Well, I wouldn't say that that's not true what you're saying, but I would say that the Moors can do the same thing. So it shows that we do have a connection as people.
Well, white people also did it because the Moors learned that from white people.
Not necessarily. I know you're saying that the sovereign citizen thing, but it's not the same exact thing.
Yeah, that ain't the same teaching,
Well,
brother.
the Moors learned it from them.
No, we don't teach sovereign. Top cat.
That's like the UCC things.
We don't
and all
teach
the
that,
codes.
top cat. We don't teach that. That's not Noble Drew Ali
Every
teaching.
no, it's not Noble Drew Ali teaching.
He didn't teach that. That's bogus Moors teaching. We go against that. I bang on them cats.
They are not going by Noble Drew Ali.
That's right. And I bang on them. I'm banging on a couple of them, a Melodial group, the other groups that's talking that. But what I'm saying is, hey, can you see my screen real quick, Sister Dulcinea?
Did Noble Drew Ali ever try to get
Yes.
Okay.
Be a part
Check this out. Check this out right here, Top Cat. You see this right here. This is what we was talking about earlier, right? The Negro Acts, right? You see where they say the term Negro is confined to slave Africans, right? And ancient Berbers and their descendants, right? It said it does not embrace the free inhabitants of Africa, such as Egyptian, Moors, or Negro Asiatics such as Lascars. And those are talking about the people from Southeast Asia. You see, that are also known. So now these Moors here, though, brother, that they are talking about, they distinguishing them from slaves. You see, they distinguishing Moors from slaves, right? So now in this particular article, it was George Washington himself that said, you see, basically, you can look this up. He said that
Washington had nothing to do with the 1740. 1740 Negro.
We ain't talking about 1740. This is from 1774. It's from 1774. Listen, this is a whole different situation, brother. It says that he tagged black people in 1774 in his first Continental Congress in Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. It's recorded. He said, if we would agree to take the fezzes and turbans off the Moors' head and remove the sandals from their feet, and enforce severe punishments, and also swear a death oath between ourselves to religiously and faithfully not allow anyone to teach Moors children who they really were, who their forefathers were, and only allow Moorish children to be taught that they were truly Negroes, black people, and colored folks, 200 years from today, the Moorish people would not know their nationality nor the national name of their forefathers, which is what we're trying to stress to you now. Also, they would not know from whence land or ancestors they are from, descended from. So this is George Washington saying.
So we don't know exactly who he's talking about, though.
This is George. What? We don't know who he was talking about. Who is he talking about? Who was referred to as Negro, black people, and colored people?
Not everybody, not people in the South at that time. 13 colonies, people in the South, we wouldn't know.
Come on, brother. You gonna be disingenuous like, brother? I can show you Abraham Lincoln representing the Moor in the court.
Bro, that's 18. See, you time jumping.
No, brother, I'm showing you different times where Moors have been spoken of throughout different records in the United States, brother.
There was 13 colonies, brother, for Negroes. Spanish colonies, brother.
Okay, I tell you what we gonna do?
The Mississippi.
What we gonna do? We gonna show you something dealing with this name. You know,
what you'll see, even if you said it's the 13 colonies, when it comes to the Negroes, the Negroes has never been a status that has ever been able to correct anything in the court of law.
Facts.
So we know that Negro and Black has not been able to be used to free people, but we know for a fact that Moor has been.
Facts. And even right here in this house resolution right here, brother, 75 right here, that was actually honored. This was 1933, and it was Turner L who was dealing with this. Turner L was the one that helped Morocco regain their sovereignty in 1956, or more from over here helped them do that. So watch this. Listen to what it's saying. This is actually in the record. Look it up. In the House of Representatives, April 17, 1933. Many sons and daughters of that proud and handsome race which inspired the architect of Northern Africa, carried into Spain the influence of its artistic temperament, have become citizens of this nation. In the city of Philadelphia, there exists a Moorish American society made up of Moors who have found here the end of their quest for a home and of children of those journeyed from the plains of Morocco. This society has done much to bring about a thorough absorption of these people, of those principles which they are necessary to make them good American citizens. These Moorish Americans have since being here missed the use of the titles and the name and the annexations that were so familiar at home, which are used in accordance with the doctrines of the religious faith to which they are adherents. Therefore be it resolved that this house commends the Moorish American Society of Philadelphia for the efficient service it has rendered the nation in bringing about a speedy, thorough Americanization of these former Moors, and that in accordance with the fullest right of religious independence guaranteed every citizen, we recognize also the right of these people to use the names affixes El or Ali or Bey. It says, or any other prefix or suffix to which they have herefore been accustomed to use, or which they may hereafter acquire the right to use. On the question, will the House adopt the resolution? It was adopted. So what I'm showing you, the only people referred to as El, Ali, and Bey, brother, is those that are part now of what we call the Moorish Science Temple.
I agree.
So these were referring to our people. I'm showing you on the record. We have been acknowledged.
Yes, sir,
don't stop right here now. I got more.
Before we move on from this,
I got more now.
No problem.
You say show me in the records where they refer to us as Moors.
Yes, sir.
Here's another record.
Okay, yes, sir, it is.
Okay.
In this record, they acknowledge the fact that the Moors are not from America.
That ain't got nothing to do with who the Moors are. We talking about people. Listen to what I'm saying, brother. The Moors, you have Moors that were indigenous to America. You got some Moors that come up out of. You got some Moors that came out of Southern Europe. You got Moors that came out of Southern Europe, good brother.
This source particular is not speaking about people. The people that they're calling Moorish Americans are people whose ancestors journeyed here from Morocco, as your source say, brother.
But you still ain't getting what we saying, brother. We're talking about them referring to our people as Moors. Good
I will agree to this, but the people that they're identifying, or they're also identifying them as immigrants to America, brother.
You still, they didn't say immigrants in there. That if you want to play semantics, we can do that. They didn't say immigrants in there.
You're
bro.
not from America, brother. You're
they didn't say immigrants in there though.
If you're not an Indian, you're an immigrant in America.
So now in this same case right here, Noble Drew Ali demonstrated this symbolism, brother, standing with his hand on this book for a reason. If you notice right here, Noble Drew Ali said so often, and this is what we're going through now. He said various journalists find trouble in selecting the proper name for Moorish American. Some say Negro. It said other would bring him race man. Still another would call him African, black, colored, etc. He say, is it that these people have no proper name? Did they have a national name when first brought to these shores in the early part of the 17th century? If so, I already know what I just read.
So
it says, if so, check this out. Check this out. Hold up. Let me finish the source, brother. Let me finish. It say, if so, it said, what was it? Did not the land from whence they were forced have a name? Now, Noble Drew Ali's position, good brother, in his teaching, not the sovereign citizen movement, it's like the sister was saying, a Mexim represented a whole aspect of this portion of land and the land of the ancestors.
What was the name of the
He
ruler?
said there was a capital empire.
What was the name of the? Okay,
Mexim brother is
so you're gonna have
a Mexim brother.
Who's the emperor of this empire? Of this
Listen, I'm finna show you. A Mexim is also a part of what we call Old Mecca, Old Mech. That's where that connect that. You have to know in linguistics.
People are the sheep people.
You have to know. Listen,
not even a real name.
Listen, good brother. You have to know. Listen, they also call them Mexians as well.
Okay,
there are many different names they call them by.
Okay,
so what I'm saying is this. Listen, brother. You got to understand etymology along with the history.
The etymology, you have to understand that's not those people's names.
So Abraham Lincoln right here saying that some in a totally different time period. Listen to look at how they standing. Signs and symbols of a conscious mind and men are understanding. Look at this. This is Abraham Lincoln representing a Moor in the courts. And he made a distinction between one's dark skin and black skin. I ain't gonna read all that. I just show you what he said here. He said, I say my client may be a Moor, but he is not a Negro. This collaborates with the 1740 piece I just read to you earlier. This also collaborates with Noble Drew Ali is saying we are not Negro. Abraham Lincoln, George Washington, and the other sources said the same thing.
Are you familiar?
That's 5 sources. You gonna go against all that?
Hold on. Well,
you can disagree with it, but it don't make you right.
Okay, so let me ask Dosey, are you still with us?
Yeah, she there.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, so in this source, do Noble Drew Ali identify with the Moors coming from America? He's actually saying that they came here.
Good brother, you want me to go ahead and pull up the teaching where Noble Drew Ali tell you that the Moors was in America?
And then you showed me.
He said we was here before the great earthquake, brother. He said that there was a splitting, so to speak, of the land to give you a detail of it. But he said the Moors.
Hey, can you give me the emperor of this empire of a Mexima? Can you give me the emperor who ruled this?
There were many different rulers of the Mexican Empire.
Well, that make it easier for you.
There were many rulers of a Mexican Empire, but listen, when you talk about a Mexim, listen, a Mexim is the ancient.
I don't care.
Let me finish telling you, bro.
Can you please give me an emperor or
can you let me give you the answer? The name of Mexim is the ancient name of what we call Africa, good brother. So there were many emperors that ruled in what we call Africa today, which is known as a Mexim.
We just need one, brother.
It's a whole bunch of them.
Okay, that'll make it easier for you to just give us one.
I just want to know one.
Go ahead.
If I can.
Go ahead.
My thing is that I don't have a problem with any of this, but everybody. For America, everybody, this is like the Bible thing with this Exodus. Exodus wants you to prove that it didn't happen. And they always want you to prove it from their point. We say Exodus didn't happen. They say it did, but you can't prove it. You always want to be on the offense. And I love Top Cats, but you want to prove, I'm asking you to show where if you were already here, prove that point. Show us where you came from, because I'm telling you what I read.
That's like saying that you can stay when the world began, and there's nobody that can do.
That's right, Sister Freedom. That's right, Sister Freedom.
Show me an out of America theory. That's all I'm saying.
No,
if I
out of America theory,
well, how do Africans get in Africa?
Right, because the Africans say
my question is, if I can ask, my question is, if we have an out of Africa theory, I don't give a damn about how it is. I'm saying for an out of America theory, show me. I'm only asking for an out of America theory. Is there an out of America theory? I don't want to. We keep saying we were here first, or were we already here?
Okay, there's a such thing as an out of America, out of Asia, out of India.
Right. If we saying we were already here, I have an interest in already here. We cannot say we are indigenous to this land and then say we were already
here. We are.
Sense. We can't be indigenous and already here at the same time. I'm not a stranger in my own damn house.
Right. So people, when we go to other nations, when you go to the Philippines, when you go to Australia, you go to Asia, these people's stories are saying that they originate in the land that they're in. No one's story is saying that they originated, a tribal or traditional story is saying that they originated in Africa. Later, that came through institutions. That didn't come through from the indigenous people. That's why they identify as a tribe, and that's why they classified under misnomers. Their history and the history, just like at home, who our parents tell us we are at home, that's not what they tell us when we go out into the world. And so it's two different stories. It's going to be a story that's coming from your family, which your tribe is your family, and it's going to be the story of the colonizer. And the story of the colonizer is, it differs than the indigenous people. I think the indigenous people will have more rule over their conversation and knowing who they are, being that the colonizer didn't meet them until thousands of years later. So, I would go with the traditional story of the people. They would know themselves better than the people who are classifying them or trying to tell the story.
That I agree with. Let me go into a question that I have for all this, which is kind of like going back to what I was saying of like the laws acknowledging the Moor status. If we go back into the conquistadors, a lot of the conquistadors that you teach about in the lectures, like Ferdinand Soto or Hernando de Soto or Ponce de Leon, all of these Spanish conquistadors went against the Moors with the expulsion. And we can't deny the history that the fall of the Moors in Spain is what led to the Spanish and Indian Wars, as well as the Indian tribes turning against each other to...
You say Spanish and Indian Wars, what's that?
Basically, even when we see as far as Ponce de Leon going into Florida, and when he's going against the Gale people in Florida, or when you see that the battle of, I think, Malba of the Alabama, Alabama Indians, that's from the Hernando de Soto. Right. So basically, we can see the correlation of the expulsion of the Moors and leading into the conquistadors going into the Americas and warring with the Indians. So since we do have this similar plight with each other, whether you believe that hold on, Sakina, whether you believe that the Moors are more North African, more Spanish, more European, or wherever you want to believe that the Moors have come from, you can see that the same enemies came against these people, and they used the same tactics of Christianity, the Papal Bulls, the doctrine of discovery, and they labeled both the Moors and Indians as inferior, Negro, Black, not having nationality. So I definitely understand when you're saying, okay, fine, now find your place in that story and find your tribal affiliation. But what's wrong with us now coming together as a confederacy under a title, Moor or Indian, to work with each other and say that we're the same people.
Facts, and that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying earlier. I was saying that Top Cat won't accept the name Moore, but I can accept our oneness. He can't. He can't accept that.
No
but I
problem.
can accept the oneness.
No problem.
And that's
brother.
what I was saying before we even had this conversation.
All right, so I'll say the reason why I wouldn't agree with us coming together under one banner is because we don't have the same mom and daddy.
See what I'm saying? Come on, brother, don't do that.
Because why?
Come
this
on.
is where if y'all don't have the same mom and daddy, again, this is where I'm saying, if Indians are not Spaniards, because they can't be, because they don't have the same mom and daddy, and
Fact.
Spaniards and Indians are not Moors, because they don't have the same mom and daddy, then where do the Indians come from? Because they don't come from Spain, and they don't come from Africa. So where do y'all come from?
Come from America, mama. That's why they were the owners of the land. That's why they were in the treaties here that were signed. That's why the wars that were fought here, they were the ones fighting. They were fighting to keep their ancestral lands. Just like my family, the Seminoles, my ancestor Osceola, they fought to keep their lands. So even today, we have land older than in our family older than 1870.
Okay, now my question
Wait,
now.
hold on, Sakina, because my question wasn't fully answered. So we'll go to you in a little bit, and I know he's gonna stick to them being from America. But okay, so if when you're creating a family, you don't create a family with someone that has the same mother and father, but you join in and have a family together, which puts you under the same estate, and then you can build on that estate together. That's why normally you see women taking on men's last name and actually putting again to their family trust or different things that are under their husband's name, but they're still building with it. So again, I'm still confused on why we can't come together. Like, isn't the Seminoles and the Cherokee a confederacy of different tribes that came together so they could like have some power together?
And now Top Cat, you do know I'm from where Chief Osceola and them at. I'm right here in Tallahassee.
Yeah, he was from
Now,
Alabama.
and now I'm gonna tell you something about Chief Osceola. Chief Osceola didn't want to acknowledge our people neither. People. I know this for a fact, but you say that's your ancestor.
You say that for a fact, brother. So why was his baby mama our people?
I'm telling you the history of Florida, good brother. I got Indian miles. Look, I can walk up my road 3 miles from me, bro, to the Indian miles right now.
And why did so many of us procreate with each other?
I don't know. People procreate today.
Yeah, but even in the past,
everybody, because I never slept outside of my place.
Maybe not you, but I'm talking about our ancestors, and you can say as far as that there's so many more distant ancestors that mixed in with the Indians. Why did they allow such a thing? Why did they allow the Lenape Moors to come in and mix in with them and now be acknowledged as indigenous to the land?
Well, I wouldn't say be acknowledged.
Well, I mean, they are under law. I can pull up the law in Delaware that shows they're acknowledged as Indian,
right? But
Indian tribe.
They're their own people, and a lot of the Moors tried to use their status, which they also. So go read the language that they speak about these Moors, the actual Lenape tribe. Go see the things that they Delaware Moors. See what they say about the people that were trying to use the Moors as their status. Go see what they say about those people. So, far as that, what I'm saying is people have inheritance here. So I'll give you an example. The Tulsa survivors, they just lost their case, right? But why did the judge say they lost their case? Because of the language in which they brought it to them in. So you're coming here showing up as a African, you're showing up as a black person, but the crime that was committed didn't happen to an African or a black person. So you are out of your status, and you don't. Yeah, so the people who wrote that up for them knew exactly what was gonna happen. Just like the people that's doing this reparations, they already know the answer. So once they got them outside of that, they not acknowledging who they was because this crime didn't happen to that person. That's what I told the people in the reparations movement. You're gonna have to prove what happened to you. We can't unite under one thing because what happened to all of us didn't have the same experience. So maybe you can unite with the people that have the same experience as you, but not with everyone because everyone's situation is not going to be the same. And so I think that's the problem with people saying let's all unite under one banner and why it's never been done because people have different interests.
And that's the problem. That's what I'm talking about right there. We agree on that. But the problem is we have to put unity above our interests. Good,
but there's not one. So there's not one.
We have to be willing to put our interests out the way.
And I get it that there's
not
not one
solution
answer.
for every solution for everyone. It's not one solution that will take care of everyone. You see what I'm saying? And so that's why you have to do it individually or through your family. If you
one solution is proclaiming one
I get what you're saying as far as like when it comes, like you just used the example of Tulsa and the Tulsa massacre of 1921. So for that, there's a specific enemy and there's a specific people that pertains it to. I mean, you can't, what you're saying is, of course, something that we understand. Of course, under the Moors, I think the Moors are one of the first people that started to teach what you're teaching as far as when it comes to this in the 90s, as far as to say that, hey, you actually have to have a nation of people that were in the historical event and this has been done to. But all we're saying is now there are different things where it's proven, yes, that the American Indians have been subjugated against by the government, and they've ruled that, and they would say, hey, based on our determination, if you came as this Indian status, then we would be able to rule for you. But it's the same exact thing for the Moors. There are more case laws that say, hey, the government acknowledges that they came against the Moors that were here and different Moors groups, and they acknowledge them as Indian tribes.
Facts,
and
bro.
they're Indians, not taxed under the Moors.
But he can't accept that. That's the problem. It ain't that I can't accept Top Cat or any other brother. Top Cat don't want to accept nobody outside of himself.
No, I'm not saying that, brother.
You know, and I ain't gonna force nobody to try to be my brother because I ain't that type of individual. But I'm saying I ain't got no problem with names.
Hey, is my mic on?
That's petty. I hear you, good brother. I'm saying I ain't got no problem with names.
Yeah,
but it's like you can't get beyond a name, brother.
It's not that I can't get beyond the name, brother.
You know, that's crazy.
Listen, what I'm saying is, brother, if I was, when I'm in that position, because like I said, my grandmother and my aunt are still alive, so I still have elders. So I can't come out here and make a decision for the family when I have elders. So whenever it's on me, then I'll make that decision. But I wouldn't be able to go in front of those people and say, "Hey, I'm claiming this under Moorish status," when this did not happen to Moors. So my best weapon is to use the treaties, is to use the history of my people now in order for me to get what was repaired, what needs to be repaired for us.
You say it didn't happen to Moors.
Brother, I'm saying my nation were not Moors. So I couldn't go in there and tell them,
to go under Moors, which we understand that completely. But I guess what we're saying is bigger than that, because
what we
now
saying is greater
where you can go under treaties under, like you said, your tribal name, we can go under treaties to be under the Moors. So now we're both rectifying and correcting our status based on our own individual name.
If they actually,
the only difference is we trying to get outside of being up under the United States.
Come on, Commission. But what I'm saying is this: if they were to say, like they do the Indians, you have to prove your ancestry and how you tie to these people. If they were to ask people to do that for the Moors, would the Moors be able to provide that evidence?
Of course. Of course. Like I was demonstrating earlier. Bro, like I was demonstrating earlier, I am the evidence.
Not just you, brother. You gotta think bigger than outside yourself. I'm saying every person that's claiming Moors, will they be able to provide evidence to show that their family? Because most people that say they're Moors, their parents never even heard of a Moor. Their grandparents never even heard of a Moor. They never taught them that.
Do you understand that the name was moved, though, Top Cat, for a reason? It was hidden by these people that are Masonic.
Grandparents.
You understand that when they say Hiram Abiff, hold up. When they say Hiram Abiff, brother, in the Masonic Lodge, do you know that that's a code name for the African God man?
Nah, I never heard that in my life.
That's the truth, though. That's the truth, though, bro.
No problem.
In other words, you the secret. You the secret that don't supposed to be spoke of. That's something that ain't supposed to be told. That's why we get the pushback. That's meant to be kept secret.
No problem, brother. I was just speaking.
Hiram Abiff is a code name for the African God man.
No problem, brother. I would not be able to use Hiram Abiff. So the question that Ms. Dosey asked, my answer to that would be, I understand there's, a form of methodology that the Moors use. But there are other methodologies out there. Some people use 501c3s. Some people use
that don't free them
foes. Some of them use religion, to get these same solutions that the Moors are saying.
Now, see that I see what's going on, though, good brother. See what it is. You are right. You content with getting what you can get where you at. I get that, but that's under what I call again corporate governance, because that's coming through the federal government.
Everything is gonna be under. So are you going?
That's federal government. As more, we talking about breaking off from federal government, from state government, and that's
do you have a passport? Do you have a passport?
Oh, we got passports. So you want me to tell you who they from? Hold up, listen. Let me tell you who we get our passports from. And our chairman took this out of the media because Moors started misusing it. Moors from the sovereign citizen movement. The World Service Authority is who issue us our passports. Do you know who the World Service Authority is?
I heard of the word, and that
it was founded by old man Gary Davis, and it's legitimately recognized. That passport is too. So the thing is that we had Moors in the sovereign citizen movement.
So
they got the passport and went up there in the European court trying to challenge
the sovereign citizen. Okay.
Yeah, I'm saying the sovereign citizen movement started taking this passport, trying to challenge jurisdiction of the European. And my chairman told the Moors to cease and desist, took it off the website. We had identification cards. I'm gonna get it like this right here, Top Cat. We got Moors out here going to the European court, challenging them in our name, in the name of the Moorish American government now, and they ain't even a part of us. To me, I feel like that's agent provocateur activity, because we teach there is no such thing as individual sovereignty, and you would never find a government in the courts of another government. That's what we teach.
Why would you find, if there's no Moorish government here, it's only indigenous governments, and we can name those if we're going into the confederacies. And
bro, we recognized as a government, brother, but you don't understand the process of governments because you thinking of it in the wrong way. Governments are not recognized by nations, just by saying, okay, he recognized you. He don't.
Nation, brother. It takes a nation to recognize.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, good brother. Even if you ain't recognized, say if the United States don't want to recognize you, that don't mean you ain't a nation, bro. In international law. In international law, listen.
Hold on.
Wait a minute, let me ask y'all the question. Let me interrupt you. Any of y'all know what God is?
Oh, most definitely.
My mama.
Okay, I agree. So
he is in us. We are God.
Okay, I'm in agreement with you. So none of us don't know how creation started except through our parents. We just don't know. I don't get it. We know that we're from all over this planet because wherever you go on Earth, you're going to find melanated people, right? Are we agreeing to that?
Right.
Yes.
Are you agreeing to it, Top Cats?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you agreeing to that much? Commission. I was getting it. I just couldn't get it.
I don't have no problem.
I'm just saying, we all on this plan. I know the ladies do, because
I don't have no problem with that at all.
We agree to it. We know that we are all over this, but we can't separate people in China that are black came from, but they was there before we seen the white looking Chinese people.
There you go. There you go, right there.
Dark people in the beginning of everywhere.
Facts.
What is the problem? We don't know how trees begin, but we know we see them.
And that's what I'm talking about right there, Sister
But
Freedom.
I can say the problem is when you stop there and you say, okay, well, we just know that we're people and we're people and everything, and you don't acknowledge what the world is today and the jurisdiction of laws and how trade works or anything like that. You're giving up your way to be a powerful nation of your own. You're saying you want this. You're saying you want to be sovereign. You're saying you want to be separate from the United States corporation, but you're doing nothing to separate yourself.
And that's what
you're not going to be able to operate under your own nation. One thing that's known as far as operating under your own nation is trade. If you have to go through FedEx and have a $300 bill from customs when you're trying to go and trade with get different products from another country, it shows that you don't control that. You're not the one that gets to say. So now you're under the nation's jurisdiction. So all we're asking is, let's further the conversation from who your mom and dad is. We're not denying that you are who your mom and dad is, who your grandparents are, or who your great-great-grandparents are. But one thing we can say about our ancestors is they had their own nation. They formed their own trades. They didn't give their jurisdiction to a whole other nation outside of themselves. So how are we going to continue to do so and be okay with it?
And then try to be free.
Let me
can't do it.
Let me say this to that. I say this. There's enough Moors out there for y'all to activate, this plan that the Moors have. A lot of times with our people, like I said, there's no remedy one size fit all remedy for everyone. So I think if the Moors feel like this is a good idea, then they should just, go under the Moorish bound. There's more than enough Moorish people out there, and they should, build that world that they see fit for themselves. And I think it won't have to be a do you agree or disagree with me situation. You can just be there build that world with like-minded people. And so I feel like
can we just say that?
Ma'am.
So that just sounds like you racist then, right?
No, it's not racist. It's
prejudice.
No, it wouldn't be prejudice. It'll just be
prejudice. Let's
prejudice because we'll support them. I'm not a part of any reparation movement, but I'm pro reparation.
We're not reparating. We're trying to build. We're just saying that we all if we can't build together, saying we're the same as they're gonna call us niggas regardless. I don't care what you look like. They're gonna still call us niggas. They all gonna laugh.
That's right.
So at the end of the day, that's all we saying. Because I got a stake invested in you, because I'm both. Understand what I'm saying? I still have love for you because I'm still Cherokee through bloodline.
Right, so just like me.
Still learn from you. I'm a Moor through bloodline. So I'm invested in both of y'all. So both of y'all hold truth for me. I'm comedic through universal. So with both of y'all, I learned everything. So I learned just as much from you as I need from commission. So one way or another, I'm not gonna bash neither one of y'all because both of y'all have something I need. Understand that. So I have to build with both of y'all. I'm not gonna put you down to lift him up, and I'm not gonna lift him up to put you down.
Right. And that's what I keep telling Top Cat. I can accept him, but he can't accept us.
No, it's
and
not.
What I'm saying is, I'm gonna show you something.
One of my good friends is a Moor, bro. People that know me or watch my show know this. So here
Good
in
brother.
Houston, in the country's community here in Houston, brother,
Good
one of
brother.
my best homies
I understand
was
that.
a Moor.
I understand that, but
I don't have a problem with Moor, brother.
Look at this, Top Cat. This is what I'm saying.
I
Look
don't
at
have
this.
a problem with a Hebrew, brother.
Look
I
at
have Hebrew, brother. I'm just not a Hebrew.
Look
man.
at this, Top Cat. Look at this. All right.
It becomes
So you as
tactic, bro.
listen, you as an Aboriginal, right? You say you're Aboriginal, right?
No, he's an Indian. He's not.
So you're Indian. You are Indian, because they be when I say Indian, Aboriginal, Native American, they all say different things. Part of my body. So now you being an Indian, right? You are under corporate governance on the United States. You know what the United
Everybody
States.
in America is under
Hold up. Listen to what I'm saying, brother. You still all Indians on the United States of America corporate government.
Everybody in the United
Yes,
States.
they are, brother. Y'all subject to the federal laws.
I said
Brother,
everything.
you're subject to the federal laws.
Everyone.
What I'm trying to say is, everybody may not be, but what I'm saying is, those who claim to be are under corporate governance. How is it we can be so comfortable under corporate governance when I say we have a government over here, right? That's outside of the United States government, where we can be recognized, no matter if you're NOI, no matter if you're MST of A, no matter if you're Hebrew, no matter if you none of that. We accept all of our people. Why is it that our people so comfortable under oppressor when we got our own body under self-determination where we can take off together?
Man,
that don't make no sense.
Further, I say that,
So
man.
you gonna go with the
Let them answer it. Let them
in
answer
life,
it.
in life, you know, man, everything that we do, we'll have our own family members that don't support everything that we do. So I wouldn't look at it as a bad thing that people are not supporting. I would just go on with my community and those like-minded and who believe in, you know, this world that will, you know, that y'all created. And so I wouldn't look down, you know, to others who are not, you know what I'm saying, vibrating on that frequency, because we have, you know, different interests. And so, man, if it's more than one way, as we acknowledged earlier, it is, then people should take their route, you know what I'm saying, that fit their journey. You know, one of the things that the Reparation Movement told us, if we had a problem with HR 40, we need to go get our own claim. And one of the things I told the Indians, y'all need to stay out their business. If you're not an African and you're saying that the language in that doesn't represent you, then why, you know, you should have a say-so on that. You should be walking your journey. If that's what those people are in their journey, then let them walk their road.
I don't agree with that, Podcast, because how can we ever come together? We need to start all over again.
We're never gonna come. No, there's never a time in history where everybody was together. You would
acknowledge that was one of our major problems, right? That was what caused our fall, right?
But everybody wasn't together in the first place. Like
exactly, but that's what made it easier for them to come in and go against all of us. And now we're all in the same predicament now. Like you just said, we're all under the U.S. Confederation now. So we weren't all the same before, but we're all the same now. We've all been labeled as black, and we've all been labeled as slaves. So if something that helped them subjugate all of us, even though we were all different tribes and we were all different people, don't we need to actually look to fight them together?
No, you need to. Well,
why we just don't name each other Earth and just get with it?
In order to do that, everyone would have to go do their part in first establishing a foundation for themselves on whatever they're standing on.
That's not true. You got to start over.
Well, I agree. So starting over means we have to go home and first know who we are in our story.
No, we have to go home and tell our people to come on and let's unite.
Yeah. I mean, it's easier said than done, though, Mama. You know, everyone.
You got one somebody who don't want to come, and you tell that one somebody, well, then you stay here, because all the rest of us is going.
See, like you say,
so together. Nobody said you got to give up your traditions.
Right, those that agree to go, like you just said, some are gonna go, and the ones that ain't, we just gonna go off and leave them. I agree with that.
Want to be a part of unity.
People who are willing to go. That's with anything in life, and so we can't force them to go because if like when they had the back,
they don't have to give up their traditions. We just got to form a new tradition.
It might not feed their soul. It might not resonate with them. It might sound like a good idea to you, but they might want to be comfortable, feel comfortable.
You gotta tell them, like, if you tell them something opposite, right? Well, we gotta fix this first. We ain't gonna never fix it because it's broke. It's broken and can't be fixed.
Well, I'm gonna be honest, Mama. I think that was that was one of the troubles that the people before us came with, who wanted to universally unite everyone, which
that is not, because we never did it.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Let him finish, and then I know Sakina wants to get in next.
Yeah, it's just naturally, people or everybody, like right now, everyone in this chat, some people don't agree with others, and and so it's okay for us to be different. That's what makes us unique. Right. And so what's good for you may not be good for me, or if you, so we have different interests. We have different experiences, and some energies match with others and some don't. But
you don't agree we need to come up with a new one? We need to let it all go. Keep it if you want to keep it.
Mom, I'm sorry, help me out. Like a new plan for all of us to come together?
Yes, we need a new plan.
In a perfect world, I would say yes. If somebody said,
allow it to be perfect, don't stop
it, and everyone was with it, then I would agree to it. But that's not the real world, unfortunately. That seems like an impossible task, unfortunately.
If you melanated, we need to be together. That's as simple as that. We need to stick. That's the only way we're going to win, is to stick together. I don't care if you're from anywhere in the Caribbean. If you're black, well, now I'm not going to use the word black. If you are melanated, then you ours. Then we need to come together on something. You know what? The mothers are going to have to do it because the men keep stopping it. We need to go back to the mothers because the men keep stopping it.
The women are going to be the ones that start it. But Sakina, what were you going to ask?
My question right now, Topcast, is who came up with BCU?
A friend of mine. Do you mean the name?
Yeah.
Yeah, a friend of mine.
So y'all didn't come up with that together, or they just came up with it for you?
Yeah, it was just an idea of a friend that.
Okay, because my thing is even with that idea, I'm gonna say y'all came up with that together with the idea, and it was based off of something you was doing, and it fit you. Because people come up with ideas when they plan something. It was a dream. It was something that you was doing, and it fit you, and you and for you to even accept it and say yeah to go with it. And that's why you let it go, and you was excited about it to say yeah. And this is why, in order to make something to supply a demand, and this is how you come together with something, and then you took that and you ran with it. And so BCU is now this university, and you teach. And you fulfill those dreams. And so just like when you felt like Drew Ali let you down, you came up the next time and you did a presentation, and you did pretty good. So why is it so hard?
Drew Ali let me down?
Well, that's the way I took it.
Oh, no, I like Drew Ali.
I know you do. No, this is just the way I felt because you felt like that you felt like the debate was not what you expected, and that. And so you had to.
You said Ali Muhammad. You said
that's what I meant. That's what I meant. So you felt like you had to come back and do your own thing, and so you did. And I took notes, and you did a good job. And you said like you didn't get what you should have got from it. And this is what building is. And I know you know what building is. And so right now I'm feeling like, I don't know if you're being ornery or whatever, but this is just me. And so I feel like you just kind of being ornery, but this is what we asking right now was, building.
When it's an emergency or something, what the mothers do? She gather her children and take them to safety.
This is like right. What we asking of you, and I don't know if you just like today is not your day.
Early, but I'm feeling
that night you ain't had a blunt, or I don't know what the hell, but
that strap that you're gonna put on is behind. That's what it is. Us mothers need to do just what we just said. What Dustin just said, it is gonna be there.
Maybe it's because you don't want to, or I don't know.
Say I don't want to. What exactly you mean?
You know what I'm saying. I'm not playing with you today.
No, I promise on everything. Mama, I wasn't disrespectful.
No, I'm just saying.
I really want to.
Pretty much all the examples I'm saying. I know, building, just building. Period.
I don't have a problem with building.
We are our own worst enemy. We are our own worst enemy.
I don't have a problem with building. I have good relationships with people who are not American Indian. So
that's what you should keep in your mind.
That's what I asked you earlier. I said, because racism don't have exactly nothing to do. Well, racism is one thing, but prejudice is another. Prejudice can be, I'm prejudiced against, because I'm chubby, so I might be prejudiced against thinner people. I might be prejudiced against taller people. I might be, I'm
prejudiced against no one. I want to see everybody win.
No, but at the same time, that don't have anything to do. Right? This is like being envy or jealous. Jealous is a whole lot different than envy. I may envy you, but I don't hate you. Jealousy is a whole different ball game. So this is two different things. Just because you don't want to see, me succeed, don't mean that you might mess with me. I don't fuck with you, but I do want to see you succeed.
But see, I mean, every denomination or school of thought out there, I have people that I'm cool with. I don't hate nobody. I'm not. What I'm saying is,
because then that's when people get arrogant and start thinking they better than other people, and that's what I'm saying.
That's it. That's not it.
I have Egyptian. I have Pan African. I know all these people. These people, everybody that watch me, not an Indian. So you have Moors in there. You got a lot of LPs in there and things like this here. Who watch me or in their community. And that's one of the reasons why, because I'm universal. I'm not here, you know what I'm saying, to get down on nobody. So people come through that are from, you got you got a lot of people that come through there that's not American Indian. So I'm not against anything. Even the reparations when they were fighting the blacks and all of that, the black movements and all of that. I'm the one who went in and got all of that straight.
I know you ain't separate yourself from being black.
Asking you, what do we do?
They like me. That's why they get AB 3121.
Who is they? Because you black, honey. I'm sorry to say it, whether you want to call yourself an Indian or whatever. I'm Indian too, but I'm black too.
I'm saying FBA, ADOS, the Freedmen, those organizations. They the main players in it, they knew me. I talked to Tariq Nasheed. So they ain't never had no problem with me. It was other people, it was the other Indians. So matter of fact, they paid me to come over there to speak with them. So that day when they had 30,000 people in there, when Tariq and them was in there, I was there. So I had good relationships with these other communities out here. Everybody respect me for who I am. I respect them for who they are.
And respecting all of that, all we asking is, how do we, as two different tribes, two different races, two different ethnicities, how do we, as Indians, Africans, come together as one unity, one unification of people of melanated skin tones, and try to build. Because my biggest issue is, I don't know how we're gonna look at it, but with the Russians coming in to America, which would be your land, if Africa is our land, they're gonna drain our resources and they're gonna bring them over here, and they're gonna have the Russians come in, just like they did with the Arabians or Iratians or whatever they did, and they hit them twin towers. And then that war is gonna come over here. They already fighting over there. What are we gonna do together as melanated people from two different countries to come together and figure out what we're gonna do? How about that one?
Continents, but yes.
Continent, countries, whatever you want to call it, just call it.
There's a diaspora war going on.
Call it what you want to, just call it.
Well, right now, I really don't. It's a diaspora war going on right now. If y'all familiar with the reparations or the black movements against people from the islands, people that are not foundationally black Americans. And so, they have those groups and those mindsets, and those are more the younger generations. So, I don't, and that question right there, I don't know the answer to. If it was a button I can push to make it happen, I'd push it.
Oh,
but right now, I think our people done been through so much. We done been through so many different forms of colonization, and right now, a lot of people are just trying to go back and salvage what they can about themselves and their family history here and what they're tied to. Because, I don't think right now be the time for everybody to come together if they don't even know who they are. So I think if everyone find out what happened to them here in America, and I think then we can maybe ally on things that we can come to the table with a better understanding on what exactly needs to be done and what has taken place. So I don't even think enough people fully understand what actually happened. And some people say it don't matter, we can just pick up from here. But I think that's one of the greatest weaknesses right there, is no power in the people, because what are they actually fighting for? So I keep using the reparation because they believe in the African story, HR 40 and all of this. And then now we look up, they're not even claiming that, they're saying we're looking in our family records and we are here in the Americas. And so I feel like that's where everything is going to, because that's where the younger people, the college students, that are coming up, they're more into that lane. So I think like one of the sisters said, we have to start over, and I think this is a form of starting over by everyone finding out about themselves, and then we can come together and have a real foundation, because we still gonna have to get that question answered. And I'll end there.
All right.
Okay. And then I have a question. The come together part. Well, hold on, Sakina, and then we'll go back around so everyone can go. So let's go into the part that, okay, like you said, everyone goes in their own movement and they start doing what they need to do for their movement. And the Moors have been doing that. But what do we do when we're telling you guys that it doesn't matter if we're both in a separate unit? We need you guys to get out from under the United States corporation and become your own nation for real. Start building your own governance. If it's not the Moor governance, that's fine. But we need majority of us, or a lot more of us, especially if we're claiming that we're the ones that are woke or have the consciousness to say, okay, then a major part of this consciousness is having our own nations where we govern ourselves. And how can you claim a nation that you're not going to go and have governance with? You're claiming a nation to be under another nation. How does that help?
Okay, I say this to that. Right now, people are nationless because they don't know their history. So a lot of people here who are tied to, I take the 1866 treaty, where all of this land was given. So we don't have to go under someone else's government. If you see the fight that the Creek Indians are having under the when we go into the treaties, they weren't said to have to fall under any mixed race government. There were two different claims. There were two different people present. So a lot of these people don't even know. Like I say, the Creek, they were given 140 acres, the same thing. They split. All right, you get 140 acres, and our people, got 140 acres. A lot of people don't know the history because they have been disconnected from their family stories. So they can use those and go back and claim and form the indigenous government that they have rights and tied to in the treaties. But if they don't know who they are and their family history, then they have no connection to these. So they would.
Okay, one more question, joint question. Of the ones that know who you guys are you guys doing that?
Well, you do have people doing it. In my situation, like I said, I can't, because it will be done through family. I would be doing it through my family. So I can't overrule. I have matriarch over me. When it's my turn, then I do it. I say another thing to this here, far as somebody ruling or controlling or anything, I don't feel like nobody ruling or controlling over me or anything. I go in and come as I please. Money open up doors. Money don't none of that other shit matters. You know what I'm saying? There's ways around all of that. But as far as if I want to trade international or anything like that, you can do so. Before as yeah, I just don't I don't see why I say this here as far as the question I land. There are some people that are doing it. So there's plenty of people, even over there of mine on my channel, that also teach people and help them form their own. So we even have people getting land. Me personally, my family, we still have all our land that's in our family go back to the 1800s, 1830s, and things like this here. So these are the things that's in my future that I'll do when I get the keys to make the decision for the family. I'm not in a rush or anything like that because I can go and come as I please. So
Understood. And peace, stillness, Jackson. Thank you for joining. Is it okay if he goes first and then we can promote your book after that?
go ahead, Still. You got it.
No, I just wanted to come up and say that I really enjoyed the conversation, and I mean that's really all. I mean, I'm not have anything to add to what has been said here. I just wanted to let y'all know that whether the differences anyone has, that just as long as one can sit and talk and have a conversation about whatever it is, and what y'all been doing this evening or this morning rather, it's been really, really productive. And I just wanted to thank everybody that participated.
Oh, well, thank
you, Stillness,
so much for joining.
Did you want to go ahead and share your commercial, Big Chief Top Cats, and I can put your link in the chat again?
All right. Oh shit. Hold on 1 second, my bad.
Ancient Greece, the birthplace of Western civilization. This is where it all began, nations. Because it is from the Egyptians, but the first generation of a higher, what we would call more metaphysical culture,
called Atlantis. It was founded by the Greek god Poseidon, and the inhabitants possessed sophisticated technology. Aztecs say that their capital of Tenochtitlan was made in Mexico.
The plume serpent theory is probably related to something that came from the sky.
Could there be a connection between the ancient Greek tale of Atlantis and Native American origin stories?
Who is this figure? Why are these men showing her such emotion?
Is now taken to the point where it took 1 million men to have to come to the same venerated spot to remind them of the bloodline of the gods with this daughter.
Bloodlines of the Gods and Civilizations by the legendary Big Chief Top Cats, only at BigChiefUniversity.com and Amazon.
All right, then. Did y'all hear that?
Thank you. And then are you going to come back and talk to us about the book? I'm sure you mentioned a lot of this history, huh, with the Moors and everything.
Yeah. I'll come back. We can do that. Come back. We can talk about the book. We can find some day that work next week if y'all free.
All right. I got one question for me from the audience. The question is from Brazilian Monk, and he wants to know. Let me scroll back. The question is. It was about us being in America first, and let me see if I can find it. If we existed in America from the beginning of time, if we are indigenous or American Indians, did we exist from the beginning of time?
Well, I'm gonna have to answer that question honestly as I can, and I wouldn't be able to tell you about, what I'm saying, your family story. I don't know your family, so I wouldn't be able to answer that question, brother.
Okay, I'd have a question too based on that. Sorry, I do want to bring this back up. So, do you guys acknowledge that it's harder for some of us to get the records than others because some records were destroyed? And that may not be like everyone's story, but that is some of our stories.
I'll say that the process is within itself is hard. It's a tedious process, and it takes time. As far as records destroyed, I don't know, man. I think we'll have to take a good look into it, and if we go to the places where they recorded the events, then and they say the records were destroyed or whatever, then find another methodology. They weren't the only people taking in the land. So a lot of the courts, a lot of the laws, like I use my family all the time. Like we've been dealing with state of Louisiana over land, and like I said, they have the records because it was business. And so just like they keep receipts today, they kept them then. They included the ports, everything that came in, everything that went out. They were great business men. So if you're gonna burn your receipts on business, they wouldn't do it. And so that's why they ask for proof, because they already know the answer.
But what about our grandparents that don't even know their birthdays because they don't have the records for it? They never got a birth certificate or anything, so they just know what year they were born, but they don't even know their birthday.
I don't know. Do they have siblings? Do they have any siblings? Someone in the family knows someone.
Okay, they have siblings, but some of their siblings, if they're older, they don't know their exact age either. They don't have
But
an
they
actual birth certificate.
they know their parents' names.
Yeah, they know their parents' names.
Okay, are they attached to any land? Do they have any like family land or family estate? Most
I'm
people.
sure some do, some don't.
So I was gonna
Obviously,
say most people have family cemeteries in their family. We have ways to, like we knew our people.
that depends on what your family believes on cemeteries or anything. What if your family member got cremated? Like, not everyone has family cemeteries, but
Well. As far as cremation, here we had different ceremonies here of burial. So different nations did it according to their tribal custom. So, but within the time frame that we're talking about, like how far are you saying when the records are being lost? How far are you saying going back when the records being lost?
no, I know as far as some older generation, like if they're born in the 1800s, they said that they don't know their actual birthday. They only knew like the birth year.
Okay, can I squeeze back in here? Because I know, again, I read some history archives that show slave charter records, and I also saw some Indian records. Now, these might have been before birth record, and they were on cue cards, and they showed dates of dates and birth dates and whatnot. And I'm not gonna say they were birthdays. They look like they were dates of being transferred or
Like of the merchandise, which is the slaves, the
and
people.
these were like they were like flashcards. And some of the names were changed. They had one name, and then when they said wherever they were maybe imported or deported to, and then the first name or the middle name changed. And I noticed that because my sister-in-law Philippine, and when her middle name became her last name became her middle name when she got married. So she had her first name and her last name, and when she got married, her last name became her middle name, and then her married name became her last name, and that's how they do it there. Like we get, how we get our first name, our middle name, and our last name, and then we get a married name, and either we can put a hyphen in it or we drop our old maiden name and then we carry on our married name. They do it different. So that's what I've seen on those cards in that registry. The other one looks like an itemized registry, itemized checklist or something to that effect. That must have been like a slave registry list, item list. But the other one was like flashcards, and it was a whole bunch of them. It was they were in like an encyclopedia book, a whole bunch of them. And that's what I saw. One of them must have been for Indians, where I don't even like keep saying the word, but that's how it was in the registry. And then the other one was a different one, was like a roster. And that's how they had it. Those were the two different ones. I remember telling you all about that a couple of months ago. And then that was the two different things. But when you say that this was before the Birthright Act, and then they did the Birthright Act for the birth certificates. And so, because nobody had a birth certificate at this time. So then they did the birth certificate act for everybody. Right. So then we started talking about the Trail of Tears. This is where I'm having another problem, because when they did the Trail of
The
Tears,
Birth Certificate Act, that's in the 1800s, right?
no, was it? No, this was before slavery ended. This was somewhere up in right.
Yeah, slavery ended in 1863 through 1865. So
No,
yes,
in 1865. It went on a few more years after.
It went on afterwards, but like, yeah, their official said ending
was where all the Emancipation Proclamations were written between 1863 and 1865. But
Okay.
yeah, so that's where the Birth Certificate Act, did it come in the midst of that or after?
So, but I'm trying to get back to when we say, because everything had to have a beginning. So going back to the man's original question was about the beginning. If Genesis had a beginning, if Africa had a beginning, if everything had a beginning, being in America had to have a beginning. And I know you're saying we have to ask our parents and all this other stuff, but going to this roster, that showed the beginning of slavery, and it also showed beginning of a trail saying that these people, or they were counting up these Indians, these people, even when you said that they were already here, in that book that I was reading, these people lived, there were some people here that lived toward inside of mountains. In this other book that I'm reading, there were some people that lived inner side. They were in mountain regions here. They were in Dakotas. They were in toward the Canadas. They were in somewhere in the dry lands. And then they were in the mountain areas, right?
Alabama, Kentucky.
Right, they were in the dry land. But again, we still had other people that were living around on the coast, in the port areas, all around so people could not even get, because these people that came that were living in the dry lands, these people came through the Canada. So they came to a whole different area than the ones we talking about that came through the shores. So those people that came through the waters, through the shores, were a whole different group of people that came through the Canadians, right? Those were the Westerners, the Western people that came through, and so when the greedy people came through, and that's how the Brazilians or Britons and France came through, and they got to taking over stuff, and that's how when the Trail of Tears and all of that, and they started putting them people together, and they put the Negroids, the Africans and the Indians together, and they called them Negroes all together. The red Negro and the black Negro. And then this was before the freemen and all of that. They separated them later on. But before that, they put them all together and they called them Negroes. The red Negro and the black Negro. And then you had to define what was the white man, right? Because the Moors were already established at this point, but in the black code, there was nothing to establish black because the Moors were already established. So they didn't have to establish black code law because black code law was already established because it was the Moors code. The only thing they had to establish what was white. So once they established that, then you could go ahead and move forward with separating the panning of the Negro. So if the American or the Indian was already here from the beginning, right, of time, that's the question. How did they exist on this land if they were already here?
When you say how did they exist, what you mean?
Right, not asking about a mother or a father, just like we're asking. Genesis said in the beginning there was, and in Africa said in the beginning there was, and so this is the same story we're asking. We're not saying that we want to know about, you got to ask your mama and your daddy. No, we're saying if America has to have a beginning story like everything else. When China tells the beginning of a story, you know, from the dragon to the butterfly to the Confucius said, those who go to bed with itchy booty wake up with stinky fingers. I mean, we have to have a beginning in America, and that's all he asking for.
Yeah, well, my nation origin stories are tied to the mounds. So they have stories saying that they come directly from the mounds. They have their origin stories based around agriculture. So when you say how did they live here or sustain themselves, they were agriculturalists. That's why their guards are corn guards.
Thank you. Come on. Come on. I'm just saying thank you. Come on. Bring it in.
Oh no, I'm saying so when we go to all indigenous nations around the world, the Khoisan people, all these different nations, they all have their own oral indigenous stories that say they come from the land, that describe the land they come from. Those tribes that you were speaking about in the Southwest, they have their origins as the Hopi. They say they come from under the ground. Uh, their ancestors came from under the ground. A lot of indigenous stories say the same. So yeah, when we look at all indigenous nations, they're gonna say their origin stories are gonna trace them from where they are.
And do you believe your oral history, even though you can't physically tie yourself back to the original people?
When you say the original people, what you mean?
Like the original ancient people that built the mounds.
Well, the mound stories intertwine into the traditional story. So nations have mounds that they're directly, tied to.
Yeah, and those are passed down orally, not through records, through oral history of your people, right?
Right.
So, okay, so then if someone else has those oral traditions that are passed down and they're passed down from their people's people, then what can be the denial of those, I guess, people as a nation or
No, I
anything?
wouldn't deny anyone's. I wouldn't deny any nation because I wouldn't want anything.
No, okay, so if the Moors were here and they have their stories passed down, then how can we deny as far as that there are Moors that are indigenous here?
Again, we will have to. We can lay out maps. We can lay out all of the maps of the of early America, and someone can point out to me where, because these areas are named after the tribes. So we do not see anyone calling themselves Moor. Moor was a title. Moor is not a bloodline. Moor was a title that was placed
But we
on.
do see mob or more like different regions start with mer or more, right? Or ma or
Not,
mob, like the Moabites. So we don't see a Moab anywhere as far as that place.
Moab.
But
Moab.
like a MAB or
Yeah, but
MAUB and then
the
different.
Mormons named that Moab when they got there. So it wasn't originally named that. When the Mormons got there, they named it. They gave those places biblical names.
How early would you say that the Mormons
The
came?
Mormons got there in the 1800s.
So what about sources that are before that name these things, I guess? Or
Named,
are you saying that those records were after?
what I'm saying is, where do the people identify the people? Where are the tribes who are saying we are Moors? Where are the maps that are saying the Moors lived right here? What was the Moors language? Because like my nation is Khoisan. Our language is called Khoisan. We are centered to a certain geographic here in the Americas. We don't, so our other nations, they're named after the places that they're in. The Alabama, they're named after Alabama tribe. The nations that are there, where do we see the Moors? What tribal people are stating themselves that they identify as being a Moor?
Well, I mean, it would be the same. You do have the people that I did identify as Moorish, just like the people who identify as Indian, even
I'm
though
saying
Los Indios is a Latin term. So we understand that these aren't terms that we named ourselves. We named ourselves the actual tribal names like the Lenape or the Yamasee or different things like that. But you have people that acknowledge they're either Moor or Indian status after those were created, even though we know Moors existed way before the Indian, but it wasn't like they just called themselves Indian at first. They had their tribal names, and then
Like
as
people
time
identify
progressed,
with
we
Indian
said
as
those were the Los Indios
people
people because of
identify with Indian because it's a political term and because that's where their political status their
and that's what we're saying about the Moors. We're gonna have tribal names that are not Moors, right? Just like you guys have tribal names that are not Indian. But
yeah,
we understand that the Moors is a status of indigenous people that were here. And when we give you the examples, like the Lenape,
no, you
even
can't
though
use
they
it.
have the oral history that they
I just
came.
showed you that the Lenape are not from America. I mean the Moors. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That
the Moors that
they didn't get
well,
the
no.
status to
You
the
didn't show
20th.
us that the Lenape are not from America.
Not
You
the
showed
Lenape
that there
from
was
America.
Moors that shipwrecked,
Correct.
right, and mixed in with the
Like
Americans,
how
and
many?
then they call
You know they
themselves
gave them a
the
specific.
Lenape Moors.
But watch this, mama. You know it wasn't like a whole boat of 1,000 people or nothing like that. You know they
Right, which
actually
makes it even
identified.
more crazy that like
So
a
you have
group
two
of
or three.
100 people,
Now I
and they were able to convince thousands of
it
people
wasn't
that
100.
came after them. Well, even they're less than that, right?
Right. So
So they were able to convince all these people to go by the Lenape Moors, or was it that
it
that's
was
something
not
that's
a,
passed down prior to that origin story?
okay, I say this, mama. It's not a large group of people that's identifying with this. So they actually have census taken on the people, and they're just a community of people. It's not a large population. Nowhere because we have Lenape treaties. Nowhere in any of the Lenape treaties, these people are a part of the treaties that are
So
being.
the Lenape didn't own the port.
What port exactly?
The port in Delaware that they fought over the Dutch and the
Well, these people.
Iroquois
Okay, so the people that shipwrecked came in through the Dutch companies. They came in through the Dutch companies. The people that shipwrecked. So they did the Dutch didn't exactly own it. The Indians let them do commercial trade from that port. So the Dutch didn't own it. Their agreement was just to do trade with that company and not with the other companies. So that's where the wars would come with the pirates jacking boats because they wasn't allowed to trade in certain areas.
But
So
didn't the Lenape end up going to war over the area to remain being the ones that
right,
owned
well,
the
you
port?
got two. You had different Lenape people. It's not Lenape wasn't just one people. So I want to say that too. But all the Lenape weren't in just one area. I want to establish that too. We're talking about a nation of people, not just a people in a certain area.
Right, which I get that, but I'm
So the
specifically
Lenape,
talking
I'm
about
talking
the
about
Delaware ones because of the war that would ensue. I can't say the name of the Iroquoian people
Iroquois.
that were because that's their language, so I know that they're not that.
The
But they
Iroquois.
warred and support with the Dutch against the Lenape people, right?
Right. You'll have the Mohawks who would come from the five nations of the Iroquois or or the Haudenosaunee. They
Right,
would
and the Mohegan that are in that area too, right?
right. Well, they would fight against the Mohegan, which would be a branch of Lenape or Algonquin people. Where you had other nations there, the exact area is going to stem from the 1621 and 1626, what they talking about the Mad Hatter people. So you had indigenous nations there the actual Lenape would be up the hill from the indigenous people that were directly, that area, that land that was taken. But in none of those treaties, even the treaties of William Penn, these different treaties, we see that the Lenape be involved in, leading all the way up into the French and Indian War. We have no mention of Moor or Lenape Moor in any of those treaties. They were always referred to as Indians at that time. So again, the status for Lenape Moor didn't come into the 20th century, and it was just for a small community, and they actually had pictures of the people in the community who claimed that status. Because they didn't even want to identify as Negro or any of those. So you have a famous case from back then that, you know, niggas couldn't own firearms or sell them. And so they bring up that case in that subject of Lenape Indian. And so that's going to be centered around the status for them and wanting to, basically have their own status, be acknowledged as their own status. But it wasn't from a perspective of, let's say, a feds wearing more or anything like this. Because the Moorish Science Temple movement was around, the Noble Drew Ali movement was out at this time, which he had no connection with these people who at that time were called Lenape Moors. The same time he was pushing his Moorish movement. They had no affiliation with each other.
Understood.
Well, so we're going to the closing out.
Yeah, it's 5 hours. 5 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, I might go to bed on y'all.
Well, thank you for coming through. Thank you as always, and thank you.
Got a debate today and you stayed up all night. See, you ain't scared. You go
because I'm gonna be fine. Okay.
Yeah,
it's okay. I'm good.
See, a baby, you always stay up late.
I do
Always.
stay up late.
But I say this overall, yeah, I don't think we should be prejudiced against people who have a different, methodology to find their their way through their journey here. I say whatever fits you, whatever will work for you, because what may work for the next person may not work for you. So I feel like whatever works for you and it, helps you in your endeavors or brings success in whatever your goals are, then I feel like you should go for your move. But others have different methodologies, and maybe you'll end up in the same place once y'all walk y'all journeys. But I'll close with that, and y'all let this.
No, thank you. Thank you for that. And I really appreciate it. Your friend is in the chat. I wanted to say, did you want to pray for me before you go? I can lift my hands and everything, accept any kind of blessings that you wish to push upon me.
Niggas say pretendians are scams, twisting and rewriting history. Niggas, why would you say that, brother? After all that I've taught you, why would you say that? Niggas, you yourself has admitted that these brothers cannot prove that they are real Africans, but you are a real African and that these niggas are faking. Niggas, you said that these niggas ain't real Africans, but you are.
What African means is divide. We're divided people, you know that, right? Who, if in that case, you too, we're all divided. We trying to do it, come together.
Free people. Africa come from the Afri people.
It means I'm talking about definition. Divide. We're divided. We're all over the place. And
All you got to agree to is that every day everybody gets up, they need food to eat, they need to be safe, and you need water. That's it. I don't care what you're trying to say and where you're trying to say you from. I don't understand it when you talk this out because everybody got their own journey to do what? The same thing?
I mean, even in Korea, everybody don't work at the same place. Everybody didn't choose the
Yeah,
same. So
but
we
they go
all,
to work so they can take care of themselves and their family. That's the thing. Everybody don't do the same job, but we do the same. It's for the same reasons.
right. So even with this, we might not be, you know, walking the same journey.
But what are you doing different?
But hold on, but I'm saying we're all doing the same thing. We're trying to find a remedy that works for our specific situation. So everyone's doing that. Even, you know, if a person decides to go with more science, then that's a decision that they made. You know what I mean? In order to, you know, they felt that was best to get them to wherever they were trying to get to. So
But you
everybody rode a bike, rode rollerblades. They gave somebody $5 on the gas to drive them off. As long as they get to wherever they're trying to get to, it wouldn't matter to me how they got there.
Where you trying to get to then?
Who, me?
Yeah, well, everybody that's calling themselves.
Oh,
where
well,
are you trying to
everybody that, you know, they call themselves, they not the same. They not the same. I don't know what they want to do with their life.
I'm asking you. What are you trying to get to?
Brian?
When you say, okay, what exactly you asking me, Mom?
I'm asking you, Topcast, what are you trying to achieve? Freedom. Right? For your people, right?
Well, we got freedom.
No, you don't.
Nah,
Yeah, that's gonna have to be another conversation, and obviously
saying that
save that conversation for after your
I'll
book.
close it out with let's put
We definitely got to discuss this with you because you think you're free.
Somebody told you to decorate your house the way you decorate it. Someone told you.
Well, no one does that. So we do understand that we have many freedoms and stuff like that. And we say because of those many freedoms, like we could go out to the liquor store and drink and smoke and do what we want to do. We want to say those are saying that we're free, but we still have to clock in to someone that's making billions and billions of dollars in comparison to our pennies because we're not free. We don't own our own economy.
Is those freedoms or are those liberties?
Those are liberties.
Okay, what can you go on Earth? Because I mean, we can leave the country and go somewhere else. They have rules and regulations everywhere you go.
That's a fact. So why would we not push for all of us to be all of us indigenous to say we're indigenous to these areas to be the ones that control those things?
We can say that there are people that have areas that they're but you're in the United States. All right, the United States broke down the Indian what was in the 20th century was the indigenous governments. They broke down through a process of all of them by putting the lands in trust, by creating the Reorganization Act, which took away the traditions, and they basically created a system where you vote to put people in, and they basically ran it the same as the United States. So it's not a when you're talking about sovereignty here, the United States win the war. You can't go. You can't have. You're only as sovereign as what you can protect.
Okay, and so what if they wake up tomorrow and they say, "My bad, we taking all y'all shit back"?
Then you got to fight.
Okay, and what if y'all lose?
Well, you win some, you lose some, but you know you got.
Knowing that so now we're at a good place. So knowing that we're probably gonna need to fight, don't we need the numbers on our side? Don't you need to stop fronting on us?
We're gonna
come together with us.
No. I mean,
right?
You don't need a lot of people because everybody's not gonna get down like you. If you don't need a lot of people to win the battle.
So y'all don't want us to come in and say y'all want us to help. Y'all don't want the pens to come in and help. Y'all just gonna say I got enough for y'all to help. Y'all don't want us to help.
This here, I wouldn't say that it's the American Indians who have the
no, they only taking American Indian stuff. They're not messing with us. We don't have none. Y'all.
I'm saying is because you asked about Pan Africans and all these other denominations. You have to talk. I think y'all have to speak with those people because they the ones don't like American Indians. It's not American. When I got here.
Question though, Tabitha. My question is, what if the America wake up tomorrow and say that
is not unite with no Indians, mama?
No, listen to my question. My question is, what if the government wake up tomorrow and say, you know what? The president is we about to arrest the president. We already got the Trump going to jail. We finna put Bush in jail. Hell, let's take the property from the Indians. And y'all say y'all ready to fight. Don't y'all want the rest of us to come and go to war with y'all or what? That's what I'm saying. If they finna put all the presidents in jail and say they've been messing up all these decades and we want the land back from the Indians too, and we're gonna take y'all in. What?
Maybe that'll give people a reason to fight if they want to keep the land, like the people that came before us. But that's what I'm saying. You're only a sovereign is what because you sign a piece of paper. The government, you don't have an army to fight. You need an army in order to establish sovereignty, because you're only a sovereign. They what Bush and went in there and said it was weapons of mass destructions. You know what I mean? Nah, man, they not respecting sovereignty. These people go to other people's countries. We talking about living in America, in the United States, and talking about being sovereign outside of the American government. That's the reason of the Indian battles. That's the story of America coming into statehood, because the U.S. needed to bring the land under its jurisdiction. They're not letting anyone come here and be a sovereign government operate inside the United States. The United States is a bully. If you cannot beat them up, they are not respecting anything you say. And nobody in America is going to form a government here that is going to be sovereign outside the United States. That goes against the United States and everything that they stand for. You would have to understand the history here. What were the wars for? What were the treaties for? To take the land, to put the land under this new jurisdiction called the United States. And they didn't stop until they got all of it under there. You think somebody gonna sign a paper and he gonna say, all right, no, man, it's the United States. You're only as sovereign as what you can. Them niggas ran up in there and killed the Haitian president in his house.
That's true. And that's a fact, but are you saying then, because we understand this, but are you saying then we should just give up? We should just be under them?
You shouldn't give up. I think but as far as the belief of us having sovereign here, like Ali Muhammad said, he ain't give up his passport or none of that, because when he leave out the country, he need an embassy. He needs somebody to protect him. He not crazy. And so
but shouldn't we build those things, I guess is my question, for ourselves?
I think yeah, what you mean, like foreign relationship?
Well, yeah, it will be foreign to the United States corporation, but it wouldn't be foreign to us. If we have our own embassy, what do we need them?
Well, like we would have to have a relationship with these other nations in order to put an embassy for our people there.
Which is agreed, and I agree that money can get us a lot, which that's why we need to come together, because we have a lot more money together. We would be the top 10 country if we
have a lot more money than the United States.
Well, we're in the top 10 country. We're not the United States, but we could actually maneuver to work with other countries that are underneath us and have pretty big influence
amongst other European or even Asian nations that don't really like the United States, that are waiting for us
You
to
think
have their own
they're
nation.
waiting for us?
You don't think so?
Miss Dosey, what would the United States was finna wipe Cuba off the map for saying things like that? Listen, United States.
They've been trying to wipe Cuba off the map. Why can't they?
Watch
They've
this,
been on that.
I go back to treaties, right? Through all of the treaties is going to be about land and also trade. What was the thing that they wanted to stop? Other nations being able to trade. They wanted a monopoly. They wanted to control the whole trade. Anything is going to have to go through them. Someone else forming a relationship, a government, and creating a relationship with somebody else, the U.S. would take that as an act of war. The U.S.
All I will say is that one of their greatest things, their benefits, is that they like no one has boots on the ground here, and that's all I'll say. So they have been looking for us to join their movements because we're boots on the ground here. It's different.
Well, okay, let me ask you this here: what would we have to offer? What would we have to offer?
We have our consumer power. We have our money and different things that we offer already to these other Chinese nations.
Okay, so like they have Washington D.C. Where would this government be located?
That's where we would have to build. We'd have to decide that. But we have Alhambra already under Moorish Empire, so we do already have places that we can run governance.
So look, you know they have Moroccan embassies here in America.
Right.
So those guys on my channel, Swood or Marugas, they called the embassy. They said they have no relationship with anyone called a Moorish Science Temple. They are aware of them, but they have no relationship between the Moorish Science Temple. And so I'm gonna try to find that recording. I'll probably play it on the show or something. But yeah, they called to the Moroccan embassy. Them people say that this what the Moors are saying, they're aware of them, but we just watched the Moors in what was that, Massachusetts or something.
Okay, did you guys ask them any other questions?
They asked them. It's like a 12-minute conversation.
Okay, what did they ask them? Are there Moroccans under the jurisdiction of America?
I'm not sure. I have to revisit the conversation.
Yeah, so I think I think of course you guys thought y'all had it with asking them about the Moorish Science Temple, but a lot of the Moorish Science Temple is just the religious basis. Some of them don't have it, but we wouldn't be talking about like the Moorish Science Temple at that time. We would be talking about what the peace treaty says. What if they acknowledge that America has?
Okay, yeah, they asked them about the 1787 Moroccan Treaty, and they broke it down as a commercial treaty. Same way Taj Tariq Bey said, it was a commercial treaty allowing the U.S. to trade in the ports of North Africa and Morocco. That was the agreement.
Hey, Sister Dulcinea, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I want to say this because I've been sitting here like an hour and 30 minutes, right? And I'm gonna let it be right here. I just want to show you something, and I'm gonna leave on this premise right here. Okay, can you see this right here, sis? The screen share.
Your screen is sharing, but right now we just see ourselves.
Okay.
Okay, now we see it.
Yeah, and this right here, is from the book One World, One America as well. And notice it says more nations were whitewashed by labels that had nothing to do with their skin color.
Who is the author of this, brother? Is this a Moor?
James W. Lee.
Is it
somebody that's not a Moor?
Okay.
Why was South America renamed Latin America? And the natives forced to speak Spanish, not their native languages, Mexicanese. Answer: because they were conquered and their legends, history, and even language buried for centuries while lies persist today. Moors were labeled, classified, identified, or described as black, Negro, colored, Ethiopian, West Indian, Native American, Native Indian, American Indian, American, Aboriginal, Black, Indian, Latino, Mexican, Afro American, African American, First People, First Nation, Original People, Asiatics, Indigenous People, right? Paleo, Pre-Adamite, Opticon, right? And also Webster's Dictionary of 1828 says Native Americans who were copper colored. So the Moors have been referred to by all these different names, right? And lastly, a Moor originally meant Westerner, not black, Negro, or colored. The etymology of the word can be traced to Phoenician, right? Mohorim meaning Westerns, right? Mohorim referred to people of the West, and the term Maghrib meant the West, or the place where the sun sets. The greater Maghrib referred to the further west, Maghrib el-Aqsa, meaning the extreme west. According to Lawrence Waddell Early, Phoenician titles such as Maru, Mir, Marutu can be translated as a meaning of the Western Sea and the Sea of the Setting Sun. And we can go all the way into the Akkadian, Egyptian, and all of
I
that.
actually have that as a source on
right.
my PowerPoint, and
Right. And
I'm
I've
going
been,
over the maps where if you look at the Arab maps, they do not call Africa, they don't call any other nations the West or in the Western Hemisphere. The Western Hemisphere is the Americas.
that's right. You know, so when you go into that aspect right there, basically that being said, I also just want to show you a map with the Moors on the map, a couple of maps from the 1600s, because I heard, you know, the brother asked, where's a map with the Moors being on the map, even mentioned as a people, right? And so when you go on this map right here, you'll find that on the oldest map, they call this area Atlantis, right? Then they call it Mauritania right here. This is Herodotus map, right? Then it went from Mauritania to Marusi. See, the word Mar is still at the root. And when you come to this map, this word says Moors right here. When you blow it up, you see that right there? Okay, so last but not least, here's the other map here. They even called the original man or the oldest man of Mauritanius Atlanticus. So the key is
so Atlantis, brother.
Mauritanius Atlanticus is what they called the original Homo erectus. Before he was called that, the scientists called him Mauritanius
Map of Atlantis.
right?
I'm asking, did you just show a map of
Yeah,
Atlantis?
I just showed a map with Atlantis on it, the one written by Herodotus, and also a modern map too. But there's another map I have on here for the Moors that I'm trying to show right now, because it's a couple of them I had on here.
I said you had Lemuria on that map and everything.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Lemuria, it represents a whole different aspect. See this area here that's called Atlas? These are all different maps, but they still referring to the original people that was there.
These are fake maps, brother.
So, yeah, you can
This
say
probably
that.
the realest map.
You entitled to that opinion, bro. You know, I ain't finna argue with you. I'm just showing you the sources rather than talking about it.
Right.
And so when it come down to dealing with that, like I said, I got other maps as well. But like I showed you, the origin of the name goes way beyond any name that anybody can demonstrate as Indian, you know, indigenous. Take the word in the root of the word more, M and R. You can trace it all the way back to Sumeria. You can trace it to Egypt. You can trace it to Phoenicia. You can trace it to Greece. You can trace it over there to Africa. You can trace it into the Arabia. But take the name Indian, and you can't trace it nowhere beyond the United States.
That's why you go
that
by
should
the
tell
name.
you everything that you need to know.
United States, it's the Americas, period.
So that being said, what I'm here to teach my people,
Indians,
what I'm here to teach my people, bro, I listen to you hour and 30 minutes. Can you respect Can you at least let me say what I'm saying? Because I'm actually landing my plane. I believe that our people is one people. I don't care what they call themselves. I ain't got nothing against my brothers or their sisters. You see, our sisters. None of that. I'll say this right here. What we here to do in my circle, we here to be a government. It's called successionism, where you break away to build your own nation. Everybody welcome to be a part of it. In fact, in our Declaration Proclamation of Status and Jurisdiction, which has already been accepted in 2007, Ali Muhammad was there when it was accepted. It's recognized, and we claimed all 60 million of our peoples in that, even the ones that don't agree with being who we are. So, you know, it's about oneness. Anybody that's serious about being one, you know, I got open arms for you. You know, other than that, we'll let the ancestors sort, you know, ones out in their endeavor. So that being said, family, is peace and love. I ain't got no enemies among my people. You know, I'm trying to uplift them all. And we ain't trying to teach no religion over here. We ain't no religious fanatics neither. You know, we deal with spirituality, but we talking about reclaiming what's ours, and that belongs to the land. Free the land, like the brother Fred Hampton used to say back when I was demonstrating that revolutionary measure. Free the land and free the man. So honors to your sisters. We give honors to your measure, and honors to everybody on the panel. Know your adversary is not your brothers and each other. Your adversary is the one that's brought us through this struggle. So peace and love, family. We love.
Peace and love.
Shemotapu. I gotta see this debate.
Yes.
What
Can't
time?
wait for you guys to see it. It's at 7 p.m. tonight. So
you need some rest.
Yes, I'll have time to rest and everything. I'll be good. So all the people that are like, am I ready? Yes, I'm ready for it. It should be a good one. We were talking and discussing a lot of the stuff that's going to be discussed tonight, but I thought it was interesting, you know, and I am taking in everything that you said, Big Chief Top Cat. So I will be researching all that myself.
Yes, it gave me some more.
I'll say, man, whatever way y'all feel fits y'all journey, take it. You know,
Can I ask you a question?
What's up?
Okay, so in the beginning, or closer to the beginning, I can't say it's actually your actual beginning, but you did believe that there could be an African ancestor down your line. What made you change your mind?
I told y'all that I had an African ancestor.
Not us. That's why I said in the beginning of your journey, or how when you were first teaching or anything, or like when you first got to Sonetas, you were just saying that there could be an African in your line. There's a possibility of that. And now you're like, there's none whatsoever. No, there's no African. What changed?
All right, I'll tell you what happened. So when I made it on Sonetta, I was teaching about like 8 months. So it's no secret when you know, I don't identify as an Aboriginal. When I came in, I was fighting the Aboriginals at that time. So Rabon and his crew was on my side, and we was fighting against A1 them. So I had got my first interview on Sonetta. So kind of when I went on before we go live, so I never prep you, and he be asking you like, so brother, do you have any African lineage and all this type of shit? And I told him no, but when we went on live, that was my, you know, I was on Chanel, so I trolled him, and I said, yeah, you know, I tell everybody I got an African ancestry. My grandma was African, but everybody been watching me for 8 months. They never heard me. Who is everybody? I ain't never told them no shit like that. So it was a little nudge at the Pan Africans. And to prove it, I got Rob Boyne on my show when I was finna go on. So another, he was on there. I was teaching him about the Cherokee Freedmen, 1866, and all this. He used to play a movie called By Blood or whatever. This when we was cool. Me and Rob Boyne was cool or whatever. we met each other because they fought the Aboriginals, and then so I went over there and was like, "Do me like that," and so that's how we became cool. But nah, that's what happened in that situation. I never I told the Aboriginals and everybody that was around at the time knew what was going on. It was real bad blood with us. We cool now though.
Yeah. Okay, I understand.
Yeah. But I know you got another question.
No, I'm accepting all your answers, and that's cool. Does anybody else have any other questions? I know Sakina probably has a question.
Can't sleep.
No, I'm not asleep. I plan on purchasing my book probably later on today. So that I plan on doing. And then I probably have some more questions if I don't no, I'm not gonna join no chat today. I'm planning on watching the debate. So yeah,
Okay.
I plan on.
That's a question. Did you get to your goal?
No, I never get to my goal because I always have questions, but I pretty much got the ones I want for today. I do want to thank you for joining the panel though and answering my questions thus far. I'm still studying off of the notes that I had from last time, and I want to give you congratulations on your book, and I am going to purchase it in a little while. So I want to give you, like I said, congratulations on the book and for the presentations that you've been throwing out, and I've been learning from them. I got a stake in that, so I pay attention. I take notes. We do, and I look forward to all that you can give us. So I appreciate you.
That's please. I appreciate that. I
Thank you,
appreciate y'all.
Brazilian. But I meant Big Chief Top Cats. How was your first day sales? Was it good?
It was cool. Cool day.
Okay, I'll take that as a good
I have
day.
you know what I'm saying? Like that's what I do it for. I'll be appreciative with whatever support.
Is that your grandma on the picture on the back of the book?
Right.
Okay, you dedicated that to her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's beautiful.
So all of my books really gonna have on there. So at the time she was alive, her nephews were the chiefs of the tribe.
Okay.
So we go a little deeper than like right now, like I can pull up the record. You know what I'm saying, the family, where they were classified as Indians, and they were classified as the chief, as one of the standing chiefs at that time. Uh, yeah, this is coming into the 20th century and everything. That's how recent it is, and so it's a little bit more personal. When I came, I only wanted to tell my story, and I thought that's what everybody was doing, but it was a lot more the history than who you were and how you tied into it. And so, you know, my message when they were like to follow me, I just been telling my story and telling others that they have a story. And so, that's basically just so my game ain't to, knock nobody else what they have going on. But when I got here, I had to fight. The shit that I was saying, I had to fight for that. Nobody respected or believed in none of the information and none of that. And so that's why I went so hard with the information to prove and and back their ass up, made them respect me. And but now it's personal. It's not a situation I read a book or I was on the internet and found it out. When I came here, I came from the mindset of my family telling me. I even had the tapes on them breaking down genealogy, DNA test, all of that shit. So they taught me this shit, and I just came and taught what I knew from the way that they gave it to me, and it resonated with some, and others not. But it made people want to know more about themselves, And I think that's my satisfaction. The book sales or whatever, cool. So I appreciate whatever, you know what I'm saying? Because I would have never even seen myself in this position, you know what I'm saying? So this wasn't nothing I ever was like planning to do. That's why I ain't no tapes on me, out here teaching this and then teaching that and then changing my message. I always been saying the same thing since they met me, to the day. And so,
Okay,
yeah.
I have one more question. I'm sorry. So, okay. So you have like Buffalo Soldiers and different people that were in the American Revolution. They fought in the Civil War, I think you said, maybe. I don't know about that, but different wars they fought in, and the chief and stuff like Chief Migos. So in the future, when your descendant is looking back, where do you actually want to be in the story as far as for you?
I don't think I understood the question, my bad.
Like, what do you want your descendants to be saying about you, that you just woke everyone up to be an Indian, or like,
Nah,
where do
because
you want to be in the story?
my message not directed towards the Indians. I told them that at the time when the quote unquote black section reparationists, they came and sought me out. A lot of the Indians, had problems, with them identifying as black. But, I always been able to, what I'm saying, go and resonate. They see me as kinfolk, family. I'm just like them. And then they were younger generations too. So I resonated with them. I spoke their language. But like I say, AB 3121 is the whole reparation conversation now is about lineage and me being able to prove the crimes that were committed against my family, if any were. And so they took that from my message. So that's why I like to highlight things like that, because my message is not just for American Indians. I had to explain that to them in 2021. I just so happen to be American Indian. You know what I'm saying? My message may attract it, but it's not. Y'all hear Apostle now. Apostle now he tells you about his Indian side, and he tell you about his African side. He tell you about why he's a Hebrew through lineage and not by faith no more. So yeah, different people hear my message, and everybody can be. Your husband even said that. Like everybody can benefit. That's something that's universal. That's really, like he said, that's the only way. Shit, because you can only be who you are, man. And if you gonna have to, if you want any the things that people are asking for, or the people that are really owed something, will be the people of the land. And so those your husband even said that. So that works universal for what happened in Europe, for what happened all over to all indigenous people, because crimes, those were the crimes were committed against. So you will only be able to, you know what I mean, tell your story if you are identifying with the people that the crime happened to, i.e. Tulsa, Oklahoma, which my ancestor represented the survivors of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Yeah, so I have my aunt showing the genealogy through how she was teaching me genealogy. So I have her on there teaching me that. That was one of the lineage that she gonna use, and I can play the tape anytime. She going through showing how you put it in, showing what the markers mean, showing how people say, "Well, I took a DNA test and I found my cousin." Well, she showed all of that. All of this shit here is documented, and then she had a genealogy tree pull up, and then she show you how it go in there. And they also have the picture books, the photos, and all of this type of shit here. This, telling you about the people you never even heard of, and like those type of things. So it was a little more personal to me, man. I lost my mom, my grandmother, so my family was large when I was growing up, but then it came a time where that wasn't the case. So when it come down to family, it's a little more personal to me. So my message is universal because I feel like it'll help in everyone's situation. So I am an Indian, but I'm not. My message is not just for Indians.
Yes, I definitely see that. And thank you so much for coming and talking with us. And yeah, I had to keep you to 6 since last time. Y'all just let me go to sleep. And then I wasn't a part of this conversation before, but this was cool. And you definitely helped me a lot with the debate tonight.
Hold on. Negative asks, so why not take this to court and reclaim your land if you have evidence and all this proof? Well, brother, like I stated earlier, we still have our land. So when you saying reclaim our land, we still have our land. Hundreds of acres in Louisiana, same here in Texas. We have 3 historical cemeteries in Texas since the 1830s. My family. When I die, I gotta go get buried on that same cemetery that's been there since the 1830s, bro. So when you're saying why don't you go to court and take it? That's not my story, bro. Now, was something done? Yes. That do need remedy? Yes. Before as my land being taken in the in Livingston, down in Livingston, the same land that my Indian family lived on there. When you pull up, it's called Indian Town, Indian Village. You're gonna see the sign coming up. We still have that land. That land is in my grandmother's name now. The one who taught me this. We never lost our land, bro. So that everybody's situation, that's why I keep saying everyone's situation not the same. Are there people who did lose their land? Yes. But in my case, nah, brother, that's not the case. In certain situations, others maybe. Like I have in here in Jasper, Texas, on the slave narratives. My family was documented on the slave narratives. So those earlier you were saying about people not knowing their birthday or whatever. Well, he told them he didn't know his birthday in the slave narrative. Well, well, I guess I call it a slave narrative because that's how they titled it, right? But he told them, who his mother and father was. He told them that his mama was an Indian. Uh, he spoke about the labor that he did, things like that. He wasn't religion. They didn't go to church. All of this shit is documented in there, and I showed all of this before. So when you brought up the birthday situation earlier, some people even change their names. Those that went to school, when they go to school, they have a different name. When they go back home, they got a different name. And so my homegirl, her grandma was 96 years old, and she came out and told them the name they had been calling her, that wasn't even the name, that was the name she used at school. So yeah, I am familiar with that. That is something that makes genealogy hard. That's why it's tedious, because one wrong move you can fuck up the whole tree. So it is a hard thing to do, but it's not impossible. So it's the hardest thing to do, but it's the most primary, and it is a book of you, a book of your story. But yeah, I close on that, brother Nagus. Come on with those talking points, brother. We still have our land, and I just told you about land sessions. You heard Miami say, nigga, we hadn't had one in 100 years. Like, this land been there in our land. That's my mama and daddy's side, bro. So I land there, man. Everyone's story not the same, man. So y'all be cool, man. I'm gone for real. I gotta go. It's gonna be daytime.
Peace, peace, and love. Thank you. I think Sister Freedom already sleeps. So did you want to say anything closing out, Sakina?
I just want to thank everybody again for being here this long with us. And I want to say to King Kill Negus, have some coffee and relax.
Mm-hmm.
It's too early for this shit.
I'm definitely gonna see, where the closest Starbucks is in
What
Houston.
time is it?
Because I'm
6 o'clock in the morning.
It's 6 o'clock in the morning.
Girl, you don't got to be kidding me.
Go ahead and close out, Sister.
Oh, it's my brother La.
Me and my daughter went to me and my daughter went to not Starbucks. What's that other one? Caribou. And when we got there, the lady was like, "Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Caribou." And my daughter was like, lady, it's early for shit." She was like, "Can you turn it down some?" I was like,
Good morning, brother La. Assalamu alaikum.
So I'm just
we even stayed past nightcap, and we didn't even talk no nightcap tonight. We were so good, you guys.
Come in.
But I think that we needed to talk to this, and the correct people was on the panel.
Yeah, it was good. It was a really good conversation.
Not trying to come together is the problem. That's the problem. Leave your religion at the door. God, today.
Say it again.
I do believe that too. But like I said, it's one of those things. It's gonna be us. We gotta usher it in. You know, like how many wars have been started because of us. Things like that. So eventually, when it comes to rebuilding nations and being like, "Hey, y'all, we have to do this nation thing," it's gonna start with us. It is. It's gonna start with us pushing them to be like, "Hey, we need our own army. Y'all need to get out. We're gonna be the ones out there with guns first, and then we're teaching our sons and everything. Like, here, this is how you do it." We just gotta get to a point where we're protecting what's ours and we're going after what's ours, and we can't be comfortable with how things are, because we're not free. But that'll be another podcast for us to talk about that we not free.
Yes, we're gonna have to
Sanchez, let's say, take your royal ass on somewhere.
Well, I done sleep 8 times. I done dreamed about y'all and everything. Girl, this is crazy. I don't know how many times I've been asleep and woke up and y'all are still on.
Right. Well, it got like juicy there in a minute. And then I'm sorry. First off, I do have to say that you signed us up for a blind date that you weren't even there for the date. And you did not address at all that the date was going to go the way it did. You just signed us up for a date. I come on, you just get him on. And then he talked and talked and talked and talked and talked some more and talked. Love Judge Joe Brown. He love him. But man,
I feel like
the
I
brother
got y'all back
breathe?
what y'all did to me the other night.
Right. I see what you did. I see you did that. But yeah, I was like, dang, I can't even get in edgewise. Every time I think you about to stop, then he's like, and another thing.
Joe Brown is something.
Tell me that you don't understand the Constitution of the motherfucking American. Let me tell you something. I had, and once I said something, and I said, Joe, you ain't finna. Let me tell you something. You got more answers than the motherfucking motor scooter on the scooter.
Original people, we really were the ones that wrote that legislation. Let me tell you about it.
I'm about to know it all. Anybody that know it all, that know all, that know it all, that know it all. I said, I only know what I know now.
Girl, and the song wanted to get off on him so bad I could feel it through her voice.
What?
Listen here. He said she named her kid vaginal disease, and I said, "Who the hell?" I said, she can name Jehoshaphat. He said, "Let me tell you something, smart ass fat girl." I said, "Whoa." I know I'm fat. He said,
no.
Wait a minute.
Well, he wanted to fight so bad. He wished that was him on that boat so bad. It's pathetic.
Stepped on the screen.
I would have thought that was gonna be the next thing I was gonna ask, but we kept Top Cats up all night. But I really want to know, did he enjoy all of that and feel like that was a successful thing? But I think it was.
I think they should have fought longer.
I think some people went too far. Obviously, I don't want nobody to go to jail that's on my complexion. But I think that's what needs to be shown, that we're willing to have aggression together. We're willing to commit violence together, because that's the next step. We have to have people that are willing to go the extra mile to say, hey, this is what we believe and we're willing to fight for it. So
especially our kids. You said you gonna take your dumb. I said, she gonna shoot you. I said, I don't care. He said, listen here, dumbass.
We gotta die some way, but we gotta die trying to come together in unity.
Joe Brown wasn't trying to hear that. If he would have had a gavel, I think he would have dubbed me. I dubbed thee. Pop! I was been like,
We gotta come together. That's the only way we're gonna win.
beautiful.
All
beautiful
the
night.
nations of melanated people gotta come together under one thing. And what I'm saying is, it don't have to be the word more. Why can't we just make up? Let's call Earth. We are children of the womb. We are the children of the womb. We are Earth. We got to come together.
Yes.
If you're melanated, all the ones that's negative say, we ain't trying to hear that. You better get your behind on. We ain't trying to hear that. You know, you got one stubborn kids that don't want to go to the store, and you give them that look, or you get that belt out. Look, carry your ass. Carry your ass.
They don't believe we can, and then the fact that we're all so separate. Even the people that believe the same things one minute, they're separate the next. So it's more of a belief that we can't, more than people don't want to come together. Everybody wants to come together for real, but
we are.
It's like this belief that we can't, and all this other stuff, and like I think what's powerful is saying find your own story, but the fact is, like, we're all in the story. We're all in the story, whether you're the Moors or the Black Europeans, the Spaniards, the American Indians, the Africans, the Asiatics. You're somewhere in the story.
Yes.
Because we were first. No matter where you're from, you were first. And we know this. We know this through biology that we're the first inhabitants. So really, I definitely understand being like, even if it's a different name, that's cool. But the point is, though, we have to take back our power, just like how South Africa were kicking out those white farmers and being like, this is our land. We got to start being like that. Like, we first got to support those movements wherever they're happening. And then we got to be about those movements too.
I'm with you.
I ain't going to bed yet, Lolita. I'm still going to be up for this. I'm going to be up. I'm going to cook breakfast, and then I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah.
Take a nap, and it's not even going to be a real bedtime or anything. But it's cool.
Pancakes, French toast, fried potatoes. Girl, I done been cooking every single day. This is sickening.
We're gonna have steak and eggs today, and probably some potatoes or hash.
I'm gonna have some pillow and cover and some mattress. First, I'm gonna have some breakfast, some coffee, and some tea and crumpets. That's what
I definitely want some Starbucks. Y'all got me on the coffee thing, so I'm like, ooh, some Starbucks.
I want some tea.
She gonna blame the loss of the debate on C's. Nah, mark my words. No, I'm not, brother. Lie. I don't need sleep or anything as far as for it. It's one of those things.
Night.
Yes,
I stay up.
I'm gonna be better as far as that. Like talking about this stuff, getting prepared. It actually helps a lot because I am gonna be nervous. It's my first debate on Sonetas, but I think it's going to be good. And honestly, I'm not expecting to win amongst Pan-Africans. I'm not. But what I'm expected is to start this conversation. And it's the conversation we had tonight, and it's the conversation that needs to continue to have. How do we have political empowerment? And how do we come together?
We need our own. And guess what? I'm sorry, Dulcinea, but we got so many people that we could start our own businesses. Everybody's afraid. I remember bringing up something aside once about us all putting in money that if something happened to one of us Every month, everybody on HOK as a family, as long as your name is there and you put $20 in a month, it's over 3,000, 4,000 people. You mean to tell me that if something happened to one of us, we can't bury our own and we can't take care of our own and we can't help with our own? If somebody needs some help with rent, gas, electric, mortgage, whatever it is, we can put in money every single month to make sure that if we can prove that we got a problem and it's underneath our name, that we can help each other. We can start our own funeral home, our own everything. We don't need nobody else but us. It only take about, what do you pay your insurance company a month? We do our own stuff. Shoot, this is crazy. We need to start our own stuff. We need to be trading with our own.
We do.
We can spend barrels every unscrambled
and it's
mind.
crazy, and we talk about freedom, and while we talk about they poisoning everything, they poison the food, they poison the water, and we know it. We know the oil in the water. We know that all this stuff is like not safe amongst them. Yeah, we make excuses like, oh, we don't need to just be growing our own food and training amongst each other.
Smart, and I don't even be knowing because I can't.
I don't think you are ready, and I mean that in the humblest way.
Who's
Brother
ready?
Lie, it's all good. I understand or anything. Like I said, I don't believe that people are gonna.
Oh no, he's talking about the debate. He's talking about debate. What you talking about?
Yeah, he's talking about the debate. That's why I'm talking about it right now. And I'm saying, honestly, people are going to believe that about Moors no matter what. They're going to believe that they're not ready, especially when it comes
they don't know that Moor is the same thing as calling me a nigger, colored, black, African American, same thing.
No, I think
I think it's basic. It's basically, it's not that they don't take the status of it. I think it's just the basic. It goes against their belief in some.
I don't know why the Moors was
faction. So it doesn't matter whether I go through the history. It doesn't matter that when I bring up, we know that the Moors did participate in slavery. P.S. so did a lot of American Indians. P.S. so did a lot of Muslims that weren't Moors. P.S. so did a lot of Africans that weren't Muslims. But at the end of the day, it does not matter that we can know we've been put in this predicament where another nation is over us. So we haven't been able to react the same. We do depend on them for wealth. We do depend on them for power. So now we've transgressed against our own people so we could get a little bit of that power, so we could get a little bit of that wealth. But now we're saying, hey, let's stop doing this in 2023. And especially us in the consciousness community, because we know the non-woke people haven't stopped. They're still killing each other for dollars, for pennies, not even dollars, from the oppressor. They're still talking about stuff that's gonna, kill our babies' minds and not be able to move forward. So if anything, we should be the people that are saying, hey, we're beyond this. We're coming together. We're coming together to build together. And it doesn't mean that we're coming together as the same people. We don't need to come together as the same people. But we do need to come together, and we do need to come together politically with the plan.
That's true.
That part.
Yeah.
Okay, so since people were asking me the name or the title of the debate, I want to play the thing once more so y'all can get this promo in, and then that'll be the last, and I'll go to bed soon.
Go to bed after this
when I want.
I'm so glad the Airbnb got 2 bedrooms. I'm in the other bedroom.
All right. My husband done slept, but I slept the other day while he was up. So anyway.
But I'm a Moor. Slar. I'm a Moor. And got sense enough to know I'm a Moor. And ain't gonna never argue with you that I'm not a Moor. And wouldn't come in your house or come among you and say I'm a Moor if I didn't feel in my heart, in my mind, in my soul that I am. I'll tell you, goddamn it, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. No more. So if I say it,
I mean it. I mean it. Generally, I say. You're Muslim? Yes. You're Muslim, Khaled?
So that's the name of the debate. The title is which is better for our political empowerment, Pan-Africanism or more sciences?
I mean, who better can you get it from Dr. Khalid Muhammad? Come on now. One of the greatest. Oh my God, love the man.
Okay, yeah, it's mostly pertaining to African Americans, but I will not only be addressing African Americans.
How about the entire melanated world? We need to come together.
Yeah, but we can't come together powerless because we just gonna be a whole bunch of powerless MFers in a room together. And
because it's not
excuse my French to say it that way, but that's all we're gonna be right now. If we all came together right now, we just all powerless. One person's under the United States corporation talking about, well, in the future, I do plan to be on my own nation, but right now I'm be the United States corporation. The next person is in Africa is being like, well, I would kick the Chinese out, but right now, they're doing a good job with controlling all our resources. So why kick them out? Let them continue to take all the minerals for us. And then you would have the Haitians, and the Haitians are like, I would stop playing the French, but we're thinking we could go a little bit longer instead of coming together and kicking the French out. So it's always going to be excuses after excuses for why we're not doing what we need to do, which is the first step is kicking these colonizers out. And if anything, that's what Pan-African movement should be about. Every time a South African nation like South Africa or Zimbabwe started kicking people out and the European Union turned against them, we should have praised those days. We should have made whole movements on those days. I got love for you, but I'm unapologetically Pan-African. That's cool, but what's the plan?
Right. It's a kill niggas. He killed niggas.
I kill niggas.
I kill niggas. Oh my.
African though. What is all that? Why can't we just be who we are? You wouldn't even live in Africa for a week. So just stop.
I kill
you American.
Achilles not American. He's from UK. Achilles, have you been to Africa? That's the question. No. Have you ever been to Africa, or you just only been to the UK or been in the UK?
Go to Africa. What do you use? He killed niggas.
We need to get ourselves together.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sis. Okay, cool. I just wanted to know. What I'll say is a Haile.
I was born in Africa. We love African. I'm an African queen. Yeah.
And even when you see a Gaddafi, you can say those brothers are Pan-African. But what did they do? They put in a plan. Gaddafi put in such a good plan. They killed him. He had such a good plan.
That's what I'm saying.
So at the end of the day, a lot of people and a lot of y'all be like, I'm Pan-African, but y'all ain't following no Africans with good plans. All y'all do is talk about your Pan-African and how everybody else hates themselves for not being Pan-African. That's not a plan. That is not a plan.
I'm all of it. I'm Jamaican. I'm all the Caribbeans, whatever their names is. I'm all of it.
A lot of us, especially if you do have family that came in through the southern ports like New Orleans or Florida, a lot of us do have a Haitian background. A lot of us have Caribbean backgrounds and different things like that. We are mixed with those people, and it's sad that people don't even know it. But a lot of people, especially if you've been taught the roots, if you've been taught the black magic, if you know how potatoes take away fevers, you know the benefits of onion and garlic,
Yeah,
you doing
potatoes
stuff and
have
putting
high blood pressure too. Just to let you know.
facts. If
It
you
is.
know
'Cause I
these
eat
roots and
potatoes
stuff of
every
our
day.
herbs that's been passed down to you, there's a good high chance that you, my friend, have come through the Caribbeans too.
I love it. I
So
love
you're
it.
them too.
Well,
Jamaica is so beautiful.
he need to be
Girl, you
thinking.
see cows walking down the street, them little goatee things, they be walking. Girl, I love it. I love Jamaica. It's beautiful. You know, I mean, I love all kind of Caribbean islands. I do.
We do. We see it.
I think this earth is beautiful. My goal wasn't to
Yeah.
start off by going to Europe, but yes, I'm eventually going to go to Europe too. I want to see Greece. I want to see all of that. It's beautiful, and we have the right to see and travel all over the world.
Right. I'm tired of seeing why the Indians cry every time I go to certain places and see all that damn trash.
But I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
that's
look at
sad. I
the
want to
beautiful
find
trees. The
solutions for
trees
that,
got
honestly.
coconut and all kind of stuff growing on them, girl. It's just a different thing than America. It just is. I mean, you know, different thing than Delaware. I can tell you that.
Wow.
Oh yeah, it is different than, and it is different from America too, for sure. Because the difference would
Oh, the
be like
beautiful
this.
hills. I could go outside right now and take pictures, but you'd be like, the pictures people put in pictures, you know, to put
Yeah.
on your wall.
But
Wow.
it's like all the
It's just so
resources there,
beautiful.
plus the culture. That's what's beautiful. Like
Is
I
it
still stand by
But it's
it.
very
Jamaica's one of
expensive.
the
It is very expensive. You can't go to. Let me tell y'all what I bought yesterday. I bought 3 things of seasoning: garlic powder, onion powder, and Lori seasoning salt. The little small ones that cost like $3 a piece. It's $4 at the most. The small ones.
right?
Then I bought a dozen of eggs, some Arizona tea, sweet tea, margarine, a thing of margarine that in Delaware would have cost no more than $2. Um, and what else? Oh, a comb and some gum. It was $83.
yeah.
I couldn't even believe it. I was so mad. I said to the woman, "You got to be kidding me."
Was that 83 American dollars or
83 American dollars.
Whoa.
I'm trying to think if I forgot one thing that I didn't say. Because I know I put that mustard back.
I know you should have
Oh
got
no,
some.
I brought some turkey hot sausages for breakfast.
Girl,
$83.
I probably would have put that comb back. You didn't bring the comb out.
I forgot a lot of stuff, but I gotta eat my right stuff. I'm in a whole different country, girl.
I know that's right.
The stuff that I eat, they eat their stuff. It tastes different, and the grease. I use Crisco. I mean, I use the good. I use different stuff. I use different stuff.
Oh my God, I probably would.
The other day, girl, I love it that the Rambo had picked up some bread. It had raisins and cinnamon, and he wanted some French toast. So I made that. It was good. That was good. But I need fried. Oh yeah, I had got some potatoes too yesterday.
Girl,
But I need the right ingredients when I make my fried potatoes.
But see, even the inflation that goes into grocery shopping comes from we don't have our own food. Like
No, but what we need to do before I'm gonna advise anybody before you go over to any country that's like third world, send a barrel over months way before, like start a barrel and send the barrel over so you already have it. You'll have more by getting a barrel, sending the barrel, and letting the barrel already be there.
But
Food
do
already
you
there.
know? Yeah, do you know how much it would cost though to do it? Because wouldn't it be like thousands to even do that?
The barrels only cost like $40. You
But
feel
like there's customs and
$40.
different things for customs. Like for instance, when my cousin's wife was overseas and playing basketball, there used to be like times, and that she was like mainly in Europe. I think she started with Spain and then she went to Russia or something like that, and then another place in the UK. But I don't remember all the places she played for. But it would be something like as simple as trying to send her a comforter because she didn't have the right comforter, and it would cost an extra like $300 just to send it.
Damn.
But that's exactly what we had said we were going to do, though, as Unscrambled Mind. We can get help with that, though. Y'all know that. And you know that
Yeah,
we
definitely
already said we
should
were
do
going to
that.
do it. We already said we're going to find out different people in Africa, Jamaica.
Because we want that furniture for sure.
They can
And that
distribute
furniture
stuff out,
cheap.
toothbrushes, toilet paper, all this stuff, because it's cheaper over there, in America than it is here. Way cheap. And you know what? The churches give out all kinds of stuff. Put it in the barrel. They need stuff. I'm trying to tell you. Because to buy it over here, girl,
And y'all can hate and say y'all aren't African as much as you want. Them waist beads. People like those waist beads.
Oh, I make them. Not only that, do I make them? Yeah, and Sakina do too. We send stuff over, and not only that, we can send like stuff you don't even want no more, long as it's in good condition. Well, I got so many clothes that I need to take to the Goodwills with tags still on them. Girl, please.
Come on. I know I want shoes
shoes, clothing. I don't even wear the stuff. It's brand new, still in the box. If you ain't wore it in a year, you're not wearing it. Coats, even though they don't need coats over here, but still.
Right, that part.
You can still do it though.
They'll wear them though.
Stop all the old blankets, like what you saying, Dustin, about blankets and stuff. Put it in the barrel. Send it over.
Right.
But you're not using it.
What part you want to go, or do you want to be in multiple parts when you go back to Africa? I want to have different properties, but I know I'll be going.
I'm Nigerian on my on part of my bloodline, so I will be focused on Nigeria.
Would you want like a place in Nigeria?
I don't know about wanting a place because I don't know about wanting a place, but I want to. Yeah, we could. That's another thing that we should do. All put money together. I'm talking about Unscrambled Minds now. And we should get an Airbnb over here. Girl, do you know how much money we can make?
Facts. And
girl, we put money together and literally buy. Girl, that's what I'm going to do when I get home, to see who got foreclosure houses over here. Girl, please.
Because honestly, like
this one we in that we're in right now is so nice. Girl, if my bedroom was this big, it's 2 big bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a living room, big kitchen. Girl, I don't want to turn the thing on where y'all can see it because I ain't dressed. Y'all don't want to get that in the morning time. It's gonna be problems. It's gonna be problems.
Right, I got my pajamas on. I had my pajamas on all night though, because I was like semi at a pajama party. But what I would say is, like, people don't look, but there's a lot of places that got good land and deals, and houses and stuff like that, like for what we're paying here, mansions, and big tourist spots like Morocco. Morocco's a big tourist spot. You can get a nice place and you're paying the 300,000, you pay here for a nice place over there. And then you can put that hole on Airbnb.
You can do 100,000 here. 100,000.
Yeah, 100,000 you could and get a decent one. But I'm saying if you invested into a nice property, you're getting like 3,000 a month just off tourists and all that kind of stuff. You're getting your money back.
And I'm talking about each.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? Like if you rent it out like how this is, you rent it out, it never stops. Girl, these people that woke up to Unscrambled Minds. That's how y'all supposed to do it then.
Right, facts. The girls are gonna wake up like, what the
y'all talking?
You stayed up with us, Kiki. I love you so kindly. I love you so kindly. Why you keep getting smart with me when these people? I'm listen, Kiki.
Oh,
the tall side in you always. I know what it is, though. I'm gonna leave it.
You know what, Freedom?
You don't judge Joe Brown, really?
No, you be interrupting me when I
were flirting. I feel like we should have a love
you and Judge Joe Brown. I'm gonna tell you right now.
I be flirting with that man.
He was flirting with you.
I'm gonna call him later and play on his phone.
You should. Don't let him get a word in edgewise either. Every time he tries to
But he got y'all back for what y'all did to me the other night, girl. I keep going back on that video and listening to her and bagging up the entire time. I said, I'm gonna get them, girl. I plan to get Judge Joe Brown on y'all. And the chat too, whoever involved themselves in the night before last, y'all got it. I put him on there on purpose.
Ooh, girl, that was Gemini with them long questions.
And you, the lies y'all tell.
The lies
y'all tell. Me and Nisha were good being the young people we are, just respecting our elders, letting y'all talk.
You and
Nisha get smart with everybody.
Smart.
Nisha gets smart even in the chat and everything. When we be texting each other in the full chat, Nisha gets smart. He'd be like, people putting him to sleep.
I'm gonna have to go back to the 80s when they said show hated.
Girl, y'all some bad girls. I'm telling you. Can you imagine us together in New York and somebody gets smart with one of us?
Mm-hmm.
Not today, but the day before. Y'all know. And I got a horrible attitude. I don't care.
Oh, we sure appreciate you, Brazilian Monk. He said
we coming to New York in October, just letting y'all know it.
Yes.
We are coming to New York.
Okay, hold on. Get y'all phones.
Huh?
Get your phone.
I got my phone.
My phone about to die.
Okay, I'm sending y'all something. Hold on.
I got 20.
I know it ain't a picture of you in your pajama set. Now come on now.
I don't send that to y'all.
Don't send it. I'm gonna put it online. Don't do it. I'm gonna put it online. Wait a minute.
No, I just sent it.
Okay, wait a minute. I can't get it yet. Wait a minute. Hold on. Put my glasses on. You know, somebody done sent me a message. No, somebody tried to call me. Who was it? Recent. It was you, Dulcinea. Shoot.
That's probably way.
I ain't get the text
5 hours ago. But anyways, y'all see what I just said?
I'm in Montego Bay.
That gotta be about our show.
I'm in Montego Bay. Mm-hmm. I was going to Kingston. Mostly every time I come up here, I go to Kingston. But this time I went to Montego Bay. I ain't get nothing. Dulcie.
I'm going to just call you afterwards. Because, yeah, I'm going to just call you afterwards so it's not online. Did you see it, Sakina?
Yes.
Yes. We'll call it, or so stay on after this. We'll talk about it. But all right, y'all. Well, I think that's good. You know, the people don't.
But they want to hear more. Because look, they on here this morning, they could be like, oh, I know they not getting off. That's crazy.
I know the 40 people that stuck with us strong, y'all are the goats. I don't know who y'all are because a lot of y'all don't say nothing in the chat.
You can send it to me. Send it to me, Kiki.
9 hours and 33 minutes.
Facts. That's a lot of threes, you know. Wait till this. Let's get it to the 333-933-333.
You know that's my tag, right? That's my car tag.
Oh, really? That's full of threes. Do you know what threes mean with the angel meaning? Do you ever look that up?
Ooh.
Here, let me look. Let me get a 3 for you. I'm into all that. I should light up the incense and everything. Be on my full witch mode. And the angel number 3 is a number of true potential and harmony. Known as the master builder, this dream digit can show up on your radar when your guardian angels want you to connect to your inner growth and internal wisdom and manifest the life you want to live. Hush, Brother La.
What did I say? You know where we coming, Brother La. You know we come, Brother La. You know we coming. You know where we coming.
She the masturbator, Brother La.
Right.
And then
You
you can
know
just
where we
decide.
coming.
You can just decide at that point if you want to fight. Because if you want to fight, we can fight.
I need some good vittles. And I'm gonna tell you right now, we getting the Airbnb. So brother La, we getting all the stuff we want you to cook.
In that B&B. And listen,
I know that's right, honey.
I don't eat meat, brother La, so you know you can veggie mine.
Do too, and if he do, he probably don't eat no beef or nothing. He probably eat. I need some turkey scrapple this morning.
No, my niece said I eat faking, like fake bacon. So I eat bacon.
Do you eat the carrot ones?
No, I eat vegan bacon. It's there's several types you can buy. I don't eat
I don't need meat. I don't need it.
I need it.
It's Morning Glory, the best bacon that I've ate. That's about the only one. But other than that, I don't eat what's that Beyond Meat. I don't eat that.
Oh, see, I've had the
Beyond.
Beyond.
Said it's 12:33 where he is now.
Right, he in the
he's in the UK.
Wow. Look, this what I'm saying, y'all. What I'm saying is that's gonna be fun. We're gonna have fun, and we have to get an Airbnb beginning like this one. We could have had a party.
Right. I'm gonna have me some wine. I
gotta tell y'all something.
Y'all ain't ready for my type of parties.
Yet, Sakina, I don't want to break your heart.
What?
But I haven't seen a cat yet.
I'm not bringing my cat.
No, I said I haven't seen one here yet.
Really?
What are y'all talking about? Anyway. After though, but tonight, well, I don't know if I should bring it. Maybe I should. I won't be able to take
see dogs everywhere. Where's the kitty cats? You know, see in Delaware, we got little stray cats all over the place in the city.
Really?
But tonight,
cats.
After the debate or anything, I'm going to my first kind of adult party. That's how I'll say it. I'll call it.
I said we paying him. We gonna have to pay you to make us some
paying me and my wisdom will pull up and cook up. We like the second part, but we don't like the first part. You got us messed up. Now, will we buy the food? Yes, absolutely.
We'll buy the food, though.
But
I might have to cheat that day and try to. I don't know. I ain't had a steak and God knows when. At least,
Brother Lafayette cooking some silk drawers and an apron with the big.
So they to see everybody, but y'all know, don't live in New York and Baltimore and all that stuff no more. Y'all, we gonna have some fun though. We gotta make.
But anyways, y'all, like I was saying, I was trying to say I'm going to adult party tonight. Should we talk about that at the nightcap?
Oh my God. An adult party?
Yes, that's what I'm gonna call it.
Innocent. What's an adult party?
What's an adult party?
Yeah, busted baby, what the hell? Busted baby, what the fuck?
It's called Who's Freakier?
One more game.
Strippers or swingers?
Oh shit!
Oh my God! Ooh wee! Somebody said ooh wee. Y'all know that's our word. Ooh wee. Ooh. I ain't doing it. I ain't doing it.
You would never do those parties? You never go?
I mean, oh, you talking about where you selling all the little toys and all that stuff?
No, you don't have to sell no toys or nothing.
What's an adult party? Y'all gotta let me know.
It's a club, so pretty much.
Brother Lyle, I'm not going. Now you let's just keep it real.
So P Valley, right? Take P Valley. P Valley comes to a club, right? And they have an event, and then they do P Valley versus Cinemax, I guess. That's all. Cinemax After Dark. So then it's like, this party where it's like P Valley versus Cinemax. Would you go?
Hell no, ain't that Super Herbies out there? What y'all call it?
Super gonorrhea. But you don't gotta do nothing. You think you just get it by looking at them? Like, nah. It's different.
Yeah, but
If you're throwing bands, then you know she gon' shake it. break 'em. 3, 4, break 'em. These niggas grind hard, but these bitches grind
Okay, what if it was just them and they like had like a club? They do
better
those
play
events
that.
too. Would y'all go to those events that they do?
Look, non-cipher. Shaking my head.
Yeah, he's trying to get.
No, I'm out. The land of Solomon and Gomorrah. Oh my god.
Get
Now
yours.
we're
I
back
don't
to
think
the
no
Bible.
Sodom or no Gomorrah gonna be at that party.
Yeah.
No, not at all. They don't. They think that's an abomination too. The people that be at that party. But anyway, the P Valley people, they have tours and like
It's only couples that go to those type of parties though.
No, they're single people, but they make the single guys pay way more to get in than everybody. But couples got to pay to get in, and then for the girls, it's basically free.
I got a question I need to ask you though, Delcy. Who initiates the fun, the parties, and all that?
The freak.
The freak.
Wait. What do you mean? Who initiates the party?
In the relationship, who initiates it?
Oh, the fun or anything? Both of y'all do.
The freak. Like,
I'm talking about in your relationship. Let's just get it popping.
Yeah, you get a turn. You get a turn. You get a turn. You get a turn.
Yeah, y'all both got to initiate it sometimes.
If I say to my man, let's go to a grown-up part. What is it called again?
Do you know what a pillow princess is, Sister Freedom?
Absolutely not.
Oh,
but wait a minute. So what is the name of the party? Grown-up party, right?
Let me see if it.
What you say it was? What you say you going tonight?
I said it said who's freakier, the stripper
Okay, you know
or
my man
the
what?
What?
My man was saying for what? What you going for?
We said we going for the boobs.
No, I'm saying that if I say to my man, come run in the house, come on, let's go to a grown-up party tonight. He'd be like, huh? What you going for? He said, asking me and somebody else to go. Oh, you.
They're gonna have hookahs there. I like hookahs. And
let
us BYOB. That'd be the only thing. I'd be like, I don't like paying as much.
Brazilian monk said, tell us what a pillow princess is.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I was getting into because you were talking about initiating. A pillow princess is one that does nothing but lays there, and like no one likes a pillow princess.
She bought.
But they do if she got good. Now y'all gonna make me go there.
Nope.
She bought in the back like a baby sitting in a car seat.
I'm telling you, no. More of us have good than we want to believe of each other. We want to believe that we're the most special, which is cool. But think about the number of men that think that they're the most special and that they're, the top notch. And think about it and think about how many men think this and not. So it's kind of the same for women. There's definitely goodness and there's better than others, but I think a lot of women overhype themselves.
Brother Lobster, the dunya is real, absolutely, without a doubt, it's real.
So you want to initiate, you want to have fun, especially Miss Fun Girl over here talking about I'm a cowgirl. Yeah, you want to initiate, you want to have fun.
It's just funny.
No, I'm a cowgirl, right?
Ride and prove it.
Wow.
I know that's what I be thinking about every time.
And then I got to learn to be stupid too. Pam will be like, go just bye, just see you. Just go in the other room. And that's where I'm at too.
See,
we need code names for our other show. You're the
cowgirl. Oh my God. Yes, we do.
Sakina's the whipper, but I guess like she's the dominatrix.
Who gonna be the boyhead princess?
Oh my goodness. Early in the morning. Oh my goodness.
Know what you've been doing? Because anytime you
got the rainbow Brazilian, I'm so sorry. What is with the rainbow sign?
You know what
Right.
happened?
Gemini can be the P Valley girl.
It's
Oh my goodness.
so beautiful.
Because she likes P Valley.
I love that. That's my show. Like,
from LA.
wait a minute, let's turn them on to some good shows. Have y'all seen Family Business? Carl Weber's Family Business. They got, I think, 4 seasons on there now. On
no, I haven't seen that, but that's a good.
oh my
that's a
God,
good
you
one.
got to see it, but girl, you got to see all the Queen's men.
I can't get into that.
I haven't seen that either.
You can't get into all the Queen's men.
When I first started watching it, they go in hard. I mean, literally.
Absolutely, that's my girl. Woo, that's my girl.
I mean, as soon as I turned it on, I had to get the kids out the room. Like, damn, what the hell,
girl?
Right, they was having raw dances. They was playing, or was they acting, or was they really, you know?
What to make you think like, girl, that can really happen?
No, I didn't know
What
if
can really happen.
And they was
Well, I
having.
don't know what you're talking
girl,
about.
they don't play no games on that movie, on that series at all.
The porn movie, or was this a real movie, or I don't know. I didn't know if they was
No,
fake.
that's not. I don't. Wait, is that stuff be going on in all the King's Men? What? All the Queens?
It was season 1.
All the Queen's Men.
Episode 1, season 1.
Whose show is it? What kind of show is it? It's a black show, right? BET.
Yeah.
Hardcore.
But it's hardcore like that, like it's TVMA or
went off. And then check it out.
Well, even on Zat, what is it? Zatami, Zanfimi, or Zan, what is it? The sister spinoff with the guy and the girl.
Let me talk. Dude jumped out the window.
Oh, Zephin something.
And her
Right?
husband fingered
I don't know.
And found out she was cheating.
Girl, what about
So
when
did
he
they show those scenes or something? They show them cheating and everything. They showed the scene.
It made her boyfriend over, and then he burnt her leg with a cigarette. And I had
burnt her with the cigarette.
I was like, oh no, I can't watch this kind
I don't know how people do that. I don't think I can be an actor like that and pretend to be having sex and you ain't got no clothes on, because you can see the person having sex.
Listen, they do different things though.
No, we have a 12 o'clock conversation.
It looks like they have no clothes on for us, but they actually have like nude type things on, and like for the men and stuff, they have stuff to tie them down, so it's really very uncomfortable. They would never be aroused by doing that. They show that good actors are doing it because usually they have the nude things, they're tied down, they have a lot of stuff to really not be.
But I mean, even the French kissing, they be kissing all passionately and stuff. I don't think I could do none of that.
How Jada Smith ended up messing around with
that young boy.
No, with what you call a husband.
Whoa. What? You said Jada?
Tell on Jada like that.
Are you talking about Jada? You talking about Jada in August Alcina, or are you saying Jaden Smith and someone's husband?
Jada Smith had an affair when she was doing that TV.
Oh, Jada. Okay.
No, why are you telling on Jada? That's against the code.
Whatever. No, it's not. Who's she having an affair with?
With what was P. Diddy? He used to go with that Mexican girl that
J-Lo.
J-Lo was married to that.
But she's Puerto Rican. But
right. She was married to that one guy. He was I forget.
She's married to a lot of guys.
Right, but she was married to that one
you're talking about Mark Anthony, right?
Yeah, he was married to Mark Anthony. Him and Jada Smith played a movie, a TV show together. And this almost cost her marriage with Will.
Girl, no, it wouldn't. Because he is hyped for her.
That's when she came out with that whole I never got over Tupac mess. I ain't gonna say mess, but this is when all of that came out. So, and then that's when that whole TV series and everything went off. Jada had an affair, or she had a kind of like an affair with them. This went out, everything came out about them being swingers and stuff. This was way before that young boy. So, and Will almost got in a fight with this man. That was the first affair that Jada had. So, and that's what broke him and J-Lo up. So, she had an affair with that man due to that TV show, all that kissing and all that, because they was
It's too much.
together on that.
Anybody in the chat agree that they couldn't do it? Put a 1 in the chat.
It was no secret. Teddy
I
Pendergrass.
want to see who can do it, who can act and
stay sung in songs together or played in movies together. They were actually.
I gotta go for a second. I'll be back.
So let's be honest. So we can't say that them acting like they messing around like that don't lead to them honestly messing around like that.
Yeah, it's a hard thing to do. And I'm an actor. I can act. But all that kissing and all that, I can't do that.
Somebody in the chat one time told you something about hunching.
I can't do none of that.
Right, that dry hunching and whatever, you can't be playing like that. That's
Should do that. But they good actors, they get paid good money for it.
Yeah.
I guess if somebody dangle $1 million in my face, I could kiss somebody, but
you keep playing under them covers and all that kissing and all that.
Come on, Master Keenan, we ain't going there.
Listen, he said, look, the killer said.
He said the same with Brad Pitt and Angela Jolie.
Yeah, see?
That's how they got together. Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, all that playing
every
around.
Day.
Hearing them
every day. I'm practicing with Denzel. I don't know. It's just a problem.
That's how Denzel had that affair with what's her name? And it drove her to the crazy house for a minute. Sanaa Lathan.
Annihilation.
Yeah.
Wearing everything, from my understanding.
Yes, he had that little brief affair with her. It didn't cost him his marriage or nothing, but yeah, I think it was after I forgot what that movie was called, but they were singing "Guess Who's Coming to Dinner?" Not the dreadlocks. Doom, doom.
I don't know, but
Jamaican sheriff, and she was the girlfriend and act like she
didn't see the movie, but I'm gonna look it up.
Okay, yeah, that's a good movie. That after they played that movie, and she was a crazy girlfriend. Yeah,
Green Denzel. Girl.
Yes, and after that, she started acting like that kind of girlfriend, or But that was the movie that him and her played, and she really fell in love with him after that movie.
Girl, it's a lot of good movies out. Let me see whichever one y'all got to see the Family Business. Though I advise everybody look at from the first series all the way to the end. The last one, oh my God, the last one was horrible.
Sanaa Lathan is not a white woman, Akil. Sanaa Lathan is a black woman.
All day long.
Right. He might have never kissed a white woman, but the lady I'm talking about.
Okay, just thinking about a movie. Remember in Baby Boy, when what's his name? Girl, let me stop talking. It ain't 12 o'clock yet. We have to talk. We have to talk about this stuff after 12. Now, what we supposed to be talking about now is what we gonna do for the day. I'm supposed to go to the beach today, and I don't know what else.
Okay.
I don't know what else. And you got to go early because it seems like it always rains or something.
I got you. I'm finna go to bed for real.
I don't know. It's my hour that I get up, and normally I would be walking if I was home. I'd already been on the track. It's gonna be hard when I get back to start up again. Oh my God. I don't think I talked to my daughter yesterday. Yeah, I did.
I did not know y'all talk like this.
Girl, I get up every morning. I'm an early bird. I be up at 5 in the morning. But you're playing for the wrong team. No, she's not. How when we the same thing? Do you know that a Moor is a Pan-African? What part though are y'all? Y'all so small. It's the same thing.
Okay, calm down. You know he killed niggas.
I'm trying to figure out what is the difference. I cannot overstand that to save my life. Moors come from Africa. They are African Muslims from the beginning. taught and gave so much to the world. I don't get this. How it is the wrong team, Akil, stop playing. Do you know what a Moore is or what a Moore does? What is that?
I'm saying he on our side.
No, he's not. He said Dulcinea is running for the wrong, is playing for the wrong team. It don't even matter because it's the same thing. This is crazy to me. If you hear Khalid Muhammad saying he's more, don't make you think. I mean, really. A'udhu billahi. I mean, it should make you think. You said that. How do you know what they teach? What about Farja, the Sister Freedom? Now, see, he trying to clock everything. You're going to get me on the right path. That's all I can say.
What's Farja?
It's the first prayer.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I don't even have one of my bugs here. Let's go down this cold.
Brother lie.
I'm going to put a blanket down there. He just, but that's what he's supposed to do, the reminder.
Okay, well, remind the brother lie.
What's my brother lie? You're trying to tell on me. Allah knows best because I listened to them since 2013. Listen to him say, what do Akil stop? Stop it, Akil. Stop. The only word that you hung up on is the word more. That's it. You know it. That's it. Mad because they say that you're not black. That they don't want to use the word black. Well, hell, we wasn't black 20 years ago. We was colored and niggas. That was 30 years ago, I say. And that was an offensive thing back then.
Listen, where did the word nigga start on the birth certificate?
It's nigger or negro, if I'm not mistaken, because I looked at my great-grandfather's and it had negro on there.
That's what I don't understand.
And we just slang it because we slang everything and nickname everything.
You didn't say negro.
Huh?
Everybody's birth certificate did not say negro.
I said my great-grandfathers. And then one of them said colored. I mean, you should look and see whatever yours say.
Mine says negro.
Okay, well, yeah, well, mine's probably got negro on it too.
But my brother said colored. And
they wrote, and it's okay that they wrote the seven circle Quran.
And I read
by Dr. York.
On it.
Let me see how many books I got written by Dr. Like 200. And mine is out of print. Mine's costs money. Mine's one book is like $600. Negro does mean.
I have nothing against the Pan-Africans, and you'll see as far as my debate how it goes.
What it is.
The only thing about them is it's not political. It's not a political term, Pan-African. It's really not. It's a good ideology, but it's only a good ideology if people are willing to fight for their land and come together and work.
We need to stop because I mean it's like we hear and don't hear. I don't know what it is. Oh, I don't know what it is. We are so selective in hearing. We need to stop that. It's political. Absolutely. What do you mean it's political?
Well, he's saying Pan-African is political, and it's an political ideology. It can be seen as that, but it's not political as far as you can use it in law. If you can use it in law, show me.
No, it's just like you could use it in the statement when you're doing something.
Exactly. It's like belief. It's like, how Jesus should be separate. You believe in Jesus, you can believe Jesus is a good thing. Revelation has hit me with that. Like, oh, I thought you believed in Jesus, sister. But like,
At the end of the day, even if I believe in Jesus, that I believe Jesus is a good person, which I do. I believe if you go by the stories of Jesus, there's nothing wrong with that. Like Jesus actually had some good points that he was pointing out to people that maybe we should listen to. But it's free right now. What it is a debate league, Brother Law, but I'll explain it. But so you can be like Jesus is a good person. I want to be more like Jesus. But when it's coming to the point where we need to come together and build something, the fact that you want to be like Jesus shouldn't even be brought up.
Right.
Like when we're talking about us and repairing our status, like Jesus ain't helping. So Jesus is good for you, sis, but Jesus is personal. So that's where a lot of these arguments come from. No one's arguing against your tribal affiliations or your ideologies or your beliefs. We want you to have those. But when your beliefs and ideologies and tribal affiliations start to hinder us as a whole from coming together, that's when it's a problem. But what's happening right now is that Sonetta's doing a debate league, and we're actually going and debating each other, and we're working our way up. And actually, the top 4 winners of the debate league will actually qualify for paid debates at that point. So it should be very interesting what Sonetta has going on, and he's going to have a whole bunch of rookies coming up. But honestly, I think it's a good thing because some of us no-name people, we're going to start getting some views and different things. And there's a lot of people that are running from me and my information. They want to beat me up on their channel, but they don't want to have the whole basis of being able to spar back and forth with scholarly evidence, them having to present things to back up their claim. The new thing is just using Brother Jabari's quote, an extraordinary claim causes for extraordinary evidence. And now that's all that they say, and they don't present anything while you're presenting all the data points, which one day we're going to get into this, how scientific sources work too, because people acting like you have to present a scientific journal every time, and you don't. You don't have to present a journal every time. You can present a scientific journal, that's fine, but you don't have to. And it doesn't stop it from being science just because it's not a scientific journal. But yeah,
I think you do very well in all the debates you have had. I think you have done tremendous. You really have. You haven't gotten up there, and you're not one of the ones like Jabari and
Keely. It doesn't apply in African law either.
But
There's no Pan-African laws in Africa. Stop.
No, he's saying you are a big deal, that you do good. He's saying you're a big deal.
No. He's saying it may not apply in American or Western law. Talking about Pan-African. No, Pan-African doesn't apply anywhere. It doesn't apply at all. It is an ideology. It's a belief.
What? They making me mad.
Because you don't go by Pan-African in the Congo. You go by Congolese. And you have Congolese laws, and we need the Congo people, especially with all the new resources that they're finding on a like almost weekly basis. They found a gold mine, which I need to get up on it because that gold mine probably already gone, probably not even in their possession anymore, even though just residents found that gold mine. And they're finding different resources when it comes to minerals as well. So if anything, we need to be pushing for the Congo to accept their nationality and to kick foreigners out and them to control their resources. That should be the part of the Pan-African movement. If that's not part of your movement, then what real movement do you have?
Right. And don't come with no book that you wrote and try to use your sources with the weakness of your sources off of a book you wrote. At least come with the real sources and use all of the
real source. Because the source that's somebody else's stuff that they wrote.
It doesn't matter as long as it's credible. That means that it's been researched.
When it deals with Unc and Reggie and them, as long as they agree with it.
We're not talking about Reggie now. We're talking about a source.
And I said,
As long as they say it's, oh yeah, we have to go by the sources that they
But
like.
y'all can quote me and take a picture, and I'm gonna say this to him individually as well, because I will say that a lot of people say that about Top Cat's things, but he does use primary sources and sources, but people can always deny them because he doesn't cite them, and I will be so willing to cite his sources for him just so they can stop denying them as real sources, because they are real sources. But when you just copy and paste it and don't say where you got it from, then yes, anybody can be like, bro, where'd you get that? Like, nah. But I get it. Because I'm gonna find where you got it from.
Holly does that.
She's a researcher.
Holly does that. I worked for a college. I'm sorry.
Oh, Dr. Ali Muhammad, you're saying? Yeah. There's a lot of people that do that copy and paste, and they don't really cite.
I have a wonderful, wonderful resume, 3 pages. I can, if you want to. But I work for a college, in admissions, and for I work for the I just show my resume, but I don't like doing that kind of stuff. I'm just telling you what I did.
What, the liaison?
No, that's for a different job. A liaison was for the job, meaning that I went to court and I, did that kind of stuff. A liaison, signed my own papers, defended my clients.
That's not what liaison does.
That's what a liaison does.
For your job, because when I was doing liaison work, and I still do, I advise people where to go to get help. All that kind of stuff.
I went to court for my clients. I spoke for my clients. I represented the job. I signed off on my paperwork. I filed the taxes. I did the taxes. I did the URs. I did the 1040s. I did the shutdowns. I did all of those things. I was liaison for the job.
Oh, okay. You was a liaison. Okay. And I was a liaison. But I still do it for community help.
Same thing.
Oh, it's okay.
Same thing.
It could be different things that you do for the company.
Are you saying who? All the things who uses say African descent?
Tomato. I'm sorry.
Okay. I thought it was a different.
Right now, there's a big call for one Africa, one currency back in gold, one government, and so on. Gaddafi called for that, and you saw what happened to him. And he was on his way to making that gold standard with the gold dinar. I will say he uses sources that say that they're African descent, but then he goes and uses primary sources to debunk them. He does, but he doesn't source where the primary sources are coming from that he's using to debunk, which usually what it is he's using Wikipedia. He's giving Wikipedia the basis of what Wikipedia is saying, and then he brings up the primary sources to say what primary sources or what some of the other of his logic is, but he never sources none of that. So it's like, okay, so is this what really happened, or is this the belief of what happened?
Exactly.
Which I'm with him almost fully, other than he'll always get destroyed with me as far as when it comes to these white people, because he's acting like this is Space Jam. The white people somehow started up like the little Martians. So
that can be a problem.
We need to know how they got their powers, okay? Because me and my husband were joking about this, and it's literally how they talk, how the Indians and the Aboriginals talk about the white people and say, oh, they were nothing, they were nowhere, they were doing nothing, they weren't even a people, all this other stuff. And then they came in and then they switched from outside of the stadium. They switched it. They're better than Steph Curry because they were no one. They were peons, and they came and they took over everything. Houseway, how they do it. And until you can answer that, then that's where your story falls short, because you can't just tell me, oh, they wrote them in, they colored them in. No, why did they color them in? Because they were nothing according to y'all. They were Slavs. They were on the bottom of our feet. They were gum. at the bottom of our shoe, and then they came to control everything. How?
Yeah, that part.
Like what? So that's the part that you're gonna have to explain. You're gonna have to leave the Black Europeans alone and tell us where these white people came from. Period. And I don't know when that book is coming, but that's the book I'm pre-ordering multiple copies and sending it out because I need to know. I need to know what these white people did because we obviously need to do it.
First, we know they manipulated us, conned us,
Yeah,
swindled
I
us,
mean, the
divided
original
us.
story of it sounds more probable, but since it's this new story that they were nothing, they were no one, they were nowhere, and then they just popped up and controlled everything, it's like, no, you have to explain that. You can't just you can't just write over that. You can't just say that really quickly, like, yeah, they were nothing until about 1900s and they controlled everything. No, what? How?
That
No,
don't make sense.
it don't make sense. So
Everything.
that's where we got to get to. That's where we got to get to in that story is where these white people came from and how they
Me,
took
I
it.
always wonder how was they able to do what they did? And you just gonna put my people on the boat and keep it moving?
From
Nah.
what was that island
Yeah,
called?
it's not well for
Well,
y'all to
we
do. I
know
know.
that's like I said, like we know what happened from the other side of the story, which is that's what I'm going to be getting into. From the other side of the story that we know about is
Right.
that these colonizers came in and they were able to influence the people for wealth and for status against other tribal people that they were already beefing with. And that's what makes it so sad, as far as our tribalism, because we have always been warring against each other. So it wasn't hard for a foreign nation to come out and say, oh, I'm going to side with both sides. And that's what they did. They went to both sides of the tribe and was like, oh, we're fighting on your behalf. We're fighting on your behalf. And really, they were just taken from both people. So here, you have the Oyo and the Dahomey, and we both know that both of them were major components in the slave trade and capturing slaves and selling them to the Portuguese. And they were doing it to each other. But they just had this beef with each other, like, oh, if they're in this land, they're gonna affect our quality of life. So we got to get them out of the land. And so then you end up selling each other into slavery. So we know the story. We know what happened, but we just got to be honest about it. And honestly, you got to be honest to know that everybody was doing it. And it happens today, exactly. The divide and conquer, and that we feel like we have to side with our enemies so we can have success, so we can have wealth and different things. And we do believe that it's an impossible feat to come together. So then we end up selling each other out. But that's my 2 cents on it. But if that's not the story, if that's not the case, you gotta explain that. You can't pass that over. Stop whispering of where the white people come from. Be loud. Tell us where these white
I know
people
that's
come
right.
from. And
I know.
how did they get so much control when everybody before was black and everybody black was in power?
Everybody wasn't black.
I know that, Sakina. I'm just saying that's what they saying in the story, though. They saying everybody was black except the indentured servants.
Yeah.
And Slavs. So how the hell did those indentured servants and Slavs end up being on top of the food chain?
Right. Right. I'm just hoping that we can all just, because it's too many of us, and we all know we were all over. So that's the sad part. We can't come together as a people.
There's a lot of oral
we need to
history
come
of the
together.
slave trade, and usually the oral history always demonizes the other side. If anyone knows about, I think Top Cats was saying earlier, what constitution has the African ever made? They made the Mandan Charter, which is the actual Bill of Rights, where the Bill of Rights is based on, is the Mandan Charter that came in the 1200s. But what happened is that when the oral history of
Timbuktu and the people that did the Mandan Charter, they're saying, oh, the horrible Ghanaians, and they had slaves and they're horrible people. But then when you go to Ghana, they have an oral history that says the horrible Timbuktu people and they have slaves and participating and they're selling people. Then when you go to Nigeria, they're saying the horrible other people in the other tribes. So that's what's happening in oral history. They're always saying it from their side. They're always going by their tribe, and they're saying the other ones are the evil ones. The other ones are the selling each other out. But the fact of the matter is that we were all the same people. We're tribal, but we have so much of the same culture within these different tribal names, and we're just going against each other based on this fear that the other one is coming to take us out culturally, and they're not. Literally, usually it's some beef that don't even matter why we're tribal. We'll be like, oh, you shouldn't jump over brooms when you're getting married. That's a horrible thing. Or you shouldn't be into dark magic. You need to love Jesus. Stop using those herbs and stuff and roots and get back to Jesus. And then we end up beefing with each other instead of just understanding, okay, they can have Jesus, we can have roots, and we can all get along.
Where's the oral history slaves of being brought to America from Africa?
That's a good question. What you'll see is in Haiti, there's a lot of oral history of slaves brought from Africa to America. You'll see a lot of it as far as in Florida, what I'm finding of the Floridians or whatever you want to call them, because a lot of my family is from Florida. And I tell everybody is these records are hard as hell to find for Florida. They don't have dates. They don't have places. They don't have information to be like where to even go to try to get the information. So what you see is a lot of us from Florida, we do have oral history. You do have people that call themselves the Gullah Geechee of Florida, or say that they have an African slave that's in their genealogy. There's a lot of Caribbean said to be in our oral history passed down. And you see of the Caribbean, they have a lot of African oral history saying that they're part of African tribes, African warriors that fought against the colonizers.
Let me ask this question. Why is it that America pretty much only taught, it used to teach African history. It had a section of the Civil War that it taught in history, in American history, when it taught the separation of U.S. government. It taught American history. It had a section of the slaves, the American slavery. Then you had to pick up slavery during later on in high school. But if you want to learn about African American history, you got that was only a period in high school. Otherwise, you had to learn it in college. And everybody knows that because when the movie School Days, and it was another a movie that came out that really let you know, with Ice Cube and them in it, Busta Rhymes and them. That's when you really started to know that. That's when you really got to know about the Frederick Douglass and all these other books, because that's when you would be able to pick up African American studies, right? So I was born in 1982 and I'm not African American. Okay, that's fine. But it was about then when you got to learn about African American studies. Otherwise, it wasn't really taught at that point. You had to go to college in order to pick up African American studies. So when did we get to this point? And then after that, shortly, they stopped teaching it, period. And then you had to go to a higher school of learning, maybe like the charter schools or chapter schools where you went to, Dawson, there, like the Spelmans and schools like that. You couldn't go to a C or a D rated college. You had to go to maybe a B rated or a higher rated college in order to get it.
I do want to say this because I've talked to Africans and stuff like that, and I usually ask them certain questions and just being real about it. Here's what I've found. There are some people like the Fulani, they talk about stolen people. A lot of Muslims know of stolen slaves and different things like that, depending on where region they are. Like in Nigeria, the Senegal, and the Benin, they talk about a lot of the stolen people and different things like that. And they talk of slavery, but people that are like right next to the ports, they don't know what the ports are for. They don't hear that the ports are for slavery. And I've met multiple people like this. They live right next to a port and they've never been told that that port has anything to do with slavery. Don't know if that is what we would call the effects of colonization, or maybe we aren't getting the full story. But
Exactly.
I think it is something that we do have to investigate ourselves. And I get it. It's part of the investigation is knowing your own story. But part of the investigation is knowing other people's story as well, and not just being like your story is the end all be all.
My
You
story.
may not have
Hey,
any African in your American story, and that's a fact.
saying,
But
I
some
am
of us do. And
there.
we know historically that some of us do, period.
I'm saying the African American history, period, was depleted and erased from us. They started burning the books and they stopped telling the story. So, with that being said, with them taking the story away from us, it is well known that any African that came to America or any other race that came to America knows more about that part of history than we do outside of America. Even with this story of the American Indian, why is it that we have to ask our ancestors versus knowing about American history of an Indian that lives here? Why is it that we have to get the ancestors' history versus trying to read up on a source that we cannot find?
I would say, as far as when it comes to it, I definitely understand. I understand more than anyone that the records are hard. But I would say I agree with him about knowing your own story, and that's something that even African centered people teach, because at the end of the day, we can't know all these names and not know our great grandparents' names and our great great grandparents' names, and be able to speak of them in our oral history as well when we pass it down to our children. So, oral history has been a part of our culture. Whether you call yourself American Indian or African, oral history is a huge part of your culture. And also, not even just oral history, but the performance of oral history. We do dance, we do plays, we do all this stuff just to just teach our children and teach everyone of our histories passed down. So it is more than what you can find in the book or source or the library congress. And I agree with he was saying, because my husband and him talked, and he was saying that Top Cats has the strongest argument out of everybody because of that, because that resonates with everyone. Even the Africans have to admit that they've neglected their history. And now it's time for all of us to stop doing that. We can't neglect our history, because that's what's going to tie us to the land. That's what's going to tie us to the culture. And then we'll be able to assert even more power, because right now they know, okay, they're colonized and they're relying on European religion and culture. But then when they talk about the alternative of being westernized, they have no alternative, because they're not even researching. They're just being like, all that stuff in the past was the devil until Jesus came, or the Bible, or anything like that. So they don't know their spirituality. They don't know their culture. So this is something that resonates, that is going to resonate all over the world. Find your people, know who you are.
So let's say let's say, okay, because my mom is gone. My mom is passed. My
Mine
dad
too.
is passed. So if I can't do my DNA and I can only go trace back to my mom and my dad, and let's say that's all I can go with, then what?
Well, you can never. We know that you're not gonna go with just your mom and your dad because based on your age, we know for a fact that your mom and dad can't be older than a certain time period that would have already had the records. So you would at least be able to know who your mom and your dad's
My
parents are.
mom's parents were gone when I got here. So was my dad. I know my grandfather, but let's say I
But
didn't.
no. I'm saying you can at least go to the records, the birth records, because of your parents. Because in that time, they would have had to have birth records, and those birth records would have had to have the names of their parents. But where it gets tricky is the older you are, and the older those people are. By the time you get into the great grandparents, they don't have to have birth records because the birth record thing wasn't passed yet. They don't necessarily have to have a marriage license, but a lot of people do. But there are different records that can be found, and it's like just find the best of your records to your ability. But it is one of those. It's a luxury. I think it's a luxury as far as genealogy and the way he teaches, as far as in comparison to if you're how much your family has been able to hold on to their history and not been targeted by the government. Because yes, if you have a whole burial grounds in your family, that helps. You
But
can go out there and just be collecting names and figure out who those people are. But
everybody
not
don't,
all of us have burial grounds in our family.
but
And
all of
like,
us don't. Let's start with that. All of us don't.
yeah,
And what if all of us don't? And what if we come to this point that it all goes down? Do we all got time to sit up and go figure out who we are when we need to be coming together like in 2 days? Do we all got time to figure out who we are to separate us for what? When we need to come together? Do we need to find out who we are so we can find our tribe to stick together as a tribe, or are we trying to come together as a people so that we can fight for the cause? What are we doing here?
I don't think we should find out who our ancestors were to associate to their tribe. Honestly, I feel like if anything, the story should be motivating us in the opposite way. Like when you can say in your story that someone felt strongly enough to fight in the American Revolution for a side, that means something. And it in to me that should motivate you to be like, man, my ancestor did it. I can do it too. To just be complacent in where we are as slaves, because we're slaves now. We may not be the slaves that just get beaten and have to pick cotton, but we're still just the workers that are in the rat race that are given the glass ceiling. We know as far as that we're set to be behind when it comes to that rat race. So that's why generational wealth is so low for us. We don't have a lot of concession when it comes to our succession, when it comes to passing down businesses or anything in the Black community because of us being slaves. So now when you have someone that's like, okay, I can see in the history of myself that my ancestors were great. I think that's wonderful. How does that motivate you to be great though?
You riding the fence on two sides. This is not answering my question because again, we saying on one side we need to be thinking this, and this, but at the same time we want to come together as a people. But at the same time, we need to separate ourselves and figure out all of this. You want to speak politics. Politics don't bring us together. It talks about a togetherness, but truthfully, it keeps us apart. So we're not talking politics. We talking solutions. Politics never brings solutions. They talk about it, but they don't be about it. So no,
politics are the only solutions, but yeah, you have to come together before the politics. Pretty
politics.
much all of it is like a chess game, and step. It's like guns alone won't get you to win the war. No, but you have to be able to know how to use a gun and strategize with a gun to be able to.
They saw a brother that was fighting a bunch of people by himself. They didn't care if he was Pan or Indian. They just knew he was a black man, and that's what they went to help. That was not politics. That was a problem that needed a solution. That's what I'm talking about. That's
Yeah,
what.
but that was one place, and it is great to see it or anything. But honestly,
That's all I'm
that's the easier thing to be like, oh, drunk white people mob up on someone and us step in. Yeah, those brawls, like most people say about Alabama, those aren't the first time brawls like that happen, and it won't be the last.
It's not politics. Politics is, well, what are we doing? When Judge Joe Brown was on here earlier, he was saying, well, what are we doing? We need to look at it. This was a white man's problem, and we had black men coming, and we was looking at it, and I got what he was saying, but at the end of the day, he was saying that black man was protecting white man stuff, and we all was doing, and we was fighting white men over white man's thing. And that was not our fight, just like they said in the Civil War. Black men go home. This is not your war.
And I don't agree with everything that he was saying, but honestly, you do have to be honest with the situation. It's a feel-good moment, but that is not us coming together. If it was us coming together, then we wouldn't have to deal with, a warrant placed out an arrest for one of our brothers. We'd be like, hey, we'd be the nation that America's reaching out to be like, hey, we need that dude that's over there, and we telling them, no, you can't have him because we're our own nation and we feel like he didn't do anything wrong. We're going to take him to our own courts and see what we're going to do. But no, we can't do that because we stick with the feel good. Feel good is not us coming together. It's a feel good moment, but that doesn't mean that we came together or anything like that. It was just a moment that, of course, when we're out and about and a lot of us are rowdy and we'll slap a hoe real quick. We're from that slap a hoe tribe. So when we have that ability to be able to slap a hoe, we're gonna definitely do it. But that doesn't mean we came together. That's just one moment or anything. But we have to come together. We have to use that for motivation to say, okay, now we need to come together in these other arenas like politics. So now when we do slap a hoe, we can be like, hey, they say, there's a warrant out for your arrest for slapping a hoe. No, we as a tribe say, no, there's not. No, they did nothing wrong. And now you got to come to our courts to talk about it because we're not sending them over. Yeah, he was crazy with a lot of the stuff he was saying.
Slap a hoe, we just saying back up, Mo. We just saying back up because we ain't going no more. That's what that was.
Yeah, a lot of us been saying, we not our ancestors. You can get this 2-piece and a biscuit, and we don't care. But also, yes, Nisha, we're still up. We were waiting for some of y'all to come. That was be like, y'all are still up. But we also need that whole thing of just like I said, the where they can go after they do it, because we have our own politics. And we have our own judge and jury. We have our own police force. So it's not their police force saying, now we're looking for this person. No, you come to us and talk to us because we reviewed the tapes and he ain't do nothing wrong. Now you need to come to us and work it out. Kind of like how Russia made us do for Brittany Griner. We had to do stuff or whatever that benefited them before they were like, you can get her back. And that's another thing too. We probably, not even probably, when we have our own politics or anything, it's not just we beating those white people's asses. We gonna arrest them too and then be like, we ain't giving them back until you do this to them. Or they gonna stay up in our jails. There's a lot of stuff we could do with power. But we just don't seek that power. We seek those feel-good moments.
Oh, yeah. It's deeper than that, though. It ain't a feel good moment. You can't whoop nobody's ass enough. Like you can't. Ain't nothing you can do to whoop somebody's ass enough for your change or whatever. That's not the answer. And I get what he was saying about that. That's not enough. We are thinking other strategies. We are thinking for other end results. But at the end, if we're not trying to come together, right, it's we politicking, but we politicking for other strategies. We ain't always talking about it is in numbers, but it's not always about straddling the fence. Always, we looking for other kind of results.
And that I agree. We do have to politic together. Like it's crazy. Them anyone saying otherwise, it's crazy. I don't even believe our numbers. I believe our numbers are greater than what they tell us. But what they even tell us is there are 46 million of us. And if like Commission said, if we were politicking together, there would be no complaints about money. A dollar together is almost $50 million of influence. But we're just stuck on that. But we're different people. We're this, we're that, and we're steady making them rich. We put those dollars together for them all the time. They had my sleeping pills on the show. I know, girl. I had mentioned it. And then Sister Freedom went real into sleep mode. I was like, what?
Oh.
You said who coming?
Is she in there?
But yeah, he does say some crazy things, but he be going in. I'll just be like, man, I don't even know how to jump in right now. I don't know how to stop this.
Hey there.
Brittany, not only for our people, they should have left her. Yeah, well, it was all about politics. So, like at the end of the day, see how you feel like, oh, they should have left her or whatever. That's because you not powerful in your own nation. You got to say what you feel like another nation should or shouldn't do. But what the other nation is going to do is going to be strategic for them and their nation and how to roll. And that's what America does. They don't apply what you want. They don't say, oh, let me listen to this melanated man or woman to be like, oh, what we should do. No, they do what's best for them. They do what's best for them to maintain power. They do what's best for them to be a world power around the world and to mostly keep the indigenous Black people down. And it doesn't matter where in the world, and not even just the indigenous Black people. If Hong Kong talking about their own island and China shouldn't own them or say anything, China like, until you can get this foot off your neck, we own you. So it ain't even just the Black people, honestly. A lot of Black immigrants are classified white. That's true, but a lot of them are still Black. As long as they are in power and we are under their system, we will not be coming together as one. That's the point. That's the point right there. And that's the point I think me and Commission were really trying to drive home when we're talking to Big Chief, is that, okay, forget that you want to be a Moor. We don't care you don't want to be a Moor. But how can you justify being under their system? How can anybody justify being under their system
not Black
being like we're content being under their system?
Who's Black? Look at your arm, just Black? No, Black is a word that, it's just a status that says we're who we are, I guess. And same thing with a Moor. Same word. It means same thing. I don't get it. So sick.
Well, Black doesn't mean the same thing as Moor. Black has its own meaning and Moor means its own thing, but they are both statuses. But the thing is what the status means and what the status
what does Black mean?
Black is pretty much civilis mertus. It means that you don't have a nation.
Oh, I got you.
You're not a nation of people.
I got you. I got what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
When you was colored, what does that mean? No nation.
No nation. Yep. You Negro, no nation. So everybody else has a nation.
and they ride for their nation. I don't care what y'all say. Y'all can be like, oh, the Africans over there, they ride for their nation. Nigerians are proud to be Nigerian. Let me
And
tell
so
you.
Jamaicans, and they proud of it too.
Exactly. So we got to get with the program. It's time for us to have a nation. And I don't understand why we see everyone else having one conglomerate and like everyone else is ready to come together and waiting on us, honestly. And I don't care what anyone says about that. I believe that wholeheartedly. That Jamaicans, Haitians, all this other stuff is just like, I wish those black people in America would finally just decide on a nation and come and ride with the set. Like, we would be so powerful together if we did that, because we have to understand how much of the influence that we are to the world. And yeah, people say it's the negative influence because it's the music, it's the drugs, it's the women, it's the gangs, but it's also the hair products, what we spend our money on, all this other stuff. So all we would have to do is change in a minute to be like, now we're going to do this. If we just spent a day to be like, instead of Black Friday, we're all gonna put our money together and we ain't gonna buy a single TV or no shoes, nothing from Black Friday. And we gonna put that money together as far as to do something. Everybody around the world would do it. All the melanated people would do it too.
I think it's beautiful being in a place where you see mostly all black people. Well, sometimes I feel like let them have America and let's go somewhere where it's mainly all black. Sometimes I feel like that. You know what I mean? Because it's beautiful to see us all over the place like that.
But no, more has been designated in law multiple times. You can look it up. People are confused about the latest version of more in the Black Laws Dictionary. They're like, huh? But I laugh because I'm like, it makes total sense of what it's saying. It's even telling you that a Moor is superior in court. But people
Hey, Niche. Niche is woke. Hey, Nisha. Good morning, sis.
When they come here and go against us, who comes here and goes against us? No, we're all indoctrinated, so no one comes here and goes against us. People say that about Jamaicans. People say that about Caribbeans. They say that about Africans. They say that about everybody, but no, that's not true. They don't come here and go against us. Most people are waiting for us to wake up because they understand our logic just ain't there. We want a lot, but we ain't ready to get it.
So do the Moors have to register themselves like Elks or anybody else?
It depends on what Moor you're going for. So if you're in the Moor Science Temple and you're just like the Noble Drew Ali religious Moor, yes, you have to identify yourself within the temple. You got to make sure you're paying your dues to the temple and different things like that. But if you're like more commission side and you're trying to start a government, he also has the like tracking of it to see how many Moors register on the government side. Jamaicans are ruled by Britain, and a lot of them are worship the Queen. Yep, that's a fact. But where'd that come from?
The United Nations. They're under the United.
I don't know.
Exactly. So it's the same tactics, but yet everybody else has had this nationalism revolution, even though they're not quite there to be like they can take full control back. They've all come to this point where they're proud of themselves. And a lot of the young people are questioning this. They're questioning, why do we love the Queen so much? That's why a lot of us melanated people, when the Queen died, if this was even 10 years ago, when the Queen died, a lot of us would have been crying because that's how they were about the Queen. They were just like, we love the Queen even when the Queen's messed up because it's the Queen. Now us young people were like, F that Queen. We ain't crying. This is a good moment. So a lot of us are waking up, but it's like, what are we waking up to?
She didn't have
me. I think we're waking up to no power. We're just waking up to be like, okay, let's sit back and wait another 100 years before we do anything, because we all don't want to come together.
Well, we wouldn't want to come together with the queen had a little power over us, but she didn't hold that kind of control. She was the only one that didn't have control over America. She had control over the other nations. She didn't have no control over us. She
Right.
had some control. Don't get it twisted. She
Mhm.
had us under her thumb, but she had every other finger over everybody else.
No, but the older generations, and I'm not saying necessarily the older generations here, but I would say in the Caribbeans, like Nisha said, I don't think a lot of them cried when she died, but I think a lot of them would have in the past. But I think a lot of them actually were waking up to them. Like people want to know their actual culture. They just feel like it's gone.
That was
Dulcie.
her though. That was the queen.
Hey, go Rambo, are y'all ran by Britain, right? Which is England.
No, we're an independent country.
He said they're an independent country.
Yeah, they got their independence or whatever, but she's saying as far as that even after their independence, a lot of them like loved the queen. A lot of them were
But
about.
he's trying to say it. What is it?
Still, Britain still have a say in the country.
See,
right,
England still have a say. The Queen still have a say in the country, but we're just like how Rihanna, country from Barbados, still cut off England and the other day.
Oh, they stopped. They don't deal with. Y'all hear that? Barbados they don't deal with.
They cut them off.
They cut them off.
Yeah.
It's going to cut off.
Oh, the prime minister is going to cut them off too, because somebody was saying that y'all was very upset when the queen died or something.
Some people, but I mean, upset for what now? Who said that?
I mean, you know, I'm just saying this is what somebody was saying, but I'm just saying.
Nobody was upset. I don't know who said that, but nobody was upset. But I'm saying that we are independent country still, but the Queen still have a say in Jamaica because we still have a Governor General and Governor General connected Queen.
And is there any more? Just to make sure I was right about something I said. Is there any more? What's the name of the Indians? The Iraqi.
The Arawak.
Those died out, but still have Maroons.
He says still have Maroons, but the Arawak died. What about the Tainos?
No, yeah, no more of that.
No more of them either?
We still have a Maroon because we have up in one of those countries.
What about the people that consider themselves? Ask them. What about the people that consider themselves Arawak there?
There's still people here that consider themselves Arawak.
No, I don't think so. But they still have Maroon.
But they did have descendants. They had children, didn't they? Then you said some of Christopher Columbus had something to do with their death.
Yeah, but did he Google it?
Yeah, I did. I did. 7 million of them that he's supposed to have killed.
Yeah, I'm saying they killed him out.
How can you kill out a whole? I don't see how.
The white people that got guns.
Yeah, they didn't even say that it was guns. They said that it was guns and the fact that they came with new diseases that ended up taking them out. But there is a lot of people that are now doing their genealogy and they're saying that they're seeing people and they're Arawak and in Jamaica. So that, like I said, that's why it's a fact what Top Cats was saying about my husband, telling him he has the best argument out of everybody. My husband did say that to him because of that fact that you can't deny that once you go into your family's history and then they said, oh, all the Arawaks, for instance, you're Jamaican, and they said, oh, all the Arawaks got died out with Christopher Columbus, and then you start going through the records and your great grandparents are Arawak, your great great grandparents are Arawak, your great 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 grandparents are Arawak. It's gonna show you someone lying. Someone lying.
The Maroons come from. The Maroon come from.
What if the record said Arawak?
Yeah, what if they get their genealogy and they Maroon?
Google it. Yeah, to me, Google it. Google it. It's there. Let's look
But
for it.
yeah, Google is there, but what if a record from a primary source from 1600 said your great 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 grandma was Arawak?
So that means that you would be related to the Arawak. But the Jamaicans see themselves. But it didn't become Jamaica. I put it on my phone.
Remember, Christopher, they bring us over here slaves, and the slaves comes, but the Arawak was here.
They was here before. That's what I was trying to say to Top Cats.
So our parents come from the slaves that they brought here from the ships.
So it didn't even become Jamaica until the 1600s.
Yeah, but he was saying that Jamaica is based on an Arawak word. So that's where it's like,
yeah,
okay,
Jamaica
that's where
is based on, yes, it is.
Yeah, but I'm saying we black people come over here, from the ships. That they come over here from the ships. I think that's where the Maroons come from, where they fight. So if you read the history, go deeper, right?
I did put some stuff in my phone.
The Maroons come from. Those are the people that the Maroons was fighting the white people. With Paul Bogle.
Oh, so the Maroons was the fighters.
Yeah, they was the one who was fighting the white people.
Yeah,
Maroons. Taínos did not fight back.
The Maroon, they give the Maroons like the homie and different things, but Maroons are another name for the Moors. They are.
What's it that Christopher Columbus killed 7 million Taínos?
Taínos, but when they dropped us off, because see all the islands got dropped off with
You gotta prove that, Achille.
And then it also says that do you know what they mixed with? They mixed with Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, and all that Spanish. Like they're mixed with all of that, and African as well. They're like a mixture breed.
That's why Jamaica's mother is out of men and one people. Out of men and one people.
I have to look.
That's Jamaican mother.
Say it again.
Is that a him?
Out of many people.
Many one people. Many. Okay.
Out of many one people. So we a lot of different races are here. Chinese, Puerto Rican,
Palestinians,
everything.
Canaanites.
See, you have to go into history. I can't stand up right here and tell you the history. So, you have to.
So are you considered African that live in Jamaica?
Go down to the
Liberians.
If you want to find stuff out there, you have to go down to, you can go to the Maroon country and learn a lot of different things and all that. If you want to, learn about the history of Jamaica like that.
So what I'm saying,
there's Maroon country, Jamaica.
Is it passed down for him to know the names of his ancestors, like to know his parents, his grandparents, his great grandparents, and different things like that?
Do you remember?
No.
You don't know your mom, your grandparents, and all that?
No, I don't know. They were born from grandparents. They all died.
He said they all died.
And so, do you care to learn about them?
He done walked out the room, girl. He's Jamaican, so his patience not going that long. That's why I slept in the other room last night.
I told you what I read was these Palestinians and Canaanites. I believe that was also covered in one of those videos, and I gotta check my notes. But them Palestinians, they came from Canaan, and they were from Canaan. They were Canaanites. They were from Palestinian. They were a bunch of different races, just like he said. They traveled just like I said off of the coastline. And they were from Lebanon. They lasted through the 18th dynasty, through the longest dynasty of Kemet. At that time. You have to read up in that, and then they came out. They came, and then they came and rode around that coastline, and then they came to the Spaniards, to all of that, and they traveled on the outskirts all the way, and that's how they got to America. But they stopped in Jamaica, they stopped in Dominican, they stopped through a lot of these countries, and I'm not saying what or however you say it, but they stopped in a lot of these places, and they lived on the they lived on the shorelines.
You're descended from Africa. But because England own us, you see how our name is Andrew and all these different fucking English white people name, because it was England we was colonized by England, right, for a long time. That's 1962. That's when England,
right.
But England, we was running on England. England was in charge of the country.
But that's true what he's saying, because I just read that in 1962.
Yeah, so England, see, that's why we have these names, Andrew.
That's why I keep telling people, that's why we got the last names that we got. And the first names that we got too.
England.
No, I'm saying white people, just say it, European, whatever they are.
Exactly.
But they are actually Africans. You hear what he said? They're Africans.
Yes.
That came over here through I'm not saying it like that. I'm saying you're Jamaican, but you're African that came over. You just said it in the slave trade, and that you're a descendant of that. Correct? Boom.
Yeah.
And Rambo, is that what you said?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the story. And Tuck has kind of told that very same story, but when I did the research on it, it tells the same story, and you just heard Rambo say the same story, and Commission almost told the same story. These are 4 different stories being told the same way. I mean, come on, y'all.
He knows. He does know Sachi. He lives here. He knows his parents. He said they already passed on when he was born.
Unscrambled minds. Come on, y'all. This is 4 different stories being told the same way, and we've heard it 4 different times, four different ways.
He never had a chance to meet him.
Yeah, well, I mean, we don't.
Before he was born.
Do the
Yeah,
research.
I know some names that I never got to meet. A lot of my people got.
Yeah, me too.
Away, but
I knew something. He just was being smart, but you know.
Come on, Jackson. You know, y'all. We don't do the work for you, but I mean, it's peeling.
Yeah, I do think, I'm with that. Like,
I'm with
everyone talk about that, and the fact
I love
is,
the fact that we can be it all.
if you claim African, that's one thing I know, and this is one thing I know because I studied it. I have been as deep as anybody else in the African movement. If
what do you know about
yourself Pan-African and follow African spirituality? That's a huge part of African spirituality, knowing your family. That's a huge part, knowing the names. You pour out libation to the names. So you can't pour out libations and say great grandmother. No, the power is knowing that person's name when you pour out the libations. So you can't say that it's not part of our heritage to know our people's name. It is.
Yes.
Kumina is a part of our culture where some people in the rural era practice. It's like not a religion, but it's a practice of some kind of a religion.
Come on.
They have this African dance, and they perform different activities, drums and all that.
I like it how you just was kind of moving like that. Was kind of sad. Yeah, that's right, baby. Keep it. Yeah.
Put yourself on mute if you're gonna be
like African Kumina, so they have to perform the dance and they say stuff, and and they have certain.
No one's arguing that your heritage and world history are 2 different things. People are saying that too long world history has taken over your heritage, and it is a doctrine when you're going outside of yourself and you're never looking to know who your family is. So that's the whole point. I don't think anyone is saying that your heritage and world history aren't two different things. But one of the things is that knowing your story, instead of saying most of us are Africans because it says most of us are Africans, prove it. You can only know your story. Even my uncle has always told me not everybody has Africans in their story. It was orally passed down to us that we had an African in our story. But I have to be truthful about it. It's one of those things is my mom came out my color and my grandparents are not her color. My grandparents are caramel and extra 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 light bright light because
Your grandparents are 44.
so when they came out and when my mom comes out dark skinned and other children came out dark skinned, sometimes they said, "Oh, that's the African coming out." So there's a lot of stuff that we got to ask: is it colorism or is it real history?
Oh, but you just said you didn't.
And you talk about like knowing, like come and see him.
I thought you said
I
that.
know of him.
You know of him, but you never met him.
Yeah, I didn't born come and see the grandparents.
Okay.
Yeah, like oh, you born maybe
Science, X, Bible.
No, I still, well, my grandfather just passed away.
My parents
Like,
died. My grandparents died. I didn't born and see the grandparents at all. No, I didn't see my grandparents at all.
yeah, but
That's
you
not
meet.
really a straw man because no
Yeah.
one's arguing that they're the same thing. So it's
Are
kind
they?
of a straw man the other way because you're saying that people are saying, "Oh, world history and your heritage are the same." No, no one's saying that. Everyone's just saying you should know your heritage.
A lot of Jamaican in England because what happened that because the geography of England colony, we could just go back and forth to England just like that. You know, easily back and forth to England. It was up until now, you know, why that's not is now because right now we can go to England without getting a visa.
Why?
Because of how Jamaican is, you know, we're unruly. And they go to England and do all kind of fucked up shit. And they cut it off.
Oh, England beautiful.
A lot of Jamaicans, I'm trying to say a lot of Jamaicans in England.
He said because they unruly.
They are very unruly and they go to England and they do a lot of fucked up shit with drugs and crime and all that. And they cut them off. So now we have to go to get the normal visa, get an interview and all that. Before that, we didn't buy planes to go to England.
Right? Because pause. Who's unruly?
Jamaicans. He said they unruly. They be fighting. They Jamaicans.
Okay, so because
they ain't doing them, but nobody's.
They believe. Wait, hold up though. Because they're unruly, they believe they're Africans.
No, they unruly. They can't go back and forth to England like they used to.
Jamaicans are very unruly slaves.
Yeah.
Those slaves are fucking very unruly slaves. They are. That's why we all like that. The kind of slaves are being rebellious. We're a rebellious slave.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. But that's true, and that a lot
He
of
said that they used to go back and forth to England without a visa. Now they need the passport visa and all that because they would go to England and be very unruly. And because that now they need to have a visa to go back and forth to England. How long has that been that y'all had to have a visa? Since COVID? He said it's been a while.
I get what you're saying, how they use it.
He said Jamaica was the and that's true, Achilles.
How we use it.
Every Jamaican I know is unruly, including my children is unruly.
Me too.
Okay, I hate that, Nisha, but when he says unruly, meaning like they would fight. They the unruly Africans that would fight.
But they were ruly though. They were ruly for themselves. It doesn't make
right
them
only for
unruly.
themselves. You're right,
Who
though.
the hell are you to give me rules?
Right, and that's how we really are in America too.
It
If you
doesn't
think
make me
about it,
unruly. It makes me question who is you.
That's right.
Who are you to me?
That's right.
They do their own thing here. I love it. I love how they got this. They make their own businesses. I mean, you can just ride up the hill and see like 4 or 5 stores as you going up. It's just, I mean, they just do their own thing. It's beautiful here. I'm telling you, beautiful.
Do you feel like Top Cats has caused doubt for you, Sister Freedom, because of his argument of going through the records and not just believing the written down history and books?
He can't cause doubt for me. You know why? Nobody, no child of mine could, and I mean it like that, to say that we are the mothers of earth. And I don't mean it in a disrespectful way, of course. Can cause doubt because I think things can change. I think that we might have to take rule, as we already talked about, and we have to make this happen. But we have to all come together because, like Rambo was just saying, they still African, and regardless to whether we are partly Native American or whatever, we still have African within us. We still one people. I don't understand it. Why we can't all come together? We have to change all of this. That's why I said we are children of the womb. We are daughters and sons of the womb. That is something like thing I had made up years ago that I wanted to, well, I was putting it together. Then I came up with the unscrambled mind thing, but I wanted to put us together under children of the womb. And that's because we need to come under one umbrella. You understand how I'm saying it? We can't separate ourselves anymore. We have to come together. We have to make plans. We have to make plans. We have to put our religions aside and make plans to come together so we can start businesses. We have to stop being prejudiced against each other too. And I'm telling you, we are prejudiced against each other. And if you don't agree with that, I mean, look at what he was saying. Like, if you claim to be Indian, then it's a problem with you being African? How's it that can't be a problem? I'm not saying he has anything against his brothers and sisters that are of African, but we have to stop doing that. We got to stop saying, oh, you Jamaican, oh, you different. No, you from the Caribbean islands, you different. No, you're not. You still my brother. You still my sister. We have to stop doing that. We have to come under one. Thank you. We have to come under. Thank you.
You have to drink it because you're so cold. You're not going to drink it.
I am.
No, you're not. You're not.
Don't start.
You're not going to drink it.
We have to come.
What do you say? Are you Steven still up?
Kiki.
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you agree that we need to all put aside that you from here, you from there?
I've been saying that this whole
Y'all are not making it perfect. We have to, as mothers.
This whole time. I've been
right now. I forgot to bring the cards. I guarantee you, if I go in this whole neighborhood giving people cards, I might do that today. To see if Jamaicans would join Unscrambled Mind.
I mean, I have been.
I feel like you're my people, and I want to talk more about
I can get in
for the history.
That's right, Achilles.
I have been saying my mom has been Cherokee, and my dad rock African, and I am both. I'm too Kemetic to not say that I am African, and I know my mom has always said that she was Cherokee, so I have always.
You saying that? I'm sorry. Let me put on mute real quick.
I've always said that I have to find the balance in between both. I cannot be one or just one. I have to be both, and so with that, I always had to find the balance, and so I had to take this. I had to take this and go deeper than this, and so I appreciated this. So when taking the information from Top Cats and going into the last information that he gave, that Palestinian, and then he also gave that information up saying about being a Canaanite. Those two things led me to what it was, and so I really gave a lot to Rambo because Rambo's story and today, this morning, all of that was that final piece that sealed it. I mean, Commission also brought in Jules. So his jewels, and because what I didn't say was it said more. My information that I studied did not say more. Commission threw in the more part. I never said anything about a more. So with him backing up what I said and he put more on it, only put more information to say confirmation. But Rambo's piece put it together. And then it only added to what he said. So again, this only says to one thing. We all need to cut this madness out, because if we can't all come together like Dawsonea said, like Freedom said, we've been saying this in the beginning. If we can't come together as a people, we are not going to get anywhere. We are about building. We are about building, rebuilding the community. Not so much as just picking up and just building something new. We need to rebuild the community. They are coming at us as a total. They're not going to pick out which nigga to get. They coming to get niggas. Or kill niggas. I'm not trying to make light of it, but I'm saying we got to come together as one. And that's what we're about. That's what we used to be about. When they was trying to put us out there, when they had us out there. I guess some of us just forget when we were slaves. Them Indians were slaves too. They didn't give them their little free lands until afterwards, when things got a little lighter. Then it got lighter for them. And then they started helping get slaves. And then they were giving their slaves a little land too. They were looking out a little bit. So we were still all niggas. Just like we do now. Every once in a while, we look out for another sister or brother. And just like now, we think we better than another sister or brother. We need to cut it out. That's all we saying on Unscrambled Minds. We do look at everything differently, and we appreciate that. But when do we come together? I love y'all.
Why Nisha didn't come up on that thing?
Because she probably want to do what I want to do.
Everybody's ready to sleep.
You too?
No, I'm up.
Me too. I don't know what's wrong with Sakina.
I told y'all. Well, you slept, so whatever.
I keep sleeping. I don't pay no attention to y'all being there. And y'all terrible when I fall asleep. When I fall asleep, get up, Niche. Come on in.
I partied, so now I know the effects of this. And what I'll say the effects are just staying up all night. That's what the effects are for me.
That's
crazy. Achilles, come on for a second. Come on, you put the thing in the chat.
Yeah, I'll put it again.
Yeah, Achilles, come on for a minute.
Yeah, Wale, please come on too.
Yeah, because we gotta. You know what? For those who believe in us coming together, then we should just do it. Listen. Allah says, Subhanahu wa Taala says that I made different tribes that you may come together and learn from each other.
Come on.
When I get back to America, I've been asked to help put the African festival together this year. I'm going to the African churches and inviting them. I'm going to the Jamaicans. I'm going everywhere. The Haitians. I'm going everywhere and inviting them. And I only got 2 weeks to do it. And I told them that. They called me yesterday while I was here. Oh, he's from Jamaica. Hey. But listen, I'm going to get them all together, as many as I can in that short period of time. Y'all know I love putting events together.
And just, you know, I was trying to tell Marcus too, so I hope Marcus come on, because Marcus is in Maryland, and I'm gonna see who he can get to come, and I'll put the information up after Dulcinea's event, about the event on the 9th of September. So anybody from Philly, anybody from, you know, that's close quarters, Jersey, can come. We need to come together. We need to stop letting the enemy tell us that we're not one family. We are one family that needs to come together and learn from each other. Look, bring your food. You know what I'm saying? Bring that food so you can make some money that day. The different African dishes, the different Caribbean dishes, the different Jamaican dishes. Come make some money. I'm gonna go to all the Jamaican restaurants in my area and ask them, do they want to vend that day? Make that money. Shoot, I'm taking several plates home with my kids. Shoot. I'm gonna go to Dr. Umar Johnson. I hope he hear this and ask him to speak. I know you used to have it, I know, but we gonna do it. We'll try to. Bob Marley Day, yeah, but now you gotta pay in to go to the Bob Marley.
Peace, Wale. Thank you for coming up. Peace, Akili niggas, and yeah, Nisha. You know, Nisha, Bisha, we up. But I wanted to talk to, Wale for a second, and then we'll go to Akili next, because Wale actually is from Florida. And I have a lot of people from Florida. I don't know if you've ever heard me talk about the records are very hard to find. My great grandma was in the Rosewood Massacre. So I don't know if you know a little bit about that or anything, but I wanted to get just some more information from you from what your experience was in Florida. And are you familiar with the great migrations that came out of Florida and went up north?
Oh, good morning. Yes, I'm familiar with, you know.
Come on, honey. Assalamu alaikum. Wale, are you Jamaican?
No.
Okay.
So, are you familiar if your family went through any of the trials and tribulations as Jim Crow first came when you guys stayed?
You know, I lived in Florida, so, you know, that's what was happening there the whole time. It's still happening there.
Sati, you are
still happening. The people have accepted it, and they become accustomed to it, and they expect it. But everything is still the same. Nothing has changed in the past 2, maybe 100 years.
Okay, Sashi says, read that Dulcie for me while I'm typing this, please.
Okay, so Sashi says, we not one family, never was. If that was the case, wouldn't be no tribes. What do you feel about that, Wale?
Is she mad or no?
A lot of times what we think we're thinking about, we're just thinking thoughts that have been given to us. We're not really thinking.
Who gave her that thought?
We use a lot of information. Yeah, we use a lot of information in order to think. That's information given to us instead of information reasoned out or from a valid source. And so we use that stuff and try to move it around and behave like it's real.
Now let me interview on you real quick, because my question is, did you say sore or source? Because I'm wondering if she's sore, because all this time we're talking about building and coming together, and you said we ain't all from one family, so we know that, but we should be trying to build. So we shouldn't be one family if we trying to build, and building requires a lot of bricks. They don't have to be the same brick. They just need to be made the same way. That way they can stay together.
Okay, just a little bit of glue. Just a little bit of glue keep us together.
I'm trying to build.
The only thing that we have that is common is our reputation of the ancestors that I learned. Our ancestors had a reputation of always speaking the truth. Now, if you can fall up into that, I'm good with you. There you go.
But
that
if
was
she
our
trying
reputation
to
worldwide.
I need to put her to the side or maybe move her down a little bit so in case somebody throw that brick, it won't be tossed. Right? So I don't know. We trying to build, sis, her. But if you don't want to build, let us know.
It is realistic if that's what we put in our minds for it to be, Jackson. It is realistic if that's what we want. Everything starts with the mind. Everything starts with what you want.
Right.
If you don't want it, it won't happen.
That's right.
That is the reason why the mother has to pull it together. You got to build on truth. Yes, the fact is that this is a fact. You have to build on truth. The truth is that we one family. We have separated. So what? Like Allah says, I made different tribes that we may come together and learn from each other. You don't want to taste no curry chicken? Because I know I do. You don't want to taste the African milk? Because I know
some of them hate on it. They don't want fufu. They don't want curry goat. They don't want no oxtail. They hate on it. All those are immigrant
we
meals.
come together and learn from each other the different
More for me,
cultures and
I'll eat it all.
No, my question is, and then I'm gonna shut up. Why can Jesus be your brother and your father, but I can't be your sister? Why?
Where you at? I'm going to bomb girl.
I just wanna. I'm gonna shut up.
But you gotta understand these people don't believe Yeah, I think it's but these people don't believe in Jesus, so you can't use that stuff based on what you know about some Canaanites. They don't consider themselves Canaanites. They don't believe in no Jesus. They don't believe in no God. They don't put that stuff. Their God is their grandma. They're telling you that. That's their God, their grandma. And the grandma said they Indian, so they Indian, sis.
It don't even matter. If you are, your skin look like mine. So what I'm saying is we need to come together business-wise, building-wise. You have to put the dumb stuff away.
Yeah, I get it, but where it does get like it looks impossible is that, everyone don't want it. And we can never get to a point where everyone wants the same things.
And that's our problem. So we can't blame it on anybody else but ourselves.
Over here we build, and if you don't want to build, then by all means, take your bricks where you building. I'm not stopping that. That's not what I'm saying. So that's all I'm saying is what Top Cat said is like-minded people. And if that's where you at, I think outside myself, right? Because I was raised that I don't just cook enough for who's here. When I cook, period. Right?
They might knock on the door.
My kids might want more.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Because they might want to share something with a neighbor.
Somebody might pop over. So therefore, when you eating and somebody might pop over, I don't want to not say, have some dinner. And if they say they don't want none, that's fine. My kids might say, Mom, can I have some more? Then I got enough to get them some more. There's that leftover factor. That's how I do it. Y'all at the place now where they say, oh, who is that coming? They can't have none of that. Don't give them my bacon. Put the cereal up in my room. Who do that? Wherever the hell you was at, that's who do it.
People definitely do.
What do you think, Brother La? What do you think about us all together as one family?
Peace to everybody on the panel.
Peace.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I mean, in regards to the paradigm as us being colored folk get together, by all means, cool. There's nothing wrong with socializing and building over a meal, which is cool. But in regards to spirituality and religion and things of that nature, you can't coexist. For some religions can't coexist with other people.
I understand. Let me ask you something. If a Jamaican somebody from Africa, somebody echoing for some reason.
It's
Is
probably
that
me.
true?
I got,
You still up?
I got you going through the surround sound in the car.
I got you. So if all of them you accept, they all your boys now, and they want to have a barbecue, are you going or not? The African, you're Jamaican, all your brothers from New York, all your friends from the Caribbean, because you know you friends with everybody. You're brother to everybody. You know how you are, Brother La. Everybody love Brother La. So what I'm saying is, would you have a barbecue with all your brothers? Y'all sitting around playing chess, checkers, dominoes, cards. Y'all just having a good old time. You
I
wouldn't
mean,
do it.
of course I would. Since you got to look at it from this standpoint. I mean, I have friends from all spectrum. I have white friends,
Yes, I
black
know you
friends.
do.
But that being the case, most of my friends are not even part of the Ummah.
Right.
These are childhood friends that I grew up with. So these are alliances that have been drawn over years. That
I got a question.
Go ahead,
How
brother.
can you have
Brother La
how
finish
can you
first.
have a white friend?
Huh?
Okay.
Nobody said white. I'm talking about all our brothers and sisters. Not
No,
I didn't.
no,
I
no.
didn't.
I said, yeah,
he has a
I
white
have,
friend.
yes, I have white friends. I have a
I have
white
white
friend.
friends too.
Yeah.
But right now, I wasn't talking about, I was just talking about us because we are who is trying to come together. I'm not even thinking about that part right now. Right now, it's hard enough for us all to come together than to add in that what put us in slavery. I mean, no, I'm not talking about that right now.
But what the brothers, I guess what the brother was straying towards is it's impossible for African American black males, for that matter, to have any kind of alliance or friendship with any white people, period. Is that what you were saying, brother?
You took it a bit further than I meant it to go because I have alliances. I said friendship. That's different.
That
Okay.
is different.
Okay. I apologize for interpreting what you said wrong, brother. I apologize for that.
Associate and friendship is different too.
Indeed.
Brotherhood, friendship, and associate is different.
Indeed. But like I said, I do
And
have
I've had friendships with white people. I want to say.
I have friends from all spectrums, like I said. But sitting down at a barbecue and enjoying ourselves, long as the food is halal, ain't no pork on the grill, no pork on the fork, we good.
You know, Frederick Douglass was friends with his slave.
That part.
I mean, it's weird to me, but it's possible.
Yeah,
I
it's
learned my
possible,
lesson from being a
especially
friend. I can be
with like
associate, but never mind. I never trust them. But
yeah,
that's
the
just me.
Uncle Tom's type of narrative where it's like they're taking care of you and different things, but you got to understand the percentage of white people that were slave masters, and you got to understand as far as the percentage of white people that were indentured servants slash slaves. So when you just see a white person is more than just color, that's why the whole race thing is a dumb concept as well that has kept us from understanding the true history because it's not just white people that have been against us. We need to know whether they're Ottoman. Talking about this genealogy, we need to know where these white people from. But peace and Keely, I
But
wanted
don't
to.
How were they in existence?
Well, what's up, brother Law?
But you have to take into consideration that a lot of brothers and sisters alike feel that maybe in heart they can be cool with black folks, but in DNA they can't. A lot of black folks perceive white folks as just being evil by nature, and it's in their DNA just to be evil.
I know when they say the class calcified third eye and different things like that. I don't believe that. I do believe some of the recorded history of what their origins are, like the Iceman heritage or something like that, where it talks about them being cave dwellers and just different things like that they would have like internal aggressions that are passed down that we wouldn't have. Like for instance, if the cave being a cave dweller left them more susceptible to predators, and then they didn't have a way of really taking care of the women on their cycle, on their menstrual cycle. That would make the women extra, I guess, like prey for these predators where they would have to fight off. So that could be a part of their internal aggressions toward women, because women left them more their women left them more vulnerable to predators. So things like that, as far as that are aggressions that they would have that maybe we wouldn't have, being part of more of a civilized situation, not having to do the cave dwelling things and different things like that, or dealing with those kind of predators. We don't have those microaggressions towards each other until you see them actually put that into us, and then it kind of got passed down. But I think we just need to know more of their history so we can understand them, and not just throw them all in and say, oh, they're all evil or the devil. And then we have to understand that a lot of them are not the bad ones. Like, I'm sorry, the Irish people have never been in power. If they've been in power, show me where. Because Irish people have been effed over their whole history, as far as what I know. But tell me when I'm wrong.
Yeah, but they're still racist though, regardless.
Oh, all Irish people are racist, regardless.
Not all. You can't say all. You can never say all. But,
They look like they act like they
majority of Irish people are racist. Like redhead people that you know, redhead white
So,
people,
like,
are racist.
so the presumption that y'all speaking in regards to is basically this: the less melanated a person is towards having white skin is evil than any other race walking upon this earth. Is that the consensus that they're drawing now?
Yeah, because that's crazy, and
That's crazy.
and you're gonna have to say, because all I know is when the Irish be having their parades in March, they have a whole bunch of black people there giving them green beer and loving them. So like, I need to know what y'all are talking about, of just all these Irish people that have showed you racism. We should have accounts of it. Show me where.
I can't, Dulcinea, I can't speak for anybody else, but I speak on experience in regards to in my life, on testimonies, when people have been battle tested. And I got more white friends before me coming into Islam, when I was running around in the world in the dunya. And I would fall off my deen at times when I was doing things I shouldn't have been doing. That's been battle tested. And it was holding me down in war more than brothers would. But things and endeavors in the streets. So I can't relate to that.
Right.
And that's just speaking from my heart.
The way I look at it, right? The way I look at it, you had Jane Elliott that came in a couple of weeks ago, I believe, right? And she always said, right, ask your best white friend, would they ever give up the benefit of white supremacy? And the fact of the matter is, pardon?
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, Brother Law. Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I didn't. The brother was going in and out. I didn't hear what he was saying.
Right. I said, right. If you ask your best friend, right, white friend, would they ever let go of the benefit that they get from white supremacy? What do you think the answer would be?
If they can get rid of,
would they get rid of the benefit that they get from being white?
Would they get rid of the power? Would they get rid of the power that essentially they have by nature?
Yeah.
By the color of their skin? Would they get rid of it?
Yeah.
In this system? They probably wouldn't, no.
That's my point. So why would I be friend with somebody that wouldn't want to get rid of the same benefits that oppress my people? I mean, we can be cool.
I don't believe that though for all of them. I think you can't just write them off all on that they would do that, especially since so many of them show that they wouldn't do that. So many of them show that they would go against it.
What it sounds like the brother trying to allude to is basically telling a white person, whether they be male or female, to essentially walk in my shoes for one day and deal with all the endeavors, good and bad, that I deal with on a day-to-day basis in my life.
But we know of the ones that did, like the freedom riders that were white, and then the white people turned on them, and they were like, "You're in lovers, and now you'll be treated like ends," and all this other stuff. Like they did. They literally, there were white people that did do that. They gave up their white privilege to stand with us. Literally, they're in
Yeah, they
history.
have. They did.
Remember, right? Remember, we're still talking about a very small minority. You know, Muhammad Ali said once, yeah, imagine opening the door, right, and you see 100 snakes. And out of the 100 snakes, right, there's 5 of them that's good. Are you gonna let them in? How
No,
you gonna know what
I
5 of them are
understand
good?
that completely.
You know what I'm
When
saying?
you go from that, I still say, we should learn the history and understand not to lump them all in. But I get it to be like, but my door is gonna be closed still at the end of the day. I feel you on that. And
Let
like
me ask
until
you.
further
You say we need.
notice.
Akil, where you
You say
from,
we need to
Achille?
learn. You say we need
I'm
to
I'm
learn
I'm,
their
I'm from
history.
Congo, but I live in the UK
What
right
other
now.
history do you know?
Where you from?
You say you
I'm from
need to
Congo,
know
but I
their
live in
history.
the UK right now.
I can't hear him, Waleed. What you say?
I said I'm from the Congo, but I live in the UK right now.
I love your accent. It's really nice.
Well, thank you, sis.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was saying we need to learn their history, but it is so we can learn ours as well. For instance, like I keep bringing up that we got to know how this exchange of power that works. So when you have people that are teaching that the white people were nothing and they were the slaves, they were the Slavs, and black people were never enslaved, well, now you got to teach us how the hell did the slaves become the greatest masters of all time, because they did the okey doke on us. How the hell did that happen?
Well,
So
look, because it
we
is.
can't
Look, right there,
understand
right
our
here.
history
That's
as we
why.
understand other people's history.
Damn. You put it
Well,
over
I
top of
wasn't
what
done
you
yet,
said.
so that's why I was just saying the Wale's question. We can understand our history by understanding others' history, because we can look into it and say, okay, this was a big factor at this time. What was happening over here? What was happening to our people? And we can draw correlations of that. And a lot of our confusion is because we don't do that, because we
Well,
just say
Absolutely.
what they say.
okay.
They say instead of knowing what was happening at the time.
Right,
Okay,
but
I'm gonna
if we
say
if
this.
we
I'm sorry, Kelly, but the
no,
reason why we can't, we listen, we are a people that want to love them. That's why I put up there. Somebody said that we want to love them, but we need separation. I forget who said it now, because Dustin had put something over top of it. But what I'm saying is that's how we got into this, because we wanted to love them. We wanted to believe them. They were different. We wanted to, trust them. And look what they did. It's just not, I'm just saying, we could think we
right,
their friend. We could think this, we could do that. They always come, it always show up who they are. It's like it could be good and then it just shows up. They'll do something that make you say, like, say, it always be something. I always tell people that story that happened to me. I'm sorry. I'll never forget that story. And because of that, I have always been cautious. Now, hell, I have enough problems with my own people. But I just can't with them, because you just always do something to make yourself show that you still that person. It's just
yeah,
something that's, I'm sorry. No.
yeah. I was gonna go
Yeah,
there.
I guess it's just a difference because I've had those people that it was the opposite. They like
I've
I
had
went to all white school,
episodes.
and I had people that obviously they weren't nice to me and they were never going to befriend me. But then I would have someone that just like showed love and showed more love than a lot of people. So
But tell
that's
me,
where I judge people. I
listen,
do believe that you judge people individually when it comes to that. But we got to take in consideration when it's white people. That's why I say we got to learn the history, because what you're talking about is a specific white people, and those white people did the same thing they do to us to other white people. They're
I can
known
agree with
for
you on that.
acting up to each
Listen,
other. That's
I
all.
like what Achille just said that Muhammad Ali said. I have my neighbors. I only deal with like 2 of my neighbors, because my whole
where I live at is nothing but them all around. And I deal with two of my neighbors, but I'm cautious. You know what I'm saying? All the time. I'm just, I come from a different era. This is a different era now. And because of the era that I come from, it causes me to always be cautious. It's just simple as
100%.
that.
And we have to be very cautious because, like you said earlier, right, through our history, right, anytime when we've come in contact with them, right, you can go back as far as the ancient Egyptians with the Greeks, with the Romans, even in modern time, right, it's always been an abuse of power coming from them, right? It's always been
Ancient
an
Egyptians had slaves. Sorry.
that's
Well, we gonna see everything. I tell you every word. When somebody says something, it changes the narrative. What Egyptians? How we know we wasn't there?
They definitely have the depiction, just like we go by other sources, just like y'all go by the sources that say the Moors had slaves, Egyptians had slaves.
But but let him finish what he was saying because he was on the roll, and then we go ahead.
Right. Yeah, so even in modern times, right, I mean, one thing I try to do and one thing I agree with Tops is that learning about your own history and stuff like that, right? So even when I look into where I come from and the people I came from, the Kingdom of Congo, like we welcome white people, the Portuguese, we welcome them. We try to trade with them. We try to adopt their religions. We try to do everything in our power to build with these people. But at every single turn, at every single time, they stabbed us in the back. And we can see this throughout the world. We see this with indigenous people. So I'm not saying that they're not humans. I'm not saying they're not capable of loving and capable of caring and doing the right thing. I'm just saying, as a race of people, the majority of them, right, you just can't trust them. Because unfortunately, what happened is that when you open the door for one, they open a back door for the masses to come through. And that's what happened. You know, they open the back door for the masses to come through. And then when the masses of them that hate us take over and do the worst thing to us, right, those minority can't do nothing about it. And that's what you see today in America, anywhere you go to. You have a minority of them that's against white supremacy. But what power do they have? None. What voice do they have? None. You know, and that's what I wanted to say. Like, funny enough, because some of my best friends growing up were Irish. I've been around, especially white travelers, right? But to be totally frank with you, they are very, very racist people. You have one or two that's going to tolerate black people, but they're very racist. And I'm going to land it to say, like, in the UK, for example, right, all over the pubs and different establishments, right, you had something that used to say, right, no blacks, no Irish, and no dogs. So from that, right, a lot of black people in the UK have always sided with the Irish, but at the same time, the Irish also benefit from white supremacy and white privilege. Although in the white power structure, right, they are at the bottom, just like the Slavs are at the bottom of it, but they still benefit, you know.
I mean, I agree with you 100%. And you know, somebody said they bring the Jim Crow laws back. I forget where it was. Was it you, Sakina, telling me that? Somewhere, was it you, Nisha? I can't remember who said it, but they were saying they bringing back Jim Crow laws back. And it's in America somewhere. They were bringing back Jim Crow laws.
Where did they go to bring them back?
Well, you know, it's better now than what it was. But I'm just saying.
Is it really? Is it really? That's what I was saying. Is it really? That's some story. That's what she said. We need to learn their history. Tell me what other history you know. There's no other history you know except their history. Name one. What other history you know?
We don't know their history, honestly. We don't know history. We have a distorted view of history based on the history they teach, but that's why we need to know their history, because we don't know history. Period. We know what they're telling us, but we don't know history.
But their history is what's going on now. They still doing it. This is their history: power, taking over, dividing, enslaving. This their history.
Whose?
The enemy's history.
There's no such thing as white people. So that's why I say we have to know the history. because there's no racist white people. So we need to know who. And you guys say
So
they've been
there's no
doing it,
such.
but we got to know the Dutch and what the Dutch did. We got to know the Portuguese and what the Portuguese did. And by the way, Portuguese ain't white. If you looked at the Portuguese, we got to look at them because they ain't all white. Now we going into the
Careful
Mexican
now.
looking people.
We
We
don't have to
we
know
got to
about
look
the
into the Spanish.
Congo and
We got to know who these people are and what they did. We just can't say, oh, white people. No, we got to know the history. We got to learn it.
I said the enemy. I didn't say all of them, but
Well, even
if
the
they look
enemy,
like
you
them,
gotta know
they
who
gonna
the
still
enemy
think
is.
it's
And the
better.
only way to know who the enemy is by learning the history. So I didn't say no, don't know your enemy, but I'm saying you gotta learn the history. Yeah, like if you say the Anglo-Saxons, now you gotta know who they are. You can't just say, oh, the Anglo-Saxons. No, you gotta know who they are, what they did. Most people can't even name one Anglo-Saxon war that there was.
Who are
Because we
you?
don't learn the
Who
actual history.
Who are you? We don't. You can't name one Anglo-Saxon war. Name one Congo war. Name one Yoruba war. Name one Fauci war. Name what you don't name one of them tribes that people don't talk about all the time. Name. We don't know us, and you're saying we
Right.
have to know them.
I can name you Congo
That don't
wars.
make
I can
sense to
name
me.
you.
Well, because to understand them, and I do know, because the Yoruba
Black,
and the Oyo
black,
were at war with each
hey,
other.
good morning.
That's how the Portuguese were able to come in and sell their slaves, because the Oyo were going against the Yoruba. The Oyo was going against the Dahomey. The Dahomey was going against the Yoruba. And what the Portuguese did was sided with all of them, and then was like, "Hey, sell each other to me." And that's how the Portuguese was able to come in. So
And
we
you
do
got
have
that
to
story from
understand
who?
their
And you got that
history, and
story
by
from
like
who?
reading the sources of the Portuguese in West Africa, now we can understand about those wars and the tribal wars. But because we don't look into that stuff, we don't know that, and we just blankly say our enemy, but then we don't know the history. And also, to play devil's advocate, that's where we're going to see a lot of the traders that come in too, and we can stop just saying all these people are traitors, because we can point to who our actual traitors were, and it wasn't just all your family that was traitors. You do have
100%.
traitors in your family, and you have ones that never traded on people. So we have to get to knowing like the specifics of who's who in these power plays.
And the
Good
Portuguese.
morning, Black Lion Supreme. I'm here. I don't know what just happened to Wale.
Wale, I hope he comes back. I think he just dropped. Something happened.
And they need to.
Come back, Wale.
Were not white. They were a mixed tribe as well. They were Spaniards, and they were mixed with African, and they had another race mixed with them as well. So they
Who you
were
talking about, Kiki?
Portuguese. They were 11.
Supreme said they white.
No, they were not.
They weren't white. No, they weren't. They were mixed, like she's saying. That's
They
why I'm saying we got to know our enemies, and
They-
not just what they taught us. Because I'm telling you, they taught us wrong. They
Yeah.
taught us BS. They didn't teach us anything. So we got to know.
Okay, can I just like break down a bit? Like, see, you're right and you're wrong when you say the Portuguese weren't white, right? But the fact of the matter is the majority of them were white. Those that we see that are melanated, right? As you know yourself, Dulcie, right? Those were moles, right? And a lot of them were mixed or mixed race, right? And I don't know if you ever like heard me speak on Top Cat channel, and I said, right, when the Portuguese came to Congo, right, to this day, right, we have a word for them, right? When you speak to a Congolese person, they will say Mindele. And the crazy thing is that when you look at the definition of Mindele, Mindele means evil spirits or evil white spirits. That's what we call them. That's how our ancestors called them. You know what I'm trying to say? And that's, to me, that's very powerful, because my ancestors recognized that these people were evil and quote unquote white people, you know. And because if you go even deeper in a Congo cosmogram, right, this is why I disagree with the Moors when they say the color black is death, because in our spiritual system, the color white means death. We wore white when it was like funerals and so on and so forth. We never wore black like we see today, right? So it's very deep. And when you go back to the Portuguese once again, right, and I'm going to land here, right, a lot of them you see today, right? That were mixed. Once again, they came from West Africa.
Exactly.
You know what I'm trying to say? And those people are the children of the oppressors that came from Portugal, and those children were used. We see that in Congo, it's written in primary sources. Those children are used in the armies, and they come back to Congo and they enslave their own people. But those people are no longer African mentally. Those people are colonized people or children. But the majority of the majority of Portuguese are white. You know, and the dark, even today, if I've been to Portugal and Spain, right? Even today, if you go to Spain or Portugal, the darker skinned ones are mostly in the south, even in Italy. But those in the north are pale skin. You know what I'm trying to say? And that's, you know, that's another argument as well. Even in France as well, a lot of the French people in the south are more like swarthy, light brown complexion. They can tan their skin as well. But if you go north of France, like if you go Paris, you see a bunch of pale skinned people walking everywhere. Those people can't tan their skin or nothing like that.
Achille, can you do me a favor, please? You and Wally, put your information in the back chat, because we're gonna have a panel discussion, hopefully Wednesday, on these very topics. I would love to have a panel discussion. I'm going to ask for Black Lions Supreme and a couple other brothers to join us. You know, in a panel discussion. I think this would be
It
really
may be Wednesday or Friday, because I know
Wednesday,
Topcat said he's coming on this week, so I don't know which day he said yet, but about the book.
Okay, now let me ask this question real quick. Now, would you describing these Portuguese people, this will only say that the father of these people would be again the Canaanites or the Liberians, Lebanon people, and these were the Portuguese people, and again they lived in the West African part, or what they would call Lebanon in that time, and these people were also part of Spaniard, and they were also a mixed race, because we would define almost, right? They were not all white. They were almost all of them were white, but the other part had a light or brownish type skin colored, right? And this is what we know over here in America as Indian, because remember, they were not dark. They were defined as not as dark as the African, but a different coat or shade of color. We all know that. That's how they were defined. If we go through any presentations, this is where I'm going, because this is how they define themselves to make this difference. And then we have to, this is what makes them define themselves differently. You also know this when you read this Chicop Anthony Diop book, the African Origins of Civilization. Let me show you. When he describes them in this book, he'll also describe them the same way, of a lighter skin kissed by the sun. So again, this is the same thing, and he described them. So in different areas, they still describe themselves the same way, right? You can also describe almost the Philippine the same way. You almost can describe any European this way. You can also describe Asian this way. You can. There's still the Jews are almost the same color. Just Africans are darker than us. Some of us. You got dark Americans.
I've seen it.
OTK. OTK is African and Indian, and he darker than most of us on this panel. So the skin honestly is one way or another. But again, all I'm saying is that we can't really go off of a skin tone or a color, but we going off of, I'm just saying, for a Palestinian or a Lebanese, and to still be this Indian, right, that goes through to go to America. That's it. So that we still saying we are the same people. If we can't be the same people, not saying everything is not landmass. It's just a landmass. They still came one way or another through a landmass. I'm not understanding what is the hard. Even if they got there first, it was still other people in America when they got there. It was still another. It was still some Africans in America when they got there. So they can say they were there first too, because they migrated together, right? Because they lived on the shoreline, like they lived on the shoreline, but it was some people that lived there in the hills, and somewhere along the line, them white folks got up in there and started kicking people out and taking over. So how did they take over? I'm with Sister Robin now. How did they take over America? And they took over Africa and enslaved everybody, but they lived on somewhere else. And they didn't have nothing. And they just took over everything. And Dawsonare gonna prove that point tomorrow. So
today.
Yeah, it's today, you know. But yeah.
So we
I can answer your question.
We finna find out how did something
Answer your question like
take over two things in Africa.